Everyone remember that the sole purpose upon entering the apocalypse game is one to survive. Survive, and just survive. Please remember the following critical points, for they concern your very survival and the hope for our base city to endure. 1. The first step upon entering the game is to identify the apocalyptic disaster event, and then to collect the relevant resources tailored to the nature of the catastrophe. Note this is crucial. 2. Once in the game, when you initially lack self-protection capabilities, exercise caution with everyone you encounter, be they scavengers, rebels, refugees, or survivors. 3. Strive to collect precious items, as this will determine whether you can buy your survival should you be captured by refugees. 4. Seek out and construct your hideout as soon as possible. A well-crafted refuge is key to enduring the early game and ensuring long-term survival. 5. Upon entering the apocalypse game, quickly ascertain your environmental zone, be it a city, grassland, wilderness, forest, or desert, and act accordingly as per the survival guidelines. 6. The upgrade requirements for hideouts differ by region. Do not blindly follow the construction criteria of survivors from other areas. Adhere strictly to the apocalypse game's instructions. Outside a colossal bronze structure, 1,000 people stood densely together, listening intently to the looping announcements from a loudspeaker. Tang Yu furrowed his brows, striving to memorize every detail. I never expected to face an apocalyptic world. In just one day of traversal, Tang Yu had come to understand his predicament. This parallel blue star world was ensnared by the apocalypse game 3 years ago as the sun orbited the center of the galaxy. Disasters struck worldwide. Volcanoes, earthquakes, floods, searing heat, viruses, and bitter cold. In just half a year, the population of the blue star had plummeted by 80, and civilization nearly collapsed. Thus, the apocalypse game officially commenced. 100 bronze buildings materialized across the blue star world, around which humanity constructed city bases. Each month, every city could select between 50 to 100 people through the bronze edifices to partake in the survival challenge of the apocalypse game. Once the number of participants is chosen in each city, the bronze structure randomly draws the corresponding survivors from the local population to enter the game. While undertaking the survival challenge, participants must also confront both game characters and players of myriad races. After each cycle of apocalyptic calamity, survival supplies are distributed according to the number of survivors in each city base. These survival supply rewards became the lifeline for every city base, and Tang Yu was among those chosen to enter the apocalypse game this month. With the crowd, he quickly entered the bronze hall, only to find it housed an enormous teleportation portal. Soon Tang Yu arrived before the portal, nervously rubbing his hands before stepping forward. Just as the thought crossed his mind, too bad, you can't bring anything with you. The world went dark when he opened his eyes again. He found himself amidst vast urban ruins. Streets were littered with wrecked cars, shattered walls, and broken glass. Tang Yu even saw numerous bullet holes marking the walls. Scanning his surroundings, he realized that he was inside a convenience store, obviously ransacked long ago. Looking around, he saw nothing but a solitary bottle of mineral water scattered on the floor. Tang Yu hurriedly picked it up and stashed it into his jacket pocket. From now on, every piece of found resource would be crucial to his survival. At that moment, a game interface appeared before Tang Yu. Information about the apocalypse game appeared on the panel with one message standing out at the forefront: the disaster event will arrive in 7 days. An Arctic blizzard lasting 3 days. An Arctic blizzard. This is going to be tricky, he thought, realizing that choosing the right hideout, preferably an underground structure, was of utmost importance. While pondering, Tang Yu reviewed other pages: hideout, backpack, and chat. The hideout option appeared grayed out, clearly indicating that its functionality would activate only after Tang Yu selected a hideout. Upon opening the backpack option, several sub-options emerged. Options such as items, health, skills, and crafting were shown. The inventory had only 5 slots, and when Tang Yu placed the single bottle of water into it, he discovered that it occupied 2 slots. Clearly, the capacity taken by an item is determined by its size, making resource selection extremely important. Additionally, equipping a backpack can increase the number of available inventory slots. The health section displayed stats such as body temperature, satiety, hydration, life, and stamina, while both skills and crafting registered as 0. Observing the information displayed on the panel, he mused, has the game attributes become gamified? Then he opened the chat page, where several new options appeared. Options such as friends, local chat, and world channel were available, with friends currently empty. Subsequently, upon opening the world channel, messages began to scroll by. Damn it, why was I born on the grasslands, a godforsaken place? Have you all seen the disaster info for 7 days later? An Arctic blizzard. What a nightmare. Someone help me, I'm in the city and have been spotted by refugees. They're chasing me. Oh man, encountered refugees. Everyone be cautious. Guess what I saw? A rebel military base along the coastline. It would be great if I could blend in. What kind of world is this anyway? Gazing at the chat messages in the World Channel, Tang Yu furrowed his brows. He soon noticed a small horn next to the World Channel displaying the number 1 as he focused his attention upon it. A message popped up: players are permitted only 1 message per day in the World Channel. He realized that his daily opportunity to speak in the World Channel was extremely limited. Thus, every word must be chosen carefully, as even the local chat imposed similar restrictions. Everyone was engaged in trivial chatter, the only difference from the World Channel being the absence of messaging limits. However, Tang Yu quickly noticed a small person icon on the upper right of the local chat accompanied by the number 1000. This must be the current number of survivors in this area. Tang Yu tapped on someone's avatar, prompting 3 options to appear: private chat, trade, and block. Private chat, trade, and block, all clearly presented. After briefly acquainting himself with the game interface, Tang Yu checked the time. It was already 4 p.m. Dusk was approaching swiftly. Tang Yu now had to hasten the arrangement of a hideout. At that moment, a brand new prompt flashed in his mind. An alert read: Apocalypse game detected. The Super Tycoon beta plugin is ready for binding. Bind now. Tang Yu hesitated. Bind. As Tang Yu's voice subsided. Soon a fist-sized dice appeared before Tang Yu, accompanied by a sprawling Super Monopoly board. This map resembled a miniature replica of a city, complete with various blocks and events. A miniaturized version of Tang Yu stood at the starting point, labeled Convenience Store. Clearly, much like the Super Monopoly game, a roll of the dice would advance him to the corresponding block to earn rewards. As Tang Yu willed it, the dice in the void began to bounce, and soon a number appeared before him. Suddenly, Mini Tang Yu appeared in front of a station symbol, leaping 3 spaces forward as the numbers emerged on the Super Monopoly map. Would you like to spend 250 points to purchase the Subway Garden Station? Tang Yu then realized that just like the game, the Super Monopoly interface had a starting funds section, which currently displayed a value of 500. So I have 500 points now. Tang Yu looked at the changes on the interface, uncertain about the meaning of the station, but he understood this was an investment game where purchasing would generally yield returns. He decisively confirmed. Purchase the station. At the same time, an incredibly complex 3D virtual map of the subway station appeared in Tang Yu's mind, revealing rooms and the locations of various items. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. This is the resource information of the station. I've struck it rich. He couldn't contain his excitement. In this apocalyptic game, what was most precious was indeed resources. Now Tang Yu could be said to have an intimate understanding of all the information within the subway station. The resources inside felt as accessible as reaching into his own pocket. Especially the 3D architectural map of the station in his mind, which updated in real time, even allowing him to see several moving green dots, which he sensed were a few rats scurrying around the subway station. Does that mean? A thought involuntarily crossed Tang Yu's mind. As long as enemies appeared at the station, their every move would escape Tang Yu's surveillance. It was practically tailored for him. Tang Yu immediately began studying the station information, and an extremely concealed room came into his view. This place is simply the best hiding spot. It was hidden, spacious, and contained several items glowing faintly. Without hesitation, Tang Yu carefully exited the convenience store and headed towards the subway station. Fortunately, this subway station was not far from Tang Yu's starting point at the convenience store, only about 200 meters away. After checking that the street was clear, he quickly ran towards the subway entrance. During this time, he could still hear faint sounds of gunfire and explosions. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the subway station, Garden Station, and walked down the subway passage towards the room he sensed. The lights in the subway passage flickered erratically and chaos reigned everywhere, with traces of vandalism and destruction. However, the marble floor had little dust or stains. It was as if this city had recently been civilized, but at this moment it had completely plunged into apocalypse. Finally, he twisted and turned through the winding passage until he reached a very concealed iron door. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Tang Yu opened the door to look in. Concrete steps appeared extending downwards. The space was narrow and cramped, with only a faint beam of light shining. Tang Yu leaned against the wall and descended, and after turning a corner, he felt a switch nearby and pressed it. The overhead lights flickered on. Clearly, due to the city's rebel situation, the city's electricity supply was still relatively normal. The entire space became bright. This was obviously a monitoring room for the subway station. The room was L-shaped, containing a simple single bed and a monitoring wall. The monitoring wall had only one screen flickering with static, which was the source of the faint light. Tang Yu summoned the game's hiding place page. Indeed, the hiding place page had been activated. Would you like to choose this place as your hiding spot? Note: once the hiding place is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. With Tang Yu's confirmation, the transformation of the game's hiding spot began. 1, 5, 18, 34, 100. Hiding place has been successfully selected. Information about the hiding place also appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Hiding place. Owner Tang Yu. Existing facilities rest area, main door. Facilities that can be built none. Area 82. The information was pitifully scant, and Tang Yu's gaze fell on the only 2 facilities in the room. Rest area. Affect sleep for 8 hours, it restore 80 stamina, reduce hunger by 40, it reduce hydration by 30. Note, trust me, compared to sleeping on the ground, this can provide you with a bit of psychological comfort. Next stage, rest area level 1. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 apocalypse coins, 1 blanket, 1 match. Upgrade time, 30 minutes. Current upgrade resources are insufficient, unable to upgrade. Hiding place security door. Effect effectively blocks animal intrusions. Note, yes, its function is merely to block animals from entering. Next stage, hiding place security anti-theft door level 1. Upgrade requirements, 25,000 apocalypse coins, 1 anti-theft lock cylinder, 1 measuring tape. Upgrade time, 30 minutes. Current upgrade resources are insufficient, unable to upgrade. Below the hiding place page were the names of other facilities that could be built. Ventilation, duct, warehouse, water collector, kitchen. There were about 10 facility projects in total, but without exception, all these facility icons were displayed in gray. It was clear that all of them were unable to be constructed due to a lack of building resources. However, this also made Tang Yu understand even more the importance of resources in the Apocalypse game. The collection of resources became even more crucial. Fortunately, his hiding place had been set up, and the configuration of this hiding place was far superior to that of other players. His gaze naturally landed on the monitoring station within the hiding place. That was where the few items of resources in this hiding place were located. Tang Yu approached the monitoring station. 3 computers were completely blacked out, and a subway security uniform was draped over a chair. He picked up the security uniform and began to search, only to feel a hard object. His expression froze for a moment. Then a look of disbelief appeared on his face as he hurriedly took the object into his hands. It turned out to be a handgun accompanied by a holster. The information about the handgun also appeared before Tang Yu. Glock 17 handgun. Type handgun. Occupies spaces 2 spaces. Effective range 50 meters. Shooting mode semi-automatic. Ammunition caliber 919 millimeters. Magazine capacity 17 rounds. Drawing upon fragmented memories of the brief pre-apocalypse training, Tang Yu awkwardly inspected his firearm, ejecting the magazine and checking each bullet with unsteady hands. Not bad, full magazine. 17 rounds, all accounted for. A faint sigh of relief escaped him. This pistol was now his sole reliable weapon. In the Apocalypse survival game, weapons were the most vital tools for survival, especially within urban environments where roving vagrants and rebel militias posed the gravest threats to new players. Should they later eliminate isolated rebels or vagrants, players could scavenge their weapons and protective gear. Only then would they possess genuine capital for survival in this desolate world. Tang Yu holstered the Glock 17 diagonally across his torso and resumed scavenging. From the garment, he retrieved 3 keys, 1 small, 2 large, and a quiet elation flickered across his face. Keys. Apartment 15 main entrance key in effect unlocks the main entrance of Apartment 15. Apartment 15 room 807 key in effect unlocks room 807 of Apartment 15. Mail locker 45 key station in effect opens locker 45 in the mail changing room at the railway station. Excellent. First strike luck. Keys ranked among the most critical resources in the city zones of the Apocalypse game. Only with the correct key could one access corresponding rooms and the supplies hidden within. True, one could scale windows or smash doors, but such violent entry would draw the attention of vagrants wandering the streets. In the game's early hours, that would be tantamount to suicide. Tang Yu stowed the keys in his inventory. Inside a drawer, he also found a flashlight and a chocolate bar. All salvageable supplies from this hideout had now been exhausted. Glock 17 pistol 1 in keys, 3 in flashlight, 1 in chocolate bar, 1 in bottled water, 1 in this constituted Tang Yu's entire inventory thus far. Food, water, weaponry, and a secure hideout, all now secured. Tang Yu's first day resource acquisition in the Apocalypse game had proceeded remarkably smoothly. He entered the rest area and sat upon the single bed, unwrapping the chocolate and opening the bottled water to replenish his hunger and hydration levels. Simultaneously, he opened the regional chat to gauge others' progress. And anyone near the block shopping mall. Help! I'm being chased by rebels. Guys, there are 5 or 6 vagrants near the block hotel. Stay alert. Where's the safest place to set up a hideout? I feel nowhere is safe. Who'll trade me a weapon? I'll offer a key. I spotted a lone vagrant and plan to take him down with a blade. Brother above, count me in. I've got an extra knife. What in the world? Rebel Dogcoin forces are patrolling the city in armored vehicles. Everyone stay vigilant. The moment he opened the chat interface, numerous players were already sharing updates. Yet Tang Yu noticed, top right corner of the regional chat, the survival count had dropped from 100 to 983. His breath caught. Less than an hour had passed since he'd left the convenience store, yet 17 players had already perished. The crushing urgency of survival surged through him once more. No, this isn't time to rest. I must act swiftly to strengthen my chances of survival. He devoured the chocolate in 2 bites and returned the half-empty water bottle to his inventory. After verifying the pistol's safety was engaged, Tang Yu stepped out of the hideout and moved cautiously toward other rooms in the subway station. Guided by the mental map of the station, he knew no other players occupied it. Still, he advanced with extreme caution, weapon drawn through the silent station corridors. Utterly still, utterly hollow. According to the map, supply-rich zones were concentrated in 3 locations: staff rest rooms, changing rooms, and the station control room. Other areas, such as mechanical equipment rooms and communications rooms, held no usable resources. Tang Yu headed straight for the staff changing room, located just inside the staff restroom. Reaching the restroom, he gently turned the doorknob and exhaled softly. Perhaps due to its public nature, the door remained unlocked. He slipped inside and quietly closed it behind him. Inside the staff restroom, chaos reigned. Chairs and tables lay, overturned shards of glass scattered across the floor. Dried bloodstains stained the ground, clear evidence of prior combat. Uncertain whether the virtual map could detect hostile presences, Tang Yu remained vigilant. With pistol drawn, he methodically swept every corner of the room, ensuring no threat remained, before holstering the weapon and beginning his systematic search for supplies. First came the changing room. He held the key for locker 45, so he went directly to it. The locker yielded easily to the key. Inside rested a backpack. He unzipped it and peered within. Marlboro cigarettes 1, an encrypted USB drive 1, an energy drink 1 in the backpack itself displayed an 8 keepable status. In basic backpack capacity, 20 slots. In movement speed reduced by 3, in turning speed reduced by 1. Slipping the backpack onto his shoulders, Tang Yu's inventory expanded instantly, from 5 to 25 slots. He also discovered that selecting an item to collect caused it to materialize automatically inside the backpack, a seamless, intuitive process. With this newfound carrying capacity, his scavenging accelerated dramatically. He first cleared every accessible locker in the changing room, then turned to the outer restroom. In the end, he recovered only a box of matches, a screwdriver, a tape measure, 2 towels, and a blanket lying discarded on the floor. Though modest, the haul lifted his spirits, both items required to upgrade the rest area of his hideout, now fully acquired. Similarly, the tape measure fulfilled one of 2 components needed to reinforce the hideout's main door. Only the anti-theft lock core remained. Now all that's left is the so-called apocalypse coins. As he prepared to head toward the station control room, Tang Yu's expression suddenly hardened. In one fluid motion, he drew his pistol, disengaged the safety, and chambered around, pressing himself flat against the wall beside the restroom door. Breath held. On his mental map, 2 crimson dots appeared at the station's entrance and advanced steadily inward. 3 long minutes passed before muffled voices drifted through the door. Never expected to bag a survivor today. Shame he was broke. Nothing on him. True enough. Though Black Dog mentioned the Ghostface Lord plans a ritual sacrifice soon. Wish we'd kept that survivor for the offering. Huh. What a pity. Ghostface Lord would have surely rewarded us. Tang Yu listened in silence. At the words ritual sacrifice, his pulse quickened. These 2 were vagrants, and likely devotees of a fell deity. Refugees constitute the largest demographic in the Apocalypse game, their composition extraordinarily diverse, ranging from scavengers and criminals to thugs and cultists devoted to eldritch deities. Undoubtedly, the cultists of eldritch deities are the rarest among refugees. They commune with their so-called gods through periodic human sacrifices, thereby siphoning forbidden power. Though few in number, these cultists burn with unmatched fanaticism and aggression. Some even wield grotesque, anomalous abilities. Players discovered by such cultists seldom survive. At that moment, Tang Yu's breath nearly ceased, yet his heartbeat quickened, steady and insistent. Glancing at the Glock 17 in his hand, Tang Yu made a bold decision: the fiercer the storm, the rarer the catch. Cultists of eldritch deities are undeniably perilous, so dangerous in fact they embody the neophyte's worst nightmare. Yet slaying them, however improbable, yields extraordinary rewards. According to pre-game training materials from the base city, eliminating such cultists carries a chance of looting rare supplies and weapons, assets that could decisively ensure a newcomer's survival through the first wave of the apocalypse. Outside the door, the cultists' voices drew nearer. Tang Yu's full attention locked onto the 3-dimensional station map projected in his mind. 2 crimson dots, representing the cultists, closed steadily upon his location, the staff lounge. He confirmed that aside from these 2, no other hostiles remained within the entire station. Footsteps echoed just beyond the threshold. Less than 2 meters separated Tang Yu from his adversaries, only a thin wall between them. Alright, let's rest here briefly. We've got tonight's ritual to attend. One cultist pushed open the lounge door and stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he glimpsed a shadow coalescing in the corner. A reflex honed by relentless combat compelled him to cry out. Bang, bang, bang. A staccato barrage erupted. Bullets slammed into chests, but Tang Yu instantly registered the telltale resistance. Both wore ballistic vests. His pulse spiked in alarm. After the first 2 rounds, every subsequent shot sought the head. Only when the magazine emptied and the slide locked back on an empty chamber did he gasp, chest heaving. The encounter had been razor-thin. The cultist collapsed backward into a widening pool of blood, his expression frozen in disbelief. His companion fell beside him. Though he'd raised his weapon, the instant gunfire erupted. Tang Yu had already struck his vital points. Resistance was non-existent, a death instantaneous. No time for reflection. Gunfire might have drawn new threats. Tang Yu dragged both bodies inside, then resealed the door with quiet precision. He retrieved their fallen firearms, then refocused on the virtual map. 2 minutes of vigilant scrutiny confirmed no additional hostiles. Only then did a triumphant smile break across his face as he turned toward the corpses. It was then Tang Yu realized these were not cultists at all, merely ordinary refugees. True cultists bear an unmistakable mark, the deity's sigil permanently inked upon the throat. Neither bore such a brand. Yet their gear ignited his elation. I've struck gold. Without hesitation, Tang Yu began stripping weapons and equipment from their bodies. 1 PM submachine gun with 1 magazine, 30 918mm rounds. 2 standard PM magazines, 60 918mm rounds. 1 AKS-74U compact assault rifle with 1 magazine, 35 4,539mm rounds. 1 AK-74 compatible magazine, 35 4,539mm rounds. 2 PL-15 pistols, each with 1 magazine, 16 919mm rounds. 5 F-1 defensive fragmentation grenades. 1 Damascus steel dagger. 1 6KH-5 bayonet. 1 terrorist-style balaclava. 1 half-face mask. 2 level II Paka soft ballistic vests. 1 Malawian Kwacha chest rig. 1 SWE micro chest rig. 6 sterile bandages. 1 tube of Jean Shing ointment. 2 beef sausages. 1 bottled beer. 30,000 apocalypse credits. Tang Yu staggered, dazed by the sheer abundance. By the heavens, I've truly hit the jackpot. But now was no time for all. He needed to secure this bounty in his hideout before inspecting each item's attributes. He stuffed every portable item into his backpack and discovered to his delight that the 2 chest rigs themselves expanded inventory capacity. Yet only one could be worn at a time. He immediately equipped the rig, offering 16 slots, increasing his total inventory from 25 to 41. Finally, he tidied the scene, slung both long guns across his body, and cradled the 2 ballistic vests. Then Tang Yu sprinted toward his hideout, heart surging, not with fear, but with the giddy euphoria of sudden, staggering fortune. Indeed, the greater the risk, the richer the reward. My ancestors spoke truth. Soon he reached his sanctuary. Only after sealing the door behind him did he collapse onto the floor, breathing ragged and deep. Carrying rifles and ballistic vests, nearly 50 pounds, he was utterly spent. Yet his grin refused to fade. This was his first true windfall, his hard-earned foundation. Half an hour later, Tang Yu had catalogued every acquisition. His gaze lingered longest on the apocalypse credits, 30,000 in crisp paper notes. Each note bore a denomination of 1,000 credits. The upgrade requirements for the rest area are complete. Time to level up, 30 minutes, and it's done. He gathered matches, a blanket, and the credits, then approached the single cot. There, as expected, the rest area upgrade prompt shimmered anew. Rest area. Effect: 8 hours of sleep, restores 80 stamina, reduces hunger by 40 and thirst by 30. Note: trust me, it offers far more psychological comfort than sleeping on bare concrete. Next tier, rest area, level 1. Requirements: 5000 apocalypse credits, 1 blanket, 1 match. Upgrade duration: 30 minutes. Upgrade materials confirmed. Proceed with upgrade. What hesitation remains? Yes. At Tang Yu's confirmation, a soft, golden luminescence enveloped the cot, and upon it the matches, blanket, and 5,000 credits. Taking advantage of the downtime while the rest area underwent upgrades, Tang Yu opened the regional chat channel. I now have more than enough handguns and bulletproof vests. Keeping them serves little purpose. Perhaps I should see if I can trade for something truly useful. Meanwhile, the regional chat was buzzing with activity. Tang Yu noticed the current player count had dropped again to 968. Perhaps due to mounting fatalities, desperate pleas for weapons and armor flooded the channel. 5 packs of instant noodles for 1 weapon, melee only. No way. Trading 1 firearm for 2 keys. Contact me if interested. Brothers, does anyone have healing items? I'm on the verge of collapse, bleeding non-stop. Many thanks. Offering 1 crowbar image. Seeking an abandoned factory key. Contact if available. Anyone got food or water? I'm utterly unlucky. My satiety and hydration levels have both hit 0. My health is about to plummet. Help. Tang Yu's gaze quickly locked onto one message, and he immediately initiated contact. Tang Yu, which locations do your 2 keys unlock? Wang Bohu, brother, are you carrying a firearm? These are the keys to apartment block 15 and the Red Romance Club entrance. Rest assured, they've never been used. Image. A spark of delight flashed across Tang Yu's mind. Apartment block 15's key. He happened to carry 2 identical keys himself. What uncanny coincidence. Tang Yu, I have a handgun image, but 2 keys alone won't suffice. Wang Bohu, whoa, legendary master. You acquired a handgun, fully loaded, within just half a day. Where on earth did you get it? Stunned expression. Wang Bohu, master, you're right. I'm clearly underpaying. All I have left besides these 2 keys are some rations and drinks. How about adding 1 exclusive piece of intelligence to the deal? Tang Yu. What intelligence? You'd better not be bluffing. Wang Bohu, no deception, I swear. This is classified intel known to only a handful in the real world. I learned it purely by accident. So deal. Tang Yu. If this intel is so valuable, why offer it so freely? Wang Bohu, master, don't joke. Right now a single firearm outweighs all other supplies combined. Besides, once the first wave of apocalypse passes, this game version will merge with veteran players' versions, and then everyone will know this secret. Telling you now changes nothing. Still very few know it at this stage. Tang Yu frowned deeply upon reading Wang Bohu's reply. A hidden intelligence existed, and Wang Bohu's tone betrayed no falsehood. Tang Yu, fine. 2 keys plus that intel. Don't betray my trust. Wang Bohu, haha. Relax, master. You'll find it worth every ounce. Instantly, Tang Yu sent over a handgun and a full magazine. In return, Wang Bohu delivered the keys to apartment block 15 and the Red Romance Club. Simultaneously, Wang Bohu transmitted his intel master. Here's the crucial tip: gather graphics cards whenever possible. Once the first apocalypse wave concludes, our game version will fuse with veterans' versions, and graphics cards will become indispensable. They're essential for acquiring disaster coins. Disaster coins serve as the rarest currency in the apocalypse world. Graphics card disaster coin. 2 new item names appeared before Tang Yu. But what use were they? What gripped Tang Yu most was the impending fusion with veteran players' versions. Tang Yu, so, you mean our current region hosts only novices? Wang Bohu. Exactly, master. Until the first catastrophe passes, the entire world contains only novice players, and game difficulty remains at its lowest tier. Only after surviving that initial disaster will our world integrate with veterans' versions, dramatically escalating difficulty. Then multiracial players will officially enter our reality. Upon receiving Wang Bohu's confirmation, Tang Yu grasped the implications instantly. Their world was effectively a newly launched server, while veterans inhabited the main server. Only after surviving the first cataclysm would the novice server merge into the main one, launching the true apocalypse game alongside all veterans and multiracial players. It required no imagination to foresee the exponential surge in survival difficulty. Not only would environmental hazards intensify, but they would also face higher-level, better-equipped multiracial players. Tang Yu's gaze drifted instinctively toward the nearby subway station surveillance console. Seizing every opportunity for advancement had become imperative. He felt profound gratitude for choosing this exchange with Wang Bohu. It granted him far clearer insight into his future survival landscape. Acting without hesitation, Tang Yu strode to the console and began dismantling 3 computer chassis. Clearly damaged by unknown forces, only fragmented electronic components remained functional. 1 CPU fan, 1 RAM stick, 1 power supply unit, 1 power cable. His haul was negligible, yielding nothing remarkable. Nonetheless, Tang Yu collected every item. Though he hadn't found a graphics card, he'd uncovered a new resource-gathering method: chassis stripping. Chassis stripping yielded mostly electronic components. Surely these would prove vital in future survival scenarios. Tang Yu glanced at his shelter's reinforced door, then posted 2 messages in the regional channel. 1 Damascus dagger image. Trading for 1 anti-theft lock core plus any key. Interested. 1 level 2 bulletproof vest image. Trading for shelter upgrade materials. Interested. Players viewing Tang Yu's messages in the chat channel stood stunned. Another melee weapon trader. Why are there so many masters acquiring weapons? Could this master be planning to upgrade his shelter's entrance directly? Look closely. He's trading both melee weaponry and a level 2 bulletproof vest. Did he eliminate a marauder immediately upon entering the game? A legendary master has emerged. Any guides to acquiring weapons? Please share. At those words, the entire regional chat erupted into chaos. Marauders were, after all, invincible to players at this stage. Most afternoon fatalities resulted from marauder attacks, hence the survivors' utter astonishment. Master, please take me along. I'll be your loyal follower. Tang Yu, Master. I lack an anti-theft lock core, but would 3 packs of instant noodles suffice? Private messages flooded Tang Yu's inbox, mostly offering food or other resources for weapons, but he ignored them all. A few private offers intrigued him deeply, yet he held firm, awaiting the perfect trade to upgrade his shelter's door. Hello, would 1 anti-theft lock core plus 1 tactical sight image be acceptable? A tactical sight. Tang Yu sat bolt upright and opened the attached image. The DP Reflex Compact Sight enhances aiming precision, providing a 25 accuracy for long-range shooting. Magnification 1x. Applicable gun type submachine guns and assault rifles. Upon reviewing the tactical sight data sent from across Tang, Yu felt a surge of delight within. This sight was perfectly suited for the 2 weapons he currently possessed. Tang Yu immediately contacted a player to complete the trade. 1 Damascus dagger was exchanged for 1 anti-theft lock core and 1 tactical sight. He then took the anti-theft lock core and measuring tape to the entrance of his hideout. The security door of the hideout is effective at preventing animal intrusions. Note indeed its function is solely to block animals from entering. Next phase, level 1 security anti-theft door for the hideout. Upgrade requirements: 2500 Doomsday coins, 1 anti-theft lock core, 1 measuring tape. Upgrade time 30 minutes. The upgrade materials meet the requirements. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. The hideout door immediately entered the upgrade state, and all of Tang Yu's Doomsday coins were spent. At this moment, the rest area had completed its upgrade. The originally flimsy single bed mattress transformed into a thick blanket, and the iron frame became wooden. Rest area level 1. Effect: 6 hours of sleep, restores 80 stamina, decreases fullness by 30, reduces water level by 20, OI provides some warmth, and has a 10 chance to remove negative effects. Note it's not perfect, but at least it's now usable for sleeping. Next phase, level 2 cozy rest area. Upgrade requirements: level 1 ventilation duct, 200 Doomsday coins, 1 energy saving bulb, 1 energy battery. Upgrade time 1 hour. Current upgrade materials are insufficient for the upgrade. Tang Yu also noticed a manufacture button option appearing at the bottom of the rest area page. He clicked to open it, and several manufacturing lists appeared before him. They were single blanket production requirements: 10 wool, 2 hemp threads; single quilt production requirements: 15 cotton, 1 needle and thread; single mattress production requirements: 3 palm fibers, 1 rubber; pillow production requirements: 2 cotton, 2 polyester. A complete bedding set. Unfortunately, Tang Yu had no energy left to trade for these materials. He simply laid down on the now thick single bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the first day of entering the Doomsday Game, Tang Yu's experiences were quite thrilling, but his energy was also greatly depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning, roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. After a quick resolution, he was fully awake and began to contemplate his action plan for the day. As the first step in deciding his actions, Tang Yu directly opened the panel to check the Super Monopoly plugin. As expected, with Tang Yu's focus, the virtual map of Super Monopoly reappeared and the number of dice rolls reset to 1. Would you like to roll the dice? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together. May the heavens bless me. Yes. As Tang Yu confirmed, the dice rolled rapidly in the void before slowly coming to a stop, revealing today's number. Today at 4 o'clock, the miniature Tang Yu began to pulse on the virtual map. 1, 2, 3, 4. The position where the miniature Tang Yu stopped indicated a red light on the virtual map. Would you like to spend 150 points to purchase the Red Romance Club? The mechanical prompt echoed in Tang Yu's ears. Red Romance Club. Tang Yu's spirit lifted. That name sounded so familiar. He then opened his backpack space and looked at the few keys he had. Currently, Tang Yu had a total of 5 keys. They include the key to apartment 15's main door, the key to room 715 of apartment 15, the key to room 807 of apartment 15, the key to locker 45 of the subway station's changing room, and the key to the Red Romance Club's main door. Wow, this is it. Tang Ran took out the metal key that could unlock the main door of the Red Romance Club and repeatedly compared it with the Super Monopoly page. That's right, it's the Red Romance Club. Tang Yu immediately chose yes. With his confirmation, a new 3D map appeared in Tang Yu's mind, which was the virtual map of the Red Romance Club. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile. When luck comes, it truly cannot be stopped. What was originally just a key that happened to be acquired during a transaction unexpectedly found its purpose today. So today's exploration destination was set. However, there were still a few tasks to complete. The first task was that Tang Yu looked at the Super Monopoly panel interface, raising his eyebrows slightly. Because the wealth points displayed were now unexpectedly at 153, which was entirely incorrect. Yesterday, the initial points for Monopoly were 500. 250 points were spent to purchase the station and 150 points for the Red Romance Club, He should have had 100 points remaining. So where did these extra 53 points come from? Tang Yu directly checked the system records and suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten that purchasing assets would yield investment returns. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Super Monopoly refreshed, and the system prompt appeared at that time, but Tang Yu was sound asleep then, so he completely missed it. On the second day of the Doomsday Game, the investment returns of Super Monopoly were summarized with a single investment, Subway Garden Station, yielding 53 points that day. Tang Yu couldn't help but glance at the location of the Red Romance Club. If this was the case, as long as there was one real estate, the wealth points would increase the next day. Now that Tang Yu already had 2 properties, wouldn't he experience double the joy tomorrow? This is truly an unexpected delight. A new day dawned, and Tang Yu was very pleased with this unforeseen gain. He then checked on other tasks, and the security door of the hideout had also been upgraded. Hideout Security Steel Door Level 1. Affect the thick steel material and precision lock core allow this door to withstand intrusions from ordinary biological entities. Note the upgrade of the security door is the first step you take in the apocalypse. Next stage, Hideout Security Alloy Door Level 2. Upgrade requirements: Ventilation Duct Level 1, Bathroom Level 1, Apocalypse Coins 5/0, Alloy Steel X2, Glass X1, Foam Glue X1. Upgrade time 1 hour. Current upgrade materials are insufficient and cannot be upgraded. Very well, it seems there is no need to consider upgrade requirements for the time being. The successful upgrade of the security door allowed Tang Yu's previously taut nerves to relax slightly, and a key to the hideout's security door appeared in his backpack. Moreover, the trading information for the Level 2 bulletproof vest he posted last night led dozens of survivors to send their offers to Tang Yu. In the end, Tang Yu chose one survivor to complete the trade, and his trading items were energy batteries X2 and foam glue X1. All of which were upgrade materials Tang Yu could use for the hideout. After dealing with the hideout matters, Tang Yu quickly had a meal and replenished the energy lost from a night's rest. Then he organized his equipment and prepared to explore the Red Romance Club, scavenging the supplies there. His gear was quite luxurious. If other players saw it, they would surely be left speechless. Main weapon: PM submachine gun, 3 magazines, 90 bullets, equipped with a tactical sight. Secondary weapon: PL-15 pistol, contains 16 bullets. Melee weapon: 6H5 bayonet. Throwing weapon: F1 defensive fragmentation, grenades, X5. Vest Level 2 bulletproof vest. Backpack: 20-slot backpack, 16-slot bullet pouch. Medical supplies: 6 sterile bandages, 1 golden star ointment. Looking at his fully armed equipment, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. Lack of skills, but equipment compensates. As long as he can carefully make his way to the Red Romance Club. At that time, with the help of the virtual map, if there are enemies, he will definitely let them experience the essence of being a cunning player. Tang Yu advanced cautiously through the pitch-black subway tunnel, flashlight in hand, heading toward the Hong Langman Club. Judging by distance alone, Hong Langman lay only 500 or 600 meters from Garden Subway Station. Yet, given the presence of marauding refugees and rebel forces above ground, Tang Yu deemed the underground route the safest path to the vicinity of Hong Langman. Burdened by the weight of his gear, he took a full 15 minutes to reach the Cape of Good Hope subway station, just outside the perimeter covered by his purchased map. Here the virtual map had already gone dark. He switched off his flashlight and melted into the tunnel's deepest shadows, remaining utterly still for 2 long minutes. Only after confirming absolute silence did he climb onto the station platform and head toward the subway entrance. The station held little allure for refugees, so Tang Yu reached the entrance unimpeded, and there across the street, he spotted the Hong Langman Club. It stood on a side street diagonally opposite the subway entrance. But just as Tang Yu prepared to cross the road, a rapid burst of gunfire erupted from a nearby high-rise, followed instantly by 2 blood-curdling screams. His heart lurched. He immediately opened the regional chat panel. Sure enough, the survivor count had dropped by 2. There was no doubt players had been discovered by refugees. What chilled him most was the gunfire itself. No fewer than 3 distinct shots. That meant at least 3 armed enemies were present. A near-suicidal scenario. No, I can't wait here. Death is inevitable if I do. I must get inside Hong Langman. Only then can I survive. The thought burned fiercely in his mind. He now stood within arm's reach of Hong Langman. To turn back would cripple his power progression. Whether he could endure the cataclysm looming 6 days hence would become entirely uncertain. Survival demanded entry. Only within Hong Langman's walls could he leverage the virtual map's strategic advantage to its fullest. Having resolved, he hesitated no longer. Once assured the street was empty, he dashed across the asphalt with swift, silent strides. No one sees me. No one sees me. If you shoot me, you're a dog. So whoever shoots me is a dog. He muttered under his breath, each of those 30-odd meters stretching like an eternity. At last he vaulted across the road and lunged into the alley mouth leading to Hong Langman, gasping raggedly. That brief sprint had been pure unrelenting dread. He'd made it. Hong Langman loomed less than 20 meters ahead, just as he exhaled in relief. Pop-a-pop, pop-pop. Bullets slammed into the wall beside him, spitting chips of concrete. Damn, he'd been spotted. Eyes wide with shock, yet body already reacting. Tang Yu whirled and sprinted toward the club's entrance, already hearing chaotic footsteps echoing from the alley's far corner. The refugees were closing in. Hurry, there's still one survivor. Don't kill him this time. We'll play with him first. Yes. We might even sell him to Ghostface crew. They've been hunting live ones. Grab the kid, but watch yourselves. I saw a gun on him. Everyone stay sharp. As their shouts echoed behind him, Tang Yu burst through Hong Langman's grand entrance. Its door was a massive ornate bronze slab, its keyhole gleaming faintly. Tang Yu summoned his inventory and withdrew the Hong Langman main door key prepared long in advance. He slid the key and turned it sharply. The lock clicked open. As he wrenched the door wide and stepped forward with 1 foot across the threshold, the refugees rounded the alley corner. Spotting the half-open bronze door, they raised their weapons without pause. Pop-a-pop. Bullets ricocheted wildly off the metal with deafening clangs. Tang Yu hurled himself inside and slammed the door shut behind him, bolting deeper into the club without glancing back. Instantly, he accessed the Hong Langman virtual map projected in his mind. While sprinting, he scanned the layout, confirming no hostiles occupied the premises. Then he slipped into the innermost room on the first floor, racked his rifle's bolt chambered around, and settled into tense readiness. His ragged breathing gradually steadied after several deep, controlled breaths. Now muffled voices drifted clearly from beyond the door. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy shots shattered the lock. The door burst inward, and 4 figures entered. 4 red blips flared on his mental map. Inside, Hong Langman lay steeped in gloom. Only the crimson neon strips along the ceiling cast flickering, disorienting light, deepening the shadows until visibility vanished. He listened silently to the crash of shattering furniture, biding his moment. He knew his weakness, his marksmanship, was unreliable. Victory hinged on a single lethal, close-range ambush. A direct firefight would be suicide. And the refugees, seasoned hunters, understood survivors well. They split instantly into 2 pairs. Each pair moved in tight, coordinated formation, covering one another. Though brazen moments before, they now moved with practiced wariness, alert to any hidden threat. Watching their movements on the map, 2 sweeping the ground floor, 2 ascending the stairs, Tang Yu's eyes narrowed with quiet calculation. Their division was his opening. He crouched in the farthest private room on the first floor, its dim ambient glow rendering his silhouette nearly invisible against the walls. The 2 ground floor scavengers had already reached the corridor's bend. One more turn, and they'd face the second door. Tracking their positions on the map, Tang Yu carefully drew an oval object from his chest rig. F1 defensive grenade. Type, thrown weapon. Inventory slots 1. Detonation delay 3. 5 seconds. Blast radius 37 meters. Stun radius 12 meters. Shrapnel count 90 F1 fragments. All know the distinction. Offensive grenades rely on concussive force. Defensive ones maximize lethality through fragmentation. Thus, their destructive potential is immense. Their sole purpose, absolute annihilation of every enemy within range. Detonated here in this narrow corridor, the blast would inflict maximum carnage. He yanked the safety pin, counted 1 heartbeat, and flung the grenade low straight at the feet of the 2 men just rounding the corner. Then he slammed the door shut and whispered inwardly, boom. Go to hell. The instant the door sealed, kaboom. A thunderous detonation shook the building. 2 vagrants searching the first floor advanced single file around the corridor corner, only to see a round object rolling straight toward their feet. They froze for a split second, then muscle memory forged through years of urban combat propelled them sideways in instinctive evasion. Grenade. By the time recognition struck, it was already too late. Their dive offered no protection against a grenade detonating mere inches away. Still airborne, the F1 grenade erupted. Hundreds of shrapnel fragments scoured their bodies like lethal rain. The blast's immense concussive force hurled them backward. By the time they struck the ground, they were little more than mangled, limbless husks, beyond death itself. The violent detonation rattled Tang Yu, who had been crouched inside a nearby room, his heart hammering with visceral dread. The room's walls fractured outright, exposing crumbling drywall. At the junction with the adjacent chamber, the explosion blasted a jagged breach, and the shockwave sent Tang Yu sprawling onto the floor. Dust and debris rained down upon him, coating his hair and face in grime. Cough, cough. He struggled upright, spitting soil from his mouth. He shook his dazed head lightly, the ringing in his ears still persistent. Damn shoddy construction, nearly killed me too. Yet the moment he rose, his expression tightened. Without hesitation, he bolted down the corridor toward its opposite end. His virtual map revealed that 2 other vagrants, previously ascending to the 3rd floor, had reversed course the instant the explosion echoed, now racing downward toward the first floor. As Tang Yu passed the corridor bend, he glimpsed the two corpses lying in pools of blood. Though he coveted their spoil's survival, left no room for looting now. The first-floor corridor of the Honglang Man Club formed its junction. One arm led to the room where Tang Yu had taken cover, the other extended toward the club's kitchen. Tang Yu reached the kitchen and secured the fire door behind him, just as the remaining two vagrants arrived on the first floor. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire cracked repeatedly, 3 precise shots. The sudden blast had instilled deep wariness in the pair. They shouted their fallen comrades' names into the silence, and receiving no reply realized at once this was no ordinary survivor. This was a seasoned hunter. They soon reached the corridor bend, and naturally spotted their dead companions. Yet they spared only a cursory glance before moving on. In the world of vagrants, death was ever present. One swiftly swept the surrounding rooms, finding no trace of threat. Then both turned their gaze toward the kitchen's direction. Exchanging a silent nod, they raised their rifles and edged cautiously toward the fire door. Their positioning was deliberate. The fire door bore 2 circular glass portholes, so they pressed close to the wall, advancing slowly, rifles trained squarely on those windows. Anyone peering through would be cut down instantly. Yet as they reached the door, nothing stirred. No movement, no sound. Satisfied it was unoccupied, they signaled coordination. With a thunderous kick, they burst the door inward and simultaneously hurled 2 grenades, one to each side of the threshold. Boom, boom. The twin blasts roared. The vagrants stormed into the kitchen, spraying bullets into every conceivable hiding spot. After clearing all rooms, however, they found no one. Just as they began to suspect the survivor had fled elsewhere, clang, a dull metallic thud echoed from across the room, the walk-in freezer. They exchanged a knowing smile. This survivor was clever, hiding inside the freezer. A cold, predatory smirk curled their lips. Treading silently, they approached the freezer door. One gripped 2 grenades and nodded with quiet amusement. The other grasped the handle, ready to swing it open. The instant the door cracked open, the second man would hurl both grenades inside, obliterating the survivor in a storm of shrapnel. They could already picture the carnage. Unseen 7 or 8 meters behind them, a narrow freezer cabinet, flush against the wall, slid open just a fraction. A dark, unblinking muzzle now aimed steadily at their backs. At the exact moment the freezer door swung wide, and the grenades left their hands, the PM submachine gun spat forth a torrent of fury. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Firing at over 600 rounds per minute, it emptied its 30-round magazine in under 3 seconds. The 2 vagrants collapsed, riddled with bullets, their faces frozen in disbelief. Boom, boom. Only then did the muffled detonations echo from within the freezer, and the freezer door swung fully open. Tang Yu wriggled free of the cramped compartment, reloaded his weapon, and delivered 2 precise headshots before exhaling deeply. The Honglang Man Club was now clear, but the earlier explosions and gunfire would surely draw other vagrants or rebels from the vicinity. Tang Yu needed to loot and depart, fast. He stripped the fallen men of all gear, stowing grenades and small items into his backpack. Larger equipment, rifles, bulletproof vests, was crammed into a nearby refrigerator. He repeated the same process with the 2 vagrants killed at the corridor bend. 30 minutes had elapsed. Throughout those 30 minutes, Tang Yu monitored his virtual map intently. Yet no new threats appeared, even after he'd collected all 4 sets of gear. Relief washed over him, yet vigilance deepened. If he could lie in wait and ambush others could do the same to him. After all, at least 3 players had already acquired firearms that morning. In the struggle for resources, sacrificing comrades, not oneself, was simply pragmatic survival. A grin spread across Tang Yu's face. He'd barely arrived, and already claimed the full arsenal of 4 vagrants. His haul was extraordinary. With most first-floor rooms reduced to rubble, he ascended to the 2nd floor. The Honglang Man Club stood 3 stories tall. Clearly it had served as a discreet pleasure den before the collapse, frequented no doubt by the wealthy elite. Within just 2 rooms he uncovered 15,000 ruined coins atop sofas and coffee tables, and 2 rare high-value items, guitar picks. Tang Yu entered a blissful looting rhythm. Gold necklace, excellent, take it. Doll figurine, valuable, secure it. Ibuprofen pain relievers, vital medical supplies, claim them. Energy-saving light bulbs, rest area upgrade material, collect them. Room by room he combed through every space, leaving behind utter desolation as if locusts had swept through. Just as he stepped out of the 2nd floor's final room, a faint, elusive footfall reached his ears, originating from the floor below, just outside the doorway. Tang Yu's nerves snapped taut, every sense sharpened to a razor's edge. Rustle, rustle. The faint sound of footsteps echoed again, and Tang Yu felt an undeniable certainty at this moment. Downstairs outside the window, someone was stealthily walking, seemingly aware that Tang Yu was nearby on the 2nd floor. Therefore, every step taken was extremely cautious. If Tang Yu hadn't happened to be at the edge of the second-floor window, he wouldn't have heard it. At this moment Tang Yu had completely entered a state of silence. The presence of the person outside felt too strange to him. It was as if the two had entered a game of wits. Amidst the passage of time, Tang Yu finally saw a dark red, glowing point appear at the entrance of the red romance on the virtual map in his mind. Tang Yu's eyes widened involuntarily, revealing an expression of disbelief. What? Is that thing coming? This was the first time Tang Yu had seen a glowing point of this color. The red glowing point already signified an enemy, so what did this dark red glowing point represent? Endless hostility? Or perhaps evil? Everything was uncertain. All Tang Yu knew was that the mysterious figure had arrived at the corner of the second floor. His gun was firmly locked onto that corner. As soon as the enemy showed their face, they would be greeted with a barrage of bullets. But just as they were about to turn the corner, the mysterious figure suddenly stopped. The second floor of Red Romance fell silent. What's going on? Does he know I'm aiming at him right now? Such doubts arose in Tang Yu's mind. But no one provided him with answers. Continuing like this was not a solution. Tang Yu kicked the grenade he had prepared on the ground with his right foot. The sound of the grenade's pin rattling echoed, giving the impression that Tang Yu was about to throw it. At the same time as the grenade made a noise, the mysterious figure hiding around the corner suddenly moved. After a tactical roll, he raised his gun to aim at Tang Yu's position. Rat-a-tat-tat. A storm of bullets relentlessly struck the ground, creating shallow and deep craters. Mixed in were the dull sounds produced when bullets penetrated human bodies. Soon an entire magazine of bullets was emptied. Only then did Tang Yu stand up, a hint of mockery curling his lips. He stowed away the grenade back into the magazine. I knew you were waiting for me to pull the pin to shoot me. He approached the mysterious figure who had become riddled with holes. Turning on his flashlight to take a look, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened as he tugged down on the mysterious figure's collar. A mysterious symbol appeared on the figure's neck. This is a tattoo. Tang Yu looked at the corpse with a complex expression. This was actually a follower of the evil god, unlike the two vagrants from last night. This was a bona fide follower of the evil god. But in the next moment, an expression of excitement appeared on Tang Yu's face. His gaze on the corpse was akin to looking at a precious treasure chest. A follower of the evil god would undoubtedly possess high-level rare items, something emphasized in the training materials before entering the Doomsday Game. Tang Yu immediately began to scavenge the body of the evil god follower, his eyes visibly brightening. Wow, I'm really hitting the jackpot. AS-Val Special Assault Rifle. Type Assault Rifle. Space occupied 52. Effective range 400 meters. Shooting mode single fire fully automatic. Rate of fire 900. Aiming distance 420. Bullet caliber 939 millimeters. Magazine 30 round VSS magazine. 2 spare magazines, 90 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing bullets. Level 3 armor-piercing bullet. Type 939 millimeters bullet. Ricochet rate 40. Fragmentation rate 20. Bleeding rate 10. Major bleeding rate 20. Heat generation 45. Jam probability medium. Misfire probability very low. Effect can penetrate level 3 bulletproof vests. Has a 50 chance to penetrate level 4 bulletproof vests. Recoil 7. Shattered mask. Type face. Space occupied 22. Protected areas eyes jaw. Ricochet probability high. 6B13 assault armor. Type lightweight bulletproof vest. Weight 2. 8 kilograms. Space occupied 34. Material aramid. Bulletproof level 2. Protection areas chest, abdomen, back, sides, throat, groin. Plate insert areas front, back. Plate level 4. Movement speed impact 1. Turning speed impact 0. Military backpack. Container size 42. Reinforced military boots. Type rare equipment footwear. Material leather cashmere steel plate. Stab resistance level 2. Warmth level excellent. Movement speed boost 10. Footsteps silence boost 15. Fireplace construction blueprint. Type rare blueprint. Effect 1. Build a warming fireplace in the rest area of the hideout, raising the indoor temperature by 10 to 50. Effect 2. After igniting, there is a 60 chance to remove 1 negative abnormal status from a survivor every 2 hours. Construction requirements: ventilation duct level 1 3 Doomsday coins 30 units of stone, 10 bolts, 10 nuts. Construction time 1 hour. Looking at the dazzling array of equipment, a smile curled at the corners of Tang Yu's mouth akin to a pouting fish. An assault rifle, a bulletproof vest with level 4 bulletproof, plates, a head mask, a backpack, rare equipment, military boots, and rare level construction blueprints. Each item he laid out could stir up a massive uproar in the chat room. But now Tang Yu had an entire set of such equipment before him. Especially the military boots and fireplace blueprint. These two items were absolutely crucial for surviving the disaster event after 6 days, the polar blizzard. The fireplace was not a conventional facility in the hideout, so it didn't appear in the construction list, but as long as the corresponding blueprint was used, it could be directly crafted. This is the value of the evil god follower. With the fireplace, Tang Yu's chance of surviving the first disaster event had risen to 40. Quickly stuffing these items into his backpack, the military boots, bulletproof vest, and main weapon were directly replaced by Tang Yu. He then placed the bulletproof mask on his face. At this moment, nearly all of Tang Yu's equipment had been upgraded. And due to the level 3 armor-piercing bullets in the new assault rifle, Tang Yu's offensive capability had significantly increased. Basically, bulletproof vests below level 4 were as fragile as paper under his assault, having no effect whatsoever. This also left Tang Yu shocked. Fortunately, he had often played such shooting games in his past life, so he was well-versed in various battlefield tricks. He had managed to survive by deceiving this evil god follower. This level 2 bulletproof vest on him would probably spell his doom if he was hit even once by the evil god follower. This made Tang Yu even more cautious and careful about this city. Just as he was about to search for supplies on the 3rd floor, his eyes suddenly turned to the corner of the staircase. There, quietly lying, was a notebook. What is this? Tang Yu picked up the notebook, and what caught his eye was a mysterious symbol depicting a giant eye. Within the notebook were densely packed mysterious symbols, none of which belonged to any language Tang Yu recognized. Notebook of the cultists of the evil god. This notebook records important information for the cultists of the evil god, but it requires corresponding knowledge or a decoding USB drive to understand the related information. Tang Yu was secretly astonished. He did not expect such an unexpected delight. This notebook must contain important information among the cultists of the evil god. Unfortunately, he could not decipher the contents for now, so he could only store it in his backpack to see if he could crack it later. As the 2nd floor had been thoroughly searched before the battle, Tang Yu headed directly to the 3rd floor. The search on the 3rd floor went very smoothly, and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. Each room was in disarray, with some rooms containing luggage and other items left behind by guests. Unfortunately, none of them were spatial backpacks, so Tang Yu simply collected the supplies inside and left. However, when searching the last room, Tang Yu found 2 interesting little items. Commemorative coin type valuable item. Description: a commemorative coin issued to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the victory in the city war of Luo City. It is said that some people are collecting these. Keycard holder, container size 44/16 slots. This is a container specifically designed for holding keys or loose coins. Tang Yu then realized the name of the city he was in, Luo City. The keycard holder was also very useful for Tang Yu, as one key would occupy 1 slot in his backpack. However, after placing all 5 existing keys in the keycard holder, it would only occupy 1 item slot in the backpack, saving a significant amount of space. He simply decided to place the commemorative coin inside as well. After Tang Yu finished searching the entire Red Romantic Club, he returned to the kitchen on the 1st floor. After the battle and gathering supplies, 2 hours had already passed. Inspired by the keycard holder, Tang Yu now understood that backpack space could be stacked. He took out the loot hidden in the refrigerator. He placed all grenades or small items into the spare magazine or backpack, stacking them in order. In the end, only 2 level 2 bulletproof vests, 2 submachine guns, and 4 melee weapons, military knives, were left that he could not carry. Tang Yu went straight to the regional chat. Tang Yu high-level supplies for sale, limited quantity, first come first served. Tang Yu 2 submachine guns, each with 1 magazine and 30 bullets, limited quantity, only for trading rare supplies, blueprints and items are acceptable. Tang Yu level 2 bulletproof vests, the best choice for survival, and escape survival probability increased several times, only 2 available, priority for trading, upgrade supplies for hiding places, quote me for the price highest bidder wins. Tang Yu 4 melee weapons, military knives. Brothers without weapons shouldn't miss out. Priority for trading materials like cotton stones, and would quote me for the price highest bidder wins. For consecutive messages were sent, and the regional chat screen, which had been continuously scrolling briefly, went blank. The next moment, the regional chat exploded. Messages began rolling in like an avalanche, all filled with the astonishment of the survivors. What is happening? Did he raid the rebels' armory? Are you crazy? Am still hiding from the refugees? Has Yushin already gone on a rampage? I just heard gunfire and explosions coming from a nearby building, scare me to death. Could it be this great god fighting? Did he wipe out a refugee squad? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Am still starving and afraid to go out while Yushin is already selling weapons. Wait, wasn't this the big shot who sold weapons and bulletproof vests last night? Did he restock today? The arms tycoon of the apocalypse. Yushin, I've sent you a private message, can we trade? There were those who were incredulous, shocked, and those whose mental state was unbalanced, blaming the heavens. Looking at the dense stream of chat messages, Tang Yu's eyes could hardly keep up alongside the constant ringing of private message notifications. He turned off the notification sound and began to check the private messages. At the same time, he kept an eye on the situation on the virtual map. Undoubtedly, the number of people wanting to trade for those 2 submachine guns was the highest. However, the vast majority were just trying to joke around and take advantage of the situation, with some even attempting to get it for free. He directly blacklisted these people. Among the remaining messages, Tang Yu saw some relatively decent offers. Disguise coding sticker type, rare item. Effect: a coding sticker for the entrance of the hiding place that automatically disguises and changes color based on the surrounding environment, reducing the probability of being discovered by 60. Blueprint for ventilation duct modification, safety type rare blueprint. Effect: 1 modifies the structure of the hiding place's ventilation duct, improving ventilation performance by 40 and increasing the discharge speed of harmful gases indoors by 30. Construction requirements: Level 1 ventilation duct 1 individual Doomsday coins heat insulation coating 1, exhaust fan 1. Construction time 2 hours. In the end, Tang Yu chose these 2 items. The benefits of the disguise coating were self-evident, as it would greatly increase the concealment of the hiding place. After all, the subway station's location occasionally saw refugees enter. If Tang Yu were to be discovered by refugees while he was out or resting at night, it would be a devastating blow. The blueprint for the ventilation duct modification could be considered a special upgraded version of the ventilation duct, which could only be modified after constructing a level 1 ventilation duct, significantly improving indoor air circulation. Coincidentally, Tang Yu also had a blueprint for a fireplace. When the first disaster of polar blizzards arrives, indoor heating is essential. With this blueprint, carbon monoxide poisoning could essentially be avoided. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, noting that there were still many capable individuals among the survivors. Although there were many channels for obtaining rare supplies, being able to acquire them on the second day was truly impressive. He directly contacted the 2 individuals and quickly completed the transaction. It is worth mentioning that one of the trading partners was Wang Bohu, who had traded a pistol with Tang Yu yesterday. Wang Bohu was amazed at Tang Yu's ability to acquire equipment quickly, and Tang Yu began to pay close attention to Wang Bohu. It seems that this Wang Bohu is also capable. It's only the second day, and while most people are still struggling to survive, he has continuously obtained rare resources trading for a pistol and a submachine gun. Perhaps he could maintain long-term contact with him. However, he soon discovered a problem. Tang Yu discovered that the survivor who sent him the trading information mainly offered construction materials, electronic components, food, and water. However, the materials he was most lacking, such as stones, wood, and cotton, were nowhere to be found, which furrowed Tang Yu's brows. Could it be that these materials do not drop in the city? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the content in the training manual and realized that these types of materials indeed do not produce in urban areas. Stones are generally more abundant in desert or mountainous regions. Wood is most commonly produced in forested areas. Cotton should come from plains or similar regions. Each region has its own special products. The materials produced in urban areas are mainly items frequently used in the city, while food and water are somewhat easier to obtain. Overall, the basic survival conditions in the city are slightly better than those of survivors in other areas. However, correspondingly, urban areas face the risk of attacks from refugees and rebel forces with a higher death pressure compared to other regions. Thinking of this, Tang Yu directly opened the long unopened world channel. The chat content in the world channel was evidently much less than in the regional chat, with only a few sparse dialogues. Soon he edited his content and sent it out. City: Tang Yu close combat weapons, 4 military knives, the best choice for self-defense and hunting. Brothers without weapons don't miss out. Trading cotton, stones, wood, wool, etc. Limited quantity. Interested parties, please make an offer. The highest bid wins. Once this message was sent out, it indeed attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. Moreover, the amount of messages on the world channel visibly increased. This time there were approximately 1 survivors entering the apocalyptic game, and even with some casualties, the current number of survivors was still over 9,000. Thus, Tang Yu witnessed the chat in the regional channel becoming even more frenzied than before. Mountain Lu Tao, great. A wolf has been lurking outside my hiding place, now there's hope. I've sent a trading request to the expert. Grassland, Ma Jingtai, awesome. For weapons right off the bat, all military knives, amazing. Big brother, can I borrow a weapon for a bit? He'll return it right away, I promise. West Coast Zhangdong expert, can I trade sea products for your weapons? His private messages were also refreshing constantly, soon reaching over 999. This time Tang Yu was quite familiar with the process. He directly set keyword filtering for his private message inbox. He deleted all chat records that didn't contain offers and filtered for trading partners using the keyword search function. He particularly focused on materials like cotton, stones, and wood, which were what he needed most right now due to the impending disaster caused by a polar blizzard. The price of cotton and wood was evidently more expensive than stones, so the trading quantities for cotton and wood were very limited. However, Tang Yu was not in a hurry to trade and took his time to select. After all, even though cotton and wood were expensive, many people possessed them. However, the weapons available for trade at this stage were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, existing only in limited quantities. It was the other survivors who should be anxious. Sure enough, the bids that appeared later kept increasing. In the end, Tang Yu directly traded his 4 close combat weapons for 30 units of cotton, 80 units of wood, 150 units of stones, and 20 units of wool. However, since Tang Yu was outside and had no space left in his backpack, he did not retrieve the traded materials after completing the transaction, but instead stored them in his inbox. He needed to wait until he returned to his hiding place to extract them. The same principle applied to the 2 level 2 bulletproof vests he traded with the 2 survivors who offered the highest bids. With that, his exploration of the Red Romance Club had been successfully completed. Now his only goal was to return to his hiding place safely. After double-checking all equipment and materials to ensure nothing was missing, he walked out of the Red Romance Club and quickly headed towards the subway station across the street. The journey went smoothly without the anticipated enemies. However, due to the excessive loot and being fully loaded, what should have been a 10-minute walk took him about an hour to finally return to his hiding place. After a brief rest, Tang Yu began to sort through the spoils. The materials scavenged from the Red Romance Club were quite abundant. Apocalypse coins 110000. Valuable items: guitar picks X2, dolls X2, gold necklace X1, golden rooster statue X1, golden egg X1, commemorative coin X1, medical items. Electronic components. The loot from killing those 4 refugees and evil god cultists included PP9 submachine gun X2, magazine X4, MP443 pistol X2, magazine X2, 120 rounds of 9x19mm submachine gun bullets, 56 rounds of 9x19mm pistol bullets, M67 grenade. Of course, the biggest gain from this trip was the rare-grade military boots and weapons, along with the level 4 bulletproof vest that Tang Yu directly equipped, including 2 rare-grade blueprints and the camouflage coating sticker. Looking at the piles of loot, Tang Yu felt overwhelmed and directly opened the facility construction page of the hiding place. He looked at the construction requirements for the warehouse. Previously, he thought it was unnecessary due to the lack of items, but now it had come to the point where he had to build it. Warehouse Level 1 Effect provides a storage warehouse of 40 slots within the hiding place. Construction requirements: 10000 Apocalypse coins, 1 backpack with more than 6 slots. Construction time: 30 minutes. Tang Yu directly took the 8-slot military backpack and began to select a location close to the main entrance of the hiding place to build the warehouse. The military backpack disappeared, consuming 1000 Apocalypse coins. The warehouse began construction. Tang Yu took out the camouflage coating sticker and went outside the entrance of the hiding place to use it on the security door. The item in his hand vanished. The security door of the hiding place seemed to be covered with a layer of silk, revealing a smooth texture and color. Then it slowly merged with the surrounding walls before Tang Yu's eyes. The original entrance of the hiding place had turned into a flat wall. Tang Yu was astonished. He walked back and forth around the door, observing from all angles, yet he could not find any suspicious places. Wow, this is incredible. Truly a rare item. Could it be black technology? After confirming that the camouflage coating was flawless, Tang Yu reached for the door handle of the security door, sensed in his mind. With a click, the security door opened, revealing the interior scene of the hiding place. Tang Yu shook his head repeatedly, utterly amazed. P.S. Dear viewers, great handsome guys. If you like it, please give a little push to urge updates. Send some free love power. Thank you all. Everyone remember to keep up with the updates. Half an hour later, the warehouse had been fully constructed. Tang Yu meticulously arranged all existing supplies inside, though he deliberately set aside certain spoils of war, intending to conduct another round of trades. At present, the shelter's inventory, excluding the gear Tang Yu wore, contained numerous redundant items. These included 3 submachine guns, 1 AK rifle, 4 8-slot ammunition vests, 1 16-slot ammunition vest, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, and 4 handguns. Tang Yu could not possibly utilize all this equipment himself. If left idle, it would gather dust without yielding any practical value. Thus, he resolved to retain only 1 submachine gun and the 16-slot vest. The rest he would release for trade. This strategy would not only allow him to consolidate high-tier resources and rare blueprints from other survivors, thereby strengthening his own capabilities and upgrading the shelter, but also better prepare him for the escalating calamities and trials ahead. Simultaneously, it would enhance the combat readiness of fellow survivors, empowering them to venture into increasingly perilous zones to retrieve valuable supplies. Once a stagnant pool became a flowing stream, future trades would yield far superior returns. Yet today, Tang Yu had already exhausted his allotted number of World Channel messages. He therefore turned to the regional chat channel to post his announcements. Tang Yu, 1 submachine gun complete with 1 magazine and 30 rounds. Your ultimate tool for prosperity. Exclusively traded for rare resources, blueprints, or gear. Quote your offer in private message, no time wasters, immediate blacklist applies. Tang Yu 3 Level 2 Bulletproof Vests, indispensable for survival, your foremost lifeline. Accepted only in exchange for bolts, nuts, alloy, steel, DVD drive units, toilet paper, waterproof, adhesive soap, or basins. Quote your offer in private message, no time wasters. Tang Yu 2 Handguns, ideal for personal defense, compact, lightweight, each loaded with a full 16-round magazine. Quote your offer in private message, no time wasters. Tang Yu 2 8-slot ammunition vests, each featuring 8 internal compartments, making them unparalleled for efficient resource collection. Quote your offer in private message, no time wasters. Tang Yu reserved 1 submachine gun, 1 AK rifle, 2 handguns, and 2 8-slot vests, intending to list these on the World Channel tomorrow. After 2 prior regional trades within the past 2 days, the current region, home to over 900 survivors, was nearing saturation. Not everyone possessed high-tier resources suitable for barter. For the next 2 days, Tang Yu would prioritize the World Channel for all transactions. 2 hours later, when other survivors once again saw Tang Yu's equipment listings appear in the channel, their initial shock and disbelief had long faded. See, I told you, he must have raided a weapons depot. Here he goes again, flooding the market with arms. And why do I instantly recognize this as Tang Yu's listing? Because he's the only one trading weapons. Incredible. His gear remains as formidable as ever. Tang Yu, I've sent my handgun offer via private message. Please honor me. I'm utterly stunned. How does he amass such an arsenal while I got my backside shredded by marauders? And tell me more. I'm listening. Tell me everything. And meanwhile, Tang Yu sat leisurely eating beef sausages and sipping fruit juice, carefully scanning his private message inbox. Tang Yu had clearly observed that following the previous 2 trading cycles, high-tier resources within the region had dwindled significantly. Most remaining items were commonplace and unremarkable. Yet he felt no urgency. His weapons were hard currency, and the market was firmly in sellers' favor. This moment represented the true golden window for opportunistic acquisitions. In a few days, as survivors' survival proficiency improved and trading volume increased, they would grow shrewder. But Tang Yu had never intended to dominate the market, only to be the first to seize its untapped potential. Sure enough, not long afterward, Tang Yu's expression froze, then broke into unrestrained delight. Nah, breakthrough had arrived. It was a proposal to trade for a handgun. Yet what truly made his eyes gleam was the listed item, a graphics card. In description, a composite electronic component comprising GPU, cooling fan, integrated circuits, and related hardware, valuable for salvaging electronics. A graphics card. Tang Yu vividly recalled a confidential tip he'd received yesterday. After surviving the first wave of the apocalypse, graphics cards would become exceptionally precious and critical for acquiring the rare in-game currency known as catastrophe coins. Huh, what a delightful surprise, but even greater astonishment awaited him. The survivor's offer extended beyond the graphics card. It included 2 additional items, heat-insulating paint and an exhaust fan, both of which sent Tang Yu's pulse racing. These very components were required to construct the rare blueprint ventilation duct retrofit blueprint, safety variant. And, damn, this isn't a trader. This is my living patron. Without hesitation, Tang Yu contacted the survivor and finalized the trade. As the items materialized in his hands, elation surged through him. This was the pure, unadulterated joy of serendipitous acquisition. And all these items had been scavenged by survivors from urban ruins. Without the corresponding blueprint, their purpose remained utterly obscure. Thus, the survivor had treated them as mundane loot, approaching Tang Yu with little more than a hopeful quantity over quality mindset. And when he actually received a fully loaded handgun in exchange for items whose utility he couldn't fathom, his exhilaration was immeasurable. Yesterday, he'd nearly been beaten to death by marauders. Now, at last, he possessed genuine means of self-defense. Instantly, he became Tang Yu's most fervent advocate, extolling his generosity and prowess across the regional chat, stirring waves of envy and admiration among others. Consequently, many who had previously hesitated now shifted their stance, eagerly submitting their own offers to Tang Yu. What if among my possessions lies something Tang Yu desperately needs? Could I be the next fortunate one? And Tang Yu continued his diligent scavenging. Yet after reviewing every message, no further high-tier resources appeared, leaving him quietly disappointed. Still, it was only midday on day 2, barely 24 hours since the game's onset. To have amassed such wealth already was nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, while offers for the submachine guns remained silent, preliminary bids for other gear already met Tang Yu's trading criteria. He immediately contacted the top bidders, completing the transactions amid a chorus of heartfelt gratitude. Tang Yu, all gear, except the submachine guns, has been successfully traded. Survivors holding rare blueprints, items, or equipment may contact me directly to acquire weapons. Upon reading Tang Yu's announcement, those who missed out wailed in collective despair across the chat. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, now in possession of materials for constructing shelter facilities, began comprehensive upgrades to his sanctuary. Ventilation duct, level 1. Type shelter facility. Effect increases shelter air circulation by 30, ensuring basic survival requirements. Construction requirements shelter security. Level 1, screwdriver 1, duct tape, 1 in time coins. Construction time, 30 minutes. Bathroom, level 1. Type shelter facility. Effect accelerates wound healing by 20 and reduces infection probability by 20. Construction requirements waterproof, paint 1, toilet paper 1, soap 1, basin 1 in time coins. Construction time 1 hour. Construction requirements for both facilities have been fully met. As the materials vanish, construction commences. The most critical facility at present is the ventilation duct. Only once it is completed can Tang Yu begin constructing the 2 rare facility blueprints he acquired. These 2 facilities are Tang Yu's highest priorities. Fireplace. Type rare shelter facility. Effect 1. Installs a heating fireplace in the shelter's rest area, raising indoor temperature by 10 C to 50 C. Effect 2. Every 2 hours of combustion grants a 60 chance to remove 1 negative status affliction from a survivor. Construction requirements ventilation duct. Level 1, rest area. Level 1, 3 in time coin stone 30, 8 bolt, 10 nut 10. Construction time 1 hour. Ventilation duct retrofit blueprint, safety variant. Type rare shelter facility. Ventilation duct retrofit blueprint, safety variant. Type rare shelter facility. Effect enhances the structural efficiency of the ventilation duct facility, improving ventilation performance by 40 and accelerating indoor hazardous gas expulsion by 30. Construction requirements ventilation duct. Level 1, 1 in time coins thermal insulation, paint 1, exhaust fan 1. Construction time 2 hours. Half an hour later, as Tang Yu waited with mounting excitement, the ventilation duct was finally completed. A square 3,030 centimeters ventilation opening appeared on the ceiling near the rest area wall. Standing beneath it, Tang Yu could even feel a faint cool breeze brushing across his skin. Without hesitation, he immediately initiated construction of both the fireplace and the ventilation duct, safety variant. Stone bolts, nuts, thermal insulation paint, and the exhaust fan all vanished, along with 4 in time coins. All shelter facilities were now under construction. After several hours, the time had advanced to 100 p.m. Tang Yu checked his health metrics. His stamina would take a while longer to recover. He decided instead to lie down for an afternoon nap. 2 hours later, when he awoke again, it was nearly 4 p.m. His stamina had fully replenished. He ate and drank lightly to restore his physical energy. The bathroom, fireplace, and ventilation duct, safety variant, were all complete. The bathroom occupied a newly partitioned space of approximately 2 square meters containing a toilet and a sink. The fireplace possessed a rugged, unrefined appearance, its upper flue piercing directly through the roof. The ventilation duct opening was now fitted with an exhaust fan rotating slowly. After inspecting the new facilities, Tang Yu read-on his gear and checked his weapons and ammunition. Yesterday, after encountering vagrants, he had hastily scoured only the subway station's lounge and changing rooms before returning to the shelter with his spoils. Now he intended to gather remaining supplies from the station's control room and other unsearched chambers. And if he found any computer cases, he would carefully examine them for graphics cards. Yet plans rarely unfold as intended. Just as he fastened his bulletproof vest, he froze mid-motion, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Within the subway station's virtual map projected in his mind, 2 faintly crimson lights flickered to life. What astonished Tang Yu most was their point of entry, the very same metro tunnel he had taken earlier to the Red Romance District. Are they tailing me? Tang Yu paused in quiet contemplation. Their crimson aura suggested hostile intent, if indeed they sought him out. He swiftly armed himself and departed the shelter, treading silently in his combat boots toward the intruder's direction. Brother, you're certain that kid came this way? A wiry man clutched a dagger, tightly pressing his back against the wall as he whispered to the burly figure ahead. The burly man halted, turned, and fixed a stern gaze upon his subordinate. You talk too much. I saw him climb onto the platform with my own eyes. Will you act or not? If not, get out. Boss, of course, will act, but he's armed. How can we possibly win? Hearing his subordinate's words, the burly man scoffed. Then, to the younger man's utter shock, withdrew a handgun from his backpack inventory. What? Boss, where did you get a handgun? Where else? Bought it. That fool Tang Yu. What a moron. I traded some useless junk for this piece. Holy hell, the handgun from Yushin himself. The burly man sneered dismissively. Yushin? Huh, you just got lucky. Now I have a handgun. I'll show you real glory. Enough chatter. Stay quiet and cautious. Kill that guy, and we'll strike it rich. The station fell silent once more, broken only by the soft scrape of their boots along the walls. In the room adjacent, separated by only a single wall, Tang Yu listened to their exchange, a faint knowing smile playing across his lips. Interesting. The wiry man and the burly man crept forward until they reached the station's control room and stepped inside. The wiry man's eyes instantly locked onto a mobile phone lying in the corner. Thrilled, he snatched it into his backpack before the burly man noticed. The burly man glanced back. What are you doing? Oh, boss, nothing. Just following you like always. Following me for what? Split up. We'll gather supplies separately. Every item counts. They fanned out, rummaging through cabinets and drawers across the control room. Whoa, boss. Food. I'm starving. The wiry man seized a fallen pack of instant noodles and began devouring it. The burly man ignored him entirely, striding straight to a computer case, then cast a wry, mocking glance back at his comrade, who was still chewing. He proceeded to dismantle the case. CPU fan 1. Power supply unit 1. Capacitor 1. CPU processor 1. One by one the case panels came off, its electronic components vanishing into the burly man's backpack. Yet his brow furrowed deeply in frustration. Damn it, 4 cases now and not a single graphics card. Before entering the Apocalypse game, the burly man had purchased intelligence from the black market stating that graphics cards would become among the most valuable commodities after surviving the first cataclysm. Since then, he had deliberately hunted for graphics cards. Yet despite having dismantled over 20 computer cases, none had yielded one, gnawing steadily at his patience. He stared at the final case, already resigned to disappointment. Yet the moment he lifted its lid, his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Son of a, we're rich. But in the next heartbeat, a sharp, rushing wind sliced through the air behind his head. The burly man instinctively tilted his head and rolled sideways the moment he heard the wind, but it was too late. The dagger slashed across his shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. The wiry man, his face twisted in grim ferocity, glared at the tumbling giant, a cold, contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he raised the dagger once more and lunged forward. Yet the burly man had already drawn a handgun from within his coat. Bang! 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 A rapid barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off walls and shattering the ceiling. But the wiry man had already darted behind a control console the instant the gun appeared. Now the two men stood locked in tense silence, separated only by the metal console between them. Damn you, Slim. You're begging for death. The burly man kept his pistol trained ahead while retrieving a sterile bandage pack from his backpack space, tearing open the wrapper with his teeth and hastily wrapping it around his bleeding shoulder. His movements were edged with urgency. A system alert had just notified him that he was hemorrhaging, and without immediate hemostasis, he would soon bleed out and die. The wiry man knew precisely what hung in the balance. Hearing the rustle of the bandage, he twice attempted to rush forward, only to be driven back each time by searing rounds. In that brief window, the burly man succeeded in staunching the flow. As his vitality slowly stabilized, his full attention narrowed, focused unblinking upon his adversary. Tang Yu crouched outside the control room, listening to the gunfire within while tracking both combatants' positions on his holographic map. Indeed, in this apocalypse, the human heart remains the most unpredictable force of all. He remained patient. The control room had only one exit. There was no need to intervene until the duel reached its conclusion. Yet his patience would not last. Perhaps drawn by the earlier gunfire, 4 red blips now appeared on the holographic map at the subway entrance and advanced swiftly toward the control room. Their voices followed, hoarse, impatient, brimming with predatory haste. Hurry up. Must be survivors. This street's been our sector all day. No one else is searching here. That gunfire. Sounds like Luke and Volf got taken down here yesterday. Pathetic fools. Keep them alive. Ghostface needs 10 living sacrifices by dawn. Pays astronomical. As the scavengers neared the control room, their voices fell silent. They moved in utter stealth, barely breathing, while Tang Yu, concealed deep in the shadowed recesses of the subway tunnel, watched every step unfold. Inside, the standoff continued. Gunfire flared again. That very sound confirmed the scavengers' target. In seconds, the 4 had split into 2 pairs and encircled the control room's sole entrance. With a single glance exchanged, one scavenger drew a grenade, and the moment his comrade wrenched the door open, he hurled it inside. A sharp concussive blast echoed, immediately followed by 2 shrieks of unbearable agony, then fading whimpers. This is a flashbang. Tang Yu's expression hardened into disbelief. Who were these scavengers, and how did they possess military-grade ordnance? After the screams subsided, the scavengers stormed in, seizing both survivors, now helpless and disoriented. Ha, 2 of them. Should fetch a pretty price, one sneered. Enough talk, let's move. Cash first, comfort later. But just as they turned to leave, a grenade rolled across the threshold and came to rest at their feet. Grenade. They dove for cover. Boom. Shrapnel, hundreds of razor-sharp fragments, shattered every pane of glass in the room into glittering dust. Damn it, there's another enemy. Watch for grenades. This one's dangerous, shouted the scavenger wearing a bandit's mask. Shit, those 2 survivors are dead. My money's gone. Fuck this, I'll kill him. My cash is ashes. Grenades, throw them. We need an exit. 2 grenades arced through the air, one distant, one perilously close. The nearer grenade struck the wall beside the control room door at a precise lethal angle. Its detonation spared those sheltering inside, but anyone within 10 meters of the doorway would be shredded without mercy. It was a calculated trap. Tang Yu lay flat behind a massive stone pillar 30 meters away in the subway concourse, observing it all. The pillar, over a meter in diameter, concealed his entire frame, revealing only the barrel of his AS-Val special-purpose assault rifle. His face bore a fractured tactical mask. Through the scope's reticle, his gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the control room's threshold. His holographic map confirmed all 4 scavengers were now hunkered behind cover waiting. Boom, boom. 2 synchronized detonations shook the corridor. "Go, move out now," barked the masked leader, and the 4 burst forth, seizing the moment they believed their foe was still reeling. From behind the pillar, Tang Yu watched them charge, and a faint chilling smile crossed his lips. Papa. 6 precise shots tore into their ranks, blossoming crimson flowers across their torsos. The 2 leading scavengers collapsed instantly. The rear pair, shielded by their fallen comrades' bodies, avoided direct hits, but were forced backward into the room. Mommy. I want mommy. It hurts." One wounded scavenger writhed on the floor, screaming in raw childlike terror. 1 dead, 1 wounded. After 2 days of relentless combat, Tang Yu had mastered the rhythm of fire. 3 swift rounds silenced the shrieking man before he could draw breath again. 15 rounds remained in his magazine. The remaining 2 scavengers now huddled motionless inside, too terrified to show themselves. Tang Yu rose, lobbed another grenade into the control room, this time landing slightly off target just outside the doorway. Then he dropped onto the subway platform and sprinted silently toward a new vantage point. Kaboom! The grenade detonated once more. Shrapnel and debris exploded outward, clattering, clanging, raining down in chaotic percussion. Beneath that sonic veil, Tang Yu slipped unseen to his next position. He took cover behind another stone pillar, just 15 meters away, reloaded and reacquired the doorway. From this angle, he could see deep into the control room itself. 75 rounds remained. 2 grenades. Inside, the 2 scavengers were paralyzed, not just by loss, but by fear. Every explosion had sealed them deeper into their cage. What do we do now? There's no way out. One scavenger stared at his dead comrades sprawled by the door and turned pleadingly to the masked leader. The masked leader's eyes narrowed. How many grenades left? 2, right? The enemies hold up behind the pillar, 30 meters left of the doorway. Toss 1 there. We'll flush him out. That's our only chance. Tang Yu deduced the enemy's intention from the positions of the refugees marked on his virtual map. Just as a refugee hand gripping a grenade stepped out from behind the wall and hurled it toward Tang Yu's previous location. Pop-a-pap, a precise 3-round burst struck the refugee dead and eliminating him instantly. The gunfire also revealed Tang Yu's current position to the masked bandit crouching behind the wall. The bandit thrust his assault rifle out from behind the wall and opened sustained fire toward Tang Yu's position. A hail of bullets slammed into the ground and stone pillars, leaving a fresh stain of blood upon the floor. Behind the stone pillar, Tang Yu grimaced at the wound on his shoulder. Damn rotten luck, I got hit by a stray round. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled a grenade from his inventory and hurled it straight at the control room door, then retrieved sterile gauze from his gear pouch to dress the wound. Sterile gauze. Type trauma treatment. Slot cost 1. Uses remaining 11. Effect removes the bleeding status and applies the fresh wound status. Because the bullet remained lodged in his flesh, though bleeding had ceased, his mobility was severely restricted, and searing pain began blurring his vision. 3 debuffs now appeared in Tang Yu's health bar. Gunshot wound. Type debuff. Effect: the wound cannot fully heal until the bullet is extracted. Limb movement speed reduced by 10. Pain. Type debuff. Effect: vision begins to blur. Fresh wound. Type temporary status. Effect: the newly dressed wound may reopen, causing bleeding, if subjected to strenuous motion or running. This status expires after 5 minutes. Tang Yu cautiously peered once more toward the control room. The masked bandit, perhaps unnerved by his comrade's fate, had already sealed the heavy metal door before Tang Yu could throw his grenade. Though Tang Yu's grenade blast pockmarked the metal door with craters, its structural integrity remained unbroken. The bandit's strategy was clear. He intended to wage a protracted siege behind that reinforced door, buying time until other refugees noticed something amiss and swept this district for signs of trouble. His rescue would follow inevitably. Tang Yu swallowed an ibuprofen analgesic pill from his backpack, successfully removing the pain debuff and gaining the analgesia status for 3 minutes. For those 3 minutes, pain would not impair his body. Tang Yu refocused his attention entirely on the lone remaining bandit. Undeniably, this masked adversary possessed rare tactical acumen, even among the ragged ranks of refugees. He had evaded Tang Yu's attacks twice in succession, and even exploited the moment his comrade drew fire to pinpoint Tang Yu's location, launching a swift, devastating counterstrike that wounded him. Every move had been calculated with chilling precision. Tang Yu even suspected the bandit had deliberately sent his companion forward to draw fire, creating the perfect opening for retaliation. But this fight ends now. Tang Yu lowered himself flat to the ground, eyes locked on the crimson dot pulsing across his virtual map as he steadied his breath. Through the tactical sight of his assault rifle, the reticle glided silently across the metal door, while behind it the masked bandit pressed himself flush against the cold surface, straining to hear every whisper beyond. He was cornered, but not yet doomed. If he could hold out until nightfall, his foreman squad's prolonged silence would surely trigger a search by others. Their boots would soon echo down these streets. All he needed then was a single shot to mark this subway station for his allies. Salvation would follow without fail. At the thought, a flicker of hope kindled in his eyes. But in the next instant, pap-a-pap-a-pap, pap-a-pap-a-pap, 5 consecutive rounds punched clean through the reinforced door, blossoming into crimson flowers on its inner surface. The bandit staggered backward, stunned by the icy intrusion of bullets within his body. Impossible. Tier 3 armor-piercing rounds. Tang Yu's hidden trump card. Against such ammunition, even level IV ballistic vests crumpled like tissue. To this door, it was no stronger than parchment. Only when the crimson dot on Tang Yu's map dissolved into stillness did he finally exhale, a long, slow release of pent-up breath. Congratulations. Survivor Tang Yu has eliminated 10 refugees, unlocking the achievement Refugee Slayer rank I. Survivor Tang Yu has earned the Commoner title. Enemy of the Refugees I regional legend rank increased by 1. 2 system notifications flashed simultaneously across Tang Yu's interface. Achievement Refugee Slayer. Title Enemy of the Refugees. Regional legend rank. 3 unfamiliar terms left him momentarily startled. He immediately accessed their details. Achievement Refugee Slayer. Rank I. Requirement: eliminate 10 refugees solo. Effect: increases quality of loot acquired from refugees by 10. Title: Enemy of the Refugees. Tier: Common. Requirement: first survivor in the Apocalypse Games Novice Edition to earn the Refugee Slayer achievement. Effect: I5 damage against refugees. Effect: 2 reputation with hostile refugee factions shifts to friendly. Our reputation with the refugee faction shifts to hostile. Regional legend rank. Requirement: earn a region-specific achievement or complete a unique event. Current rank 1. Description: all factions across Kuailuo City have heard whispers of a lone hunter who stalks and slays refugees. Effect: none unlocked. Studying the entry, Tang Yu felt he had just glimpsed a deeper layer of the Apocalypse Games architecture. At that very moment, every survivor sharing Tang Yu's zone received the same notification across their interfaces. A survivor within this zone has attained regional legend rank. The legend rank system is now active for all survivors in the Kuailuo City zone. Immediately afterward, a new indicator appeared beside each survivor's status panel: legend rank 0. The entire regional channel erupted. Whoa, which legend pulled off this feat? How did they trigger an entirely new game function? Anyone know the full story? I'm dying to find out. Which godlike survivor earned the legend rank? What does it even do? How do you earn legend rank? No hint anywhere. My gut says it's Yu Shun. He's the only one who could pull this off. Sounds like Yu Shun to me too. Who's brave enough to ask him? While Tang Yu studied the legend rank mechanic, his private message inbox flooded with chimes. Opening it, he found a torrent of messages, all centered on his newly acquired legend rank. Among them was Wang Bo Hu, someone rumored to possess deep, obscure knowledge of the Apocalypse game. Tang Yu decided to open his message. Wang Bo Hu, master, was it you who earned the legend rank? After brief consideration, Tang Yu chose not to confirm. He still didn't understand the rank's true utility, and the game's extraordinary announcement suggested profound significance. He preferred to keep his identity concealed. Tang Yu, not me. I'm just as puzzled. You're well informed. Do you know how it's obtained? Wang Bo Hu, it's really not you. What a shame. It would have been perfect if it were. As for how to earn it, I don't know. Just that it's incredibly difficult. Tang Yu, what do you mean? It's important. Wang Bo Hu, I can't say for sure, but I've heard that legend rank unlocks special advantages after we survive the first apocalypse wave and merge with the world of veteran survivors. Ending the conversation, Tang Yu gazed at that solitary point of legend rank glowing on his interface. So it's tied to the world merger again. 2 heart-pounding battles in a single day had left Tang Yu mentally drained, even though he had rested earlier at his hideout. Yet now was no time to relax. It was already nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. He needed to secure the battlefield, and most urgently extract the bullet lodged in his shoulder. Though bleeding had temporarily stopped, true healing could only begin once the projectile was removed. His medical supplies consisted solely of bandages, no specialized gear for treating gunshot wounds. His only hope lay in salvaging healing items from the spoils. If none appeared, he would have to try his luck trading in the regional channel. Minutes later, the fresh wound debuff faded. He swallowed another painkiller and began collecting loot. Tang Yu headed straight for the computer case, curious what could possibly have ignited such a violent rift between the scrawny monkey and the hulking brute. Surely not a graphics card pried from its chassis. Yet when he opened the case and saw the item inside, he blurted out, "What the hell? It's actually a graphics card." He stared at it in disbelief, then glanced back, complexity flickering across his eyes, at the hulking brute already reduced to ash by a grenade blast. "Brother, your legendary luck ends here. I'll take this card off your hands. Rest in peace." With this addition, he now possessed 2 graphics cards. After stowing them away with quiet satisfaction, he turned his attention to the corpses of the vagrants. Especially the last bandit, the one wearing a mask. His gear stood out distinctly from that of the other 3. MP5 submachine gun, 3 magazines, N69 rounds of 919mm level 3 armor-piercing submachine ammunition, PL, 15 pistol, 2 magazines, 32 rounds total, in Damascus steel dagger level 3 ballistic vest and 12 cell, tactical load-bearing vest and 1 fragmentation, grenade and 1 stun grenade and compact emergency surgery kit, 1 in military-grade bandages, 3 in gold necklace, 1 in Tang Yu's eyes lit up upon reading the kit's description. Compact emergency surgery kit and type trauma treatment description, a compact set of surgical instruments capable of treating gunshot wounds and other severe injuries. Inventory space 2 slots and uses remaining 55 in effect, treats and removes 1 instance of the gunshot wound debuff or other serious injury debuffs. Note this kit removes only the gunshot wound debuff. Further treatment is required to heal the wound itself. Cannot be used on head or chest injuries. Tang Yu opened the kit and found within a pair of surgical scissors, a set of forceps, a skin stapler, and a bottle of antiseptic spray. First, he cut away the fabric around his shoulder. After disinfecting the wound, he inserted the forceps deep into the tissue and extracted the bullet, then sealed the laceration with the skin stapler. A swift, precise procedure completed. The gunshot wound debuff vanished. He then wrapped the area tightly with sterile bandages until they ran out. The wound had fully healed. Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the game's surreal realism, transforming what should have been a month-long convalescence into full recovery within a single minute. He wondered what kind of entity lay behind such a system. Once the wound was treated, he stripped the remaining 3 vagrants of their gear. A sly grin curled at the corners of his lips. "Ha ha, within this subway station, I'm practically cheating." Each new haul amplified his advantage like an avalanche, widening the gulf between himself and every other survivor. This rapid accumulation of resources formed the very foundation of his early dominance, and with the masked bandits' gear, his own equipment began evolving in kind. Most astonishing, however, were the 69 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing submachine ammunition recovered from the masked bandit, functionally identical to the rounds chambered in his assault rifle. His depleted stock was now fully replenished. So abundant were the spoils that he required 2 separate trips to carry everything back, leaving the corpses stacked inside the control room. While tailing the hulking brute and the scrawny monkey, he'd passed the rest room and noticed the 2 vagrant corpses from yesterday had vanished entirely, leaving only a dark crimson stain on the floor. He surmised the apocalyptic game automatically reset fallen vagrants each night. That revelation eased his mind. He'd feared rotting bodies might spark an epidemic, but now such concerns dissolved entirely. By the time he returned to his hideout, it was already 7 o'clock. He sorted through his spoils. He decided to keep the MP5 submachine gun taken from the masked bandit as a secondary weapon, ensuring those 69 rounds of armor-piercing ammo would see use. All remaining weapons and gear would be listed for trade tomorrow in the World Channel. Tomorrow's trade list read 2 submachine guns, 2 AK rifles, 7 pistols, 5 melee weapons, 3 level 2 ballistic vests, 1 level 3 ballistic vest, and 5 8L tactical load-bearing vests. A truly opulent inventory. After organizing both his stash and tomorrow's trade goods, Tang Yu ate a light meal, washed up, and collapsed onto his bed. He replayed today's 2 battles in his mind. The near-fatal gunshot had shaken him. He realized more than ever that growing stronger could not wait. Though both encounters ended in decisive victory, only he knew the truth his triumph owed entirely to the virtual map embedded in his consciousness. It was akin to possessing X-ray vision, an unfair advantage that made failure nearly impossible. But what of future ambushes elsewhere? True strength demanded unassailable self-reliance. Lost in thought, Tang Yu drifted into sleep. Deep into that same night in a high-rise seized by vagrants on the city's outskirts. A portly man, bald scarred across one cheek, listened to his subordinate's report of 4 more missing men, his face contorting with volcanic rage. Fuck, who dares oppose me? Over the past 2 days, 10 of his men had vanished, enough that even his own followers now watched him with wary, uncertain eyes. Rogo, leader of one of the few vagrant camps in Luo City, was known for ruthless competence. Yet these 10 losses had cracked the foundations of his authority. At that very moment, a figure materialized silently within the shadows of the room. Rogo sensed nothing amiss, still muttering to himself, trying to deduce who dared challenge him. Only when he caught the terror frozen on his subordinate's face did he finally turn, slowly, to face the black silhouette emerging from the gloom. A bead of sweat slid down his temple unbidden. Ghostface Lord. I hear you lost 10 underlings these past 2 days. The black-clad figure known as Ghostface fixed his gaze upon Rogo. Lord Ghostface, your intelligence is truly impeccable. Yes, 10 underlings have indeed perished. Rogo clenched his teeth and spat out bitterly. Lord Ghostface, I have no idea who's undermining me. Those 10 men vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. We're locked in fierce territorial warfare with the rebels. Oh, no one knows where, or by whom, they were slain. Ghostface cut straight to the point. 4 individuals were killed this morning at the Red Romance Club. Those were your men. The Red Romance Club. How did you know, Lord Ghostface? As Rogo leaned forward, earnest and intent, Ghostface remained silent for 2 long seconds before replying slowly, because a devotee of the god was also slain there. At those words, Rogo's eyes widened visibly, his pupils contracting in shock. What? A god's devotee is dead too. This revelation struck Rogo far harder than the loss of his 10 men. As one of only a handful of refugee chieftains in the district, he knew far more about Ghostface and the god's devotees than ordinary refugees ever could. He understood full well that every devotee wielded unfathomable arcane abilities. Ghostface watched Rogo's expression intently, and only when he saw that dilation of the pupils did he finally abandon the thought of killing him outright. So the devotee's death had nothing to do with Rogo. Yet Ghostface now burned with even greater curiosity about whoever had slain a devotee, even one newly ascended after completing the rite of offering, still possessing formidable power. Rogo's ragged band of refugees would stand no chance against a devotee's covert strike, not the slightest resistance. Rogo, you will mobilize all your forces to uncover this blasphemer, without delay. Understood, Lord Ghostface. Upon receiving the reply, Ghostface retreated backward into the shadows, and with a subtle ripple vanished entirely from the room. Rogo shuddered, inwardly chilled to the bone. Ghostface's strength grows ever more terrifying. In the next breath, he turned sharply toward his subordinate, who had long since been drenched in cold sweat. Issue the order: starting tomorrow, all patrols are to concentrate exclusively on Garden Street and the vicinity of the Red Romance Club. Hunt down that rat hiding in the dark. Whoever finds him shall receive 200,000 Doom coins. Tang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the storm gathering overhead. When he awoke once more, he felt utterly refreshed, lucid, energized, invigorated. It was day 3 of the apocalypse, with 4 days remaining until the first cataclysmic wave descended. He could already sense the temperature inside his shelter steadily dropping. Shelter upgrades must continue. Thermal clothing needs to be crafted immediately and food reserves replenished. A single fireplace feels insufficient against extreme conditions like polar blizzards. Let's see what the World Channel yields today. After retrieving provisions from storage to restore his energy and performing a brief wash, Tang Yu opened his Super Monopoly interface, where with the dawn of a new day, he received 128 wealth points. Added to the 153 points carried over from yesterday, his total balance now stood at 281 wealth points. A smile flickered across Tang Yu's face. His intuition had been correct: the more assets acquired, the richer the daily returns. He noted that the dice roll counter had reset to 1. His eyes fell upon a property on the Monopoly map, 2 spaces ahead of his miniature avatar. Cupping his hands before his mouth, he exhaled deeply, a ritual breath almost sacred. Heavens above, spirits below, grant me your blessing this morning. Let the dice fall true, show me a 2. Then he cast the die. His gaze followed the tumbling cube, time itself seeming to hold its breath, until it stilled and revealed its number. What a pity! As the miniature Tang Yu began to pulse, it finally settled upon a symbol marked with a. What is this? Survivor has triggered a special event quest, Apocalypse Blade Runner. Apocalypse Blade Runner. Objective: before midnight today, the survivor must eliminate exactly 3 enemies using only melee weapons: daggers, short swords, bayonets, cleavers, or axes. Reward: rare skill, stealthy movement, a rare apparel, cloak of nightfall hooded. Tang Yu. The moment he read the objective, dark lines of exasperation etched themselves across his forehead. Was this some kind of joke? Under current circumstances, restricting him to melee combat alone and demanding he slay 3 enemies felt utterly absurd. This rule outright eliminated the loophole of first disabling foes with firearms, then finishing them off at close range. Yet, surely this was madness. If he truly encountered enemies, he'd be riddled with bullets long before closing the distance. Though the Marauders lacked formal tactics, they were neither blind nor foolish. Sigh, looks like today's quest is doomed to failure. He knew himself well enough at his current level ambushes, and sniping were his only strengths. Face-to-face combat would likely leave him 6 feet under by year's end. He quickly adjusted his mindset. First, complete today's trades. Opening the world channel, Tang Yu began drafting his listing. City, Tang Yu submachine gun image 3, OAK rifle image 2, pistol image 7, melee weapon image 5, level 2 bulletproof vest image 3, level 3 bulletproof vest image 1, 8, slot ammo rig image 5. Equipment trade only. Accepting raritier items, cold resistant gear blueprints, or armor. Limited stock, highest bidder wins. Tang Yu's message detonated across the world channel like a depth charge in still water. Every survivor who saw it was left stunned, reeling as if scorched on the outside and seared within. Forest, Wang Sherwin. Plain, Zhang Xinhuan. No way, did I just see a ghost this morning? Isn't this the same expert from yesterday's trade? Did he restock again? City, Lu Fingyao. A thunderclap on flat ground, revealing the divine Master Yu. On Spiring, West Coast, Gao Chong. Master, your trade request has been sent. Please confirm receipt. City, Gao Sheng. Utterly ridiculous. While I'm sprinting for my life from Marauders, he's sitting on this arsenal. Gobi, Wang Luchi. Which rare item isn't worth more than these? Dream on. Plateau, Su Xian. Don't be sour upstairs. Even if your rare items hold greater value, I hope you'll stay this defiant when death stares you in the face, and never ever trade them away. Of the 1,000 survivors who entered the Apocalypse game, fewer than 9,500 remained alive. Over 5,000 had perished in just 2 days. Many among them had secured promising starts, acquiring weapons and gear. Yet none at this early stage could rival Tang Yu's relentless stream of high-grade equipment. Let alone fielding submachine guns and AK rifles, legendary killing tools in this era. This event cemented Tang Yu's name across every new survivor's memory. While the world channel erupted in fervent discussion over Tang Yu's announcement, he was already frantically scanning his private messages, though even so his inbox had once again surged past 999. In that moment, he was both pained and elated. At this moment, in the regional chat channel where Tang Yu was located, others also saw the information Tang Yu posted in the world channel, causing the regional chat channel to boil over once again. It's simply insane. Is Yu Shen even human? How could he possess so many weapons and equipment? Could he be the illegitimate child of the Apocalypse game? I saw it too. It directly woke me from my slumber. But why isn't Yu Shen trading in our regional channel this time? There are still many people in our area without equipment. What else could it be? It's because our area simply doesn't have anything that Yu Shen would want. Did you forget that there was a submachine gun yesterday afternoon that no one could trade? If you ask me, since he has so much equipment, why not give some to us to help us strengthen our abilities? What a lack of vision. You up their vision, my foot. Are you Yu Shen's son or grandson? Why should he give you anything? Get lost. What's there to argue about? Yesterday Yu Shen said that as long as we have high-level materials, we can contact him directly for trading. Instead of wasting time here, we should think about how to acquire materials. Wang Bohu, who had traded with Tang Yu twice, also saw the news in the world channel. After pondering for a moment, he directly opened Tang Yu's private message inbox. Because he had previously set Tang Yu as a special focus, Wang Bohu's message appeared directly in front of Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, great God, do you need this? Paralysis poison image X1. Tang Yu opened it and became interested. Paralysis poison type, rare liquid poison usage times 55. Description: can be applied to melee weapons or towels, rendering the target completely paralyzed through blood or breathing. Effect: when applied to a melee weapon and striking the target will lose resistance within 3 seconds. If sprayed on a towel and pressed against the target's mouth and nose, the target will lose resistance within 1 second. Paralysis duration lasts for 300 seconds. Note: the paralysis poison evaporates extremely quickly. Please use it within 3 minutes. Huh. Tang Yu's eyes widened upon seeing the introduction of this paralysis poison. Wow, this is amazing. Tang Yu, what do you want to exchange for it? Tang Yu, don't you want to keep this for yourself? Wang Bohu, awkward expression. Great God, I can't use this. I'm not brave enough to engage in melee. I want to exchange it for 1 submachine gun magazine and 30 rounds of ammunition. Tang Yu understood. Indeed, survivors are eager to avoid the vagrants, and this item is somewhat useless. However, Tang Yu thought of the special event task for today. He had a little idea in his mind. Yesterday, Wang Bohu traded a submachine gun from him along with 1 magazine and 30 rounds of ammunition, so it was normal for him to have this demand. Tang Yu, alright. However, this guy just traded a rare blueprint yesterday and is trading another rare item today. It seems this guy really has his own opportunities or secrets. But Tang Yu had no thoughts about that. There are many channels to obtain rare materials in the Apocalypse game, such as killing rare units like the evil god's followers that Tang Yu killed. Rare materials can also be obtained through treasure hunting and opening concealed safes. One can even trade with special units to acquire rare materials. So whether Wang Bohu has special opportunities or other reasons, Tang Yu doesn't care as long as he can continually acquire the materials he needs from Wang Bohu. Their exchange of equipment and items can last long. In fact, in the future, if Wang Bohu shows certain value, and if Tang Yu has the ability, he wouldn't mind helping him out. But for now, it is still a matter of trading as usual. As the trade was completed, Wang Bohu joyfully caressed the magazine, filled with bullets in his hand. Today I should have a chance to explore that 4S store, though I hope to gain something good. Tang Yu glanced at the small glass bottle, emitting a faint green glow in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. A good start. Until 2 hours later, Tang Yu finally found several good items from the massive amount of trading information. Shelter Security Renovation Blueprint. Silent Alloy Door Type Rare Blueprint Effect 1. The entrance and exit of the shelter will not make any noise when opened or closed. Effect 2. The entrance of the shelter is completely sealed. After closing, the sound between the inside and outside of the shelter is isolated with noise reduction 40. Air and water cannot enter the shelter. Renovation requirements. Shelter Security Level 1. Ceiling Strips X2. Soundproof Cotton X2. Alloy Steel X2. Latex X1. Apocalypse Currency 3200. Renovation time 1 hour. Shelter Wall Renovation Blueprint. Insulation Type Rare Blueprint Effect Temperature Loss Speed in the shelter 60. A Noise Reduction 40. Renovation requirements. Ventilation Duct Level 1. Insulation Board X5. Foam Glue X1. Ceiling Strips X2. Apocalypse Currency 4000. Renovation time 1 hour. 07. A Tactical Gloves Type Rare Equipment. Hand. Material Sheepskin D30 Shock Absorbing Plastic. Warmth Level Good Finger Dexterity Boost 10 Palm Grip Boost 15. Black Mass Type Rare Equipment. Face. Material Cashmere Cotton Warmth Effect Good Breathability Effect Good Environmental Hearing 5 Special Effect Printed with a realistic black person's head when wearing the mask in dark or dim environments. Stealth Effect 20. Disguise Effect 20. Rabbit Brand Sheepskin Military Coat Type Special Equipment Material Sheepskin Cotton Fleece Warmth Effect Excellent Breathability Effect Extremely Poor Movement Impact 15. These 5 rare items and blueprints are currently the most satisfying to Tang Yu, and unsurprisingly the items they traded were indeed those 3 submachine guns and 2 AKs. Through the IDs of these survivors, Tang Yu saw that these people were survivors from other city areas. He decisively contacted them to complete the trade. Thinking of the renovation materials for those 2 rare blueprints, Tang Yu directly contacted Wang Bohu to have him send a message in the World Channel. City. Wang Bohu Yushun said he now needs ceiling strips, soundproof cotton insulation boards, alloy steel, and other materials. Friends with these materials can contact Yushin directly for trading. At the same time, Tang Yu also posted the same information in the regional channel, under the temptation of massive equipment. In just half an hour, Tang Yu collected the renovation materials needed for the 2 rare blueprints, and the level requirements for the shelter facilities had long been met. Thus, Tang Yu decisively chose to use the 2 rare blueprints. Shelter Security Renovation Blueprint. Silent Alloy Door is being renovated. Shelter Wall Renovation Blueprint. Insulation Type is being renovated. At this point, Tang Yu was left with only 2 handguns, a level 2 bulletproof vest, 1 melee weapon, and an 8-slot ammo pouch. Another half an hour was spent picking and choosing. All equipment was traded, returning a substantial amount of construction materials for the hideout facilities. Notably, he also traded for 1 Doomsday coins, as he had nearly exhausted them after constructing those 2 rare blueprints. Rest Area Level 1. Effect Sleep for 6 hours, Stamina Recovery 80, Hunger Value 30, Hydration Value 20, with a certain degree of insulation effect and a 10 chance to remove negative effects. Note just okay, at least it allows for sleep. Next stage, Cozy Rest Area Level 2. Upgrade requirements: Ventilation Duct Level 1, Doomsday Coins, Energy Saving Bulb X1, A Energy Battery X1. Upgrade time 1 hour. The upgrade materials meet the conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. After waiting for 2 days, the rest area could finally be upgraded again. Tang Yu's next planned facility to build was the kitchen and the generator set. However, the prerequisite for building the kitchen was a level 1 generator set. Thus, although the hideout was not lacking in electricity, Tang Yu still needed to construct the generator set. Generator set. Effect generates electricity using fuel, allowing the hideout to utilize the power system. Construction requirements: hideout security level 1 Doomsday coins cylinder body, X1 crankcase, X1 spark plug, X1 piston group X1. Construction time 2 hours. The construction materials meet the conditions. Do you want to build? Yes. As the construction of the generator set began, Tang Yu, who had been busy all morning, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just had to wait for 2 hours for the generator set to be completed before he could build the kitchen facility. This was also a crucial factor in whether Tang Yu could successfully survive the first round of the extreme cold disaster. He lay on the bed, opening the regional chat to see if any other survivors had clues to complete that special event task. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he saw survivors complaining about something. It's just ridiculous. Why are there so many refugees everywhere today? They seem to be searching for something, scaring me into silence in my hideout. Is it the same where you are? This morning, refugees walked back and forth above my hideout countless times, making my heart race. No way, brother. Where is your hideout? How can refugees be above you? In the sewer. Although it smells a bit, it's safe enough. Damn impressive. You've met a tough one. Brother, are you still alive? Tang Yu frowned. What happened with the refugees? Why are they suddenly searching on such a large scale? At that moment, several red dots appeared at the subway station entrance on the virtual map in Tang Yu's mind. It was the refugees quickly heading towards the subway lobby. Then they began to search each room thoroughly. Seeing the actions of the refugees, a bad feeling surged in his heart, and he immediately began to don his gear. Military boots, tactical gloves, level 4 bulletproof vest, and a cracked mask. Just as he was putting on his gear, the few refugees arrived at the control room and immediately saw the bloodstains on the floor and the numerous bullet holes and explosion craters. Alert! With a command, all the refugees aimed in one direction, taking up defensive positions. The leading refugee began searching the control room, and when he saw a few bullet casings on the floor, his expression changed, becoming extremely grim. 10 minutes later, inside the hideout, Tang Yu had donned all his equipment. However, his expression was extremely serious, and his breathing had become slightly lighter. This was because the virtual map of the subway station in his mind now showed over 20 refugees starting to carefully search each room around the control room. What was bound to come has finally arrived. After killing those 4 refugees yesterday, Tang Yu had already anticipated this scene today, just not expecting it to come so quickly. Originally, he thought it would take at least till tomorrow or the day after for the refugees to pinpoint this subway station, which was also why he was so eager to trade for resources to obtain rare equipment. However, it seems there were still some unexpected developments. Fortunately, he had successfully digested all the spoils in his hands, transforming them into his own strength. At this moment, the refugees had also found the employee lounge of the subway station, which was the room where Tang Yu had killed 2 refugees on the first day. Black Dog, hearing the report from his subordinate, also entered the employee lounge, looking at the long-dried bloodstains on the floor and picking up a half-smoked cigarette. But, don't let me catch you, bastard. Unlike the 4 guys killed in the control room, the first 2 missing refugees were actually Black Dog's subordinates. That day, they had come out under his orders to capture survivors in the city, only to mysteriously disappear. He never expected they would end up dead here. Search everywhere. Everyone split up and searched the station carefully. He must be hiding in this station. Whoever finds this mouse, I will reward him with 5,000 coins directly. With Black Dog's command, over 20 refugees began to disperse in the subway station. However, they were still wary of this unknown enemy's strength, so they generally paired up in 2s or 3s to search. Tang Yu watched the scattered refugees, and he was also speculating about their thoughts. In the regional chat channel, survivors who had been on edge because of the refugees also sensed the change. Brothers, what's happening over there? I haven't seen a refugee here for nearly half an hour. I haven't either. Just now I saw refugees running towards one direction as if they received some news. Why haven't I seen any refugees here today? I could occasionally see one yesterday. Looking at the messages in the regional channel, Tang Yu realized that today's citywide search by the refugees was actually looking for his trace. Now that they had found the site of the refugees' deaths, this subway station was probably under close scrutiny by the refugees. Fortunately, I traded for disguise coding stickers yesterday to conceal the entire hideout, or else I would be in real trouble. This was also the reason Tang Yu remained relatively calm. So far, he understood and had faith in the effect of this rare item. With the refugees searching and Tang Yu waiting, the upgraded security door and insulation wall of the hideout were also successfully completed. Silent alloy door. Security feature for the hideout Tier 2. Effect 1. The hideout's entrance opens and closes without emitting any sound. Effect 2. The door forms an airtight seal. Once closed, it isolates internal and external acoustics. Sound dampening increased by 40, and water ingress is fully prevented. Insulated walls. Hideout interior Tier 1. Effect: heat loss from within the hideout decreases by 60, acoustic dampening increases by 40. Tang Yu finally breathed deeply and freely. Meanwhile, the scavenger search team approached the vicinity of his hideout. It was a two-man squad. No idea who's got the guts to kill 6 of our people. Stay sharp. Didn't Boss Haigu say the killer might be holed up somewhere nearby? Ugh, this is annoying. Yesterday, I spotted a surviving girl while I was planning to grab her tonight and have some fun. Got a smoke. Hand me one. At first, they patrolled with cautious vigilance. But after so many others had combed the area without success, they grew convinced the killer had long since fled. After all, who would commit murder and then foolishly linger at the scene? Moreover, their own descent had been loud and conspicuous, so even if the killer had been hiding here, he surely would have escaped by now. Thus, the scavengers' innate carelessness resurfaced. Their ranks were a chaotic amalgam of post-apocalyptic survivors, scavengers, thugs, and street ruffians, with no discipline or cohesion whatsoever. Now they leaned against the wall, gazing into the dim, yawning darkness of the subway tunnel as they smoked heavily, eager only to finish the search and return to their hedonistic revelry. Meanwhile, Tang Yu studied the virtual map, adjusting its angle and zoom to analyze the pair's movements in real time. Coincidentally, the wall they leaned against was the outer wall of Tang Yu's hideout, just one turn away from the concealed entrance. Thanks to the camouflage coating film, the security door had vanished entirely, appearing to the scavengers as nothing more than an unremarkable stretch of plain wall. Tang Yu's gaze drifted to the special event quest he'd acquired that morning, Apocalypse Knife Runner. Perhaps this task isn't impossible after all. Silent alloy door, insulated wall, paralytic toxin. The effects of these 3 rare-tier items cycled through his mind, rearranging themselves like interlocking gears. A soundless entrance, 80 overall acoustic suppression within the hideout, and a toxin capable of rapidly immobilizing enemies, enhanced further by his rare-tier military boots, silent step effect, and the camouflage film's visual deception. By sheer serendipity, opportunity had aligned, granting Tang Yu a viable path to complete the quest. He paused, weighing the 2 promised rewards. 1 rare skill, 1 rare piece of equipment. Tang Yu admitted he was tempted, though he knew full well how perilous the plan truly was. A single misstep, a single chance for either scavenger to fire even one shot, would plunge him into a nightmare beyond imagining. Yet the magnitude of the reward eclipsed caution. Tang Yu made his decision without hesitation. He would do it. Hadn't every major gain over the past 2 days come from risking his life? The fiercer the storm, the rarer the catch. One bold gamble, and prosperity for 3 days. With the advantage of the virtual map, it was worth the risk. Without delay, he stowed every weapon that might hinder stealth, his assault rifle among them, into his backpack storage space. He moved to the secured door and studied the virtual map, pinpointing the exact positions of the 2 scavengers. A towel already rested in his hand. The paralytic toxin could be applied to melee weapons, or sprayed onto a towel to smother an enemy's mouth and nose. Each method yielded different onset times. A toxin-laced blade required 3 seconds to incapacitate a target completely, but smothering with the toxin-drenched towel took only 1 second to end resistance. Knowing his own limitations, Tang Yu chose the towel method without hesitation. Now all that remained was patience, waiting for the perfect opening. Outside, the 2 scavengers had each smoked halfway through their cigarettes. One yawned and ambled toward the wall's corner. "Where are you going?" "Taking a leak." "Don't wander far. Shout if anything happens." After brief exchange, the scavenger walked 15 meters to a secluded spot near a stone pillar 3 meters from the wall. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he stepped up to the pillar, unzipped, shut his eyes, and whistled tunelessly as he relieved himself. He failed to notice the seamless wall behind him part silently, revealing a doorway and a figure slipping out unseen, closing in from behind. Just as he finished and shivered involuntarily, the towel clamped fiercely over his mouth and nose. His eyes bulged wide, his body thrashed violently. Instinctively, he reached for the pistol strapped to his thigh, but his hand was still fumbling inside his underwear. By the time he drew it, it was already too late. Tang Yu felt the scavenger's struggles weaken rapidly, his limbs growing slack and heavy. The paralytic toxin had taken hold. Without delay, Tang Yu confirmed the second scavenger remained oblivious, then carefully dragged the paralyzed man back into the hideout. In the scavenger's wide, unblinking eyes flickered terror, disbelief, and raw dread, until the hideout door sealed shut before him, leaving only bottomless despair. As a combat knife pierced the scavenger's heart, Tang Yu watched the quest counter on his interface leap from 03 to 13. He exhaled slowly. It worked. He left the knife embedded, minimizing blood flow. It was deliberate. He had no intention of filling the hideout with the stench of iron and decay. He drew another weapon and repositioned himself silently at the hideout's entrance, ready to wait for the next opening. Outside, the remaining scavenger flicked away his spent cigarette, and glanced toward where his comrade had disappeared, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "Damn it! How long can one piss take?" Did he hold it so long he had to go again? He muttered inwardly, then shouted aloud. Hey, 3 centimeter. Wrap it up. We've got people to find. 5 seconds passed in silence. No reply came. A chill prickled his spine. He raised his rifle, disengaged the safety, and racked the bolt, eyes locked on the corridor's blind corner. 3 centimeter, no jokes. Come out now. Still no answer. Panic tightened his chest. He was certain he hadn't heard a single sound. Damn it. Did he run into something unclean? And now he stood directly at the edge of the corner. The vagrant stared at the wall corner, his rifle barrel slowly pivoting with his gaze. When he finally saw nothing beyond the turn, only a stone pillar and an empty expanse of bare wall, he exhaled deeply in relief. Damn it. That scared the hell out of me. Where the hell did San Centimeter go? He swiftly scanned his surroundings. No trace of San Centimeter, no suspicious movement whatsoever. The tension coiled tight and his chest loosened, just slightly. Damn it. Did that bastard sneak off somewhere to relieve himself? He wondered, then searched the entire area thoroughly, yet heard not a single word from his comrade. Panic seized him. He had to alert Boss Haigu immediately. With that thought, he backed away, cautiously scanning every shadow as he hurried back. But as he passed the stone pillar, a sharp, acrid stench hit his nose. Urine. Instinctively, he glanced down, and only then noticed the damp patch on the floor beneath the pillar, its pungent odor confirming what his eyes now registered. It was unmistakably urine, previously invisible against the polished marble surface. And if this was where the liquid pooled, then his comrade had indeed relieved himself right here. A chilling premonition gripped him. He began to turn, just as a damp towel slipped silently over his mouth and nose. He barely had time to. Pop-a-pop. Short, piercing gunshots shattered the hollow silence of the abandoned subway station. Who fired? Enemy spotted. Inside the control room, Haigu shot upright the moment those sharp reports echoed through the tunnels. Bursting into the station hall, he found vagrants already staring his way. Boss. The sound came from the left. Move. Everyone follow me. Tang Yu, concealed in his hideout, dropped several spent shell casings onto the floor, his expression grim and taut. He had executed the ambush flawlessly, yet in that single fleeting second the vagrant still managed to squeeze the trigger. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. After dragging the vagrant inside, he retrieved the fallen casings and used a blanket to absorb the damp stain beside the pillar, erasing all evidence. The entire operation lasted under 30 seconds. And barely 15 seconds after he retreated into cover, other vagrants began converging on the site. Haigu arrived moments later. Who fired the shot? Around him, the vagrants exchanged blank, bewildered glances. Was it you? No, we just got here. Not us either. We followed the boss straight here. Watching his men murmur among themselves, Haigu's brow furrowed deeper. Brother dog, this shot wasn't fired by any of ours. One subordinate whispered low. Check head count. Has everyone assembled? Haigu commanded, voice heavy with gravity. A collective jolt ran through them. They hadn't even counted. Soon a voice broke the silence. Boss. San Centimeter and Ergo, they're missing. But I swear I saw them searching just minutes ago. Yeah, I saw them too. Silence. In that instant, every vagrant understood the two were almost certainly dead. And that gunshot, likely their final desperate resistance upon encountering the enemy. That rat hasn't fled far. Dig this place up stone by stone until you drag him out. At Haigu's order, the vagrants fanned out, scouring every inch, shooting first into shadows or suspicious crevices, no questions asked. Inside his hideout, Tang Yu, now armed to the teeth, crouched motionless behind the fireplace in the waiting area, assault rifle leveled at the entrance, breath, steady eyes unblinking. In the past 3 minutes alone, over 6 vagrants had passed his door, yet all were deceived by the camouflaged entrance, glancing once before moving on. Even so, sweat beaded along Tang Yu's temples. On his tactical map, 20-odd red icons circled his hideout like vultures, pressure mounting relentless. The strain weighed heavily, not only on Tang Yu, but on Haigu as well. Still no sign of that rat. After more than 10 minutes of meticulous search yielded nothing, Haigu could no longer sit still. From the moment the shots rang out to their arrival took barely a minute. Too short even to dispose of a body, let alone vanish without a trace. Yet now 2 men had vanished. No bodies, no blood, no scorch marks, no struggle. Nothing remained but silence and absence. Wait, was the exact firing location confirmed? His subordinate shook his head helplessly. Brother dog, we've combed every inch. No shell casings. We might have traced footprints, but 8 or 9 others reached the spot before we did. That trail is gone. Damn it. Can that bastard turn invisible? Just then, pop-a-pop-a-pop. Fierce gunfire erupted from the tunnel on the opposite side of the station. Boss, we've got him. He's in the tunnel, engaging us now. Relief flared across Haigu's face. You slippery little rat. You finally slipped up. All units, move in for support. He sprinted toward the sound, his men surging behind him, grins twisting into predatory snarls. They knew, once this intruder fell, Boss Haigu would reward them handsomely. One straggler lagging at the rear was already imagining tonight's spoils, when a towel clamped over his face from behind. In the next, heartbeat paralysis seized him, limbs locked while severed body frozen in place. Then a man emerged, face half shrouded by a fractured mask, and dragged him sideways into the wall like a sack of grain. As the black door sealed shut behind them, he realized with dawning horror the hunter they sought had been hiding, not miles away, but right beneath their very eyes. An unseen specter, silent and patient, concealed behind a wall they'd inspected dozens of times, watching, waiting, unblinking. But he would never share this revelation with his comrades. For there, sprawled cold and lifeless on the floor, lay two corpses he knew well. They'd shared drinks just last night. San Centimeter. Ergo, the very men he'd just been searching for. Their faces were frozen in raw terror and despair, and in that instant he understood. This was his fate too. As the blade pierced his heart, icy numbness flooded his veins. Then darkness swallowed him whole. The survivor has completed a special event task, Doomsday Blade Runner. Reward obtained: rare skill, stealth movement, rare equipment, night, cloak, hooded. Stealth movement. Type rare, passive skill. Description: stealth movement allows your footsteps to be quieter and reduces the range of sound propagation. Effect: increases speed during stealth movement. Reduces footstep sounds on ordinary materials. Reduces sound propagation range during stealth movement. Reduces noise generated by weapons and equipment. At max level, becomes silent on all materials. Proficiency 010000. How to increase proficiency. Increase proficiency during stealth movement. Night cloak, hooded. Type special equipment, back. Material: black camouflage, coating cotton, special polyester fiber. Special effect 1. In darkness or shadows, concealment effect 30, a chance of being overlooked 30. Special effect 2. Footstep sounds and noise generated by weapons and equipment reduced by 30, sound propagation range 30. The skill bar is finally no longer empty. Tang Yu looked at the two rewards he had received, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, this is amazing. If he had had these skills and equipment earlier, he would have been confident enough to sneak up behind the refugees for an ambush instead of having to struggle and scheme like just now. Stealth movement combined with night cloak completely creates an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Looking at their attribute descriptions, Tang Yu quickly made his way to the warehouse and took out the black mask he had just traded for that morning. Black mask. Type rare equipment, face. Material: cashmere cotton. Warmth effect good. Breathability good. Environmental hearing 5. Special effect features a realistic depiction of a black face when worn in darkness or shadow. Concealment effect 20. Disguise effect 20. These two pieces of equipment are simply a perfect match. When the special effects of the night cloak and black mask are combined, as long as Tang Yu is in darkness or shadows, he already gains a 50 bonus to his concealment effect. If he adds in the overlooked and disguise effects, Tang Yu could hardly imagine the result. He would be a king in the darkness. With the two pieces of equipment and skills in hand, various novel ideas flashed continuously in Tang Yu's mind. These two pieces of equipment clearly won't have much effect in direct combat, as they provide no protective capabilities. However, he could attempt an assassination exploration route. As long as he acted at night, he could explore areas previously inaccessible, and the safety would be greater than during the day. This discovery thrilled Tang Yu, and he focused on the virtual map of the subway station. More than 20 red dots were slowly surrounding a yellow dot. Although the yellow dot was constantly retreating, facing enemies outnumbering him clearly made it difficult for him to hold his ground. Since you helped me once, I'll help you this time. After organizing his equipment, Tang Yu draped the night cloak over his body, replacing the broken mask on his head with the black mask. As he donned the hood of the cloak, a black assassin was born. Stepping out of his hiding spot and jumping down into the subway tunnel, Tang Yu began to run quickly in the shadows. Immediately, he felt the difference. The sound of his footsteps and the rustling of his equipment had significantly diminished. While in the shadows, he also felt a sense of familiarity, as if he understood the darkness intimately. He knew exactly where to stand and what posture would allow him to blend perfectly into the dark. Like instinct. This feeling was indeed quite marvelous. In this wondrous sensation, Tang Yu quickly approached the battlefield where the refugees were being suppressed. The yellow dot was now barely holding on thanks to the dark environment of the tunnel. It was also about to leave the covered area of the virtual map of the subway station. At the same time, his private messages lit up. Wang Boa, master, help. I'm out of submachine gun bullets. Urgently needed. Seeing the private message, Tang Yu frowned. Could it be? Tang Yu, are you the one being attacked by the refugees in the tunnel? Wang Boa, master, how do you know? Are you nearby too? Help me, master. Upon receiving Wang Bohu's reply, Tang Yu understood. No wonder this person could hold out against so many refugees' attacks until now. Oh, it all made sense. Although it was a bit absurd, Wang Bohu had just traded submachine gun bullets and magazines with him that morning, but it was indeed reasonable to make them last. Considering that he had just helped draw the refugees' attention, Tang Yu traded him 60 rounds of bullets and 1 grenade. Tang Yu, you hold them off, and he'll look for an opportunity to rescue you. Wang Bohu, wow, thank you, master. The next moment, Tang Yu heard the sound of gunfire intensifying in the tunnel. At the same time, the yellow dot on the virtual map changed to light green. Tang Yu now understood the color differences in the light dots on the virtual map. Red hostile, yellow neutral, green friendly. This made Tang Yu feel more at ease about rescuing Wang Bohu. At this moment, he had also entered the tunnel engulfed in darkness. In the pitch-black tunnel, the flashes of gunfire lit up the darkness like stars. Tang Yu focused on the last person in the refugee group. He could even hear the sounds of their attacks and their growls. As his footsteps became softer, the dagger was already gripped in his right hand, his body bent, alternating his feet in a stealthy advance. Stealth movement. Tang Yu's footsteps became even more imperceptible, his movements more delicate. The voice of a black dog emerged from an unknown corner. Take your time, let's see how many bullets he has. I want to capture him alive. This guy has killed so many of us, let's show him our might. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression turned peculiar. No wonder these guys all rushed over. It turns out Wang Bohu took the blame for him. Good people live in peace. At this moment, upon hearing the black dog's words, all the refugees revealed sinister smiles and began to inch forward. The last refugee in the line fired bursts at the location of the survivors ahead. Until the firing pin clicked empty, he then ducked beside the wall, pulling out a spare magazine to reload. At this moment, Tang Yu had already crept to within 2 meters of this refugee's back. He was like the Grim Reaper in the dark, completely silent. Tang Yu attacked, draw the refugee's attention. Wang Bohu got it, master. In the next moment, gunfire erupted in the tunnel, and the refugees began to dodge or counterattack. The last refugee had just finished reloading when he heard the dense gunfire ahead in the tunnel. He raised his gun and aimed at the position of the survivors. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, followed by the sensation of hot liquid flowing from it. The sharp dagger had already sliced open his neck. SSSS. Gurgle. Gurgle. Tang Yu carefully lowered the corpse of a refugee onto the ground and casually flicked blood from his bayonet before moving silently toward his next target. The refugees remained oblivious to the shift in their formation. Haigu's full attention was fixed on the surviving target ahead, already encircled by their advancing ranks. Noticing the survivors' attacks growing markedly slower, Haigu's heart surged with elation. Brothers, his ammunition's exhausted. Move in and seize him. At Haigu's command, the refugees instantly split into 2 squads. One of 3 or 4 men took cover farther back, delivering sustained suppressive fire toward the survivors' position. The second squad, also 3 or 4 refugees, pressed close along the tunnel wall, closing in to capture the survivor alive, while Haigu held position between them, awaiting the battle's conclusion. Wang Bohu remained unaware. At that moment, he crouched inside a shallow recess in the tunnel, swapping magazines, just as he prepared to resume firing and draw enemy fire. Tang Yu's message arrived: don't fire. Retrieve your grenade, pull the pin, and wait for my signal to throw it 5 meters behind you. Haiga's men are closing in on you. Reading Tang Yu's warning, Wang Bohu recoiled inwardly, shock rippling through him. Without hesitation, he snatched the grenade, yanked the pin, and gripped it tightly, poised to act at Tang Yu's command. Wang Bohu messaged back, Master, I've got the grenade ready. Meanwhile, Tang Yu laid low. A second refugee resheathed his bayonet, reshouldered his assault rifle, and palmed a grenade of his own. He preferred to continue striking unseen, but Wang Bohu's peril left no room for delay. So Tang Yu slipped behind the suppressing squad, halting 10 meters away. He waited motionless until his tactical map showed the captors nearing within 6 or 7 meters of Wang Bohu. Now, throw it 5 meters behind you. After the blast, fire 20 meters left along the wall. As the message flashed across his display, Tang Yu hurled his grenade 10 meters forward. When Tang Yu's grenade landed among the suppressing squad, no one noticed. Their eyes remained locked on Wang Bohu ahead. But when Wang Bohu's grenade struck the captor's feet, it was instantly spotted. Grenade, scatter. Yet Wang Bohu was no novice. He had deliberately timed the throw. Boom, boom. The twin detonations tore through both squads, leaving carnage and shrieks in their wake. The sound of comrades' agony stunned Haigu into paralysis. He could not fathom why explosions erupted behind them, until he saw the muzzle flash from Tang Yu's rifle, and understanding flooded his mind. Enemies behind us. Engage. Engage. The refugees wheeled about to retaliate, only for Wang Bohu to suddenly thrust his rifle from cover and unleash controlled bursts. Tang Yu refused to stand still like a target. After 5 rapid shots, he rolled sideways. then knelt, fired again, and rolled once more. Amplified by his night cloak and blackface mask, he was nearly invisible. Visible only for the fleeting instant his weapon flared, vanishing before enemy rounds struck earth instead of flesh. Wang Bo, who too fought with cunning, never exposing himself, only extending his barrel beyond the wall to empty his magazine precisely where Tang Yu had directed. Boom! Tang Yu hurled another grenade. Instantly, the tunnel echoed only with the refugees' wails and cries of agony. By the time Wang Bo, who exhausted every round from his submachine gun and sidearm, the refugees lay broken. Only 3 or 4 wounded survivors writhed on the ground, moaning in pain. 6 or 7 final shots sealed their fate. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, and deep as the surrounding darkness. Tang Yu clutched his thigh, grimacing, then swallowed a painkiller to dull the ache. As he unzipped his surgical kit and began suturing his wound, his gaze never strayed from Wang Bo, whose icon on his tactical map, its color constantly monitored. Though the icon now glowed a deeper, purer green, Tang Yu permitted himself no lapse in vigilance. Wang Bo, who bombarded him with private messages: "Master, I'm out of bullets. Are any refugees left? Master, I hear nothing now. Are they all dead? Master, 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 are you all right? Don't frighten me. Master, you risked everything to save me. I never imagined. Master, I'm not dead yet. No need to panic. Master, you're alive. Thank heavens." By then Tang Yu had finished treating his wound and rose, reloading, reaming, and stepping fully into view. "It's over. They're all dead. Come out." With those words, he lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing his silhouette. Switching on his flashlight, he cast its beam toward Wang Bo, whose hiding place. "Come out." Before the echo faded, Wang Bo, who poked his head from cover and grinned, striding forward. "Master, I finally meet you." Holy! His jaw dropped as he beheld Tang Yu's face, his expression shifting to stunned disbelief. He stared, incredulous, until Tang Yu clarified, "I'm wearing a mask." Only then did comprehension soften Wang Bo, whose features. Throughout, Tang Yu watched Wang Bo, whose icon, intently, ready to fire without hesitation at the slightest hue shift. And indeed, the icon changed, deepening, intensifying, greener. A lustrous, imperial jade green, so vivid it seemed to gleam with inner light. Tang Yu lowered his rifle, calm and unreadable, and asked, "Wang Bo, who? Did you ever have a girlfriend?" Perplexed but obedient Wang Bo, who answered plainly, "I did. Broke up after returning." Furious, "I volunteered for the apocalypse game." "Ahem. Never mind," Tang Yu murmured, lips faintly curving. Only then did he register Wang Bo, whose youth, astonishment flashing across his thoughts. "Didn't expect you to be so young." Wang Bo, who scratched his head, sheepish. He turned 18 this year." Tang Yu smiled inwardly, then tilted his chin toward the charred remains of the refugees Wang Bo, who had obliterated. "Go on, scavenge what you can. Take whatever you need." 20 corpses lined the tunnel, sharing spoils with Wang Bo, who was only fair. "Master, really?" Though Wang Bo, who had hoped hearing it confirmed, felt unreal, bliss arriving too swiftly. Happiness struck him like lightning, dizzying, disorienting. "Absolutely, take it all. Hurry. This place is likely already compromised." Wang Bo, who wasted no time. He needed those weapons, desperately, and he strode straight toward the crater left by his grenade. Tang Yu's gaze, however, drifted toward Haigu's last known position, a quiet smile playing on his lips. Looting, after all, was pure delight. And a warlord commanding 24 refugees. Surely he carried treasures worth claiming. Tang Yu and Wang Bo, who did not linger long. This was no time to assess the quality of their spoils. "Great Master, I'll head back now. Message you later. Go quickly. Watch out for marauders on the way." Watching Wang Bo, who vanished with difficulty into the pitch-black tunnel, Tang Yu wasted no time. He made several swift trips back and forth, hauling every piece of equipment and supply stripped from the marauders' bodies back to his hideout. He also relocated the 3 corpses inside the hideout into the tunnel, carefully staging a false scene. The marauders had been wiped out there, and their attackers had then pressed deeper underground. Only after meticulously erasing all traces around the hideout that might betray its location did Tang Yu finally exhale deeply. Today's upheaval had indeed been heart-pounding. Fortunately, ever since stepping into the apocalypse game on day 1, Tang Yu had prepared relentlessly, steadily enhancing his own strength, upgrading his gear, and reinforcing his hideout's infrastructure. It was this foresight that allowed him to narrowly prevail in a battle so grossly lopsided in terms of raw power. Above all, fortune had favored him. Had Wang Bo, who not traded him the paralyzing toxin, Tang Yu would never have completed the Apocalypse Knife Runner quest or claimed its 2 rewards. Nor would he have seized the chance to strike unseen had Wang Bo, who, not knowing why, suddenly appeared and drawn the marauders' attention away. At that thought, Tang Yu paused, faintly, a wry expression flickering across his face. "So this young man is truly my lucky star." Meanwhile, Wang Bo, who at last staggered back to his own hideout, exhausted yet triumphant. The reason? Tang Yu had told him plainly, take as much as you can carry. Wang Bo, who had thus loaded himself to maximum capacity, crawling forward inch by inch. All the while his heart pounded with equal parts tension and exhilaration. Such an arsenal was nothing short of liberation. This haul included 4 long rifles, 4 handguns, 6 or 7 grenades, and fully stocked magazines and ammunition. The rest consisted of medical supplies he'd deliberately scavenged. Gazing upon the room brimming with gear, Wang Bo, who broke into a dazed, blissful grin. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly opened his private message inbox. Wang Bo, who, great master. I'm back safely. Tang Yu, okay. Without delay, Tang Yu sent him 4 bulletproof vests. Tang Yu, your spoils. Take them. These vests had belonged to the marauders Wang Bo, who had killed with explosives, too heavy for him to carry earlier, so Tang Yu had retrieved them himself. Tang Yu cared little for such trifles. He no longer needed level 2 body armor, and he genuinely liked Wang Bo, who, so he simply offered the favor freely. True enough, Wang Bo, who was overjoyed. Wang Bo, who, great master. Tang Yu, done. I'm busy now. Wang Bo, who, you go ahead, great master. Only then did Tang Yu turn his full attention to identifying potential vulnerabilities in his subway station hideout. He knew well greater peril loomed ahead. This skirmish had involved only 24 marauders, but next time dozens, perhaps even hundreds, might descend upon him. His sense of urgency sharpened accordingly. Undeniably, darkness, now enhanced by his night cloak and black face mask, was his safest domain. Whether striking or concealing himself, the shadows granted him decisive tactical advantage. Unable to remain idle any longer, Tang Yu donned his gear once more and strode directly to the station's electrical control room, the heart housing all circuit breakers and power switches for the entire subway complex. 2 grenades detonated. Sparks erupted. Chaos reigned within the control room, and then silence, total absolute darkness swallowed the entire station. Tang Yu re-entered with his flashlight, inspected every cabinet thoroughly, and confirmed beyond doubt that none could be repaired. Only then did he return to his hideout. At last he breathed easy. Now he understood why survivors were required to construct a power generator facility, even though the city's grid remained partially functional. The Apocalypse game clearly accounted for multiple contingencies. Yet with the station's power system destroyed, his hideout too plunged into darkness. Until now, Tang Yu had relied entirely on the subway's existing lighting, never having installed dedicated illumination. That changed today. Illumination Level 1. Effect provides basic light using candles. Requirements 1000 Apocalypse coins 1 candle 1 lighter. Build time 5 minutes. Material satisfied. Construct. Yes. 5 minutes later, Level 1 illumination was complete. Tang Yu immediately upgraded to Level 2 Illumination. Illumination Level 2. Effect provides steady ambient light using basic fixtures. Upgrade requirements Level 1 Power Generator Level 1 Illumination 10 light bulbs 10 meters of wiring 1 switch 200 Apocalypse coins. Upgrade time 1 hour. Materials insufficient. Unable to upgrade. Tang Yu noted the massive quantities required, especially bulbs and wiring, so he promptly posted a request in the regional trade channel. The trade proceeded smoothly. Common urban essentials exchanged for just 1 dagger and 1 Level 2 bulletproof vest. He initiated the upgrade immediately. Unhurried, Tang Yu lay down to rest, eyes closed, mind still. When he awoke, night had fallen. The illumination facility had long since completed its upgrade. Tang Yu retrieved 2 pressured fuel drums from storage and poured their contents into the generator. With a soft hum, the power generator activated, its operation smooth and near silent. As Tang Yu flipped the light switch, warmth and brightness flooded the hideout once more. A satisfied smile touched his lips. This generator is exceptional, perhaps black tech. Its noise is barely perceptible, and its exhaust vents directly into the ventilation ducts. Impressive. Since only the illumination system drew power, he set the generator to its lowest output level, Mode 1. Those 2 drums of fuel would sustain it for a very long time. Next, Tang Yu stepped outside the hideout, carefully verifying that neither sound, light, nor vibration from the running generator could be detected beyond its walls. Only then did he truly relax. He silently congratulated himself again for choosing to trade for the silent alloy door and thermal insulated walls that morning. Back inside, he began constructing the kitchen facility, unbuilt until now, then finally turned his attention to cataloging the day's spoils. There was no denying the unprecedented scale of his gains, especially gazing upon the floor strewn with weapons and gear. A quiet, deep-seated pride stirred within him. Night had fallen, completely dark. At the refugee camp, Ro Go asked again, "Has Hey Go still not returned?" "Boss, Brother Go hasn't come back yet. At noon, he sent someone to report that they'd located the site where our brothers were killed, inside Garden Metro Station, and then took over 20 brothers there to hunt down the enemy. Brother Go led so many men. He should be back by now." As Rogo listened to his subordinates report, a deep unease steadily tightened in his chest. Though reason assured him that Heigo, backed by more than 20 men, could hardly have met with disaster, it was already nightfall. Far too long for such a delay. No, we must send men to find Heigo and ascertain what's happened. At Rogo's command, another squad of a dozen men set out once more toward Garden Metro Station. Tang Yu meanwhile studied a map intently, his expression grave. Map of Bida District, K Luo City. Type intelligence item. Occupies 21 grid slots. Description: a detailed street map documenting the thoroughfares of Bida District, K Luo City. This was Tang Yu's first clear glimpse of the urban layout surrounding him, and he quickly pinpointed the location of his current metro station. It lay midway between the central zone and the district's outer boundary, a position neither advantageous nor perilous. The station itself, Garden Station, derived its name from the nearby White Pagoda Flower Park. He also located the Red Romance Club on the map, indeed just one station away. Likewise, apartment block No. 15 appeared clearly marked, situated halfway between the Red Romance Club and the next station. According to the map's annotations, this area had once housed primarily middle-class residents. Adjacent stood a massive shopping Ganla-style supermarket, a luxury automobile for S dealership, and a bank. On the map, a building labeled Trading Center had been circled in red ink with the words Base Camp scrawled beside it. So, the Trading Center is the refugees' stronghold in this sector. Tang Yu carefully folded the map away. Its value was immense, enough to empower decisive action. Next, he drew out a key. Key to room 903 Sonmu Hotel. Effect: unlocks room 903 at Sonmu Hotel. Both items had been looted from the slain refugee leader. Tang Yu surmised the key belonged to the man's private room, likely stocked with valuable supplies he'd hoarded. The thought stirred eager anticipation within him. Now two paths of exploration beckoned. The first was apartment block No. 15, where he already held 3 keys granting him full access. The second was room 903 at Sonmu Hotel, a building situated directly beside apartment block No. 15, separated only by the bank tower. Yet the final decision would hinge on tomorrow's super monopoly event. Today's spoils had overwhelmed his storage capacity. He simply stacked them in a corner. Exhaustion swiftly overtook him. His reserves of energy had been utterly spent, and he drifted into deep slumber within moments. A dozen refugees dispatched by Rogo to locate Heigo finally arrived at Garden Metro Station. Why is this place pitch black? Silence. Turn on your flashlights. Advance cautiously. Seeing the station swallowed in utter darkness, the squad's leader felt a chill of foreboding settle in his gut. Under such conditions, Heigo would never linger so long. Yet his boss's orders left no room for refusal. They began searching the station, and soon discovered bloodstains and signs of fierce combat scattered across the control room floor. Slowly, methodically, they advanced deeper, until near the tunnel entrance, one man's flashlight beam pierced the gloom and caught something lying motionless on the ground. Brother, there's something inside the tunnel, lying on the ground. Go see. After walking several dozen meters into the tunnel, every man froze, astonishment etching their faces. This is Sensiyuan, isn't it? One refugee recognized the corpse. There's another ahead. That one looks like Ergo. Panic erupted. Flashlight beams swept frantically deeper into the tunnel. 1, 2, 3, 27. 27 familiar faces sprawled lifeless upon the ground. 5 bore clean knife wounds, military-grade blades, but the rest showed brutal evidence of sustained ferocious combat. Each body bore multiple bullet wounds and shrapnel lacerations from grenades. The squad leader stared at Heigo's corpse, eyes bulging bloodshot, frozen in unrelenting fury. Terror gripped his heart. Impossible. Heigo, 20 strong men, slaughtered here. This was no random ambush. It was a calculated, premeditated strike against their camp. If the attackers remained, their own dozen men would be slaughtered without resistance. Not only he, but every refugee present felt icy dread seize their spines. Many had shared drinks with these men just last night. Everyone retreat. Now, snapping a few hurried photos of the tunnel scene, the leader barked orders to his men. They fled, stumbling, breathless, bursting from the station entrance into the moonlit night, gasping relief as silver light bathed their sweat-slicked faces. Turning back, they beheld the metro station's yawning, lightless maw, a bottomless maw of hell itself. After catching their breath, they raced back toward camp. You're saying Heigo and his 20 men, all dead inside the tunnel? Rogo stared incredulously at his reporting subordinate. Boss, here are the photos. All their gear and weapons are gone. Only corpses remain inside the tunnel. I suspect a coordinated assault, targeted specifically at us. Rogo accepted the photos, gazing upon Heigo's wide-eyed, blood-flecked corpse, and those of the others, his face darkening with cold rage. Who dares scheme against me? Cabin or butcher? He strode to the city map pinned to the wall and studied it closely. Cabin controls the 4S dealership, Butcher holds the theater building. Judging by the tunnel's orientation, it leads directly toward both territories, and the Red Romance Club sits precisely at the tri-border junction among our 3 domains. Damn it, could it really be those 2 testing my limits? Though certainty eluded him. Rogo knew inaction was untenable. His men would lose faith if he did nothing. He fixed his gaze upon his subordinate, "Send Dagger to see me." 10 minutes later, a figure emerged, cloaked head Toto in black, wearing a skull-shaped mask. "Dagger, you've surely heard. Today Go and over 20 men perished in that tunnel. Add the 10 killed 2 days prior. That's over 30 lives lost. Only Cabin or Butcher possess such power. Take your people and deliver a message. Our brothers will not die in vain. Move silently." Dagger listened without reply, merely nodded once, cool and detached, then turned and vanished from the room. Watching the masked figure disappear, Rogo drew deeply on his cigar, his narrowed eyes gleaming with quiet menace. "Cabin, Butcher, I don't know if it was you, but I have no choice now. If it wasn't you, don't blame me when fate takes its course." Later that evening, the leaders of several other refugee camps in Luo City received word Go, Rogo's most trusted lieutenant, and over 20 of his men had been slain inside a subway tunnel. Over the past few days, Rogo had already lost nearly 40 subordinates. The news sent shockwaves through the camps, though Rogo was widely regarded as unscrupulous, and his rise to power anything but honorable. His camp's combat strength was undeniably formidable. Yet someone had struck him with devastating precision, inflicting massive losses without leaving a single trace for Rogo to follow. Once they confirmed the attack did not originate from within their own ranks, the camp leaders exchanged knowing, almost amused glances. After all, these were nearly 40 fully armed fighters, not elite like the Northern rebels, but certainly no helpless strays. To eliminate them so silently and utterly, even the leaders themselves could not help but weigh the odds. If such an assault befell their own forces, could they possibly survive it? Rogo must have provoked someone he shouldn't have, otherwise why target him so deliberately? This suspicion spread rapidly among them. Soon after, orders rippled across every camp, phrased differently, yet carrying the same unambiguous command: stay low for the next few days. Avoid subway stations. Steer clear of anyone, or anything, you shouldn't cross. Then they waited, waiting, savoring Rogo's humiliation with the detached delight of spectators at a grim spectacle. More crucially, each leader was quietly scanning for opportunity, the chance to seize Rogo's territory. Refugees were scavengers by nature, insatiable as hyenas. They cared little who opposed Rogo. In their eyes, only land and profit mattered. 6 hours after the discovery of Go's corpse, just past midnight, Hua Yuan subway station welcomed a new visitor. Had Tang Yu been conscious, his virtual map would have revealed a pitch-black, ink-dark, and absolute, materializing at the station entrance. It glided soundlessly through the blackened subway corridors, crossed the abandoned concourse, and entered the tunnel, leaving no echo, no breath, no footprint. Insects and ants along its path died within seconds, like a death specter treading airless shadows, silent, unseen, lethal upon sight. Go's body and those of his men had vanished, leaving only pools of blood, bullet-riddled walls, and the faint, acrid scent of gunpowder. The figure examined the scene with meticulous care, tracing blood spatter patterns, analyzing bullet impacts, even mapping the blast radii of 3 grenades. Satisfied, he withdrew as silently as he had arrived. The tunnel sank once more into stillness, as if no soul had ever disturbed its silence. What? Only 2 people? Impossible. Rogo's voice cracked with disbelief. You doubt me? No, Lord Guilien, I dare not. It's just, this report is simply too staggering. After all, they were over 20 fully armed men, not 20 chickens. From the gloom of the chamber, Lord Guilien regarded Rogo through his mask, its hollow gaze brimming with contempt. Rogo, remember well who placed you upon this throne. Rogo broke into a cold sweat. Lord Guilien, I would never forget. Without your grace, I could never have claimed this position. See that you don't. Now, this intelligence is yours. Find those 2. Now. Yes, Lord Guilien. Day 4 of the apocalypse. Only 3 days remained before the polar blizzard cataclysm. Tang Yu tightened the blanket around himself and shivered. Damn it, the cold's setting in already. Though the game's lore stated the cataclysm would arrive precisely 1 week after activation, early signs of devastation had already begun to manifest. After drifting drowsily for several minutes, Tang Yu rubbed his bleary eyes, stretched, rose, and made his way to the power generator. He rebooted it, then flipped the light switch. His shelter flooded with light. There in the corner stood the newly completed kitchen, a modest countertop bearing a simple electric heating pot. This apocalypse game is impressive, he murmured in awe, then retrieved a carton of milk and a loaf of bread from storage. He warmed the milk in the pot and ate breakfast, slowly sip of warm milk, bite of bread. Then, craving more, opened a can of luncheon meat and devoured it hungrily. Ah, bliss. Tang Yu had been stranded in this apocalyptic world for 5 or 6 days. This was his first hot, palatable meal. For days prior, survival dictated stark rations, dry bread, or beef sausages, when hungry, bottled water when thirsty. For someone accustomed to warm, home-cooked meals, the deprivation had become unbearable, hence his urgency to construct the kitchen the day before. With temperatures dropping steadily, subsisting on cold provisions felt unsustainable. As he soaked bread in steaming milk, he opened the regional chat channel. He hoped to catch news of last night's events, but instead found eerie calm. Compared to the chaos of yesterday morning, when refugees chased him like panicked birds, it was unnervingly tranquil. Still, a few voices cried out in the channel, pleading for food, begging for water. Yet every survivor responded with identical indifference. It was day 4. Unlike those born into forests, deserts, or barren wastelands, urban survivors faced no scarcity of sustenance. With courage to scavenge, anyone could secure enough supplies to sustain themselves, no grand feats required. Yet this man possessed nothing. That meant he hadn't ventured out at all, and no survivor would willingly surrender hard-won provisions to someone too timid to lift a finger. They weren't his father's. Sated and refreshed, Tang Yu tidied up, then approached the Super Monopoly panel with palpable anticipation. I wonder what time slot I'll roll today. Please, let it be real estate again. Special event quests are brutal. Today's Monopoly investment points had already been credited another 128 points, bringing his total wealth to 409. Over 400. Tang Yu grinned. Yesterday's special quest must have been triggered by a mispronounced incantation. I'll try a different one today. He paused, then intoned reverently, Lord Guan Wu Di Jun, the martial god of wealth, Lord Guan himself. Bless my roll today. Grant me real estate. The dice began to spin. Tang Yu watched unblinking. When the die settled on 6, his eyes darted instantly to the 6th tile ahead of his miniature avatar. But the moment he saw the icon, his pupils widened in stunned disbelief. Holy shit. Tang Yu's expression was extremely gloomy. It was simply because the icon for that position still displayed A. Tang Yu had already laid flat, heavily burying himself in the blanket. Survivor triggers unexpected event. Windfall wealth points 200. Moi. Hearing the prompt sound from the Super Tycoon, Tang Yu suddenly sat up and looked at the panel. Wow, this is great. Tang Yu now felt that it wasn't so hard to accept. It seems that worshipping Lord Guan really has an effect. Even if I trigger an unexpected event, I can still pick up money for free. With that, his wealth points had astonishingly reached 609 points. In a great mood, Tang Yu happily closed the panel. He began to plan today's work schedule. Today marked the 4th day since entering the apocalypse game, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. The most critical issue for Tang Yu now was how to survive the first round of apocalypse disaster. Although the construction of his hiding place was already far ahead of other survivors, survival in the apocalypse was not about competing against other survivors, but rather it was about contending with disasters. Tang Yu still felt there was room for improvement in his hiding place. Currently, the heating facilities included a fireplace, the food heating facilities had a kitchen, and the insulation facilities had insulating walls, but no one knew how severe this blizzard would be. After all, with the polar descriptor, Tang Yu estimated that temperatures could reach -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. At that time, even with the 50°C increase from the fireplace, it would only barely approach 0 degrees, remaining very cold. What if the extreme cold disaster were to become even more severe, reaching temperatures of -70 or 80 degrees, or even lower? Moreover, this disaster was expected to last for 3 days. Tang Yu felt that he must prepare early. The more heating facilities, the better. Though they could be unnecessary, they could not be absent. In addition, he needed to stockpile more fuel for the generator, as well as produce bedding. Since the resting area had been upgraded to level 2 cozy rest area due to a series of events, Tang Yu had not had the chance to check the new list of bedding production in the resting area. Today was just the right time to trade for supplies and create them. This morning he already felt a bit cold, even with the insulating walls in place. Tomorrow the temperature is likely to drop even further. If he were to catch a cold in his sleep, that would truly be adding insult to injury, so he needed to stockpile some medicines. Then there was the issue of food reserves and warehouse upgrades. These were all urgent matters for today. Just thinking about it made Tang Yu feel a headache and annoyed. Tang Yu quickly determined today's work tasks. He would not go out to explore during the daytime. Since there were no new properties coming in, there was no need to take risks. He would focus on upgrading facilities in his hiding place, trading supplies, and crafting items to prepare for the extreme cold disaster in 3 days. It was just the right time to digest the massive amount of equipment and weapons he had collected yesterday, though otherwise there would be no place to set foot in his hiding place. Having made his decision, Tang Yu went to the warehouse to check the upgrade requirements. Warehouse Level 1 Warehouse Level 1 effect. Gain a 5x840 grid supply warehouse within the hiding place. Next phase, expand warehouse. Level 2 upgrade requirements. Warehouse Level 1 ventilation duct. Level 1 0 apocalypse coins. 3 items occupying more than 12 grids. 2 units of wood. 1 pack of nails. 1 unit of WD anti-corrosion waterproof agent. Upgrade time 1 hour. Current upgrade materials are insufficient. Upgrade not possible. The material requirements for this warehouse upgrade were significantly higher than before. Fortunately, the most difficult items to obtain were the 12 grid space items, and he had several 12 grid magazine pouches among yesterday's loot. They should be usable. The remaining materials should be obtainable through trading. Next was the latest production list from the resting area. Loose cotton blanket production requirements, 25 units of cotton, 1 needle and thread. Comfortable bedsheet production requirements, 2 units of fleece fabric, 1 unit of polyester, 1 needle and thread. Buckwheat pillow production requirements, 3 units of buckwheat flour, 1 pillow, 1 needle and thread. Looking at the newly appeared bedding production list, Tang Yu frowned. He wasn't particularly satisfied with these items. It seems I still need to place my hopes on trading. Since that's the case, Tang Yu directly opened the world channel to edit his trading information for today. A few minutes later. City Tang Yu, image of submachine gun X13, image of AK rifle X7, image of shotgun X3, image of pistol X23, image of melee weapon X23, level 2 bulletproof vest X20, level 3 bulletproof vest X4. Trading blueprints, items, equipment, and supplies, prioritizing rare items and warm heating related items. Limited quantities. DM me to trade. He sent the same message to the regional chat channel. The result was that this message directly silenced both the world channel and the regional chat channel. For more than 10 seconds, Tang Yu did not see anyone refreshing the chat messages. What the hell? Can the chat channel of this apocalypse game crash? Tang Yu incredulously speculated that just a few days ago, as soon as he sent out a trading message, a group of people would comment, "Hey, what was going on today?" Just as he finished thinking that, the messages in the world channel and the regional chat channels began to scroll wildly. His private messages also started to increase rapidly again. So there's a delay? You scared me. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. However, the survivors who saw Tang Yu's message were completely unable to calm down. Although the equipment Tang Yu had traded before was outrageous, at least there was a limit that everyone could accept. Moreover, the survivors who had purchased weapons from Tang Yu in the past 2 days had also started to reap rewards, and now in the world channel and regional chat channel, people occasionally began trading weapons and equipment. So the trading of weapons was no longer as shocking as it had been a few days ago. However, they never expected that just a day later Tang Yu would unleash his big move again. Dozens of firearms, over 20 melee weapons, and bulletproof vests. It was simply refreshing the survivors' understanding of weapon and equipment trading. City Lu Haitao, isn't Yushin just showing off? Finally bringing out everything from his armory. Forest Lu Mintao, this is outrageous. Yushin just released so many items at once. Isn't he afraid of inflation? Prairie Wong Minmin, I think Yushin is awesome. This way more people can enhance their survival capabilities, but it would be better if the prices were a bit cheaper. City Wong Bohu, everyone don't think it's expensive. These items were obtained by Yushin after single-handedly battling more than 20 refugees, risking his life to get them. If you need weapons or equipment, contact Yushin quickly. West Coast Neo Dayton, wow, it seems like the person above knows some insider information. Is it true? Tang Yu just took a quick glance at the chat content and once again immersed himself in the task of selecting trading partners. The road ahead is long and arduous. Although only a day had passed, Tang Yu had already noticed a significant increase in the prices of warming supplies. Yesterday, a rare item could be traded for just a long spear, but today the price had risen to 2 or even 3 times that. Clearly, the sudden drop in temperature had made all survivors realize that the extreme cold disaster seemed to be arriving earlier than expected. However, Tang Yu felt no dissatisfaction, as he had anticipated this situation earlier. He felt immensely grateful that he had made the right decision before seizing the opportunity to trade for a large amount of necessary supplies, as everyone entered the late stage of the apocalypse. Thus, regarding the quantity of this transaction, Tang Yu was quite lenient. As long as the other party was not asking for an exorbitant price and the demands were within a reasonable range, he chose to trade. He also focused on the upgrade supplies needed for building facilities. After spending the entire morning, once all the weapons and equipment had been consumed, in addition to obtaining a large amount of supplies needed for upgrading his hideout and food reserves, as well as abundant apocalypse currency, Tang Yu once again acquired several excellent rare items or construction blueprints, one of which was even a blueprint for upgrading the hideout, which pleased him the most. However, to exchange for this blueprint, Tang Yu had to consume at least about 1/10 of his trading goods. Nevertheless, he found it quite worthwhile. Hideout upgrade blueprint, underground bunker. Type rare blueprint. Effect: after use, it will upgrade the space of the survivor's hideout and make targeted modifications. Upgrade requirements requires hideout stone X 300, concrete X 20, waterproof glue X 5, foam glue X 5, alloy steel X 20, apocalypse currency X 100. Upgrade time 5 seconds. Upgrade materials have met the conditions. Would you like to upgrade? At this moment, Tang Yu had already arrived outside the hideout and decisively chose yes. He saw the entire hideout becoming even more profound within the dark subway station. 5 seconds passed quickly. When Tang Yu opened the hideout door again, the inside had changed dramatically. The originally short downward staircase had become longer. After walking down about 3 meters, Tang Yu finally stepped onto the ground of the hideout, which still presented an L shape overall. Walking through a security corridor approximately 3 meters long, he arrived at the main hall of the hideout, with this security corridor situated right at the corner of the L. Tang Yu looked inward. The ceiling had transformed from the original flat roof of the station's monitoring room into an arched roof resembling the ceiling of a cave. However, the internal area of the hideout was now more than double its previous size. The resting area, kitchen, ventilation ducts, generator units, and other hideout facilities remained in their original locations, but there was a significant amount of space between each facility, presumably left to facilitate future upgrades. Additionally, the sizes of these facilities had correspondingly changed slightly with the upgrade of the hideout, making them appear more harmonious. The only significant change was in the ventilation ducts, which originally had a ventilation opening of about 30 by 30 centimeters installed on the ceiling. At this moment, however, it had moved to the upper part of the longer wall of the L-shaped hideout, and one ventilation opening had transformed into 3. Therefore, even though they were currently underground, the air inside the hideout remained remarkably fresh. Tang Yu observed the data provided on the virtual map. The subway station was already underground, and at this time the hideout had a depth difference of 30 meters from the surface. This hideout should be sufficient for now. After a quick glance around the hideout, Tang Yu began to construct other facilities. Resting area renovation blueprint, heated Kong. Type rare blueprint. Effect 1, transforms the beds in the resting area into heated Kangs, allowing temperature increases of 1040 through the burning of wood, charcoal, and other combustibles resisting the cold. Effect 2 reduces the probability of survivors suffering from cold-related illnesses and frostbite by 30, while water consumption increases by 40. Renovation requirements: resting area level 1, ventilation ducts level 1, fireproof bricks X50, insulation mats X1. Renovation time 1 hour. Water collector renovation blueprint, purification type. Type rare blueprint. Effect 1D produces 500 milliliters of purified water per hour with a storage capacity of 5L, requiring filter replacement every week. Effect 2, wastewater filtration efficiency is 2L per hour, requiring filter replacement every 3 days. Renovation requirements: kitchen level 1, water collector level 1A, generator units level 1O, filters X2, duct tape X1, corrugated hose X1, apocalypse currency X200. Renovation time 1 hour. Kitchen renovation blueprint, heater. Type rare blueprint. Effect 1, adds a heater facility in the kitchen area, providing hot water supply 247, reducing kitchen energy consumption by 12. Effect 2 reduces the probability of survivors suffering from gastrointestinal diseases and colds by 10. Renovation requirements: kitchen level 1, water collector level 1A, generator units level 1 or stove level 1, apocalypse currency 2500, faucet X1, metal parts X1. Renovation time 1 hour. These 3 hideout facility blueprints were carefully selected by Tang Yu, and he directly began the renovation of the resting area blueprint, heated Kong. Next, he built a water collector facility right next to the kitchen, and since he had all the construction materials this time, he chose to build directly. Originally, Tang Yu was not in a rush to build the water collector, as he had more than enough water for himself, with various bottled water and milk in the warehouse from the recent trades, enough for him to last a week. However, upon seeing the purifier and heater facilities, he still chose to take them. It was just preparing for the future. He would need them sooner or later. On the other hand, the prices of these 2 blueprints were indeed too cheap, equivalent to just the price of a long spear. However, Tang Yu understood the reason. The traders of these 2 rare blueprints were survivors from the city area, so their demand for water sources at this stage was definitely not high, and the construction requirements for these blueprints were quite harsh, making survivors who could meet these requirements extremely rare. Therefore, it was more cost-effective for them to trade with Tang Yu for weapons, as weapons were undoubtedly a hard currency that remained valuable even after the first disaster. Although Tang Yu had been trading weapons frequently these past few days, there were still very few survivors who relied on their own acquired firearms. Half an hour later, the water collector was completed. Tang Yu directly chose to use the 2 rare blueprints for the purifier and heater. During this time, the warehouse upgrade had already been completed, and the space of the warehouse had been expanded to 200 item slots. It seemed like a lot, but since the item slot occupancy in the Apocalypse game varied, he only placed small and cumbersome items in the warehouse, such as food, drinking water, medical supplies, etc. As for the generator fuel he purchased, it was neatly stored in the corner on the other side of the hideout. He had traded for about 20 barrels this time, which should last him a long time, based on a consumption rate of 1 barrel per week. This was a player who happened to be born near a gas station. Coincidentally, he was in the same area as Tang Yu, the guy who had previously set up his hideout in the sewer. It was said that this guy had earned quite a lot of supplies by reselling fuel. Tang Yu couldn't help but admire that there were indeed many capable people. As long as one was good at discovering opportunities, they could always find beneficial aspects. After Tang Yu had piled up the wood, charcoal, and other materials needed for the heated Kong in the corner, it was already 2 p.m. And all the upgraded facilities had been completed. The resting area has completely transformed. The original wooden single bed has been replaced by a 1.8 x 2 heated Kong with the Kong positioned flush against the wall, connected to a flue that links to the chimney of the adjacent fireplace. At this moment, the resting area can no longer simply be considered a place for Tang Yu to sleep. If a sofa were placed beside the fireplace and a television set across from the wall, it would resemble a simple little living room. Tang Yu approached the heated Kong and retrieved several warm bedding items from his private message inbox that he had previously traded for, including a thick cashmere blanket, a thick double duvet down pillows, cashmere pajamas, and cashmere socks. Basically, he has prepared most of the items and facilities necessary to cope with the extreme cold weather, which has put Tang Yu's mind at ease. At this point, Tang Yu was already fatigued and simply collapsed onto the heated Kong, covering himself with the cashmere blanket and falling asleep. Unbeknownst to him, several incidents of attacks on refugees had erupted in the White Tower district, each attack lasting only for a brief moment, resembling a premeditated ambush that would end in mere seconds. In an instant, all refugee organizations within the White Tower district were thrown into chaos. The storm triggered by Tang Yu's killing of a refugee was gradually showing signs of spreading to other neighborhoods. When Tang Yu awoke again, it was already 9 p.m. He comfortably stretched and then leisurely got out of bed. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the cashmere blanket, having felt no chill during this rest. Tang Yu took out 2 beef sausages, a piece of bread, and a bag of milk, heading to the kitchen. He simply pan-fried the beef sausages and bread, rolling them together and enjoying them with the warm milk. Tang Yu felt an immense sense of comfort. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his hideout was underground, but he sensed that the temperature in his hideout was higher than it had been in the morning. I should get a thermometer next time. After a simple and sufficient meal, he opened the panel to check his status. Name: Tang Yu, hideout type underground bunker. Hideout area 201, facilities security level 2, silent alloy door, resting area level 2, heated Kong kitchen level 1, water collector level 2, purification type generator level 1, warehouse level 2, insulated walls level 1, a ventilation duct level 2, safety type. Additional facilities items: fireplace, resting area, heater, kitchen, camouflage, coating, stickers, hideout security. Health 508, stamina 100, status energized. Energized effect: survivor has had ample sleep and sufficient food. Within 1 hour, stamina consumption 50. Haha, this status is just perfect. Tang Yu did not continue to rest, but instead donned his gear. He had been keeping an eye on the resources in the Pinewood Hotel in Building 15. The reason he hadn't ventured out during the day was that he hadn't acquired real estate. Recklessly exploring outside posed too great a risk. However, at night, with the aid of the night cloak and black mask, Tang Yu felt no apprehensions. In fact, what he was mainly worried about was delaying for another day or two. When the temperature began to drop sharply, venturing out would become even more difficult. Thus, he did not want to give up this rare opportunity to explore. Soon he was fully equipped. This time his main weapon was no longer the assault rifle, but rather the MP5 submachine gun, primarily because its small size allowed him to carry more supplies. Tang Yu stepped out of the door of his hideout. As soon as he exited, he couldn't help but shiver. The temperature must be at most 15 or 16 degrees. Once the hood of his cloak was pulled over his head, Tang Yu fully blended into the darkness, jumping down onto the subway tracks and running toward the direction of the Red Romantic Club. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the subway station entrance. After carefully surveying the surrounding environment and finding no sign of refugees, he proceeded toward the Pinewood Hotel. Today, perhaps due to the drop in temperature, the clouds above the city were thick, obscuring the moonlight. However, this provided Tang Yu with considerable assistance. He remained shrouded in darkness throughout. Whenever he passed by, it was as if the shadows deepened a little more before disappearing. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to notice him. The Pinewood Hotel was located about 500 meters from the subway station, right next to the K Luo Bank, with Building 15 directly across the street. Soon Tang Yu spotted the sign of the Pinewood Hotel, which had already been half destroyed by artillery shells. The street shops and roads were littered with craters from shelling. Vehicles were strewn haphazardly across the road. As he approached within 50 meters of the Pinewood Hotel, Tang Yu began to move stealthily, his body slightly bent. The effect of the skill stealth began to take effect. Only when extremely close to Tang, you could faintly hear some subtle footsteps. Tang Yu continuously observed his surroundings, leaving no room for carelessness. Since the refugee leader possessed the key to the Pinewood Hotel, it was inevitable that others would also have keys. Therefore, he took every step with extreme caution. Yet until he climbed the stairs and reached the 9th floor, he encountered no incidents. Room 903. 903. He quickly switched off his flashlight, and the door plate before him read 903. He took out the key, inserted it, and turned. With a click, the door opened, and Tang Yu swiftly entered. The room was pitch dark. It was a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room. After confirming that no one was inside each room, Tang Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. He pulled the curtains shut and went to the living room to turn on the flashlight to inspect the room. To his astonishment, as his flashlight swept from side to side, Tang Yu was taken aback. Damn, is this guy really a little leader? The first thing that caught Tang Yu's eye was a large and 2 small ammunition boxes, all exquisitely crafted, clearly indicating that this person had meticulously collected this equipment. Beside the ammunition boxes were 2 mannequin dummies, each wearing a pitch-black tactical vest. Tactical vests differ from regular vests in that they provide both ballistic protection and storage capacity. Thus, they cannot be worn simultaneously with a bulletproof vest. However, tactical vests are generally high-end goods, and Tang Yu couldn't fathom how this guy had acquired them. One dummy wore a helmet while the other had on black sunglasses and headphones. Additionally, on the floor lay a massive backpack resembling a long coffin-like outdoor pack. It was clearly a backpack with a large storage capacity. Next to it were several red duffel bags. Good heavens, I've struck gold. Tang Yu truly did not expect that this little leader would possess so many high-quality supplies. Upon opening the duffel bags, he discovered they were all filled to the brim with Doomsday currency. The Doomsday currency was bundled into small rolls stacked together in a magnificent display. And this was just the supplies found in the living room. Tang Yu's gaze shifted toward the remaining 2 bedrooms. Tang Yu entered the secondary bedroom, and what greeted him was a cabinet filled to the brim with food and drinks, all of which were extraordinarily rare canned goods and energy drinks. Canned vegetable puree, canned peas, herring, salmon, canned beef stew. Just looking at them made Tang Yu's appetite surge. In the drawers beneath the food cabinet, various high-calorie foods like chocolate candies and protein bars were neatly categorized. It could be said that any few items taken out from this room would be considered rare treasures nowadays. He really couldn't fathom where this little leader had acquired so much food. Next to the food cabinet, there was a box of alcoholic beverages. Tang Yu flipped through it briefly and found a good amount of vodka, wine, and beer. Finally, there was a small cabinet full of various medications, a dazzling array. Amoxicillin, sterile bandages, military bandages, car medical kits, and emergency surgical kits, among others. Tang Yu even found a small injectable syringe kit among them, which was also a spatial container, but could only hold syringe-like items measuring 4x4, and contained several vials of injectable medicine. Tang Yu was left speechless. He couldn't even imagine how many resources could be exchanged for all this food if it were traded. Even among the survivors in the urban area, after so many days, they might not be able to resist the temptation of canned goods. Not to mention those born in the wilderness like the Gobi Desert or grasslands. Previously, he had also seen food trades on the World Channel, which were mainly fruits and homemade barbecued meat or fish. After confirming the supply situation in the secondary bedroom, Tang Yu proceeded directly to the master bedroom. The first thing he noticed was 3 suitcase-like containers placed under the bed. His face lit up with joy. It seemed that the most valuable items in this room were contained within these 3 boxes. He took them out and placed them on the bed, opening them one by one. As soon as he opened the first box, he was greeted with an unexpected surprise. Inside the box were actually 2 blueprints. Intelligence Center Blueprint Type Rare Blueprint Effect allows the construction of a special facility intelligence center at the hideout. Construction requirements: Hideout Security Level 2, Generator Level 2, Ventilation System Level 2, Doomsday Coins 1 Laptop, 1 Confidential Information, 1 Terrain Intelligence Map 1, Encrypted USB Drive. Construction time 24 hours. Refugee Treasure Chest Blueprint Type Rare Blueprint Effect allows the construction of a special facility refugee treasure chest at the hideout. Construction requirements: Intelligence Center Level 2, 2 Doomsday Coins, 1 Golden Rooster, 4 Rolex Gold Watches, 8 Gold Necklaces, 6 Golden Skull Rings, 3 Bronze Lion Statues. Construction time 36 hours. Holy crap. Tang Yu was completely stunned. His heart involuntarily began to race. These 2 blueprints were definitely not ordinary blueprints, not to mention the so-called special facilities for the hideout mentioned on the blueprints. Just the outrageous construction requirements listed on the blueprints were extreme. The total Doomsday coins required for the 2 blueprints was already an astonishing number, close to 3 million. Adding in those resource names he had never even heard of. Even with the blueprints, Tang Yu had no idea when he would possibly gather so many construction resources. The most outrageous was the construction time. The intelligence center required a full 24 hours. Meanwhile, the refugee treasure chest had its construction time extended to a day and a half. Tang Yu was genuinely excited. He could guarantee that these two blueprints were definitely not something this little refugee leader could possess. Even the loot from the evil god's follower he had killed last time wasn't this extravagant. Combined with the astonishing supplies from the other two rooms, he was becoming increasingly curious about this refugee leader. He directly put the blueprints into his backpack. Regardless of the situation, since he encountered them, Tang Yu had no intention of letting them go. He even hoped that this guy could prepare all the materials needed for construction directly for him. It would save him so much trouble searching everywhere. As a result, when he opened the second suitcase, he was left speechless. The box was completely filled with various gold products. 1 golden rooster, 2 Rolex gold watches, 4 gold necklaces, 2 golden skull rings, and 1 bronze lion statue. The materials required to build the refugee treasure chest had already satisfied about a third of the total. Can it be this outrageous? Tang Yu looked at the third box, swallowing the saliva in his mouth. Don't tell me the materials for constructing the intelligence center are in there. As he opened the third box, Tang Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. There was very little inside the third box, only one item. Inside the box was a nearly new laptop, perfectly intact. Laptop occupies space 3x4. Description: a rare item in the Doomsday world, possessed by only a few, said to be exchangeable for disaster coins with the collector. Tang Yu saw a familiar item name, disaster coins. It turns out to be an item that can only be exchanged with disaster coins. Without a doubt, the value of this laptop exceeded Tang Yu's expectations. However, after a brief surge of excitement, an endless wave of ecstasy washed over him. Haha, I never expected this. This is a good deed done to the end, directly helping me prepare the hardest thing to obtain. Tang Yu naturally wouldn't hold back. He had already discovered that all 3 suitcases were spatial containers. Aluminum alloy suitcase type container occupies space 4x4, capacity 8x8, 64 spaces. The size of the suitcase's space exceeded any container Tang Yu knew. Let's take it all. Tang Yu returned to the living room, took down the 20-space backpack from his shoulder, and equipped the enormous backpack that looked like a coffin. Camel travel backpack type backpack occupies space 5x7, container size 5x7, movement speed impact 7, turning speed impact 4. After changing his backpack, Tang Yu returned to the master bedroom, putting the suitcase filled with gold items into his backpack, followed by the laptop. The 2 items perfectly occupied 29 spaces, and the 2 rare blueprints occupied 2 spaces. At this moment, only 4 spaces remained in the travel bag. With this, Tang Yu had already reached his limit. His ammunition space was filled with magazines and grenades, leaving no room. However, Tang Yu still held on to the thought of not leaving empty-handed. He conducted a thorough search of the bedroom and indeed found something interesting. Behind the wall painting at the head of the bed, there was unexpectedly a hidden compartment. When he opened it, there were only 2 items inside: a notebook and something resembling a ring box. Tang Yu didn't take a closer look. It was clearly something special given how well it was hidden. He directly stuffed it into his backpack, completing the fullness of his backpack. Lastly, he took one more glance at the room filled with supplies. They'll be coming to take you all home soon, my treasures. After saying that, he locked the door to room 903 again and, stepping through the shadows, headed toward the hideout. Tonight was undeniably extraordinary. Tang Yu, undeterred by fatigue, made 4 arduous trips to completely evacuate all supplies from room 903. On his second and third trips, he prioritized 2 bulletproof tactical vests from the living room and the equipment stored inside the weapons case. Each vest's internal spatial compartment was packed tightly with provisions. No inch of space wasted. What delighted him most was the discovery that the grenade crate, one of the 3 munitions containers itself, possessed spatial storage capabilities. Grenade crate. Type: spatial container. Footprint: 33 units. Capacity: 88 units, 64 slots. Note: stores exclusively grenades, mortar rounds, and fuse assemblies. This item's value was unquestionably immense, especially since the crate was brimming with an assortment of live grenades. Thanks to this heavy munitions crate, Tang Yu was compelled to make a 4th trip. Upon returning to room 903 for the 4th time, the living room stood utterly barren. Only a portion of rations remained in the secondary bedroom. Tang Yu swiftly consolidated all remaining food into a dedicated carry-on suitcase. He then stowed the suitcase into his backpack's spatial compartment, thereby completing the full evacuation of room 903's entire inventory. After a meticulous final sweep, confirming no trace had been overlooked, he stepped out of the room deeply satisfied. Tonight marked an unprecedented haul, its worth rivaling even yesterday's vast trove of spoils. Most significantly, he had acquired multiple spatial containers, temporarily resolving the critical shortage of storage space at his hideout. Not to mention the added value of 2 blueprints and the rest of the supplies. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. After 6 hours of relentless labor, now past 3 a.m., he had replenished food and water several times, yet his physical reserves were nearly depleted. He downed another energy drink, allowing himself a brief respite to restore some stamina. Then, cloaked in shadow, he slipped out of the Songmu Hotel's main entrance, yet paused at the street corner inexplicably, turning to glance back at apartment No. 15. He had originally planned to explore apartment No. 15 tonight, but that would have to wait. Just as he prepared to depart, however, his body froze. His expression hardened instantly as he refocused intently on the building. Simultaneously, he melted entirely into the darkness, utterly imperceptible, without a single telltale flaw. Within his line of sight, one window among the otherwise pitch-black facade of apartment No. 15 flickered with a faint, steady flame. Though barely luminous, the glow pierced the surrounding blackness with startling clarity. Someone was there. At this hour, lighting a fire could not possibly be the act of survivors. They weren't that reckless. Such exposure would betray their position. Who then could it be? Finding no answer, Tang Yu memorized the window's location and turned away. He would explore apartment No. 15 eventually, and perhaps uncover more then. An hour later, he finally arrived back at Garden Metro Station. The moment he crossed the threshold of his hideout and unloaded the supplies from his backpack's spatial compartment, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He stumbled to the restroom, performed a hasty wash, then collapsed onto the heated brick bed, pulling a warm cashmere blanket over himself as drowsiness pulled him under. Enough. I'll sort through the spoils tomorrow, was his last conscious thought. Yet tonight proved relentlessly eventful. Just as sleep began to claim him, Tang Yu's eyes snapped open, wide awake, his gaze sharp with shock and grim resolve. For within the virtual subway map embedded in his mind, an intruder had appeared, a pitch black dot moving silently through the deserted metro tunnels, entering from the Garden Station entrance. It passed the control room and staff lounge before entering the tunnel where he had slain the vagrants the previous night. Who was this person? This was the first time Tang Yu had ever seen a black dot. The darkest he'd previously witnessed belonged to a cultist devoted to the abyssal deity, and even that had only been crimson, so deep it verged on black. Wait, abyssal deity, cultist, crimson black dot. Could this intruder also be one of them? Tang Yu understood the meaning behind each hue on the virtual map. Red signaled absolute hostility. This figure radiated such profound, inky blackness. What depth of hatred must fuel it? Yet something didn't add up. He had never met this person, anyone who had seen his face was already dead. Was this entity simply evil incarnate? Tang Yu entertained several hypotheses about the intruder's identity, but none yielded tangible clues. One thing, however, was certain: if this being truly shared ties with the abyssal deity cultists, it was far beyond his current capacity to confront. After all, even an ordinary cultist wielded cunning like a master strategist. So what manner of adversary was this whose malevolence manifested as pure, unrelenting blackness? Tang Yu exhaled in quiet relief. It had been perilously close. He traversed that very tunnel en route to the Songmu Hotel, crossing it repeatedly tonight. Fortune favored him. He'd returned early. Had he delayed just slightly, he might well have collided with this figure mid-tunnel. And right now Tang Yu held no confidence he could prevail. He watched as the black dot moved haltingly through the tunnel, pausing, lingering, as though searching for something. What is it seeking? Tang Yu strained his memory. He recalled meticulously scouring the battlefield last night, leaving no trace behind. Only then did he relax, until abruptly his heart lurched. Damn it! Could this person have been here last night too? The possibility grew stronger the more he considered it. With no resolution in sight, he could only watch helplessly as the black dot continued its slow, methodical circuit. Half an hour later, the dot vanished beyond the station's boundaries. As it disappeared, Tang Yu released a long, slow breath. Then, overcome by exhaustion, finally surrendered to deep slumber. Elsewhere, Gue Lian rushed to the site of He Go's death immediately after presiding over a sacrificial rite, but found nothing after a thorough search. Fury surged within him, spilling over into furious mental invectives against the deceased He Go. Wretched fool, where did you hide the artifact entrusted to you by the master? You deserved your fate. Senseless, reckless, and contemptible. Of all his subordinates, you chose to risk it all. Damned idiot. Gue Lian now faced a dire dilemma. The master was temporarily absent, and thus unaware of He Go's demise. Yet, Gue Lian could already envision the cataclysm awaiting him upon the master's return. How would the master react upon learning that his own nephew had been slain, and the killer remained unknown? Worse still, He Go had been entrusted with vital artifacts, now irretrievably lost due to his death. Gue Lian had briefly hoped He Go might have dropped a key or token somewhere in the tunnel, but that hope he now realized was nothing but futile fantasy. Damn you! Even in death you conspire to ruin me. Gue Lien cast one last glacial glance toward Garden Metro Station, his eyes filled with bottomless cold. The fifth day of the apocalypse. Tang Yu was awakened by the sound of a private message from Wang Bohu. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, he glanced at the message. Wang Bohu, great God, something big has happened. Look outside, it's pouring rain, a torrential downpour. Wang Bohu, great God, the temperature has started to drop significantly today. Wang Bohu, great God, it seems this disaster will arrive ahead of schedule. Tang Yu checked the time, it was 11 a.m. And this guy Wang Bohu had started sending him messages since 7 a.m. with already more than a dozen messages. This guy must be quite the chatterbox. Tang Yu felt a bit speechless. However, he was somewhat concerned about the heavy rain and temperature drop that Wang Bohu mentioned. Getting out of bed, Tang Yu could distinctly feel a chill. However, because his hiding place was deep underground and had insulated walls, the indoor temperature was still bearable, around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. He put on his clothes without wearing any gear since there was no one at the subway station. He directly climbed the stairs to the entrance of his hiding place. As soon as he opened the soundproof door, Tang Yu felt a wave of coldness at his feet and looked down. The subway station was already flooded with water about 10 centimeters deep, flowing from the entrance of his hiding place toward the subway tracks. Due to the entrance of the hiding place being opened, rainwater was flowing inside. Fortunately, the quality of the entrance was good and every gap was sealed, so last night's rainwater didn't flood into the hiding place, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang Yu quickly closed the door, blocking the rainwater from entering. However, in those few seconds, water had already flowed down the stairs to the corridor. He hurried downstairs, took out a blanket, and laid it on the corridor to absorb the rainwater. By the time he finished, it was already 20 minutes later. Although the indoor temperature was still acceptable, Tang Yu couldn't help but shiver from the icy water he had just come into contact with. The outdoor temperature must have dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius, clearly impacted by this sudden downpour. This heavy rain should be a precursor to a polar blizzard disaster. Remembering the dark clouds over the city last night, he thought, fortunately, I went out last night to bring back supplies from 903, otherwise it would be really tough now. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Feeling cold all over, Tang Yu worried about catching a cold, so he directly lit the fireplace in the rest area. The fireplace could increase the indoor temperature by 20 to 50 degrees, so he only added a small amount of firewood. Soon he felt the temperature in the hiding place, especially in the rest area, start to rise. His body warmed up again. After simply replying a few words to Wang Bohu, Tang Yu opened the regional chat channel to see how others were faring. He found that everyone was a bit at a loss due to this sudden downpour. After all, to everyone, today was just the 5th day, with the real disaster expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Many people were not adequately prepared, especially those survivors who had built their hiding places too low. Many of their hiding places were already flooded. Among them was the survivor who had previously traded fuel with Tang Yu. His hiding place was located in the sewer. Under normal weather, it would be a sufficiently safe hiding spot. However, in such torrential rain, his hiding place was the first to be affected. This guy was now hiding in a nearby abandoned building, complaining to everyone. However, according to Tang Yu's understanding of him, this guy had traded a lot of supplies through the fuel business in recent days. He had weapons, equipment, and plenty of food and water. His situation was far from as miserable as he claimed. Of course, it was certain that he couldn't return to his hiding place now. There were actually many survivors similar to him. Many had their unique resources. In the past few days, as long as one wasn't particularly stupid or lazy, they had enough supplies to cope with today's situation. Just like the rare blueprints or supplies Tang Yu had traded for. Although some people certainly exchanged with Tang Yu out of necessity, a large portion was because they already had similar supplies, which is why they offered extra resources for trade. This was evident. So Tang Yu ignored those who were lamenting in the channel and went to the world channel. Clearly, this heavy rain and drop in temperature were global. Virtually every region was experiencing downpours. Today, the prices of wood and heating supplies had risen significantly again. Food prices also increased, with some food items even costing more than ordinary heating supplies, which was absurdly exaggerated. Tang Yu looked and found that the price of a piece of warm clothing was already equivalent to that of a submachine gun and a dagger, and that was still during a frenzy of hoarding. Tang Yu was taken aback. However, he checked his reserve of firewood. Currently, he had only 158 units of firewood left. Considering the drop in temperature today and the consumption of the fireplace and heating bed, this amount might still be a bit precarious. So he directly contacted a survivor he had traded with before. City Tang Yu, are you still alive? Do you have any wood left? The other party seemed busy and only replied after about 10 minutes. Forest Wang, how you alive, just busy. Does the universe god need wood? The price has gone up today as there are too many people needing it, and I have to go out in the rain to chop trees, so. City Tang Yu, understood, let's go with today's price. I want 200 units. Forest Wang, how you okay, but I can only give it to you after half an hour. I need to chop it on site. I'm only trading food. Forest Wang Haoyu high-energy food or soup-based instant noodles are best requiring only 40 units. If it's biscuits or bread, then 80 units are needed. City Tang Yu. What about canned food? Images of beef, canned food, images of salmon, canned food, images of herring, canned food. Forest Wang Haoyu. Wow, it's actually meat, canned food. Universe God, I'll count 1 can as 2 units of instant noodles, so 20 units of canned food can facilitate the trade. City Tang Yu. Okay. Somewhere in the forest region, Wang Haoyu looked at Tang Yu's reply astonished. This Tang Yu is truly impressive. He knew that even though food was relatively easy to find in the urban area, there were almost no people willing to trade meat, canned food. Food is also categorized by level. The highest grade food is naturally various types of meat, canned food. This type of food can be preserved for a long time and is unaffected by environmental factors. Rich in high protein and high fat, this food also contains sufficient salt, which is very precious in the apocalypse world, especially crucial for survivors born in wasteland areas. Moreover, meat, canned food comes with a rich broth that can be easily heated and consumed with bread or biscuits, simple and convenient. Not to mention the used tin cans can also serve as heating containers. Wang Haoyu was determined to get these canned goods. Looking at the heavy rain still pouring outside his hiding place, he donned his dripping raincoat, picked up the fire axe, and stepped back into the rain. This order must be secured. Tang Yu was not in a hurry. After all, on a day like today, he certainly would not be going out. After confirming the transaction details with Wang Haoyu, he traded for some daily necessities on the World Channel. Small water kettle X1, a water cups X4, black tea X1, is single sofa X1, small tea table X1, carpet 3 by 4 meters X1. These supplies were quite cheap, especially after knowing that Tang Yu traded them for canned meat. In total, he only consumed 4 cans of food, which was very cost-effective. He directly laid the carpet in the space between the fireplace and the kitchen, with the single sofa backed against the warm bed and positioned sideways to the fireplace. The small tea table was placed in the middle of the single sofa and the fireplace. A simple living room was already set up. Then he went to the heater in the kitchen, turned on the switch, and boiling water flowed into the small kettle. He poured himself a cup of black tea, leaving the kettle on the heater to keep warm. Tang Yu then began to prepare today's breakfast, or rather lunch. After more than half an hour, Tang Yu finished his meal and cleaned up. Wang Haoyu sent him a transaction request. The two successfully completed their previously agreed-upon trade, with Tang Yu consuming 20 cans of canned meat. What amused him the most was that Wang Haoyu specifically traded for a can of herring simply because he had never eaten such a canned food. Tang Yu smiled as he completed the transaction, really wanting to see the expression on this guy's face when he opened the herring can. He took the wood out of his private chat inbox. The wood still had water stains on it and was neatly stacked in the corner. Now his wood reserves could be completely trusted. Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the supplies he had moved from room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel yesterday. They needed to be sorted and categorized today. First were the bags of Doomsday currency, which after Tang Yu's sorting amounted to over 2 million, leaving him dumbfounded. It seems that for a long time I won't have to worry about Doomsday currency. Indeed, wealth accumulates from unexpected sources. He chuckled inwardly. Next was the categorization of food and medical supplies. This was also very simple. Tang Yu completely cleared out the warehouse and filled it with food and medicine. The food was divided into categories of canned meat, canned vegetables, ready-to-eat foods, high-energy foods, regular bottled water, high-energy drinks, and juice. There were approximately 150 units of food, with various canned meats accounting for over 70 of the share, which was quite ample. The medical supplies were categorized as follows: trauma treatment, first aid kits, tablets, and syringes. Tang Yu also understood the names of the items in the syringe pack. Syringe storage box type container occupied slots 1 by 1 size 3 by 3 9 slots. Description: a storage box for syringes, hormones, and other specific medicines. When he saw that this storage box had 9 slots but only occupied 1 space, he was already shocked. Although it could only store various syringe items, it was still quite rare. A few syringes with medicine were placed inside the storage box. Adrenaline syringe X5 type injection. Description: a single-use sterile syringe containing a dose of adrenaline, the main hormone of the adrenal medulla, used to prepare for intense muscle activity while enhancing physiological responses, can temporarily increase strength and endurance, as well as relieve pain. Occupied slots 1 by 1, a usage count 11. Gain effects: removes bruise state, pain state lasts for 65 seconds. Adds excitement state lasts for 65 seconds. Increases endurance 10, strength 10, and recoil control 10. Above states 1 second delay, a duration 60 seconds. Increases health recovery 4 seconds. Above states 1 second delay, a duration 15 seconds. Detrimental effects: reduces pressure resistance 10. Above states 1 second delay, a duration 60 seconds. Reduces water recovery 1 second. Reduces stamina recovery 0. 8 second. Above states 50 seconds delay, a duration 30 seconds. Note, current survivors cannot use this item and can only use it after surviving the first round of disasters. This is the effect of the injection medicine, which is simply powerful. Unfortunately, Tang, you currently could not use it at all. It seems this is not something that newcomers can have before surviving the disaster. This definitely belongs to something beyond the standard, making Tang Yu even more curious about the identity of that refugee leader. Although he couldn't use it now, it did not dampen his happy mood. He also understood the effects of the two newly appeared states. Bruise type debuff affects survivors' hearing to the environment. 33 lasts for 60 seconds. Excitement type ignores fractures, gunshot wounds, and pain states. Good stuff, must keep it safe. He put things away. Tang Yu began organizing the newly acquired weapons and equipment, starting with the two extremely rare ballistic vests. One of the ballistic plates in the vest was also level 4 ballistic, nearly the same as the bulletproof vest he was currently using. The other ballistic vest was quite impressive. Tactec plate, carrier type, lightweight ballistic chest rig. Weight 2. 35 kilograms. Occupied slots 4x4. Material aramid ballistic level 2. Protected areas front plate, back plate. Plate level 5. Durability 100. Movement speed. Impact 1. Container size 18 slots. What satisfied Tang Yu the most was that the ballistic levels of the front and back plates reach level 5. Basically, ordinary armor-piercing rounds are insufficient to penetrate this level of armor. Just like the level 3 armor-piercing rounds Tang Yu is still using, they can at most penetrate level 4 ballistic armor, and they cannot break through level 5 armor at all. Of course, this refers to the protective locations of the front and back plates. Moreover, this armor also comes with 18 slots of container space, and since it is lightweight armor, it weighs less than 5 pounds. It was simply perfect. Moreover, Tang Yu noticed that the magazine pockets of this ballistic vest were located at the front position of the vest, which could to some extent also provide some protection. If nothing unexpected happens, this ballistic vest will be the equipment Tang Yu uses for a long time to come. Next is the moment Tang Yu is most excited about. He had long coveted these two weapons. Colt M4A1 Assault Rifle type assault rifle. Weight 2. 935 kilograms. Occupied slots 5x2. Recoil vertical 84. Horizontal 243. Effective range 500 meters. Firing mode single shot. Fully automatic rate of fire 800. Accuracy 182. Caliber 5. 56 by 45 millimeters, default magazine. Colt 5. 56 by 45 millimeters, 30 round magazine. Mosin Nagant bolt action sniper rifle type sniper rifle. Weight 4. 88 kilograms. Occupied slots 6x1. Recoil, vertical 176. Horizontal 595. Effective range 1000 meters. Firing mode single shot rate of fire 30. Accuracy 131. Caliber 7. 62 by 54 millimeters are LPS default magazine, Mosin rifle 4 round standard magazine. Tang Yu was quite familiar with these two weapons, and of course this familiarity was based on his past life. He had played many shooting games in his past life. The M4A1 can be said to be one of the most famous firearms in the world, and it is present in almost every shooting game. Truly a veteran. The arms box also came with 2 magazines, 90 regular bullets, and 60 level 3 armor-piercing rounds. The Mosin Nagant rifle generally appears in games related to World War II and is one of the most famous weapons of that era with extremely excellent performance. Having undergone various modifications and productions, its magazine only holds 4 rounds, but Tang Yu knows the limit can actually reach 5 rounds, 4 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. Tang Yu never expected to see this antique here, and moreover this Mosin Nagant rifle was a sniper version. He became interested. Along with this Mosin Nagant sniper rifle, there are 2 tactical accessories. Sight rail X1. 4x optical scope X1. Also 20 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing ammunition for the Mosin Nagant sniper rifle, as well as 5 rounds of level 4 armor-piercing ammunition. These 2 weapons truly made Tang Yu beam with joy. With the M4A1 assault rifle now in hand, he could finally swap out his primary weapon. As for the sniper rifle, it was destined not to become a conventional weapon, especially since he had no experience using one. Everything still required exploration. However, with plenty of time ahead and having secured these items, Tang Yu was not worried about a lack of opportunities to use them. The last 3 pieces of equipment were facial protection gear worn on a mannequin head, quite rare. Bastion ballistic helmet. Type heavy helmet. Weight 0. 9 kilograms. Occupied slots 2x2. Material composite. Ballistic level 4. Protected areas top of the head, back of the neck. Ricochet probability high of 50. Goggles. Type glasses. Occupied slots 2x1. Material glass. Protected area eyes. Protection level 1. Ricochet probability 25. Blindness protection 10. Compatible with helmet yes. Compatible with mask no. Compatible with gas mask no. Description: sturdy shooting goggles with anti-glare lenses. Digital headphones. Type headphones. Occupied slots 2 by 2. Compatible with helmet no. Compatible with mask yes. Compatible with gas mask yes. Performance distortion 0. 25. Footstep detection 25. Equipment noise capture 15. Hearing range 10. Environmental white noise 15. Description: digital headphones specifically designed to protect your hearing. These 3 pieces of head protection equipment have different effects, and some of them are even mutually exclusive. However, they also revealed to Tang Yu more possibilities in the Doomsday Game. After so many days of survival in this apocalyptic world, Tang Yu's curiosity about the Doomsday Game has grown increasingly intense. What kind of existence could create such a miraculous world accommodating so many people? Perhaps after surviving the first round of the apocalyptic disaster, he might find some answers. Now Tang Yu indeed had an immediate opportunity to understand the information about his current area. He took out 2 items from his backpack. One was a somewhat yellowed leather notebook, and the other was a small box reminiscent of a ring box. These were the items he obtained from the hidden compartment behind the mural in the master bedroom, 903 last night. Setting the notebook aside, Tang Yu turned his attention to the small box. It was a small wooden box made of some kind of redwood, its surface very simple, devoid of any unnecessary decorations. Upon opening the box, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned by what he saw inside. Then he revealed a look of surprise and excitement. Inside the wooden box lay a single item, a brand new black gold coin roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, with the letter Z embossed on both sides, surrounded by a circle of mysterious symbols. It exuded an air of mystery. Disaster coin. Type: rare currency. Description: the physical equivalent of the digital cryptocurrency known as disaster coin. This currency is extremely valuable and scarce in the apocalyptic world, a coveted item that drives everyone mad. Its worth is enough to make people betray their beliefs. It can be used to trade for anything you desire, as long as you possess enough disaster coins. What the hell? This is unbelievable. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at the disaster coin in his hand. Ever since he heard Wang Boho mention the disaster coin, he had thought of many ways to acquire one, but he never imagined he would obtain it in such a manner. He also did not expect that this disaster coin was far more precious and rare than he had assumed. So much so that he felt a bit dizzy, unable to believe his eyes. So this is what a disaster coin looks like. And it's the so-called physical equivalent. Digital cryptocurrency. Graphics cards. Isn't this just the Doomsday version of Bitcoin? At this point, Tang Yu finally understood that the reference to needing a graphics card for the disaster coin. So in the end, it also requires mining to obtain disaster coins. Suddenly, the disaster coin, which once felt incredibly mysterious to Tang Yu, lost its halo of mystique. However, this does not diminish the status of disaster coins in the apocalyptic world. Carefully stowing away the disaster coin, he looked towards the notebook. His curiosity about this refugee leader had reached its peak. The resources he possessed were definitely not something a mere refugee could have. He also learned from the name in the notebook that this refugee leader was called Hey Go, a name that sounded somewhat familiar. I hope you can provide me with an answer. January 6th. I'm really fed up. Why does Uncle want me to join that fat pig side? Everyone in Luo City knows that idiot rose to power by betraying his leader and swearing allegiance to Uncle. What a petty man. February 16th. This heavy rain disaster is significant. Watching those survivors swept away by the rain is so satisfying, but when will Uncle let me leave here? I'm really fed up with that meat dog. What an idiot. April 23rd. That ghost face guy is getting more and more arrogant. If it weren't for Uncle needing him, I would have long. Forget it, this guy is too strange, I can't defeat him. But why won't Uncle let me use the transformation potion? I also want to have strange abilities. May 5th. Refugees are truly a bunch of scum garbage. What kind of idiots are these? It's such a hassle for them to find a few survivors. No wonder they haven't won against the rebels, raiders, and wanderers for so long, idiots. May 12th. Ghostface is not bad today. He transformed another believer, but I noticed that his success rate for transformation isn't very high, about 1 in 5 attempts. What a waste of materials. June 18th. What did I hear? Uncle seems to be on a call with someone mentioning the transformation potion and the lab. Does that mean this transformation potion was created by a lab? But I haven't heard of any lab. July 3rd. Uncle said he would be leaving for a while and asked me to help him keep some things. It seems someone has booked them with him. It must be important, or I swear it's not because of that disaster coin that I agreed. July 6th. Haha, I took the opportunity to ask Uncle for a batch of supplies. Even though there are so many cans, he still made me eat the same as those idiots. I refuse. Those 2 guns were really cool. Too bad he wouldn't give me the 18 Malawian Quachas precision rifle. I liked it a lot. July 29th. What's going on with Ghostface? He has been discreetly asking me about those items that Uncle asked me to keep. Oh, what does this guy want? August 1st. Damn it, today 2 of the younger brothers who went out to catch survivors didn't come back. If I find out who did it, I will definitely kill them. August 2nd. Damn it, today another 8 people went missing. What the hell? and that ghost face can even let believers be killed useless. And hurry up, you old man. If you want survivors, go catch them yourself. Tang Yu sat on the sofa flipping through his notebook repeatedly, but the diary entries ended on August 3rd. It seems I arrived in this world on August 1st, which means today should be August 5th. From this, it appeared that the refugees Tang Yu had killed a few days ago were all working for a guy named Rogo, who should be the leader of the refugees marked on the map of Baita district in Kailuo City. However, what troubled Tang Yu the most was this guy named Go. He wondered who the uncle he mentioned was, which also resolved his doubts about why Go possessed so many supplies. Because those supplies did not belong to him, they were merely entrusted to him by his uncle for safekeeping. It seemed that his uncle was the actual controller of this city, and even someone like Rogo needed his uncle's approval to become the leader of a territory. Furthermore, Tang Yu recalled the name Gue Lian. Both Go and Gue Lian were mentioned by the two refugees he had first killed on the evening of the first day. Gue Lian should be the one in charge of controlling the followers of the evil god in this area, including holding sacrificial ceremonies to convert people into followers, though it seemed the failure rate was very high. Gue Lian also obeyed the orders of Go's uncle, but he seemed particularly interested in the things entrusted to Go for safekeeping. Hiss. It seems that the black spot that appeared last night must have been Gue Lian. There was also mention in the notebook of the conversion potion and laboratory. This equally piqued Tang Yu's interest. A laboratory. Just the name sounded extremely impressive. Tang Yu relaxed. He truly had to thank that guy for having the habit of taking notes, which not only helped him unravel the doubts in his mind, but also informed him of the forces and enemies he needed to face. For now, it seemed the main ones were three people: the leader of the refugees, Rogo, the leader of the evil god followers, Gue Lian, and the mysterious uncle controlling Rogo and Gue Lian. Rubbing his forehead, Tang Yu pondered. Although it appeared that the strength of these three enemies was far beyond what he could contend with at present. However, Tang Yu's advantage now was that no one knew of his existence, especially that mysterious uncle who, according to Go, should not currently be in Kailuo City. This meant that the mysterious uncle was likely unaware that Go had been killed, and that all the supplies Go had kept for him were lost, giving Tang Yu the opportunity to develop in the shadows. And Tang Yu believed that with the help of Super Monopoly, he would surely be able to. Wait, did I forget something? Super Monopoly. This realization made Tang Yu jump up, throwing the notebook onto the bed and directly opening the Super Monopoly panel. Damn it, I actually forgot to roll the dice. It's all Wang Bohu's fault for waking me up so early. He quickly followed the process to the bathroom to wash his face and hands. For the sake of ritual, he even took out the golden star ointment he had obtained earlier, applying it to his hands and sniffing it. No problem, it smells good. With an incredibly sincere heart, he began to pray. Lord Guan Wu, God of wealth, Lord Guan, I Tang Yu earnestly pray today for a great red hand. As the dice rolled, it gradually came to a stop. Tang Yu had already set his sights on the fifth square. Is that a hospital? The mechanical prompt of the super tycoon rang in Tang Yu's mind. Do you want to spend 450 points to purchase the city hospital? Was there even a need to ask? Yes, with that, Tang Yu finalized his choice. 450 points have been spent to purchase the city hospital. As soon as the prompt finished, a brand new virtual map appeared in Tang Yu's mind, vast enough to be nearly twice the size of a subway station. There were three buildings: the main building, the vice building, an emergency building, an outpatient building, and an inpatient building. The emergency and outpatient buildings each had 3 floors connected by a glass corridor. The tallest inpatient building had a total of 12 floors, with 3 below ground and 9 above. Tang Yu quickly spotted 7 or 8 red dots on the upper floors of the inpatient building in the virtual map. These should be the refugees who spent the night here and were trapped by the heavy rain. After gaining a brief understanding of the situation, Tang Yu exited the virtual map. Instead, he took out the map of the White Tower district from his backpack to locate the position of the city hospital. Soon he found his target on the map. The direction of the city hospital was opposite to that of the Red Romantic Club, located on either side of the Garden subway station where Tang Yu was. However, upon careful calculation, the distance to the hospital was actually a bit further, nearly a kilometer away. It's impossible to go today. It's likely to be tough for the next few days. Considering the weather, if there weren't any particularly important matters, Tang Yu didn't plan to go out in the next few days. The weather was worsening day by day, and he didn't know what it would turn into tomorrow. If he were to get stuck outside when he went out, it would truly be a matter of heaven not responding and earth not cooperating. But the wealth points I can gain tomorrow will certainly increase significantly. Today's wealth points had already been credited, and after deducting the 450 points spent on purchasing the hospital, he surprisingly still had 287 points left. Now, even though it was the 5th day, the characteristics of Super Tycoon were becoming evident. The more assets one had, the greater the returns, gradually accumulating like a snowball. After completing the most important task of the day, Tang Yu finally relaxed. At that moment, a private message from Wang Bohu arrived again. Wang Bohu, great God, do you want this item? Image of nourishing lamb soup recipe. Nourishing lamb soup recipe type rare recipe. Effect learn how to make nourishing lamb soup. Learning requirements water collector level 1, kitchen level 2. Tang Yu. Tang Yu, is there such a thing? What do you want to exchange? Wang Bohu, hee hee, great God, I was caught in the rain, so I scavenged some materials. I found this in a kitchen apron and I can't use it. How about exchanging it for 3 grenades? No, how about 2 grenades? After reading this, Tang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, he also wanted to eat this, and Tang Yu felt that food that could become a recipe must have something special about it. Tang Yu, okay. The two quickly completed the transaction. Now water collector was already at level 2, but kitchen was still at level 1. Kitchen level 1 effect stamina, recovery, 10 hour. Next stage kitchen level 2 upgrade requirements kitchen level 1 water collector level 1 a generator level 1 a bathroom level 2 phase control relay X1 flexible hose X1 a wrench X1 stainless steel pot X2 current upgrade conditions are insufficient cannot upgrade. To be honest, Tang Yu felt a bit confused. What does upgrading the kitchen have to do with the bathroom? Why is upgrading the kitchen predicated on having a level 2 bathroom? Is it due to the so-called mutual connectivity principle? The idea of input from above output below promotes equal distribution. Although he didn't understand it, couldn't change the fact that he had to upgrade the bathroom first. Bathroom, level 1. Type shelter facility. Effect wound healing speed, 20 a probability of disease infection 20. Next stage level 2 wet and dry separation bathroom. Upgrade requirements level 1 generator, level 1 water collector, level 1 ventilation duct, 2 heating pipes, 3 corrugated hoses, 1 electric drill, 1 shower, 1 toilet. Upgrade time 2 hours. Current upgrade conditions are insufficient, unable to upgrade. Just as Tang Yu was about to post a request for kitchen and bathroom upgrade materials in the World Channel, he suddenly stopped. Right, since I'm already requesting upgrade materials, why not send out the building materials from the 2 blueprints as well? Maybe I can score some deals. He took out the blueprints for the information center and refugee treasure chest from his backpack, checked the building requirements, and found that the shelter facility still needed a level 2 generator while he only possessed a level 1 generator. He directly compared the needed upgrade materials and began composing the message. World Channel. City Tang Yu actively seeking confidential information Rolex, gold watches, gold necklaces, golden skull rings, bronze. Corrugated hoses, motors, etc. I can trade supporting food trade various canned food photos, various high-energy food photos, and weapons assault rifle photos, grenade photos. Tang Yu only realized after returning that he had unknowingly accumulated 2 of the materials needed for building the information center. The first was an encrypted USB drive, which he had almost forgotten where it came from. He racked his brain to remember. He found this item in the changing room behind the lounge of the subway station on the first day. The other piece of terrain intelligence map was even more coincidental. The K-Luo City Pagoda District map in Tang Yu's hands was precisely the so-called terrain intelligence map. It was precisely because of this experience that Tang Yu attempted to try his luck in the World Channel. His message quickly attracted the attention of other survivors in the channel. Plains Tang Yong, wow, isn't that the arms dealer? Has he started taking over the food business again? City Lu Chenglong, haha, am dying of laughter. An arms dealer, but Yushin really does seem like one. He's now even venturing into the grenade business. Forest Wang Haoyu, everyone hurry up and trade with Yushan. He has a lot of good items. I just finished trading with him. Beef canned food paired with large loaf bread image. Gobi Wang Cc, there's actually beef canned food, I'm drooling. City Wang Mingi Yushan, we're still freezing here, and we can't go back to the shelter. Do you have any food that can keep us warm? Tang Yu looked at the chat messages in the World Channel. Although it wasn't as sensational as a couple of days ago, it did indeed attract some survivors' attention. The only weapons he had left were the assault rifle and MP5 submachine gun he had confiscated from the followers of the evil god. Now that he had the M4A1, of these 2 weapons had become backup weapons. If someone really wanted to trade weapons, it was possible. Oh, of course, he wouldn't give away armor-piercing bullets, as those were strategic resources. In Tang Yu's eyes, the value of good bullets far exceeded that of weapons. However, survivors who had access to high-grade bullets were likely very few. As private messages continued to refresh, Tang Yu poured himself another cup of hot water sitting next to the warm fireplace, while carefully checking the private messages. It must be said that there are indeed many capable survivors. Although everyone is scattered throughout the apocalyptic world, facing various dangers and challenges, there were still many survivors who possessed a considerable amount of material resources. Within just a few minutes, many people sent messages about available supplies. Clearly, due to today's heavy rain and the rapid drop in temperature, all survivors felt the breath of disaster and were doing their utmost to acquire survival materials. However, these guys all wanted to take advantage of Tang Yu's active request for these materials to charge him exorbitantly, thinking that even if they could get a little, it would be worth it asking for 10 or 8 cans of meat. Tang Yu naturally wouldn't indulge such people, directly sending back the prices he deemed reasonable. If a deal could be made, great. If not, he would find someone else. What a joke. Right now, food and heating supplies are the most precious resources. This is a seller's market, okay? The items he is seeking can't be eaten or drunk. If they have the ability, they shouldn't sell at all. Anyway, Tang Yu had all the necessary supplies in his shelter. Even if he had to survive for a month or so, he had no issues. He could afford to wait. Surely there were others who could not afford to wait. Indeed, aside from some survivors who could see the situation clearly and completed transactions with Tang Yu, there were still many who harbored delusions of taking advantage of him. For these people, Tang Yu marked them for attention and ignored them. Among these individuals, one person offered a confidential information that was actually quite important, but this guy directly demanded 50 cans of meat, which made Tang Yu laugh in anger. If the negotiation had been reasonable, Tang Yu would have been willing to discuss, but he directly opened with a lion's share. People were buying wood for 20 cans because wood itself is a heating resource, and the price is high, which Tang Yu could accept. Why should he, just because it's something Tang Yu wants? Tang Yu directly replied with 3 cans of meat, take it or leave it. However, after several hours of selection, the upgrade materials for the bathroom and kitchen were finally gathered, most of which were transactions completed with survivors in Tang Yu's area, and the prices were relatively reasonable. Tang Yu upgraded the bathroom directly, and once that was completed, he would be able to upgrade the kitchen as well. He spent the afternoon checking messages while waiting. At 8 p.m., the kitchen was finally upgraded. The information after the upgrades to the bathroom and kitchen was drastically different. Wet and dry separation, bathroom level 2. Type shelter facility. Effect 1, wound healing speed 40, disease infection probability 40, pressure resistance 15, immunity 10. Effect 2, radiation 15. Kitchen level 2. Type shelter facility. Effect 1, stamina recovery 15 hour, pressure resistance 10, immunity 10, metabolism 15. Effect 2, when consuming food made in the kitchen, there is a 10 chance to gain the special effect energized our recipe food effect 10. The kitchen and bathroom have undergone a tremendous transformation. The bathroom now features a separate shower room with a toilet and a sink right outside. If a washing machine is added, it would be quite similar to the rental apartment Tang Yu lived in before his journey. The changes in the kitchen are also significant. Not only has the space expanded, but the originally simple small table has turned into a 2-meter-long workbench with a soup pot and a frying pan neatly placed on the electric stove. The heater is still positioned beside the workbench, maintaining a clean and efficient design. This time, both facilities not only enhance their original functions, but also introduce many new effects. Pressure resistance introduction. Pressure resistance increases the chances of survival for survivors in the apocalyptic world. Effect reduces the likelihood of shock caused by pain. Reduces hand tremors or shakes caused by pain. Reduces feelings of fear and despair caused by sudden situations or survival pressure. Immunity introduction affects susceptibility to diseases and the effectiveness of treatments. Effect reduces the chances of injury or developing inflammation and diseases due to environmental factors. Reduces negative effects of all stimulants, food, and beverages. Lowers the potency of toxins. Extends the duration of painkiller effects. Metabolism introduction. A healthy metabolism improves and enhances the effects of food. Effect increases benefits from food and beverages. Reduces physical and water consumption. The emergence of these 3 new effects greatly delighted Tang Yu. In the apocalyptic world, the greatest concerns are diseases and injuries. Without appropriate medication, even the simplest cold could take a survivor's life. Next is the survival and psychological pressure in the apocalyptic world. Actually, survivors living in the wilderness are relatively better off. They only need to face survival pressures. Though it is more difficult than in the city, if they can successfully get through the first day, they can trade their unique resources for survival supplies and overcome their challenges. However, survivors in urban areas are different. They face survival pressures and must always be on guard against roaming bands of refugees. Basically, once discovered by refugees, unless luck is exceptionally good, it is very difficult to survive under the overwhelming advantage of armed refugees. Even today, there are still frequent reports in the regional channel of survivors being killed by refugees, which is unavoidable. This is why survivors in the regional channel are very friendly towards Tang Yu. It is because the weapons Tang Yu traded out have genuinely helped many people, alleviating their survival crises and providing them with a sense of self-protection. Tang Yu then focused his gaze on the panel of his hideout, discovering a new button labeled craft appearing below the level 2 kitchen and separated wet and dry bathroom. He clicked the craft button under kitchen. A new page appeared. Emergency Water 2 required items tool. Silicone hose materials water 500 milliliters. Pipe tape X1 crafting time 5 minutes. Kvass 2 required items bottled water x2, rye bread x4, crafting time 10 minutes. Altogether, there are about 7 or 8 types of food available. So this is the page for crafting food and beverages. Tang Yu realized and he understood why a level 2 kitchen was necessary to use that food recipe. It must be for this reason. He also checked the crafting page for the bathroom. The content was quite shocking, practically resembling a simplified chemical factory. One could make soap from alkali salt and sausage and toilet paper from paper. Sterile bandages could be crafted using bandages and vodka. It is simply a prime example of simplicity and brutality. The remaining crafting list contains items such as aluminum sheets, hoses, backpack containers, bulletproof vests, aramid cloth, and tear-resistant fabric. There are about a dozen categories. Tang Yu gasped in amazement. However, he also comprehended. The crafting pages of these facilities in the hideout can transform a large number of unused or low-level items into something useful through this synthesis crafting method. Suddenly Tang Yu's eyes lit up and a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could take advantage of this extreme cold disaster to collect and trade large quantities of worthless materials and then use the bathroom to craft them into more popular items, earning a price difference. The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. He believed that at this stage, very few people could unlock the crafting pages of the hideout facilities, and he might even be the only one. This could very well be a unique resource field for him now. He could continuously trade to obtain supplies. Moreover, this is completely different from Tang Yu's previous trades. Previously, whether it was weapon equipment trading or food trading, it was a one-time sale, but once sold it was gone unless reacquired. However, crafting in the bathroom and kitchen allows for a continuous transformation of low-value items into high-value items, generating profit. As long as no one has a hideout facility level higher than Tang Yu's, he can keep this going. This discovery excited Tang Yu greatly. Although it would be quite troublesome and cumbersome, the profit is sustainable. Over time, it would definitely create a snowball effect. However, Tang Yu quickly calmed down. In that case, the supplies in his hideout would become somewhat insufficient. The current supply reserve is adequate for him alone, but if trading occurs, it would clearly not be enough. If it really comes to that, he'll have to see if there's an opportunity to make a run. Tang Yu felt somewhat helpless. Originally, he didn't want to venture out, but now that there's an opportunity to strengthen himself, he doesn't want to miss it. Forget it, he'll deal with that later. First, let's check that recipe. Tang Yu took out the nourishing lamb soup recipe, and sure enough, it could be used now. Use. Then under the level 2 kitchen crafting page, a new crafting recipe appeared. Nourishing lamb soup's 2-type recipe effect removes the wind chill status for 120 minutes with a 25% chance of complete removal, adds the rising yang energy status for 30 minutes. Immunity 10 lasts for 60 minutes, satiety 70, hydration 60, required items 500 g of lamb, 1000 g of water, 1 goji berry, 1 red date, 1 pepper, 1 salt. Additional items, adding just 1 item, can gain extra effects: 1 ginseng, 1 angelica, 1 astragalus, 1 codenopsis, crafting time 15 minutes. Wow, I've struck gold. Tang Yu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and excitement. Frostbite. Type debuff. Description: a common cold induced by extreme cold. Effect 1, carrying capacity reduced by 50, a stamina reduced by 60, a water consumption increased by 60, a movement speed decreased by 40. Effect 2, full body pain dims vision, a probability of whole body tremors and hand tremors increases by 80, 20 chance of triggering the more severe, high fever state. Yang Qi surging. Type buff. Description: a warming sensation throughout the body triggered by consuming special food. Effect 1, in frigid environments the body remains impervious to cold erosion and stays comfortably warm. Effect 2, in temperate conditions stamina consumption decreases by 30, in scorching heat the state transforms into internal heat excess. Haha, just as I thought. Absolutely brilliant. Tang Yu was now utterly exhilarated. This dish was nothing short of a lifeline for survivors bracing for the imminent polar cataclysm. No, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Tang Yu immediately contacted a survivor with whom he'd previously traded, Sandy from the grasslands, who had supplied him with wool and cashmere blankets. Urban Zone Tang Yu: hello, are you still alive? Grassland Zone Sandy: what on earth are you talking about? Do you want more cashmere blankets? Urban Zone Tang Yu: not those this time, I need mutton. What's your price? Deep within an underground shelter somewhere on the grassland, Sandy paused mid-bite on her grilled lamb chop, brows faintly furrowed. Tang Yu is based in the urban zone. Surely he isn't lacking food. Why would he want mutton? Still, she replied anyway. After all, mutton was abundant in her stores. Grassland Zone Sandy: I have mutton. For 2 units, I'll trade 1 pistol, 50 rounds of ammunition, or equivalent value in goods. Urban Zone Tang Yu frowning emoji: has the price really surged this much? Grassland Zone Sandy: the polar cataclysm is imminent. Everyone knows mutton replenishes yang qi. And it's food, real consumable sustenance. Urban Zone Tang Yu, if I order in bulk, can you offer a discount? Grassland Zone Sandyhome. How much do you need? Name a figure. And if you can supply me with medicine, I'll consider lowering the price accordingly. Tang Yu surveyed his shelter's inventory. His warehouse was already crammed with provisions. 3 large-capacity carry-on cases sat nearby, one packed with valuables, the other 2 filled with gear retrieved from room 903. On the opposite side stood neatly stacked reserves of fuel and firewood, untouchable for now. Only the central floor space remained unoccupied. Temperatures had already dropped. Mutton placed directly on the floor would remain fresh for the short term. Once the torrential rain ceased and temperatures plummeted further, he could store the mutton outside the shelter, secure in the knowledge that his virtual map ensured no one else would discover it. Storage capacity is simply too limited. Shaking his head, Tang Yu typed back. Urban Zone Tang Yu, start with 500 gene. How much medicine do you require? Or could we trade 35 food item images and 20 medical supply images instead? In the Grassland Zone, Sandy was sipping sheep's milk when Tang Yu's message appeared, especially the 35 vivid food photographs, and she spat the milk out in shock. She coughed uncontrollably, staring at the images in disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. Grassland Zone Sandy, don't tell me you actually possess all these foods and medicines. Urban Zone Tang Yu, I do. Both food and medical supplies are available. But bear in mind your mutton is raw material only, whereas my provisions and medicines are ready-to-use items, each imbued with potent effects. Their values are not equivalent. So name a fair price. If it suits me, I'll deal with you. If not, I'll seek others. Reading Tang Yu's reply, Sandy instantly grasped his meaning. Indeed, she'd briefly entertained the same thought, but after reading his words, she sighed and let it go. He was right, mutton wasn't exclusive to her, but among survivors, Tang Yu was likely the only one capable of large-scale diversified trade in food and medicine. Others might barter, but their quantities and variety paled in comparison. Especially those tins, beef, fish, even vegetable preserves, made her mouth water just looking at them. Good heavens, she'd eaten nothing but mutton and drunk nothing but sheep's milk for days. Now her eyes gleamed with desperate longing at the sight of vegetable tins. Meanwhile, Tang Yu felt no anxiety. As he'd stated plainly, mutton wasn't a monopoly. It was widely available across the global channel where countless survivors eagerly traded. True to form, Sandy acknowledged his terms and promptly sent over her requested list of foods and medicines. He discovered her greatest demand lay in vegetable and fruit tins. Among meats, fish tins ranked highest, followed by biscuits, bread, and beverages. For medicine, she prioritized amoxicillin tablets for inflammation and ibuprofen for pain relief, then requested gauze and trauma care supplies. Altogether, the trade consumed roughly half his food stock and 1/3 of his medical supplies, yet the gains were staggering. 11 freshly slaughtered sheep now lay upon the shelter's floor. Tang Yu quickly calculated each weighed approximately 45 gene. After deducting bones, each yielded roughly 30 gene of meat, 11 sheep totaling around 330 gene. 1 gene of mutton produced 2 servings of soup, so 330 gene would yield 660 servings. Stunned, Tang Yu stared blankly at the figure. Recall the total quantity of food and medicine he'd just traded amounted to fewer than 80 units. Though values differed sharply, this was undeniably astronomical profit. Damn it, I need more mutton. Tang Yu believed over half the global survivor population would fail to endure the coming polar blizzard. Worldwide survivors numbered approximately 90,000. Half, 45,000 people, represented an unparalleled market, vast, urgent, and potentially monopolized by him alone. Yet his kitchen's production capacity posed a major bottleneck. Preparing 2 servings of soup required 15 minutes. 8 servings per hour, 192 per day. Over 5 days, tomorrow, the day after, and the 3 days of the blizzard, he could produce a maximum of 960 servings. But this limit was inescapable. The time required for preparation was non-negotiable. So I'll need 5 more sheep to reach 960 servings. He contacted Sandy again, only to learn she had just 1 slaughtered sheep left and could fulfill further orders only the next day. Tang Yu accepted this gracefully, deflecting her curiosity about his unprecedented mutton order. Then he reached out to survivors in other zones, acquiring goji berries, red dates, Sichuan pepper, ginseng, and angelica root. At last, all ingredients for the nourishing mutton soup were assembled. Fortunately, these herbs served neither as food nor insulation. Their prices were absurdly low. A few tins secured a massive stockpile sufficient for prolonged use. Now let's test this mutton soup. Placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation as he opened the cooking interface. Nourishing mutton soup. Preparation initiated. 15 minutes later, Tang Yu looked at the nourishing mutton soup emitting a rich aroma in front of him, his throat involuntarily twitching. It was simply too fragrant. The scent of grease mixed with medicinal herbs made it impossible for Tang Yu to resist. He had added all the ingredients to his nourishing mutton soup, including ginseng. This also enhanced the richness of the aroma. Nourishing mutton soup. Type food. Effects. Removes the wind chill status lasting for 120 minutes with a 25% chance of complete removal. Adds the yang energy rising status lasting for 30 minutes. Immunity 10, lasting for 60 minutes. Satiety 70. Moisture 60. Special effect immunity 15, health recovery 10 per minute, gains the energized status lasting for 60 minutes. This effect was simply too powerful. Moreover, there was an additional special effect likely obtained from adding ginseng as an ingredient. As for the energized status boost, it should have been triggered by the 10 effect from his level 2 kitchen skill. Tang Yu could no longer resist the temptation of food and started devouring it eagerly. As the steaming mutton soup entered his mouth, Tang Yu felt a warm current flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Then centered around this warmth, his entire body began to feel warm. Although the temperature in his hiding place was not cold, it was also not warm, just at a level acceptable for the human body. However, after just 2 bites, Tang Yu began to feel cozy all over. After finishing the entire bowl of mutton soup in just a few bites, he let out a satisfied burp. Then he noticed 2 brand new status icons in the status bar: yang energy rising and energized. At this moment, Tang Yu felt an abundance of energy throughout his body. Oh no, it's already night. Sleeping now was clearly not an option. The heavy rain had stopped 2 hours ago. Tang Yu opened the door of his hiding place to feel the weather outside. Perhaps because he had just eaten the mutton soup, he felt no chill at all. Instead, he found the weather to be a bit cool and quite comfortable. Inside the subway station, due to the heavy rain, the ground was in disarray, but the water traces were already quite sparse. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yu returned to his hiding place to start putting on his gear. Now with the buff from the mutton soup, it would be too wasteful to let it go to waste. Moreover, the recent transaction had consumed a large number of medical supplies, so Tang Yu planned to take this opportunity to scout the city hospital he had just purchased. This time, Tang Yu did not intend to bring many items. The equipment was the same as when he went to room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel, except he replaced the level 4 bulletproof vest and magazine with a level 5 magazine armor, which contained 18 slots. His weapon was equipped with an MP5 submachine gun and level 3 armor-piercing rounds to save space. The melee weapon was still the 6H5 bayonet along with 3 grenades. His backpack was a 35-slot camel outdoor backpack. With that plus Tang Yu's own 5-item slots, his backpack space had expanded to 58 slots. After preparing, Tang Yu equipped the black mask and digital headset, then put on the hood of the night cloak. He walked toward the subway station exit. Due to the heavy rain, there was still a layer of accumulated water in the tunnel of the subway station, so Tang Yu chose to go to the city hospital from the surface. However, the good news was that there was still no moon tonight. The entire city was shrouded in darkness. Tang Yu walked along the deserted streets, the heavy rain having washed the entire city clean, and he cautiously avoided the puddles. Fearing that the sound of his feet splashing in the water would be heard by the refugees hiding nearby, he walked cautiously with each step. The temperature outside the subway station was much colder than Tang Yu had imagined, but fortunately, he had the status boost, so he felt no discomfort at all. Occasionally, he could hear gunshots coming from distant parts of the city. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the city hospital. The hospital was pitch black with only a few lights shining from the top floor of the inpatient building. On the virtual map, Tang Yu clearly saw 3 refugees resting on the top floor of the inpatient building. After a quick glance, Tang Yu walked towards the emergency building. Upon entering the emergency room, he saw 4 or 5 stainless steel stretchers scattered across the emergency hall with various medical instruments and paperwork strewn all over the floor. He picked up a sterile bandage that had fallen on the ground and placed it in his backpack. The virtual map in his mind had already displayed all the supplies, and Tang Yu collected them room by room. The quantity of medical supplies in the hospital was not very high. Valuable items had likely already been scavenged by refugees or other forces, leaving behind only some insignificant items. After collecting for quite a while, he found only about 10 items. The most numerous were bandages, including sterile bandages and ordinary bandages, but these ordinary bandages did not have hemostatic functions and could only be considered regular supplies. However, Tang Yu remembered that a sterile bandage was needed to craft in the bathroom's crafting page, so he accepted everything without hesitation. The emergency building evidently had the most items for treating wounds, including portable defibrillators, cat tourniquets, emergency hemostatic agents, aluminum splint sutures, and a bunch of surgical instruments. Tang Yu collected quite a bit. Next, he also gathered some disinfectants, medical alcohol, disinfecting gauze, and cotton balls that had fallen in various corners of cabinets. At the same time, he found the indoor thermometer he had been longing for several days. However, what surprised Tang Yu the most was that he actually found some injectable medications, which was a completely unexpected gain. The power and rarity of injectable medications were undeniable. Back in room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel, he had found a pack of injectables left by a black dog, which only contained 5 adrenaline injectors. In the first aid tray of the emergency room, he found morphine injector X2 and adrenaline injector X1. Morphine injector. Type injector. Description: a disposable syringe filled with a large dose of morphine primarily used to manage acute and chronic severe pain. Occupies space 1 by 1. Usage count 11. Gain effect. Removes the bruise status and pain status lasting for 305 seconds. Adds the excitement status lasting for 305 seconds. Loss effect. Stamina 10, moisture 10. Note: current survivors cannot use this item. It can only be used after surviving the first round of disasters. The morphine injection clearly emphasizes its functionality in pain relief with a longer duration of effect. Unlike the adrenaline injection, which enhances bodily functions comprehensively, it has significantly fewer side effects. After use, its impact on the body is minimal. By this time, Tang Yu's exploration of the emergency building was nearing its end. Overall, the gains were quite satisfactory, especially with those 3 injections, which significantly increased the value of the supplies. Tang Yu walked through the glass corridor, arriving at the outpatient building. He headed straight for the pharmacy's location, spotting numerous shining dots representing supplies on the virtual map. Upon reaching the pharmacy, he saw shelves of medicines scattered haphazardly across the floor, with packaging boxes and prescription slips everywhere. Following the positions of the light spots on the virtual map, Tang Yu picked up fallen medicines from gaps in the shelves' corners and under cabinets. The items here were mainly various tablets. Pain-relieving effect of ibuprofen tablets. Dual effects of pain relief and fever reduction from analgin tablets. A compound broad-spectrum antibiotic amoxicillin tablets used for treating bacterial infections, along with a mix of indistinguishable tablets with simple and crude names. Tang Yu guessed these might be needed for future constructions and collected them all. Among these, the analgin tablets were a pleasant surprise. Its fever-reducing and pain-relieving effects are life-saving for the impending extreme cold weather. This time, Tang Yu found a total of 3 bottles of analgin tablets with 50 pills in each, totaling approximately 150 pills. Tang Yu stored these pills carefully. He found about a dozen bottles in the pharmacy, which was quite good, all being hard currency. Then he began scavenging room by room from the first floor, prying open computer cases to check for graphics cards. If there were none, he would continue to the next room. Just as he reached the second floor, he suddenly froze in place, noticing 2 red dots appear on the first floor of the outpatient building. Are these vagrants? Tang Yu speculated, uncertain, as the movements of these 2 were too unusual. They lacked the carefree demeanor typical of vagrants. Instead, they were advancing stealthily and slowly, seemingly searching for someone. Tang Yu ceased all movement, pressing his body against the wall with faint sounds locked within a 2-meter radius around him, enhanced by the night cloak and the skill stealth movement. He cautiously approached the gardening flower bed on the second floor, crouching behind several dense plants, peeking over the wall edge to observe the first floor hall. Due to the lack of lighting, Tang Yu could only vaguely make out 2 slowly moving black figures. Their footsteps were so light that if Tang Yu hadn't specifically listened, he would have barely noticed, reminiscent of the cultist he encountered previously. It was evident that these 2 were well practiced in this stealthy approach, which accounted for their noticeable silence. Without the aid of the virtual map, Tang Yu estimated he would have already been discovered by them. Under Tang Yu's close observation, the 2 first searched the first floor, then ascended to the second floor via the staircases, meeting at the gardening flower bed in the middle of the stairs. One said quietly, "It seems there are no vagrants here. Should we go directly to the principal's office to get that item the employer wants?" The other shook his head. No, the employer said that opening that secret door would make a considerable noise. If there are any vagrants on these 2 floors, they might trap us here if they hear us, and that would be troublesome. All right, then you go left, and I'll go right. Let's search separately and call each other if we find anyone. Okay. Watching the 2 finish their discussion and leave, Tang Yu finally relaxed, hidden just a meter away behind the dense foliage. This was so thrilling. It was pure flower pot sword saint, with the plants shielding him combined with his gear and skills. Just moments ago, Tang Yu didn't dare to breathe, even controlling his mouth to avoid any odor that might alert the 2. Only a meter away. Even a fart could be perceived by them. How exhilarating. However, Tang Yu managed to overhear their entire conversation. Principal's office. Secret room. Item. Tang Yu keenly sensed the scent of high-grade supplies through these keywords. Opening the virtual map, he directly located a spacious office in the middle of the top floor of the outpatient hall, which was the 3rd floor. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a secret room approximately 1 square meter in size, containing several light spots. However, the thickness of the secret room's door exceeded Tang Yu's understanding, measuring a staggering 30 centimeters, which was simply absurd. Clearly, there was no normal way to open this secret room, let alone access the supplies inside. Undoubtedly, the method to unlock that secret room lay with these two mysterious individuals. Based on their mention of an employer, Tang Yu leaned towards the idea that they were akin to some sort of mercenary force. Their combat capabilities evidently surpassed those of the vagrants. They were clearly well-trained in military tactics, displaying considerable skill. This is getting more and more interesting. Tang Yu gazed in the direction the two had departed, his expression profound. I need to think of a way. He decisively left the flower bed, choosing a corridor and following behind them towards the staircase to the third floor. He crossed past them directly through the stairway as they entered a row of outpatient rooms for examination, reaching the third floor of the outpatient building. The most dangerous step was complete. Tang Yu had already devised a feasible plan in his mind. He quickly arrived at the principal's office located in the middle of the third floor. Twisting the doorknob, not locked, he swiftly entered the room, closing the door behind him. It was evident that the previous occupant had left in a hurry with various documents scattered all over the floor, and there were fallen clothes racks and 2 white coats. On the sofa and tea table for receiving guests, some food and drinks were scattered about, but Tang Yu had no interest in collecting them now. According to the virtual map, the two had completed their search of the second floor and were now at the staircase preparing to ascend to the third floor. Tang Yu glanced left and right, spotting a large potted plant, a bird of paradise, situated in the corner. The enormous leaves completely concealed the corner. This was the idea Tang Yu had come up with, a flower pot Sword Saint 2.0 version. When the two finally arrived at the principal's office, Tang Yu had already hidden himself entirely in the darkness behind the massive foliage, aided by the night cloak and the black mask. At this moment, he seemed to be the very embodiment of darkness. With a click, the door to the principal's office was opened. Tang Yu watched as the two intruders entered the room and swiftly swept their flashlights across the space. His entire body was concealed beneath the dense foliage of a paradise bird plant, rendering him completely invisible. They moved straight toward their target. Any luck finding the hidden chamber? Found it. The employer said the switch is on the side of the desk. One of them approached the desk and effortlessly located the inconspicuous button. Under their watchful eyes, the button depressed, and with a low groan of grinding wood, a section of the bookshelf beside the desk began to rotate inward. A compact hidden chamber, barely 1 square meter in size, swung open before Tang Yu. It's open. It's open. A flashlight beam pierced the darkness, illuminating an elegant safe inside, prompting Tang Yu to feel both exasperated and profoundly relieved. He was exasperated because the hospital director had gone to such extraordinary lengths, not only hiding his valuables behind a concealed chamber, but securing them further inside a high-grade safe. He felt relief too. Had he rashly attacked the two men earlier, he might never have discovered the chamber's hidden switch, let alone breached that impenetrable safe. At that moment, Tang Yu saw one of the intruders draw from his coat a peculiar key, 15 centimeters long, its surface intricately carved with ornate patterns. You keep watch at the door, I'll open the safe. This mechanical combination lock is extremely complex, I'll need 2 minutes. Understood. The lookout turned and stationed himself at the doorway facing the corridor, vigilantly scanning for any movement beyond. The other man crouched before the safe, a miniature flashlight clenched between his teeth. He slid the strange key into the lock while positioning his free hand over the dial. His focus absolute, his fingers adjusting the mechanism with meticulous precision. Faint clicks and whirs echoed through the room. The soft turning of tumblers, the subtle scrape of metal against metal, and the occasional rustle of gear and weaponry. Tang Yu, now silently slipping from beneath the paradise bird foliage, pressed himself flat against the wall behind the lookout, holding his breath, waiting for the perfect opening. Are you done yet? Hurry up. Almost there. Hearing his partner's reply, the lookout began to turn, only for a large hand to clamp over his mouth and a razor-sharp bayonet to slash cleanly across his throat. It's open. It's open. What's all that noise? Keep it quiet. As soon as the safe clicked open, the lockpicker heard the sharp echo of footsteps on the floor. Something was wrong. In an instant, he drew his silenced pistol and spun around. Instead of his partner, he heard only a heavy thud, a body collapsing onto the floor, then glimpsed a black shape hurtling toward him. After several muffled gunshots, Tang Yu gasped for air, emptied the safe's contents into his backpack, hastily bandaged his leg wound to stem the bleeding, and swallowed a single ibuprofen tablet. Within seconds, the searing pain receded, but his face had already paled to ash, drenched in cold sweat. The agony was unbearable. With lightning speed, he stripped both intruders of every piece of equipment and supplies, filling his backpack to its absolute limit. 2 additional long rifles were slung across his back as he bolted toward the first floor of the emergency department. All the while, Tang Yu kept careful watch on the 3 vagrants still holed up in the inpatient wing. Thankfully, they remained oblivious, motionless within their rooms. In the emergency hall, he swallowed another analgesic tablet, then unzipped his emergency surgical kit and began extracting the bullets lodged in his thigh. These two operatives were in an entirely different league from ordinary vagrants. Despite his meticulous planning, and despite eliminating one assailant before he could react, the second proved astonishingly quick. Tang Yu ultimately prevailed, but not without sustaining 2 gunshot wounds. Fortunately, both struck his leg. Had either hit his heart or head, he would have been dead on the spot. Once the twin bullets were extracted and sterile gauze tightly wrapped around the wounds, his critically depleted vitality began to rise, slow, steady, and unmistakable. Simultaneously, the status effects, pain, and contusion vanished, leaving only fresh wound marked by the newly applied bandages. Though perilous beyond measure, this outcome represented the very best he could achieve under such dire circumstances. Not only had he intercepted the pair's intended prize, but he'd also acquired 2 full sets of tactical gear and weaponry. His nearly empty inventory was now brimming once more. 5 minutes later, the fresh wound status faded. Tang Yu wasted no time. He slipped away, vanishing into the shadows as he retraced his path to the hideout, moving with deliberate caution at every step. But just as he neared the Garden Metro station, light rain began to fall, quickly crystallizing into tiny ice particles drifting silently from the sky. A thin glaze of frost coated the ground. The restorative effect of the nourishing lamb soup had long since worn off. Even now, drenched in sweat from carrying excessive weight, Tang Yu felt the creeping chill gnawing at his body. His core burned hot, heat escaping relentlessly through his pores, while the frigid air clawed inward, seeking entry through the same openings. The clash of inner heat and outer cold left him wretchedly uncomfortable. And yet, when he finally stepped into the Garden Metro station and walked down the dim, echoing tunnel, suddenly, achoo, achoo. Back at the hideout, he emptied his pack onto the floor and erupted into a relentless fit of sneezes. Though no common cold status icon appeared on his interface, Tang Yu, drawing upon years of first-hand experience, knew with near certainty he was coming down with one. Sigh, this is what I get for pushing myself. Sure enough, within minutes, amid mounting fatigue, chills, and congestion, the common cold icon materialized on his status panel. Fortunately, he had prepared the nourishing lamb soup in double portions. Rallying his resolve, he reheated the second bowl and devoured meat and broth alike in rapid, grateful gulps. Warmth flooded his limbs like spring sunlight. His trembling ceased, his legs steadied, his joints eased. A profound sense of ease settled over his entire being. Tang Yu savored the soup's restorative power, deeply satisfied. Though it did not trigger a perfect removal of the common cold status, it granted him 2 precious hours of restored health. His confidence in the future market potential of the nourishing lamb soup swelled accordingly. It was now 1:00 m. Leaning into the soup's lingering warmth, Tang Yu sank into deep restorative sleep. Meanwhile, in a remote, heavily concealed chamber, a figure waited, expectantly, for the wanderers to deliver his bounty. Trin, when did those 2 depart? Why haven't they returned? My lord, unforeseen complications may have arisen. After all, that territory belongs to the meat dogs, and rumors persist that their scouts have maintained a constant presence at that hospital. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Tang Yu woke up with a splitting headache, feeling an unbearable soreness all over his body. Especially in his joints, it felt as if the machinery had lost its lubrication, making every movement extraordinarily difficult. Cough, cough. With the sound of coughing, it felt like his throat had been sliced by a blade. Gently shaking his foggy head, Tang Yu felt as if his brain had turned to mush, swaying within his skull with his movements. He opened the status panel. The 3 glaring statuses of wind chill, fever, and bacterial infection shone brightly in red. Getting up and heading to the kitchen, he immediately prepared 2 servings of lamb soup. While it was cooking, Tang Yu hurriedly lit the fireplace, having forgotten to do so last night due to feeling unwell, which was also why his cold had worsened today. As the fireplace continued to radiate heat, his trembling body gradually stabilized. After drinking 2 cups of hot water and taking an anodyne painkiller and amoxicillin antibiotic, the pain in his body disappeared along with the statuses of fever and bacterial infection. A few minutes later, Tang Yu comfortably enjoyed the lamb soup, feeling as if he had come back to life. To his delight, his luck was good this time, triggering a 25% chance of perfectly removing the wind chill status. His body finally returned to normal, but the physical exhaustion caused by his illness had not recovered so quickly. He still needed some rest. So difficult. Although Tang Yu was currently under the enhancement of the Yang Energy Rising status, he still put on the rabbit brand sheepskin military coat he had obtained earlier. He took the indoor thermometer outside to his hiding spot, and after waiting a few minutes, it displayed a temperature of 3°C. Tang Yu sighed internally. It was only the 6th day, and the temperature was already nearing freezing. It was likely to snow tomorrow. The hardest times had already arrived. Returning to the hiding spot, he opened the chat channel, and indeed, all the survivors were discussing the weather. Tang Yu learned that over 300 people had died just last night. These individuals had mostly succumbed to the cold, being killed by either marauders or beasts. Before their demise, they had sought help in the chat channel, but unfortunately, there were very few items to assist them. All survivors were increasingly heavy-hearted over the first wave of extreme cold disaster. Some tried to organize mutual aid, but given the current situation, it was already impressive if each individual could ensure their own safety. Asking them to help others was simply an ungrateful endeavor. In the apocalypse game, personal survival always took precedence. Other concerns like morality, law, and shame became irrelevant. Tang Yu also observed the messages in the channel and had no intention of engaging in any altruistic acts. He was merely a small figure, and his goal was to survive comfortably and long in this apocalypse without considering anyone else. He respected those who selflessly dedicated themselves, but he would not emulate them or take on additional burdens. After a brief moment of reflection, excitement shone on Tang Yu's face. He went to the kitchen and finished preparing the ingredients for the nourishing lamb soup. He immediately cranked up the production to the maximum. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize every moment. Looking at the icon page where the production had started, Tang Yu hurriedly contacted Sandy to inquire about the 5 sheep he had reserved yesterday. He was told that they were just getting ready to set off, and that he would have to wait 2 hours to trade. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Yu pulled out the spoils he had collected from the hospital director's office yesterday. First, he had 2 blueprints, and Tang Yu's face broke into a smile. In this apocalyptic world, blueprints were indeed the quickest way to enhance one's strength. Medical Workbench Construction Blueprint Type Rare Blueprint Effect constructs a workstation in the hiding spot capable of producing medical items. Construction Requirements Generator Level 1 Water Collector Level 1 Oi Bathroom Level 1 0 Apocalypse Coins 1 Beaker 1 Test Tube 1 Tourniquet 1 Set of Surgical Instruments 1 Ibuprofen Painkiller. Construction Time 30 minutes. Medical Workbench Modification Blueprint Medical Station Type Rare Blueprint Effect upgrades the medical workbench in the hiding spot into a higher-level special facility medical station. Construction Requirements Generator Level 1 Medical Workbench Level 1 Oi Bathroom Level 2 Ventilation Ducts Level 2 0 Apocalypse Coins 1 Medical Intelligence Document 3 different types of pills 5 sterile bandages 4 tourniquets 2 sets of surgical instruments 1 medical blood transfusion tool 1 portable defibrillator. Construction Time 120 minutes. When Tang Yu saw the construction requirements for this medical station, he was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a daunting construction requirement, especially for the portable defibrillator. If he hadn't fortuitously found one in the emergency building, he would likely be just as astounded. The difficulty of this construction truly opened Tang Yu's eyes. However, he soon displayed an excited expression. What a joke! If it required so many resources just for construction, the effectiveness of this facility would certainly be remarkable. Tang Yu met all the construction material requirements for these 2 facilities. He found a larger spot in the hiding place and immediately began constructing the medical workbench. Now he could only wait half an hour for the medical workbench to be completed before upgrading it to a medical station. The medical intelligence document required for upgrading the medical station was the 3rd item he found in the director's office safe, which saved Tang Yu a lot of time searching. The last item in the safe was a white access card prominently marked with the letters CBS. CBS Laboratory Access Key Card Type Laboratory Key occupies 1 by 1 slot used grants access to the CBS laboratory once. The mention of the laboratory invigorated Tang Yu. It's actually a laboratory. He hadn't forgotten that the name of the laboratory was mentioned in the Black Dog diary. According to Black Dog's speculation, this laboratory might produce transformation potions, which were crucial items for converting evil god followers. On the other hand, the uncle behind Black Dog, who seemingly controlled the entire power of the refugees and evil god followers in Luo City, also had entangled relations with this laboratory. Now Tang Yu discovered that the director of the district hospital surprisingly had this laboratory access key. He immediately sensed that there was an inexplicable connection between this city and the laboratory. Right, and that mysterious employer. Tang Yu thought with narrowed eyes. Tang Yu already harbored a suspicion about this mysterious employer last night. The duo's access to the dean's office, and even the keys and password to the safe, must have come from him. Clearly that person was either the hospital dean himself or someone intimately familiar with him. The likelihood that the employer was the dean stood at nearly 90%. Tang Yu gazed at the laboratory access card, their true objective no doubt. After pondering for a while, without reaching any conclusion, Tang Yu simply let it go. The item was already in his possession. He would meet challenges as they arose. Deflect the spear, dam the flood. What mattered now was cataloging last night's haul. All that remained were the duo's assorted gear. What delighted Tang Yu most were their weapons, both fitted with suppressors. Stechkin APB Suppressed Automatic Pistol 2. Type Pistol. Inventory Space 41. Recoil vertical 205, horizontal 138. Effective range 50 meters. Firing modes semi-automatic, full automatic. Rate of fire 750 revolutions per minute. Accuracy 11. Ammunition caliber 918 mm PM. Standard magazine APS 918 mm PM 20 round capacity. PP 9101 Keter B, suppressed submachine gun 2. Type submachine gun. Inventory space 32. Recoil vertical 38. Horizontal 162. Effective range 100 meters. Firing modes semi-automatic, full automatic. Rate of fire 900 revolutions per minute. Accuracy 6. 88. Ammunition caliber 918 mm PM. Standard magazine PP 91 918 mm PM 30 round capacity. These weapons had been meticulously selected for stealth and assassination, both the pistols and the submachine guns. Tang Yu could barely tear his hands away from them. He now ventured out almost exclusively under cover of night to scavenge supplies, and minimizing noise while eliminating threats had become his top priority. Last night he had already tested the suppressed pistols report and found it deeply satisfying. He carefully stowed all the firearms away, replacing his old sidearm outright with one of the new Stechkins. Fortunately, both pistols and submachine guns used the same 918 mm PM ammunition, fully interchangeable, saving him the trouble of hunting for separate rounds. The rest of the duo's equipment consisted only of 2 level 3 ballistic vests and 2 12-slot tactical load-bearing vests. Nothing else of value remained. Half an hour later, the medical workbench was complete. Tang Yu immediately upgraded his medical station, then began today's grand, wealth tycoon, dice-rolling ritual. Having purchased the downtown hospital yesterday, Tang Yu earned 201 wealth points today, bringing his total to 488. He followed the full routine, heading to the restroom, washing his face and hands thoroughly, applying golden star ointment to both palms, then bowing in solemn prayer. Lord Guan Wudi, God of martial wealth. Honorable Lord Guan, I, your humble disciple Tang Yu, pray with utmost sincerity today, grant me a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The dice spun. The survivors are prompted with a mechanical sound. Would you like to spend 300 points to purchase the White Tower Park? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Can a park actually be purchased? As his wealth points decreased, the virtual map updated again, and Tang Yu began to understand the purpose of the park. Parks differ from other buildings. The subway station, the Red Romance Club, and the city hospital provide Tang Yu a certain number of wealth points daily. Unlike those, the park does not directly provide wealth points to Tang Yu, but increases the value of all the properties under his name, providing more wealth points each day. The more parks, the greater the appreciation of other properties, and the more wealth points provided each day. Tang Yu felt a surge of joy. This is great. After completing today's dice roll, Tang Yu began to check his private messages. Clearly, after last night's freezing rain, many survivors were struggling today. They contacted Tang Yu one after another, wanting to trade food or medicine for the supplies in their hands. After a while, the kitchen had produced several rounds of nourishing lamb soup amounting to about a dozen bowls. Tang Yu initially intended to post the trade in the World Channel. However, he remembered that Sandy had not yet completed the trade for the last 5 sheep with him, and if the other party saw the attributes of the food he was selling, it would be hard to guarantee they wouldn't raise the price. The same reasoning applied to other survivors who could provide lamb, so Tang Yu decided to wait until he completed the final trade with the other party before sending the trade information to the World Channel. This seemed the safest approach. While Tang Yu sifted through the trade messages in his private inbox, he finally gathered the last battery needed to upgrade the level 2 generator. He spent 1 can of food and 1 energy drink to complete the trade. The upgrade of the generator began. At the same time, Sandy's message arrived, just in time. Grassland Sandy, we can trade now. Oh, I have 10 sheep, do you want 5? City Tang Yu, then give me 7. In the end, Tang Yu spent all of his vegetable cans and instant snacks along with some medicine to complete this trade. Although the food stock in his warehouse had dwindled to just over 20 cans, looking at the pile of lamb meat made Tang Yu smile. An hour later, Tang Yu was busy organizing the prepared nourishing lamb soup, which now amounted to 24 portions. Meanwhile, the medical station he had been concerned about successfully upgraded. Medical Station Level 2 Type Shelter Facility Effect 1. At midnight every day, the medical station will randomly refresh medical items with quality and quantity being random. Current probability 40 for pill type items, 30 for wound treatment items, 25 for first aid kits, 5 for injectables. Effect 2. Immunity 25, Health 25, Vitality 25. Effect 3. 20 chance to increase the quantity of items produced by the medical station by 1. Health Introduction. Good health can accelerate the healing speed of wounds after being hit, reduce the chances of fractures, and decrease the consumption of stamina and water. Effect: reduce fracture chances, reduce stamina consumption, reduce dehydration rate. Vitality introduction. Vitality can reduce the probability of fatal injuries to certain parts of the body, bleeding and immediate death, thereby increasing your chances of survival after injury. Effect: reduce bleeding probability, reduce disability probability when limbs are injured, increase recovery speed of wounds during combat. While this is incredibly powerful, Tang Yu knew that this medical station facility could be combined with the laboratory's key card, and it was definitely not an ordinary blueprint. But now, seeing such an impressive function, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The medical station, like the secondary level restroom and kitchen, has activated the function for producing items. The medical station can combine various low-value medical supplies to synthesize high-value medical items. A set of surgical instruments plus a vehicle-mounted first aid kit can be synthesized into an emergency surgical kit. A bundle of pills plus sterile bandages plus a tourniquet can be synthesized into an IFAK emergency treatment kit. A toolbox plus a magnet plus wires plus a capacitor plus a power bank can be synthesized into a defibrillator. The production list contains dozens of items, making Tang Yu's heart blossom with joy. With this, Tang Yu has established a stable and enduring production workshop for high-level medical supplies. If the medical station occasionally triggers the effect of producing items 1, it would be double the joy. Tang Yu stroked his chin, noting that the value of low-level medical supplies has always been low. Items like the set of surgical instruments and pills have no practical use for survivors, eventually becoming a representation of being tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. The next step might be to collect resources to invest in these middle and low-level medical supplies, which over time will undoubtedly become an important resource model for Tang Yu. This does not even consider that the medical station automatically refreshes medical items daily. Through the refresh probability of the medical station, Tang Yu also discerned the tier distinctions of medical items. Undoubtedly, the lowest tier consists of various medications which are abundant, but have short-lived and singular effects. Currently, the most valuable pills in Tang Yu's possession should be those 3 bottles of pain relief tablets, due to their fever-reducing effect, which is crucial in the impending extreme cold weather. However, like the nourishing lamb soup, their value will peak only over the next 5 days. Once the disaster of the polar blizzard passes, their value will significantly decrease. The most valuable items among medical supplies are undoubtedly syringes and various treatment kits. This also confirms Tang Yu's previous speculation. Syringes will surely be an extremely scarce medical resource in the post-disaster world. Because their functions are overwhelmingly powerful, their price will inevitably be quite steep. Tang Yu was very satisfied with the effects of the medical station, placing all the low-level medical items in the warehouse directly into the medical station. He initiated the synthesis, filling the entire production list to capacity. 2 hours later, the generator successfully upgraded to level 2. The entire unit's design became more compact and exquisite, and the noise generated during operation was merely a low buzzing sound. Thanks to the battery, the generator overcame the drawbacks of prolonged operation. During each machine's operation, excess electrical energy is stored in the battery. Once the battery is fully charged, the generator will automatically shut down to rest. When the battery's charge drops to only 20, the generator will automatically activate to generate power. Over time, this allows for a continuous cycle. From this point on, Tang Yu can be said to have achieved electrical freedom. Moreover, for the power system facilities in the hideout, it is more energy efficient, effective, and intelligent. However, at this moment, Tang Yu frowned. With the generator upgrade completed, the only remaining item needed for the construction of the intelligence center is a single item, classified intelligence. This item seems to be quite rare. Even after 2 days, no one has been willing to trade it. Yet Tang Yu is very concerned about the intelligence center. He feels that building this facility will greatly aid both the hideout and his own development. However, none of the many survivors who approached him for trades have offered classified intelligence. On the other hand, there are numerous traders for the various valuable items needed to construct the refugee treasure chest, but many of them are asking for exorbitant prices. Tang Yu directly completed trades with a few survivors offering reasonable prices, while others were left hanging. No way, I need to do everything possible to complete the intelligence center today. Tang Yu directly posted a photo of the nourishing lamb soup in the World Channel, not believing anyone could resist trading for it. City Tang Yu image of nourishing lamb soup X1, the nemesis of extreme cold disasters, a hope for survival, the last shiver before dawn, removes the wind chill status, guarantees a second chance at life, don't miss out, limited quantity, first come first, served only for trade, rare items, classified intelligence, message me with offers. After posting in the World Channel, Tang Yu also shared this message in the regional chat channel. He then traded 2 portions to Wang Bohu. Tang Yu, brother, here are 2 portions for crucial times. Tang Yu is not a saint, and the reason he gave to Wang Bohu is. On one hand, Tang Yu indeed gained a significant advantage this time, trading just 2 grenades for this recipe. If the value were low, it would be one thing, but this food's effect is enough to save lives in extreme cold weather. Giving it to Wang Bohu is also a form of assurance for him. After all, this item is abundant, so 2 portions are nothing. On the other hand, Tang Yu genuinely has a good impression of Wang Bohu and acknowledges his considerable abilities, having obtained rare items consecutively just days before the apocalypse. Building a good relationship will also be beneficial later. There is no need for this food to create misunderstandings, even though Tang Yu himself does not care. However, an old saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Sure enough, upon receiving the lamb soup from Tang Yu, Wang Bohu immediately sent a message. Wang Bohu, damn great God, don't tell me this is the recipe I sold to you. This is amazing. Tang Yu, yes, that's the one. Are you regretting it now? This question is actually also a test from Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, no way, I don't regret it at all. This can only be made by you. If it were with me, who knows when I could make it. A level 2 kitchen. Heaven. Wang Bohu, this item is only valuable for these few days. If the next disaster happens to be hot weather, this food will be worthless, so I don't regret it at all. Wang Bohu, hee hee, but great God, you still have some, right? Don't sell them all out. Remember to save a few bowls for me, or I'll buy more after I finish them. Seeing the message from Wang Bohu, Tang Yu smiled. This is why he likes the kid. He understands boundaries and is reasonable. Tang Yu, alright, I'll save some for you. Just let me know if you need them. Wang Bohu, thanks great God. After finishing matters with Wang Bohu, as Tang Yu expected, the entire world channel and regional chat channel erupted with all survivors shaken. The nourishing lamb soup is like cold water poured into a hot oil pot. It has completely exploded. P.S. All you handsome viewers, don't hold back these days. The verification period for updates is crucial. Starting next month, there will be 3 updates daily. Everyone please help out by finding time to follow the updates to the latest chapters daily. Click to urge updates. Thank you all. City Lu Jinyu, what the heck? What the heck? What did I just see? Grassland Wang Sinan, what the heck, it's Yushin again. This food is so effective, no wonder it's the nemesis of extreme cold. Forest Wang Haoyu. Yushin, why didn't you bring out this food during the previous trade? I regret it. Gobi Yin Gahua, Yushin, I'm about to die. Can you give me a portion of that food? I've contracted the wind chill. The chat in the regional channel is buzzing, all shocked that Tang Yu actually possesses such extraordinary food. This food can remove the wind chill effect. Since yesterday, nearly everyone has felt the power of the extreme cold weather, and many have already caught the wind chill, now shivering in their hiding places. Now seeing the pictures of food sent out by Tang Yu, everyone is astonished. This is essential for survival. However, these people have neither rare items nor confidential information, and thus under the pressure of survival, their darker human nature begins to emerge. Not only on the world channel, but even the survivors in the regional channel began to make sarcastic remarks. Grassland Sandy, isn't that food made from the sheep I sold you? Sandy, who completed the trade with Tang Yu, also sent a private message. Tang Yu wasn't surprised. City Tang Yu, yes. Grassland Sandy, no wonder you needed so many sheep, but this way I'm at a loss. The items you traded must include a portion for me. Tang Yu looked at the private message and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Luckily, he had been cautious. The news about the nourishing lamb soup hadn't been sent out early, otherwise that guy might have caused some trouble. And now that the trade is completed, he still wants to share the supplies. Has this guy's mind been kicked by a donkey? This is the gap between people. Tang Yu has never underestimated the evils of human nature. City Tang Yu, what are you thinking? Did you hit your head while catching sheep? Grassland Sandy, just wait. Tang Yu showed a disdainful smile and ignored it, instead checking the trade messages and choosing supplies. But a few minutes later, Wang Bohu sent a message with a screenshot. Grassland Sandy, this Tang Yu is truly heartless. His lamb meat is what I gave him. He hardly has any supplies, yet now he sells it to you all at such a high price. He has no conscience. If I had so many supplies like him, I would have offered them at a discount, or even given them to those in need to survive this disaster. Merchant Wang Bohu, great God, this guy is slandering you. She is taking advantage of the rule that one can only post once a day in the world channel to slander you. Tang Yu opened the world channel to check the chat content. Sure enough, under this guy's lead, others wanting to take advantage of Tang Yu began to join in, and the entire channel's rhythm started to skew. At the same time, in the regional channel, some people were actively discussing this topic, and under the meddling of some troublemakers, public opinion began to turn against Tang Yu. Tang Yu observed the few individuals who were causing the most commotion in the chat channel. However, he found that they all sent him trade messages. Tang Yu shook his head inwardly. Indeed, people are always one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Perhaps they want to prevent others from trading with Tang Yu so they can get more nourishing lamb soup at a lower price. Unfortunately, Tang Yu, are you still within the limit for posting in the world channel today? Wang Bohu, yes, great God. Tang Yu sent some items to Wang Bohu and forwarded the edited message. Soon Wang Bohu's message appeared in the world channel. City Wang Bohu, what a bunch of shameless people. Just take a good look at the transaction details and you'll know who is causing trouble. Don't be used as a pawn helping others count their money. Also, Yushin asked me to convey a message to you all. Anyone who was stirring things up in the channel just now will be blacklisted and never traded with. Meanwhile, that Sandy, didn't she say she wanted to help many people? Anyone without food can ask her for food. Her food reserves are astonishing. Tang Yu and Sandy's trade message images 8 and XXX requests to trade with Tang Yu images 6. As soon as Wang Bohu's message was sent, everyone was left speechless. Especially when they saw Tang Yu trading more than a dozen lambs with Sandy, spending an astonishing quantity of food and medical supplies. Everyone was shocked by the scale of their transaction. Over 100 units of food, most of which were canned goods and energy foods, while the medical supplies were the most scarce, including about 40 to 50 units of trauma treatment items. They had never seen so many supplies. Even relatively well-off survivors would consider themselves lucky to have 20 or 30 units of supplies in their hideouts. Medical supplies are even more severely scarce. Collectively, these supplies can be said to be worth a fortune. And in the images Tang Yu exposed were messages from Sandy asking for a share and threatening Tang Yu. Now, all the survivors who saw the information understood the complexities within. Isn't this just this guy's insatiable greed? Initially, he traded for a large quantity of supplies, and now, upon realizing the value of the nourishing lamb soup in Tang Yu's hands, he wanted to grab a share and was furious when rejected. The problem is you can do as you please, but don't treat others like fools. All the survivors were enraged, and they began to greet Sandy in private messages, making that scene even busier than what was happening on Tang Yu's side. The same goes for those who initially stirred up trouble, as Tang Yu directly exposed their trade messages, locking them in for a private greeting. Although some people still wanted to morally bind Tang Yu upon seeing the massive supplies Tang Yu had spent, they all prudently kept their mouths shut. There was no way to argue. Tang Yu used real money to obtain these items. Oh, what reason do you have for him to give them to you for free? Thus, the public opinion in the chat channel completely turned in favor of Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu did not pay much attention to that. In his view, having Wang Bohu send out those things was merely to avoid some trouble. He genuinely did not care what others thought. As long as the items are in his hands, as long as the traded goods do not meet his requirements, no one can complete a trade with him. Tang Yu stood before a trading interface. A red folder appeared before him containing several sheets of white paper. Confidential intelligence and type intelligence item grid occupancy 21 in description, a folder containing various documents, potentially invaluable to certain individuals. Haha, finally complete. Tang Yu promptly finalized the trade with the survivor. Though the survivor demanded substantial supplies, a bowl of nourishing lamb soup, and a bottle of amoxicillin antibiotics. It seemed the survivor had already contracted the common cold and was exhibiting inflammatory symptoms. Tang Yu saw no reason to delay. He possessed ample amoxicillin antibiotics, and his medical station could synthesize more as needed. Thus, he completed the transaction without hesitation. Gazing at the thick folder in his hands, he exhaled in profound relief. What a grueling ordeal. Unbelievably difficult. Without pause, he withdrew all construction materials required for the Intelligence Center and selected its placement. The special facility, Intelligence Center, began construction within his shelter. A luminous interface displayed its completion time, 24 hours. It was now 1:30 p.m. By tomorrow, day 7 of the Apocalypse game, at precisely 1:30 p.m., the Intelligence Center would be fully operational. Though Tang Yu's heart raced with anticipation, his eyes fixed upon the shimmering construction interface with desperate longing, he could only wait in silence. He hadn't felt such eager anticipation in ages. After a morning of relentless activity, hunger stirred within him. This time he bypassed the nourishing lamb soup and instead heated a carton of milk, adding 2 beef sausages. Having finished lunch, he replenished the firewood in the hearth and drifted into slumber upon the heated brick bed. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, survivors continued condemning Sandy, despite her earlier pledge to share food with the starving. Yet when they privately messaged her requesting provisions, she responded only with vitriolic abuse and blocked them outright. Once these chat logs surfaced in the public channel, Sandy's reputation collapsed entirely. Survivors began urging one another to avoid all transactions with her lest they be swindled. Though the survivor who initiated this warning hailed from the grassland region, his motives transparent to others, the proposal still garnered widespread support. In a quiet room within the White Pagoda district of Luo City, flames danced steadily within the hearth. Outside, temperatures had plummeted to 0 degrees Celsius, but indoors warmth reigned supreme. A portly 50-something bald man exhaled a thick smoke ring toward the figure standing before him. Still no sign of those 2 wanderers. Lord Karentai, no trace of either wanderer. They must have encountered some unforeseen calamity. That sector belongs to me, dog, and last night vagrants were spotted inside the hospital. Could they have struck? No gunshots were reported last night, my lord. And those 2 were seasoned operatives introduced by Solon. They wouldn't vanish without a whisper. Karentai's cigar clenched between his teeth, narrowed his eyes in deep contemplation. Minutes later, he pressed a button on his desk. With a low groan of grinding stone, the wall behind him rotated open. A narrow staircase descended into a 60-square-meter secret chamber, within which 8 iron cages stood in silent rows. Korentai lumbered forward, his heavy frame halting before one cage. Inside lay a bloodied, slumped man. Korentai smiled faintly. "My dear hospital director, how fares your health?" At the sound of his voice, the man strained to lift his head and fix his gaze upon his captor. "You wretched monster. When my brother returns, he'll make you pay dearly." Empty threats. Everyone who knew the truth is already dead. "Oh, and I heard something amusing lately. Your nephew Black Dog has also perished." Meat Dog himself remains clueless as to who killed him. "Huh? What impossible?" Korentai watched the man's face contort in disbelief, and a cruel mocking smile curled his lips. "Enough theatrics. You're certain the lab access keycard is hidden in that concealed vault you described. Anything else you've withheld?" At Korentai's question, the man on the floor stiffened. Then comprehension dawned. He stared up, utterly astonished. "Huh? So you haven't retrieved it yet? Huh? I've told you everything. I've held nothing back. Yet you still failed. Huh? Butcher, you're utterly incompetent." Korentai, the butcher, locked eyes with the man for 5 long seconds, then let out a contemptuous snort and strode from the chamber. As the hidden door sealed shut behind him, the butcher's gaze sharpened, piercing, calculating, lethal. Damn it. His shock was genuine. That means the safe combination and key he gave me are real. Then what happened to those 2 wanderers? He turned to the figure waiting silently across the chamber. "Dagger, you'll handle this. Tonight, infiltrate the city hospital. Move with absolute stealth. Avoid Meat Dog's patrols at all costs. If your presence is discovered, our capture of this man may be exposed." "Understood, Lord Korentai. I'll descend through the subway tunnels. Black Dog's recent demise has left that route unguarded." "Well done. I trust your judgment." At 6 p.m., Tang Yu stirred awake. He yawned widely, slipped into his cashmere sleepwear, visited the bathroom, then brewed a cup of black tea, settling onto a single-seater sofa to scroll through the latest chat messages. By now, neither the World Channel nor regional chats lingered on the midday incident. Instead, survivors traded vented grievances or bartered quietly. Particularly dire were urban survivors, especially those who'd built shelters underground. Few had fortified their shelter doors to level 2, as Tang Yu had, with waterproof reinforcement. Their shelters had flooded, then frozen solid under sub-zero temperatures. They'll struggle to survive this catastrophe. Tang Yu stored the freshly prepared, nourishing lamb soup in his warehouse. Though many sought trades with him, few offered rare items. Most brought only common supplies. Still shaken by the earlier incident, though aware he too had expended significant resources. Nonetheless, willingness to exchange high-value goods remained scarce. Basic commodities dominated the offers. Tang Yu felt no urgency. The game had barely begun. He knew demand would rise. He restocked the kitchen with raw ingredients, filling the production queue to capacity. He repeated the process for the medical station's production list. He'd noticed an elegant efficiency in facility production lists, completed items automatically stacked within the queue, so long as they remained uncollected. Time flowed unhurriedly, until 10 p.m. A crimson speck flickered into view within the subway tunnel near the Red Romance Club, advancing steadily toward Garden Metro Station. Moi. Tang Yu detected the anomaly instantly. These past few days have been unervingly bizarre. The broken-down subway station seems to be drawing intruders in droves. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu stowed the MP5 submachine gun into his backpack space, then withdrew the Mosin Nagant sniper rifle and briskly cycled the bolt. A 7.62 mmR level 3 armor-piercing sniper round slid smoothly into the chamber. 4 rounds were loaded into the magazine. After securing the weapon back in his pack, Tang Yu pulled the hood of his cloak of nightfall over his head and slipped from his hiding place into the enveloping darkness. At that very moment, the red blip had just emerged from the tunnel and entered the Garden subway station's waiting hall. Tang Yu crouched behind a massive stone pillar 3 meters from the entrance to his hideout, motionless and watchful. The sharp, brittle crunch of boots stepping on ice grew steadily louder. Then a beam of flashlight light pierced out from deep within the tracks, accompanied by an unmistakably vivid red laser. Damn, it's a laser target designator. How incredibly advanced. Tang Yu instantly pressed himself deeper into the shadows. This invader's tactical accessories alone left Tang Yu deeply impressed. Tactical accessories, indeed. Even after days of relentless effort, Tang Yu himself had managed to acquire only 4 or 5 such items. The intruder moved swiftly, clearly assuming no one remained in this abandoned subway station, thus advancing with unwavering confidence. Still, at every intersection, he swept his flashlight across the area before rushing past. As the intruder passed the stone pillar and strode toward the tunnel on the opposite side of the tracks, Tang Yu cautiously peered out from behind it. The intruder was evidently a combat elite. His gear was lavish and meticulously outfitted. Especially striking was his primary weapon, the integrated tactical flashlight laser, assembly muzzle flash hider, and high magnification scope, all signaled exceptional equipment. He wore what appeared to be a high-tier lightweight ballistic vest, protecting only his chest and back. Once the intruder had advanced 50 meters, Tang Yu silently shifted from behind the pillar to its side and lowered himself onto the icy marble floor. The Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle now rested firmly in his hands. Though the subway floor bit with bone-deep cold, Tang Yu steadied his breath and stilled his mind. His right eye settled into the rifle's forward telescopic sight. Through the lens, the intruder, now 60 meters away, loomed large and clear. Tang Yu fine-tuned the magnification until the image snapped into perfect focus. A crosshair illuminated faintly by the scatter of the intruder's tactical flashlight locked onto his chest. Yet Tang Yu hesitated, then deliberately re-centered it upon the intruder's head. He worried about the ballistic rating of the vest. If it concealed high-grade ceramic plates, a chest shot might prove futile, or worse, counterproductive. With the crosshair fixed on the intruder's skull, Tang Yu held his breath. Though he lacked confidence in long-range sniping at this distance, mere dozens of meters, he felt certain of success. Through the scope, the intruder's head swayed subtly with each step. Tang Yu carefully observed the rhythm of that motion, calculating its cadence. Then, just as the intruder lifted his foot for the next stride, suspended mid-motion between steps, his head paused ever so slightly. Boom! A thunderous report erupted through the subway station, reverberating violently off the vaulted walls. Through the scope, Tang Yu watched the tactical flashlight clatter to the ground, its beam extinguished. A flicker of triumph crossed his face as he removed his digital earpiece. It was his first time firing a sniper rifle, and fortune favored him. The earpiece had dampened the blast's high-frequency shockwave into a tolerable low-frequency thud. Without it, his hearing would likely have suffered permanent damage. Even so, his right shoulder throbbed with dull pain. The brutal recoil had struck hard. Yet he performed only a swift self-check, confirming no serious injury. He retracted the sniper rifle and strode directly toward the fallen intruder. On his virtual map, the red blip had vanished. Confirmation enough the enemy was dead. Stunned by the rifle's violent kick, he hadn't seen the exact point of impact. Only the intruder's weapon tumbling to the floor through the scope. Only when he approached within 20 meters did the beam of the fallen flashlight finally illuminate the scene. A headless corpse sprawled across the ground. He rushed to the body and immediately understood why it was headless. Though he'd aimed for the head, the bullet had struck the neck instead. The immense kinetic energy of the large-caliber round had cleanly severed the spine. The severed head lay 2 meters away, resting grotesquely on the cold tile. The grisly sight made even Tang Yu, who had weathered countless life-or-death battles, gag involuntarily. Yet he mastered the reflex, keeping his composure. He swiftly stripped the corpse of all weapons, gear, and the backpack, then retreated to his hideout. He returned once more to erase every trace of his movement, footprint, scuff marks, everything around the shelter. Satisfied that no evidence remained, he re-entered his hideout, not yet examining the seized gear. That could wait. Instead, he opened the intruder's backpack and ammo rig, hoping to uncover why he'd come here. As he accessed the rig, a map materialized before him. Keiluo City Bida District, Urban Hospital Structural Blueprint. Type Intelligence Item. Occupies 21 grid slots. Description: an internal architectural map of the urban hospital. Certain individuals may find this document highly valuable. On the map, the hospital director's office was marked prominently in red. Tang Yu's understanding crystallized, and pity flickered in his eyes. This must be the employer's second attempt. After Tang Yu intercepted the duo last night and denied them their objective, they dispatched another operative to the urban hospital. Alas, he'd intercepted this one too, mid-transit. Tang Yu shook his head wryly. His list of enemies was growing longer by the hour. Fortunately, no one knew of his existence. Otherwise, these city blocks would already be in chaos. Yet the backpack held more than just this map. Another was identical to the Keiluo City Bida District map Tang Yu had acquired earlier, except this time the marked location was no longer the trade center. Instead, it highlighted the Keiluo City Opera House, labeled plainly Base Camp. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. So tonight's intruder was also a wanderer, merely affiliated with a different faction. But were they all truly this straightforward, marking their own base camp so boldly on a map? First one, now another. Still, this map arrived opportunistically. The original had been consumed as raw material during the construction of his intelligence hub and thus vanished. He'd been fretting over the lack of maps until now. Yet what intrigued him most was a new key, strange, unsettlingly so. Its entire surface gleamed a deep, visceral red, as if soaked in blood. Rune key of the abandoned factory. Abandoned factory rune key. Type key for the abandoned factory in Keiluo City. Usage can unlock the marked room on the second floor of the abandoned factory in the White Tower district of Keiluo City. Introduction: a mysterious key for a door in the city's abandoned factory adorned with strange symbols. This key felt peculiar to Tang Yu. After securing it, he glanced at another item in his hand. This is a letter. Tang Yu opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Dear Lord Ghostface, I can finally contact you. The butcher has betrayed you. A few days ago, he kidnapped the director of the city hospital, who is your younger brother, to obtain the access card for the laboratory. However, it seems something unexpected happened last night, as the two wanderers sent to find the access card have gone missing. Dear Lord Ghostface, I don't know when I will enter your embrace. I am in a room on the second floor of the abandoned factory, and I have prepared everything for the sacrificial ritual to become a follower of the Lord. I hope to receive your response. Knife. Damn. The information in the letter left Tang Yu utterly stunned. Is it common for the homeless to play so recklessly nowadays? The undercover situation was even arranged. So this person is a subordinate of the butcher, but secretly developed by the leader of the evil god's followers, Ghostface, to monitor the butcher. The request of this traitor is to participate in the sacrificial ritual and become a follower of the evil god. Very well, a lofty ambition. This means that the key he just had is likely the key to the room in the abandoned factory. However, last night's duo at the hospital was not sent by the director as Tang Yu had guessed, but by the butcher, the leader of the homeless, aiming for that laboratory access card. And that hospital director happens to be in this person's hands. Even more outrageous is that this director is also the brother of the mysterious figure behind Ghostface. What kind of magic does this laboratory possess that makes so many people want to enter? What experiments are being conducted inside? Human experimentation. These remain unknown. Tang Yu noted these doubts, hoping to find answers later. He then turned his attention to the weapons and equipment he had acquired. The weapon is an AK-101 assault rifle. It is equipped with a comprehensive range of tactical accessories. Tactical flashlight and laser combo X1. CQB-5. 56x45 muzzle brake X1. Monster. 2x32 scope X1. RVG 4 X1. Tang Yu tried out the feel of the gun, which was incredibly comfortable, especially the rifle scope that allowed for quick adjustments between long and short distances, making it very convenient. If he had this scope earlier, he wouldn't have needed to use a sniper rifle. Just the M4A1 would have been enough to turn the opponent into mush. The other gear was rather ordinary. The bulletproof vest had level 4 protection, which was already insufficient for Tang Yu. The pistol and melee weapons were quite average. The only thing that caught his eye was the 2 grenades in the enemy's ammo pouch. RGO Grenade X2. Type, throwing weapon. Occupied slots 1 by 1. Explosion delay 0. 3 seconds upon impact. 3 seconds, if not triggered it will explode after 5 seconds. Throwing strength, 55. Explosion radius, 27 meters. Concussion radius, 12 meters. Shrapnel count, 85 XF, 1 shrapnel. Introduction: RGO is a handheld self-defense grenade. This is quite interesting. Upon impact it explodes in 0.3 seconds. Isn't that just a tossed bomb? This is excellent, practically a killing weapon. Seeing the enemy, one can throw it directly at their face. As long as there's an impact it will explode. If the previously timed grenades gave a slight chance to dodge, this grenade guarantees a hit. However, correspondingly the requirements for Tang Yu are also much higher. If he slips up and tosses the grenade near himself, it could end in disaster. Nonetheless, Tang Yu was still very pleased to have 2 such lethal weapons. At this moment, it was already close to midnight. He quickly tidied up and went asleep. At this time, the apocalyptic world had entered winter, and the frigid air had begun to affect Luo City. In several homeless camps, roaring fires had been kindled with wooden furniture and books set ablaze by the homeless. Even the electrical systems became unstable under the extreme cold, causing the lights in the homeless camps to flicker intermittently. Some survivors who had left their hiding places due to the heavy rain a few days ago were now huddled in deserted rooms, shivering. They dared not light a fire or turn on the lights, so they could only maintain their body temperature with a few warm clothing items acquired through high-priced trades. At the same time, on the World Channel and local channels, they continuously sought help, yet responses were scant. No one was willing to share the hard-earned supplies. Not only in the city, but also on the grasslands, deserts, and coastlines, the extreme cold brought chilling temperatures along with biting winds. Apart from a few survivors, most were struggling to survive. When Tang Yu woke up again, it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse. He stretched and felt a noticeable chill as he emerged from his bedding, momentarily stunned. He then realized it was already past 10 in the morning, and the wood in the fireplace had just recently gone out, causing the temperature in the hiding place to drop. After reigniting the fireplace, Tang Yu opened the panel and briefly checked the chat channel, but stood there in a daze before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Last night, over 500 people had died in the apocalyptic world due to the freezing conditions, and today's outdoor temperature had already plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius. Looking at the photos of the city sent by other survivors, the entire city was shrouded in thick clouds and the wind had begun to pick up. Some predicted that the snowstorm would arrive in the afternoon or evening. The World Channel was also discussing this matter. Today, all survivors were unable to go out to search for supplies, fearing the cold and the risk of catching a cold, which would make things worse. Moreover, with dozens of survivors dying in every area last night, a sense of despair spread among everyone. Of course, this is not absolute. Some survivors selling heating supplies were loudly marketing their warm goods in their respective local channels. Naturally, the prices were quite exorbitant. When Tang Yu finished washing up and saw this information, he quickly sent the trading information for nourishing lamb soup to the World Channel and local channels. He went to the medical station to check the refreshed medical items for today, but only 3 sterile bandages appeared on the workbench, which he stored away. Then he opened the Super Monopoly panel for today. Rubbing his hands together, he hoped for a big win on this last day before disaster struck. Lord Guan, God of Wealth, Lord Guan, I Tang Yu sincerely pray today for a big red number to appear. The dice rolled as Tang Yu focused intently. As the dice slowly came to a stop, a number appeared before Tang Yu. The mini Tang Yu jumped twice before stopping in front of a square with a gift box pattern. Survivors receive a gift, breathing green philodendron. Tang Yu heard a mechanical prompt and froze, his expression blank. What on earth? A breathing thing. A pothose plant. Pothose. As Tang Yu stared in disbelief, a lush, verdant potted pothose materialized before him. Indeed, it was a luxuriant, thriving pothose plant. Breathing pothose mother plant in type rare plant. In effect 1, it purifies air within a 3-meter radius, eliminating gaseous pollutants, microorganisms, radiation, and particulate matter, and converts these substances into growth factors for the mother plant and breathable oxygen absorbable by humans. Effect 2 requires 1 to 0 ml of purified water daily. When adequately hydrated, it produces 1 new pothose offspring every 3 days. Each offspring possesses effect 1, but cannot itself reproduce. With abundant growth factors, the interval between divisions shortens accordingly. Description: a miraculous plant originating from an unknown source. Under certain conditions, it may prove indispensable. This pothose is extraordinary. Tang Yu immediately envisioned its unparalleled value in toxic or plague-ridden environments, far surpassing any conventional gas mask. He placed the pothose on the small coffee table in front of the single-seat sofa. Instantly, the air across the entire lounge area, including the kitchen, grew markedly fresher. Excellent. He drew exactly 1 to 0 ml of purified water from the filtration unit and poured it gently over the pothose. Before his eyes, the leaves unfurled more fully and deepened to a vivid, luminous green, then stirred faintly, without wind, rustling softly. Utterly miraculous. Today, his wealth points surged by 303, owing to yesterday's park acquisition, exceeding his previous gain by 102 points, bringing his total to 791. He closed the interface. Tang Yu entered the kitchen, retrieved a bowl of nourishing lamb soup, and finished it in several swift bites. Once his depleted moisture and energy were restored, he brewed himself a cup of black tea and settled onto the single-seat sofa to select today's most promising trade commodities. Clearly, the sudden plunge in temperature had triggered widespread colds, and perhaps also awakened grim realism among survivors. More people now sought trades with Tang Yu, and their offered goods were notably superior. Though truly rare items remained scarce, they were no longer entirely absent. 2 traders even brought graphics cards, a newly added commodity for Tang Yu today. With the onset of the deep freeze cataclysm imminent, he needed to prepare meticulously for survival ahead. Graphics cards too, a triumphant start that delighted him immensely. He now possessed 4 such cards, and curiosity burned within him about how best to deploy them. He then prioritized completing trades with several other survivors offering rare goods, acquiring 4 rare items in total. Island Variable Frequency Air Conditioning Blueprint 1 NAS Mass Construction Blueprint 1 in Underground Well Construction Blueprint 1 Na Bloodstained Letter 1 NAFTA 6 Successful Trades. Tang Yu stored the graphics cards and blueprints in his vault. He examined the letter. Its envelope was saturated with dark crimson blood and bore no inscription whatsoever. A bloodstained letter. Type: Intelligence. Item: View Count 11 in description. A letter carefully concealed against the chest, its contents evidently of critical importance. Tang Yu's brows lifted slightly as he tore open the envelope. A sheet of paper emerged, and alongside it a door key. He read the letter's contents. Report to Colonel, I have infiltrated a cultist cell devoted to the abyssal deity. According to my findings, these cultists answer to a shadowy organization that employs psychological indoctrination to subjugate refugees and survivors, transforming them into fanatical adherents via a mysterious transmutation serum. Yet this transmutation rite is perilously unstable. Only 1 in 5 survives. Success rates rise significantly among pre-existing survivors, which explains why the cultists' militia relentlessly hunts survivors to fuel their conversions. I believe Luo City has suffered the deepest corruption by these cultists, possibly serving as their origin point linked somehow to a clandestine laboratory. I recently attended a sacrificial rite and felt subtle yet unmistakable mental interference. My cover was thus compromised. I am fleeing now. Should you receive this kernel, please verify these intelligence fragments rigorously. Originally, I entrusted a ciphered USB drive to Lofu, a staff member at Garden Metro Station, to deliver to you. Yet after so many days since the Cataclysm's outbreak, he remains unheard from, likely fallen. Still, I pray he endures. Tang Yu had never anticipated this would entangle him with abyssal deity cultists, or that yet another undercover operative lay buried within the ruins. The Metro Station worker mentioned in the letter must be the owner of Locker No. 45. The very one whose abandoned locker Tang Yu discovered on day one of the Cataclysm, where the ciphered USB drive still rested inside his backpack. Luo City's depths grew ever murkier. Tang Yu turned the key in his palm, and suddenly recognized its intricate engravings. Crimson Keen Type Apartment 15 Keen Function Unlocks Room 704, Apartment 15 in description, a mysterious key, perhaps capable of opening more than just a door. He retrieved the rune-engraved key he'd seized from the intruder the previous night. Indeed, the glyphs on both keys matched perfectly. Tang Yu recalled the candlelight flickering late that same night in apartment 15. So those candles were part of a sacrificial rite. His understanding of the cultists sharpened perceptibly. Yet exploration could wait. He secured the key away. Neither apartment 15 nor the derelict factory was viable to investigate now. He would reassess later. At precisely 1:30 p.m., Tang Yu watched tensely as a luminous interface gradually dissolved. At last, the intelligence hub he'd awaited all day stood complete. Where the interface had shimmered now stood a desk atop, which a laptop hummed softly. Streams of alphanumeric code scrolled across its screen, punctuated occasionally by fleeting images of people and buildings. Files, USB drives, and maps lay scattered across the desktop. Tang Yu swiftly opened the system panel and began reading the facility's specifications. Intelligence Hub Level 1 N-Type. Shelter Facilitant Effect 1 generates 1 random intelligence report daily. 40 chance of standard value intel, 30 of high value, 25 of rare value, and 5 of critical value. Effect 2 reveals advance warning of the next cataclysm, usable once. Effect 3 grants access to 1 critical value intelligence report, cooldown 168 hours 1 week. Next, upgrade Intelligence Hub Level 2 in requirements. Shelter Security Level 3, Ventilation Ducts Level 3, A Intelligence Hub Level 1, A Generator Unit Level 3, Classified Intel 3, Ciphered USB Drive 3, Power Cable 5, SSD 2. Upgrade duration 48 hours. In current prerequisites insufficient. Upgrade unavailable. What? Tang Yu was utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had imagined countless abilities that the intelligence center might possess, and he had considered the first and third options. But he had never anticipated the second ability, the ability to predict the next disaster. Damn it, I can't really be a bastard child of this game, can I? Tang Yu's mind was starting to get a bit chaotic. The surprise was simply too overwhelming. So overwhelming that he was covered in goosebumps. Holy shit. Holy shit. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Yu finally managed to suppress the shock within his heart. Those who have not experienced it cannot truly understand Tang Yu's feelings. The sensation of gaining the greatest reliance in the apocalypse. He felt as if he were in a dream. Fortunately, he had finally calmed down, and what surged in his heart next was a rich joy. Fortunately, the intelligence center was completed today. Any delay of even a day or two would have been a huge loss. Tang Yu was excited. He returned to the intelligence center and opened the panel. Predict the next round of disaster information. As soon as Tang Yu's voice fell, the laptop on the intelligence center's desk, which had been displaying gibberish, briefly stuttered. Then a video appeared on the screen and began to play. Tang Yu immediately activated the recording function in the chat messages, aiming at the screen to start recording. The video camera continuously switched scenes: grasslands, mountains, forests, coasts, deserts, beaches, cities. As the video progressed, Tang Yu could even see the traces of survivors. They were moving in the wilderness, searching for food, or clashing with refugees in the cities, and he even saw various survivors attacking and plundering each other. Then the scene shifted to a sky filled with dark clouds, followed by torrential rain pouring down. The rain intensified quickly, soon submerging the coasts, plains, and forests, followed by cities, deserts, and wastelands. At this moment, it was as if the sky had ripped open with water continuously pouring down onto the ground. In just a short time, the city was submerged by floodwaters, raising the water level by 70 to 80 meters. In the flood, fish-like creatures over 10 meters long swam continuously, occasionally leaping out of the water to swallow the fallen survivors. 97% of the world's land was submerged, with countless bodies of survivors or refugees floating on the water's surface. In the final scene, however, the underwater position revealed several translucent water plants emitting a faint glow along with a large container drifting on the water surface. The video concluded, and several lines of text appeared on the laptop. Disaster name: Apocalypse Flood. Disaster occurrence time: 7 days after the polar blizzard disaster. Disaster duration: 5 days. Disaster opportunities: disaster rare item golden whip, seagrass random container. Apocalypse flood. Tang Yu stared wide-eyed at the large characters on the screen. The next round of disaster was actually a flood. He couldn't help but feel grateful again that he had completed the intelligence center today, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Although Tang Yu's current hideout was waterproof, it was only sufficient for normal levels of rain. To deal with the kind of catastrophic flood that submerged 97% of the surface shown in the video, it was simply not enough. Putting aside the underwater pressure, just being submerged for such a long time would damage the houses and walls. Another aspect that caught Tang Yu's attention was the final displayed section on disaster opportunities. Opportunities, by definition, must be beneficial things for survivors to be considered as such. It was not hard to imagine that both the glowing seagrass and that enormous container would only appear during the apocalypse flood disaster. They would surely be rare in number. However, the benefits of obtaining them would also be unimaginable. This made Tang Yu increasingly eager. Since there was a disaster opportunity in the apocalypse flood, was there also a so-called disaster opportunity in this polar blizzard? The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was correct. All disaster opportunities must not only occur in specific disasters, but rather that every disaster would have them. It was just a matter of how difficult they were to obtain, depending on whether the survivors had the courage and ability. This should also be an opportunity given to survivors by the apocalypse game. The opportunities are provided, whether or not they can seize them depends on the survivor's capabilities. Tang Yu looked at the intelligence center with gleaming eyes. This was truly a treasure. No wonder the mysterious figure behind K. Luo City valued it so highly. However, at this moment, the number of disaster predictions from the intelligence center had reset to 0. Yet Tang Yu was not particularly worried, since the intelligence center could predict once, it could predict a second time. If Tang Yu was not mistaken, when the intelligence center upgraded to level 2, it should be able to predict disaster information again. Now what Tang Yu needed to do was to make good use of this prophetic advantage and come up with a plan to maximize his benefits. At this moment, there were only 2 crucial tasks. The first task was to take advantage of this polar blizzard opportunity to trade for all resources beneficial for surviving the apocalypse flood disaster, including upgrade blueprints for the hideout facilities. The second task was to find the disaster opportunity items in this polar blizzard. Regarding the first task, Tang Yu listed all the facilities related to waterproofing at his hideout. First was the security gate. Tang Yu did not plan to relocate to another place during the flood. He could only feel absolutely safe at his hideout, so upgrading the security gate was crucial. Waterproofing, pressure resistance, and impact resistance were the primary required functions. Moreover, there must be a buffer space between the hideout and the security gate, meaning there needed to be an isolation space inside the security and hideout. If Tang Yu wanted to search for disaster opportunities during the apocalypse flood, he would need to enter and exit the hideout. Without a buffer space, the hideout would likely be destroyed the moment the security gate opened. Thus, the buffer space was also crucial. Additionally, the oxygen circulation devices and ventilation ducts also needed modification. Although Tang Yu had the potted plant of the breathing green vine, which could meet the oxygen production needs to some extent, the quantity was too small, and after a week, he would only have 3 additional seedlings. Tang Yu needed oxygen for breathing, and the generator also required oxygen. Having an extra oxygen circulation machine was the safest option. Furthermore, the ventilation ducts also needed underwater modifications, otherwise when the flood came it would definitely backflow into the hideout. That would be a calamity. The renovation blueprints for the walls and ceilings also needed to be taken into account, as they had to withstand pressures and waterproofing at depths of 70 to 80 meters underwater. As for the remaining water sources and food, Tang Yu was not too worried, as long as he prepared enough food reserves, and with either the water purifier or the unused blueprint for the underground, well, this issue could be easily resolved. These were the areas that needed to be modified in the hideout. Next, Tang Yu needed supplies for underwater travel. To move freely beneath the waves, a pressure-resistant diving suit is indispensable. Next in importance are weapons designed for underwater assault. Firearms are essentially unusable underwater. Bullets rarely travel more than a couple of meters. Harpoon launchers and similar devices will suffice, and if any advanced black-tech weapons are available, all the better. Tang Yu spent over 2 hours studying before he could clearly list the preparations for the Great Flood disaster. The direction for his upcoming trades therefore became plain. As for disaster opportunities within this polar blizzard, Tang Yu had no clear lead, though he had conceived a direction for exploration. In the Great Flood calamity, aquatic plants appeared on the seabed and marked the most dangerous zones. In a polar blizzard, however, the most perilous place is undoubtedly within the heart of the storm itself. Perhaps he would have to brave the biting gale and sift through the snow to uncover the answer. But the thought of venturing into temperatures tens of degrees below zero, battling a blizzard in search of so-called disaster opportunities, made Tang Yu's heart pound. To him, it seemed little different from courting death. Yet there was still time. Perhaps a turn of fortune might present itself. Tang Yu glanced at the regional chat. The temperature had already fallen to -11 degrees, and nearly all survivors were sheltering in hideouts or warming themselves indoors. With nothing else to do, everyone flooded the channel with trade posts, bartering their existing resources for what they needed. Having exhausted his quota of world channel messages for the day, Tang Yu resorted to the regional channel to advertise nourishing mutton soup and analgin painkillers. Tang Yu, the weather is growing colder. Nourishing mutton soup and analgesic tablets are the best choices against wind and cold. Priority will be given to trades with shelter construction or upgrade blueprints. Also buying graphics cards, disaster coins, and classified intelligence. If you have such supplies, state your price. Sellers in this area may enjoy favorable rates. After Tang Yu's morning spree of buying graphics cards in the World Channel, many had learned their value. In the regional channel, a number of people teased him for gouging the market. But Tang Yu did not care. There would always be those who could not resist trading. After all, graphics cards were precious, and only those who survived the first wave of disasters could afford to debate such things. After sending his messages, the private chats filled with offers of ordinary goods. Those hoping to try their luck with Tang Yu found him indifferent. Back at the intelligence center, 2 reports remained unread. Tang Yu first reviewed the daily briefing. Beneath the bench beside the central fountain of Bida Park, at 7 in the evening, a small suitcase will appear. The combination is 325,876, and a blueprint will be inside. Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Wasn't Bida Park the very park he had purchased? The park lay just behind the subway station. Stepping out of the station's exit brought one directly to the park entrance. It was 2 in the afternoon, 5 hours to go. No rush. Tang Yu then retrieved the weekly major intelligence from the center. On the second night of the polar blizzard disaster at 11 p.m. On the rooftop of the Kaluo City Trading Center, when the storm reaches its peak, a wondrous disaster relic, the polar snow lotus, will appear. Tang Yu stared at his laptop. A disaster relic, the polar snow lotus. Indeed, a disaster opportunity. Uncertainty flickered in Tang Yu's gaze. That snow lotus would not be easily obtained. On one hand, the lotus would appear at the storm's fiercest hour. Tang Yu could already picture the extreme cold and blizzard and the near impossibility of surviving then. Yet this confirmed his suspicion. Disaster opportunities did indeed appear where the catastrophe was most severe. The other challenge was the lotus location, the trading center. That was where the refugee encampment lay, its leader Rogo. Tang Yu could only give a wry smile. The difficulty of obtaining it was nothing short of hellish. On his laptop, a 168-hour countdown had appeared. The major intelligence had entered its cooldown. Tang Yu unfolded the map of the Bida district. The trading center was not far from the Somu Hotel he had last scouted. Only 1 street away, roughly 300 or 400 meters as the crow flies. By Tang Yu's estimate, the refugee population inside numbered at least 100 souls. Otherwise, Rogo could not command such a broad territory. To seize the snow lotus, Tang Yu needed to solve 2 problems. First was survival amid the polar blizzard, overcoming severe cold and the difficulty of movement within the storm. The other was how to infiltrate the trading center and reach its rooftop. Tang Yu discarded the notion of a frontal assault at once. He would have to slip in amidst the chaos. After much thought, a simple plan formed in his mind. It was 6:30 in the evening. Tang Yu stepped out of the subway fully armed. With less than 6 hours until the polar blizzard's arrival, the temperature had plunged into the -20s. The sky was pitch dark and snow began to drift in loose flakes. Tang Yu wrapped himself tightly in a sheepskin military coat. The bowl of mutton soup he had taken before leaving helped keep the shivering at bay. Before long, he had reached the central fountain of Bida Park, crouching in the shadow of a thicket beside a towering maple. 5 meters away lay the long bench mentioned in the intelligence. In the faint light, Tang Yu was certain there was nothing beneath it. He could only wait until 7. Sure enough, at 6:55, 2 figures appeared on the park's outskirts on the virtual map, one following the other, racing swiftly toward the central fountain. Tang Yu saw the 2 figures. The lead man was struck and collapsed, the small suitcase he had clutched falling to the ground, and the other hurried forward to retrieve it. At the very moment the shooter reached for the case, the man who had been shot suddenly rolled over and grabbed the other's calf. Tang Yu clearly saw the man clutching a grenade. Stunned, he flattened himself behind the maple, pressing to the ground, and covering his head. Not only had Tang Yu seen the grenade, the shooter had as well. Gunfire erupted, and the man who had been shot was already beyond saving. Yet the man's ploy to buy time had worked. The shooter's eyes widened in furious disbelief. An explosion tore through the air. Tang Yu heard the staccato of shrapnel embedding in the maple before him. He clapped his hands over his ears. He cursed his miscalculation. If only he had worn earphones. He had not expected this and had no time to react. He rose and looked toward the blast site of fragments and gore lay scattered. The suitcase driven by the explosion's force had come to rest beneath the bench. It was exactly 7 in the evening. At the Garden subway station, within the hiding place, Tang Yu stared at the password briefcase before him, entering the 6-digit code provided by the intelligence center. Click. The suitcase opened and Tang Yu heard the sound of precision instruments operating. Then a metal panel imprinted with the letters CBS rose, revealing what lay beneath. Upon seeing the contents inside, Tang Yu felt a surge of fear. Inside was a bomb flashing with red dots. It was evident that without the correct password, attempting to force open the suitcase would lead to disaster. One would only meet a fate of mutual destruction. The red light on the bomb dimmed and ceased to function the moment the panel opened. Beside the bomb was a blueprint exuding a faint glow. This blueprint was vastly different from any Tang Yu had seen before, with the most notable distinction being that it was made of an unusual material. From different angles, he could see a subtle metallic sheen emanating from the blueprint, embodying a strong sense of technology. It seemed to reveal translucent grid patterns. Tang Yu picked up the blueprint, and relevant information appeared on his panel. Synthesis blueprint for human gene evolution agent, child of the ocean type, epic blueprint effect. Upon injection of this gene evolution agent, the user gains the ability to breathe underwater, control water, and possesses underwater pressure resistance. Synthesis requirements for the agent: medical station level 2, intelligence center level 2, O disaster artifact X1, A rare plant X2, adrenaline injector X2, pressure resistant diving suit X1, A disaster coin X1. Synthesis time, 24 hours. Description: this is one of the 3 completed gene evolution agent blueprints developed by the CBS laboratory through extensive human experimentation, possessing miraculous powers. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the information on the panel. CBS laboratory. He glanced again at the 3 letters on the suitcase panel. This is actually a product of that laboratory, and it's one of the 3 completed products, Tang Yu thought to himself. He was now intensely curious about the identities of the 2 individuals, but unfortunately, he found no useful identification or items among their belongings. He could only bury this question deep within and focus his attention on the blueprint for the agent. He now understood what the CBS laboratory, which had been coveted by various forces in Luo City, was truly engaged in, and unraveled many questions that had long piqued his curiosity. If Tang Yu was not mistaken, this laboratory conducted live human experiments to research the so-called gene evolution agents. The transformation agents used by those so-called cultists were merely failures or byproducts from the laboratory's research on gene evolution agents. That is why those cultists possessed some truly extraordinary abilities. The mysterious man who controlled the entire city, who was also Black Dog's uncle, surely knew some inside information. That was why he refused Black Dog's request to use the transformation agents to become a cultist, knowing that these agents were failures and would undoubtedly have severe side effects. The director of the city hospital was the brother of this mysterious man and possessed the blueprint for the super rare level facility medical station. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel that this situation was remarkably similar to Black Dog's storyline. It was highly likely that Black Dog's uncle entrusted these important items to the 2 people he trusted most for safekeeping when he left Luo City. Yet through various twists of fate, all of them ended up in Tang Yu's hands. Tang Yu found it hard not to associate the origins of the medical station and intelligence center facilities with this laboratory. It was far too coincidental. The 2 facility blueprints owned by the mysterious man precisely matched the requirements for creating the child of the ocean agent. It seems like the Black Dog diary mentioned that the blueprint for the intelligence center was reserved by someone for his uncle. Tang Yu pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating a possibility. Medical Station, Intelligence Center, and Child of the Ocean gene evolution agents must all be items that flowed out of the CBS laboratory. They likely profited immensely by selling these blueprints or agents. The mysterious man was likely a broker-type merchant facilitating transactions between the laboratory and its clients to earn profits. The power dynamics of Luo City gradually became clearer in Tang Yu's mind. With this in mind, Tang Yu's gaze grew resolute. In that case, this agent must be produced at all costs. This blueprint for the agent has been acknowledged by the Doomsday Game panel as a perfect gene agent, so there should be no issues. The critical aspect was that the effect of this agent was vital for Tang Yu to survive the second Doomsday catastrophe, the Great Flood. Its emergence directly resolved Tang Yu's dilemma of operating underwater. As long as Tang Yu produced this agent, he could focus his main efforts on upgrading his hideout. Moreover, this was his first encounter with an epic blueprint. Fortunately, he already possessed the two most critical facilities for the hideout. He merely needed to upgrade the intelligence center to level 2 to meet the production requirements. The only remaining challenge was acquiring the rest of the materials. Rare Plant X2, Tang Yu already had this, as the breathing green lily could split into offspring every 3 days, which would definitely yield 2 offspring before the Great Flood disaster. He also had disaster coins and adrenaline injectors. Now only the disaster artifact and pressure-resistant diving suit remained. The specific time and location for the disaster artifact were already known, but careful planning was necessary. As for the pressure-resistant diving suit, he could only see if other survivors had it through trading. However, today his speaking limit in the world channel had reset, so he could only send out purchase information a few times in the regional channel. Other survivors, upon seeing Tang Yu's presence, all inquired about trading nourishing lamb soup. Now the outdoor temperature had plunged to over -20 degrees, and many survivors, even with campfires lit in their hideouts, could not fend off the extreme cold. Over these 7 days, the number of people in the regional channel had dropped from the initial 100 to 698. Nearly 30 had perished before the disaster struck. Among them, over 100 succumbed to high fevers caused by wind-cold infections in the past 2 days. However, after filtering through these 2 days, those who remained alive generally had certain living guarantees. As long as the temperature did not drop further, there was a good chance they could survive this disaster. But would the temperature really not drop again? No one was so naive. Lu Haoyan Yushun, can you trade some more lamb soup from your side? Wang Cici, yes, the disaster is coming tonight. Can we trade some more? Our supplies are running low. We have already traded for warm supplies. Tang Yu, the quantity of lamb soup is very limited, and I have consumed most of my survival supplies just to obtain enough raw materials for making lamb soup. Therefore, I can only set the trade based on the importance of your supplies to me. It's not easy for anyone. Tang Yu, I will take care of our area appropriately, but only if you have what I need. It's impossible to exchange life-saving food for a pile of useless items. For example, I will only purchase 1 set of that pressure-resistant diving suit. Whoever has it can trade 5 bowls of lamb soup. Tang Yu, don't try to morally bind me. We are in a Doomsday Game now, and you all know it. If anyone makes me unhappy, I will directly blacklist them. I owe you nothing. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, those with ulterior motives immediately dismissed their thoughts. What a joke. Only Tang Yu has food that can remove the wind chill status. If they truly anger him, they would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Tang Yu also checked his private messages. Surprisingly, another survivor was trading a graphics card with him. He completed the trade immediately, bringing his total number of graphics cards to 5. As midnight approached, even inside his hiding place, Tang Yu felt a slight chill. Looking at the indoor thermometer, it was 19 degrees Celsius. Earlier in the afternoon, it had been above 25 degrees. Tang Yu hurriedly filled the fireplace with wood, and the fire's intensity reached its maximum, raising the indoor temperature back above 25 degrees. Tang Yu then realized that the outdoor temperature must have dropped to nearly -30 degrees. He went to the kitchen to store the prepared lamb soup and refill the materials for making more. He spread the cashmere blanket beneath him, covered himself with a thick cotton quilt, and began to rest. On the coffee table in the small living room, the pot of green radish gently swayed, its branches absorbing all harmful gases floating into the hiding place and converting them into growth factors and oxygen. That night, Tang Yu slept very comfortably. When he woke up the next day, he still felt warm all over, which was quite pleasant. However, when he extended his arm out from under the quilt, he felt a noticeable chill. This cold sensation pulled Tang Yu back to reality. The wood in the fireplace was still crackling, but the flames had weakened and the temperature in the hiding place had dropped. Tang Yu lifted the quilt, shivering as he put on his cashmere pajamas and looked at the indoor temperature. It was 9 degrees Celsius. After refilling the wood in the fireplace, he ate lamb soup while checking the regional information for the day. Sure enough, day 1 of the polar blizzard disaster. In just one night, the number of survivors had dropped to 553, with over 140 people freezing to death overnight. The entire channel was filled with wails. Private messages had piled up to over 1,000, including many survivors cursing Tang Yu for not helping them as they approached death. In response, Tang Yu simply deleted the messages. His abilities were limited, he was not a saint, and it was already quite difficult for him to survive comfortably. He quickly finished his food and lay back in bed looking at the incoming messages. Most were requests to trade for nourishing lamb soup, and everyone was no longer hiding their intentions. They directly sent over lists of items available for trade, but almost everyone was asking for a high quantity of lamb soup, often 10 or 5 portions. Tang Yu quickly scanned through the messages and offered a suitable trade price based on the quality of the items on offer, typically 1 or 2 portions. Regardless, once he sent the information, whether the trade succeeded or not depended on the other party's willingness. However, he soon spotted something very interesting in the messages, and a look of surprise and excitement appeared on his face. Blueprint for the holographic shield of the hiding place. Type rare blueprint. Effect: build a holographic shield outside the hiding place that perfectly covers it. The hiding place covered by the holographic shield will possess camouflage water resistance and moderate defensive capabilities. Construction requirements: generator level 3, a hiding place security level 3, hiding place wall level 2, intelligence center level 2, computer CPU, X1 a CPU fan X2, circuit board X3, a graphics card X2, electronic components X5, a phase control relay X2, programmable processor X1, electromagnetic coil X1. Construction time, 24 hours. Tang Yu was incredibly excited. This is what they call the dawn after darkness. According to the information on this blueprint, it could perfectly resolve Tang Yu's needs for dealing with the flood disaster. With this holographic shield covering the entire hiding place, Tang Yu wouldn't need to look for other facility blueprints. Just relying on the water resistance effect would perfectly solve all issues. Even if the hiding place's door was open, the flood wouldn't manage to enter. This is precisely why others do not know that the next disaster will be a flood, otherwise this item would not have appeared in Tang Yu's trading information. I must get this. However, this survivor sent the message at 1 a.m. last night and is asking for a lot of supplies starting with 20 bowls of lamb soup. Tang Yu directly contacted the other party, unsure if they were still alive. City Tang Yu, are you still alive? For this item, at most 5 bowls of lamb soup. Do we have a deal? After waiting a while, there was still no reply, and Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. Could they really be dead? He could only distractedly look at other trading messages. Finally, 10 minutes later, he received a reply. City Wang Dudu, 2 little tin bowls of lamb soup, and if you have medicine for treating high fever, then add another bottle. Tang Yu frowned again. The other party must have contracted wind chill and developed a high fever. But as for the other party's demands, Tang Yu pondered. For him, this price could be accepted, but he was very concerned that if he agreed to this price, the other party might suddenly raise their demands. Since the prices of the items Tang Yu was trading were basically transparent in the World Channel, most were priced at 1 or 2 bowls. City Tang Yu, impossible. This item only has some camouflage effects. The other effects are simply useless. City Tang Yu, at most 5 bowls of lamb soup plus 3 pieces of fever-reducing medicine. That's my limit. If not, then you keep it for yourself. After sending the message, Tang Yu nervously watched the screen. He was gambling on the other party's illness and his own assertiveness. The more assertive he was, the higher the chance of completing the trade. Because what he said was indeed the truth. Given the current situation for most people, the 3 effects of this blueprint: camouflage, water resistance, and moderate defense. Indeed, only the camouflage effect was truly effective. The other 2 effects seemed insignificant to many. Most survivors' hiding places were already in discreet locations. Even if there was a possibility of being discovered, as long as proper camouflage was done, there wouldn't be a defensive situation. If the hiding place's location was discovered by an enemy, then the moderate defense capabilities would merely delay death. The water resistance effect was even more of a useless feature, currently having no opportunity to be utilized. If Tang Yu didn't know that the next disaster would be a flood, he wouldn't care about this blueprint. The 2 quickly completed the transaction. Tang Yu returned the blueprint to the warehouse. As the construction of the facility was not urgent, it would at least wait until the first round of apocalyptic disasters had passed. It was only the first day of the polar blizzard, but he had secured 2 vital supplies to deal with the second apocalyptic flood. One was the holographic shield for the shelter. The other was the gene evolution potion, the Son of the Ocean, which would enhance Tang Yu himself. Now all that remained was to gather the materials needed to create these 2 blueprints. However, what concerned Tang Yu the most was how to reach the trading center building by 10 o'clock tomorrow night to acquire that miraculous disaster item, the polar snow lotus. Tang Yu had always been tempted by this miraculous item. Now, due to the need for the Son of the Ocean gene enhancement potion, he felt compelled to obtain it. But his most pressing issue now was to solve the travel problem in the blizzard and how to infiltrate the trading center. He learned through the regional channel chat. Currently, the outdoor temperature had dropped to over -40 degrees. All the survivors who died last night had been frozen to death in this extreme cold. Some survivors had poorly sealed security doors in their shelters. After just one night, the doors were already covered in ice crystals, making it impossible to exit. At this moment, there was already about half a meter of thick snow on the ground. It was practically impossible for survivors to walk normally. Each step was a tremendous test of endurance. Additionally, ensuring body warmth in such frigid temperatures was also crucial. Although Tang Yu could rely on the warming effect of the nourishing lamb soup to withstand the cold. But what if an emergency arose at a critical moment? Would he eat or not? He couldn't just be in the middle of a fight and then start flaunting his lamb soup around the corner. He also needed stronger warm clothing. The previous sheepskin coat had worked well, but it was only effective down to -20 or 30 degrees. Facing temperatures that could drop to -50 or 60 degrees, Tang Yu felt uncertain. Thus, he needed to find a travel tool and warm clothing today. Tang Yu got out of bed and went to the medical station to check the medical supplies refreshed today. When he saw two rectangular medical kits he had never seen before on the workbench, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is a major find. Wild Operations Kit Type Trauma Treatment occupied slots 3x1 uses 15-15 effect, removes 1 instance of fracture or gunshot wound status. Description: an advanced surgical kit with better and more instruments, allowing you to treat severe injuries on the battlefield. Note: the Wild Operations Kit can only remove 1 instance of fracture or gunshot wound status at a time. Survivors need to use other medical kits for further healing of that area. Head and chest cannot be repaired. This surgical kit was clearly an upgraded version of the emergency surgical kit that Tang Yu had used before. Not only did the number of uses increase from 5 to 15, but its effects were also more powerful. Originally, it could only remove 1 instance of gunshot wound. Now, this large surgical kit could even remove fracture status as well. This greatly enhanced Tang Yu's safety in outdoor combat. In a cheerful mood, he placed the 2 new surgical kits into the warehouse. The medical station had produced a large number of medical kits over the past 2 days. Among them were 23 vehicle first aid kits, 32 grizzly first aid kits, 1 defibrillator, and 5 emergency surgical kits. Tang Yu collected all these high-level medical items. During these 3 days of disaster, survivors were essentially unable to venture out to explore, and the demand for these medical supplies was low. It was just right to wait until after the disaster to trade. At that time, these survivors would undoubtedly venture out in search of survival supplies, and it would be the perfect opportunity to trade these high-level medical goods. Tang Yu opened the global channel to edit today's trading information. His main acquisition targets today were travel tools and warm clothing for the polar blizzard, as well as the materials needed for the holographic shield construction blueprint and the Son of the Ocean gene evolution potion. This included materials for upgrading the shelter facilities. City Tang Yu nourishing lamb soup image X50, paired with 1 analgesic tablet and 1 amoxicillin antibiotic, purchasing motors X5, mechanical parts X10, wires X20, confidential information X5. Pressure-resistant diving suit X1, phase control relay X5, various low-tier medical supplies. Rare items, graphics cards, valuable goods. And if anyone has transportation tools for traveling in the snow or ultra-low temperature warm clothing, please contact me. Prices are negotiable. Tang Yu also forwarded this information to the regional channel. All survivors had already anticipated Tang Yu's message. Many had lost hope as they truly had no rare items. However, upon seeing that Tang Yu was purchasing various low-tier medical supplies and electronic components, many became anxious. They all began to send Tang Yu whatever low-tier medical supplies and other items they had collected. When someone really exchanged a bowl of lamb soup for these useless medical junk materials, they excitedly took a photo and posted it on the global channel. City Lu Jing personally tested an effective screenshot of Lu Jing and Tang Yu's trade X2. I really exchanged a bowl of lamb soup with a pile of useless supplies, and now I finally have some security. Yu Shun is really great, but I advise everyone not to disturb Yu Shun with other junk supplies. He is currently only exchanging medical and electronic component supplies. As time went on, more and more survivors managed to trade low-tier medical supplies with Tang Yu for lamb soup. The entire chat channel was filled with praises for Tang Yu, with everyone believing he was specifically providing benefits for ordinary survivors. Although a large quantity of medical supplies was needed to trade for a bowl of lamb soup, it made many survivors grateful. After all, items like a bunch of pills, a pile of instruments, tourniquet, and capacitors were impossible for survivors to use directly. Now that this result was achieved, many were already extremely satisfied. Of course, there were always some dark-hearted individuals who made sarcastic remarks. For instance, Sandy, who had previously had a grudge with Tang Yu, was now also saying strange things in the chat channel. However, she was already disliked by many. Seeing her still unrepentant, there were already people scolding her without Tang Yu needing to step in. Her private messages were once again exposed. In a certain grassy shelter, Sandy looked at the increasing number of private messages on her panel, her expression extremely grim. A bunch of sycophants owe just 1 bowl of lamb soup, and they turn into lackeys, such lowly beings. Tang Yu was unaware of the turmoil in the global channel. He was currently looking at the item descriptions in front of him with a face full of surprise. Frost-resistant low-temperature suit. Type: rare item. Material: multi-layer composite tarsalin material, fine low-temperature cotton. Effect: resistant to temperatures from 0 to 250, providing freezing protection, liquid nitrogen resistance, cold resistance, waterproofing, and warmth. Action: impact 5. Description: this is a protective suit specifically designed for specialized environments, suitable for LNG gas stations, liquefied gas, natural gas, liquid nitrogen, and oxygen cold storage laboratories, and ultra-low temperature scenarios. Note only when equipped with the complete protective suit low-temperature bodysuit low-temperature, hood low-temperature gloves, and low-temperature boots will the ultra-low-temperature protection effect be achieved. At this moment, the corners of Tang Yu's mouth could no longer be suppressed. This is what surprise means. This is truly a surprise. He had never seen such a garment before, capable of maintaining warmth even at a chilling temperature of 250. He immediately contacted the survivor on the other end to inquire about the price, only to learn that the other party's demands were quite simple. The other party had discovered this frost-resistant suit yesterday in a cold storage workshop, but unfortunately, he had already caught a cold by then, and all his heating materials had been used up. Even with this frost-resistant suit, it still couldn't prevent his condition from deteriorating. Today, he had already developed a state of high fever. With no other choice, he could only opt for a trade to secure his chance of survival, hoping that Tang Yu could provide him with materials to endure this frigid disaster. After some contemplation, Tang Yu discussed with the other party and consumed nourishing lamb soup X3, Anpan painkiller X2, amoxicillin antibiotics X2, 20 units of wood, 1 unit of fuel, and 1 lighter. He exchanged for this garment. Once this item was retrieved from the private message inbox, Tang Yu was astonished to find that it was packed in a huge suitcase. Inside, not only were there the mentioned sets, but also a 50-centimeter-long air compressor tank and a hose connecting to the breathing mask. Through the item description, Tang Yu quickly understood. This ultra-low-temperature protective suit, once the hood is worn, completely isolates the wearer from the external environment, which is the reason it can withstand ultra-low temperatures. At this point, an air supply connection to the air respirator is required. Impressive, Tang Yu inwardly marveled. After carefully placing this special garment, he continued to check the information. It must be said that today on the World Channel, trading the recipe for nourishing lamb soup through low-tier medical supplies seemed to have alleviated many survivors' resistance. It could also be that they happened to have the items Tang Yu needed. Before long, Tang Yu found another item he needed. Husky brand snow electric motorcycle. Type rare item. Effect can move quickly in snowy environments with a load capacity of 50 kilograms, a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour, quiet and agile. Endurance 6 hours in 0 environment, 5 hours in 30 environment, 4 hours in 70 environment. Charging time requires 10 hours with a level 2 generator. Description: this is a magical item that allows you to enjoy the pleasure of dog sledding all by yourself. Haha. Tang Yu couldn't contain his joy. He never expected to find the most crucial 2 items so easily. He hurriedly contacted the other party to negotiate the quantity of materials for trade. However, this time the other party's demand for materials was simply too high, asking for 15 portions of lamb soup right off the bat. After attempting to negotiate, the other party remained firm. Tang Yu frowned, feeling somewhat uncertain about the other party's strategy. After some contemplation, he chose not to reply. It was as if he was indifferent to this item. He simply ignored the other party's unsatisfactory price. On one hand, he wanted to test the other party's attitude. On the other hand, Tang Yu also wanted to see if there were other items that could replace the other party's offer. Coincidentally, at that moment, a survivor from the West Coast region contacted Tang Yu, sending an image of an item Tang Yu had been searching for over the past 2 days. It was the pressure-resistant diving suit, one of the crucial items for crafting the Child of the Ocean genetic evolution potion. The other party was only asking for 3 portions of lamb soup and a few fever-reducing pills and amoxicillin. Normally, this item would be worthless in the current environment. Despite being a rare item, it might not even be worth a can of beef in other people's hands. However, since Tang Yu was directly purchasing it, he did not haggle and completed the trade with the other party. Pressure-resistant diving suit. Type rare item. Effect can help survivors withstand underwater pressures of approximately 500 meters. Description: it has a CBS logo on it, seemingly originating from a mysterious place. Note: please use in conjunction with underwater oxygen tanks. CBS. Tang Yu looked at the 3 letters on the back of the pressure-resistant diving suit. This was the 3rd time he had seen these 3 letters. This is the logo of the CBS laboratory. The first time was on the back of the laboratory access key card. The second time was on the metal briefcase lid that contained the blueprint for the Child of the Ocean genetic evolution potion. The 3rd time was with this diving suit. Tang Yu squinted slightly, now having developed a keen interest in this laboratory, especially since Quello City seemed to have an ambiguous connection with it, to the extent that every event or force he encountered was searching for traces of this laboratory. And now an item from this laboratory had even appeared by the seaside. Tang Yu instinctively felt that there was something fishy about this. He immediately contacted the survivor he had just traded with again. City Tang Yu, brother, where did you find this diving suit? Can you tell me about it? The other party was clearly still chatting and soon replied. West Coast Loot Sishin Yu God, do you still need it? I found this in a storeroom of a sanatorium a couple of days ago. Sanatorium? Tang Yu frowned, pondering for a long time without figuring it out. City Tang Yu, thanks brother. If you come across anything with the CBS mark again, feel free to contact me for a trade, and I'll offer a good price. Then Tang Yu sent the other party a bowl of lamb soup. City Tang Yu brother, hey, race a bowl of food for you. Stay safe. The other party was evidently a bit shocked by Tang Yu's gesture. He also saw Tang Yu's message. West Coast Loot Cixin, no problem you got. They'll contact you right away if I come across anything. Trade completed. Loot Cixin was currently hiding in his hideout looking at the lamb soup in his hands with joy. He never expected that simply answering a question for the other party would reward him with a bowl of food. Thus, he gained a certain understanding of Tang Yu's character. To gain something, one must also give something in return. It seems he values items marked with CBS. I remember there were a few other items with this mark in the office of that sanatorium. Once the disaster passes, I'll have the opportunity to check it out. Tang Yu placed the pressure-resistant diving suit into the storage room, feeling quite pleased. Now only 2 materials were left to fulfill the requirements for crafting this Son of the Ocean Gene Evolution Potion. The Intelligence Center has reached level 2. One disaster oddity is still needed. The materials for upgrading the Intelligence Center are also being collected, but the disaster oddity will have to wait until tomorrow evening. Thinking of this, Tang Yu slightly pursed his lips and reopened the private chat message panel. Indeed, after waiting for a while, the survivor who previously traded the Husky brand Snow electric motorcycle was becoming impatient. The other party seemed to understand Tang Yu's attitude. It was completely impossible to control him with that item. Previously, he had intended to use this item to manipulate Tang Yu and gain more resources. Who didn't know that Tang Yu was notoriously resource-rich? Now his mind was clear. Although Tang Yu needed this item, he also needed the nourishing lamb soup that Tang Yu made. But the problem was that Tang Yu's lamb soup was unique. No one could replace its value. Even now on the World Channel, there were others selling anisin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics. However, without removing the wind chill state, it could only alleviate the symptoms and not cure them completely. Let alone the effect of the nourishing lamb soup. Particularly the rising yang energy effect was an unprecedented buff in this extreme cold weather. It allowed survivors to face extreme cold disasters with the capability of stepping out to deal with unexpected situations, increasing their margin for error. However, he could not guarantee that other survivors did not have similar items to the Snow electric motorcycle in his possession. Clearly, Tang Yu would not consider buying another snow-moving tool after already having one. Thus, after waiting for a while for Tang Yu's information, the survivor, filled with regret and anxiety, sent a new message to Tang Yu. Mountains Wu Jing, you got him, sorry, I typed it wrong earlier. This item only requires 5 bowls of lamb soup. Just match a few fever reducers and antibiotics, and you can decide the quantity. Tang Yu glanced at the message from the other party, and after some thought, still did not reply. Instead, he went to the kitchen, brewed himself a cup of black tea, and sat quietly on the single sofa by the fireplace. 10 minutes later. Mountains Wu Jing, you got how about 3 bowls? It really can't go any lower. I broke my bone to get this item. A smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips. He set down his black tea. City Tang Yu, this price is acceptable. After offering 3 bowls of nourishing lamb soup, 3 anisin painkillers, and 3 amoxicillin antibiotics, Tang Yu acquired the Husky brand Snow electric motorcycle. The item was quite large, even bigger than a normal motorcycle, primarily due to its width. The rear wheels of the Snow vehicle had been modified into the shape of 2 tracks, while the front wheel had been replaced with 2 small ski boards. During movement, the tracked rear wheels provided power, and the 2 ski boards controlled direction, making it simple and convenient to operate. Tang Yu connected the charger and the generator set inside the vehicle. As the red light on the Snow motorcycle's dashboard lit up, charging officially began, and Tang Yu finally revealed a satisfied smile. Now the transportation and winter clothing for tomorrow night's trip to the trading center were all ready. Now he just needed to consider how to enter the top floor of the trading center. Oh right, I haven't rolled the dice today. Just as Tang Yu was about to open the Super Monopoly panel, he suddenly remembered something. He reopened the private chat message and continuously scrolled up. Found it. City Tang Yu, brother, are you still alive? I remember you mentioned in the World Channel that you could help customize wooden items. A few seconds later, a reply came from the other side. Forest Wong, how you god, you finally contacted me again. Wooden items can be customized. Ooh, just tell me what you want. Tang Yu's face lit up with joy. City Tang Yu, great, can you carve a statue of Guangong? Wang Haoyu. Forest Wang Haoyu, what a statue of Guangong isn't that the Guansheng Dijuan from before the disaster? City Tang Yu, yes, it is Guansheng Dijuan. Do you know what it looks like? Help me carve a 50-centimeter tall statue with elements like closed eyes, stroking his beard, and holding a big knife. City Tang Yu, once completed, apply tongue oil evenly and add a statue offering platform. I'll give you 3 bowls of lamb soup, is that alright? At that moment, in a hidden area of a forest, Wang Haoyu stood before a roaring fire looking at the information on the panel with a smile. This blasted fortune has finally come to me, old Wang. Just as he was about to reply to Tang Yu, Wang Haoyu's eyes shifted, and his smile became even brighter. Forest Wang Haoyu, you god, now that you have the statue and offering platform, don't you need an incense burner and sandalwood? City Tang Yu, you can also make sandalwood. This time Tang Yu was genuinely surprised. Forest Wang Haoyu, haha, I can't make sandalwood, but I know someone who can make sandalwood, and he has quite a lot ready. City Tang Yu, help me trade for it. I will supply the trading materials. He'll also give you 3 Anacin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics. If you can prepare all these within half an hour, I'll give you an extra bowl of lamb soup. Forest Wang Haoyu, haha, no problem, you god, I guarantee to get it done for you. Tang Yu never expected that Wang Haoyu actually had this connection. He had originally thought that sandalwood would be hard to find. Now everything needed for worshipping Guan Yu was in place. It turned out that under the drive of profit, human potential is truly boundless. At the 29th minute, Wang Haoyu sent Tang Yu a trading request. Inside were exactly the items Tang Yu had just requested, and there were as many as 1,000 sticks of sandalwood. Forest Wang Haoyu, you god, my sandalwood friend heard that these are the items you want. Just tell him what you think is fair. These were just made for fun and have no real value. Tang Yu would not believe such words and directly gave Wang Haoyu an extra bowl of lamb soup. City Tang Yu, give that brother a bowl of lamb soup. Thank him for me. I will definitely need his help in the future. After completing the trade, Tang Yu eagerly placed the statue of Guan Gong in the most prominent position of the living room, avoiding the kitchen and bathroom areas. He poured a packet of oatmeal into the incense burner to replace the sand, set 5 cans in front of the statue, as offerings, quickly washed his hands and anointed himself with fragrance before standing before the Guan Gong statue. O great Emperor Guan, I Tang Yu humbly worship you and earnestly pray for blessings upon my great fortune and prosperity. After reciting the prayer, Tang Yu bowed 3 times and placed 3 sticks of sandalwood incense in the incense burner. With the prayer ritual complete, a smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips. He opened the Super Tycoon panel and rolled the dice. As the dice came to a stop, a number appeared. 4 o'clock, what is this? A shop. Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the pattern in the 4th grid. This pattern differed entirely from all previous ones. A miniature room inscribed with several letters. Shop. As the miniature Tang Yu leapt onto this square, the interface transformed. 3 rows of shelves appeared, each with 3 tiers, and every tier held 3 items, each labeled with its price. Remote Dice 2, 200 wealth points. Flight Card 1, 150 wealth points. Trait Interest Level 1, 1500 wealth points. Trait Chosen 1, 2000 wealth points. Rare Pet, 400 wealth points. An overwhelming array of goods left Tang Yu momentarily dazzled. Yet in the top left corner of the interface, a 5-minute countdown pulsed urgently. Only 4 minutes and 13 seconds remained. Time pressed hard. Tang Yu hastily checked his current balance. Today's gain added 303 wealth points to yesterday's remaining 791, bringing his total to 1094. He had no time to savor this new record. His full attention snapped back to the dazzling inventory before him. He needed an item capable of solving his immediate crisis. Stay card, prison card, shopping card, trait coercive purchase, trait rogue, trait house expansion, special pass, blessing of the god of fortune, curse of the god of misfortune. The more he scanned, the more exhilarated he grew, until he longed to claim them all. Yet reason whispered insistently, with barely over 1,000 wealth points, every purchase must strike true. At last, with only 2 minutes remaining, Tang Yu's restless gaze stilled, and a thoughtful expression settled across his face. One-time designated transaction card. Uses 11. Effect forces the acquisition of a specified property, incurs an additional 15 fee on the purchase price as brokerage cost. Cost 250 wealth points. Tang Yu paused for mere seconds. Then the fog in his mind lifted entirely. A faint smile curved his lips. This is it. Without hesitation, he selected the one-time designated transaction card for purchase. As his wealth points dwindled, a card materialized in the item bar beside the Monopoly-style map, the very one he had just acquired. Having spent 250 wealth points, Tang Yu's balance now stood at 844. That should suffice. His eyes swept methodically across the Monopoly map. Wherever his gaze lingered, the location's details surfaced instantly on the interface. 4S Auto Dealership, K Luo City Post Telecommunications Bureau, Citrus Ginseng Black Pearl Restaurant, Plaster Public Restroom. Finally, his gaze settled upon a high-rise icon. K Luo City Trading Center. Activate one-time designated transaction card. Target K Luo City Trading Center. At his mental command, the card in the item bar shimmered into light, circled once before him, then shot like a comet into the square representing the K Luo City Trading Center. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Confirm purchase of K Luo City Trading Center for 650 points. Tang Yu's face lit up with unrestrained elation. Yes. Upon confirmation, the points were deducted. his balance plummeted to a mere 96 inclusive of the 15 brokerage fee. Yet the cost was justified. Instantly, a colossal architectural map unfolded within his consciousness. This virtual blueprint dwarfed all his prior holdings, a 23-story trading tower crowned by a vast central hall teeming with hundreds of tightly packed rooms. The sheer scale left Tang Yu breathless, not least because of the countless crimson dots moving steadily throughout the structure. So this truly is the den of those vagrant dogmen. He cycled through multiple angles, scrutinizing the center's layout. The vagrants' activity clustered overwhelmingly in the main trading hall and all floors below the 10th. Clearly this was their communal hub, where they gathered, conversed, and slept. Above the 10th floor, only 7 or 8 rooms housed crimson dots. Tang Yu surmised these occupants were the vagrants' mid to upper-tier leadership, their floor level and room size mirroring their hierarchical rank. On the 20th floor, only one room showed signs of occupancy, the largest and most favorably positioned suite on that level. Occasionally others entered, but always departed swiftly. That must be Dogman's lair. For the rest of that day, aside from replying to transaction messages, Tang Yu devoted himself entirely to analyzing the trading center's architecture and identifying exploitable vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, inside the trading center, Dogman's expression flickered between fury and dread. His predicament had grown dire. Last night, he'd learned the younger brother of that powerful figure had vanished alongside one of his personal guards. Dogman shuddered at the thought of what would happen when that figure returned, discovering both his nephew slain and his brother missing. A chill ran down his spine. Irritably, he bellowed from within his chamber. "Damn it, crank up the heat. I'm freezing to death." Hearing his order, a subordinate rushed to feed splintered wooden furniture into the roaring iron stove, while another activated the generator to power the room's air conditioning units. A junior member clad in cashmere stared into the flames and spat contemptuously toward Dogman's door. "Damn right. He bosses us around like slaves. And yet after so many brothers died these past days, he hasn't uttered a single word. Poor Black Dog brother. He promised me he'd take me to the sacrificial rite in 2 months. If I became a divine devotee, my fortune would be made. Word is the mysterious man staying on the 7th floor of Songmu Hotel has disappeared. Heard anything? That's probably why he's flying off the handle." At this, the other perked up, glancing cautiously at Dogman's door before leaning in and whispering, "What's the real story? Tell me." "I heard it last night from the other brothers. Some of them went to the 7th floor of Songmu Hotel for their shift handover, only to find all the men assigned to guard that mysterious individual lying dead. Only their weapons remained at the scene. Most critically, the mysterious person had vanished without a trace. When they returned and reported the situation to Rugu, his expression turned both shocked and furious. The vagrant chuckled softly, glancing once more toward Rugu's room before continuing in a hushed tone. His face was absolutely priceless at that moment. At that, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, at the Keiluo City Theater building, Butcher Tai sat deep in a plush sofa beside a crackling fireplace, eyes half closed in quiet contemplation. After a long silence, he opened his eyes, lit a cigar, and drew a deep, forceful puff, the sharp aroma jolting his flagging senses. He settled back beside the hearth, savoring the warmth of the flames and watching the blizzard rage beyond the window, snow whipping violently across the glass. Even with the fireplace blazing, thick frost still encased the windows, its icy grip unrelenting. Had the panes not been specially reinforced and treated, they would surely have shattered under the assault of such extreme cold. Knife must be dead by now. As his right hand instinctively rolled the cigar between his fingers, Butcher's thoughts drifted to Knife. 2 days had passed. Under normal circumstances, Knife should have returned with the goods yesterday morning. Yet now, not even a whisper of him. That city hospital loomed like a silent, ravenous void. Every man he sent there simply disappeared without a trace. A chill deeper than the storm crept into his bones. Could someone truly be onto me? Butcher's mind raced through possibilities, even wondering whether someone had witnessed his abduction of Mr. Zhou's younger brother. The longer he dwelled on it, the heavier the dread pressed upon him. He yearned only to cast this scorching liability far away. But to whom? Moments later, his eyes flickered with sudden insight and a subtle, calculating smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, Tang Yu stared quizzically at a private message on his screen. More precisely, he was studying a book attached to the message, The Art of Explosives. Type rare book. Effect enables the synthesis of explosives using various chemical raw materials. Requirements: bathroom level 2, kitchen level 2, ventilation duct level 2. Description: a highly practical volume. Certainly one that will help you surmount many perils. This item was offered by a survivor seeking to trade it for nourishing lamb soup. Mine District. Lu Binbin Master Yu, how many bowls of lamb soup would this book fetch? I found it in what looked like a laboratory room here. The room was filled with bottles, jars, beakers, and test tubes. Mine District. Lu Binbin, it should hold considerable value. though the usage requirements are admittedly steep. My needs are modest, just enough to survive this extreme cold catastrophe. Tang Yu read the message and immediately deduced that Lu Binbin must have stumbled upon the mine's explosives laboratory. Such rooms typically contain numerous directly usable items. After brief reflection, he replied, City. Tang Yu trade is acceptable, but are the other items from that room still intact? Mine district, Lu Binbin. Master Yu, you want those old lab scraps? I've kept them all, but no one's ever shown interest. Chemical apparatus image 3, chemical liquid image 4. Tang Yu studied the images Lu Binbin sent and understood his meaning instantly. The remaining laboratory equipment consisted of beakers, test tubes, glass, stirring rods, alcohol lamps, and assorted chemical reagents. Among them nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerol, degreased cotton, mercury, ethanol, and nearly 30 other compounds. Tang Yu stared speechless. Had this man stripped the entire lab bare? No wonder others held no interest. These chemicals had been utterly useless during the first wave of the disaster. That rare book, The Art of Explosives, had likely been intended for Lu Binbin's own use, until the catastrophe's severity vastly exceeded expectations, prompting him to reach out to Tang Yu. Fortuitously, this spared Tang Yu the trouble of searching elsewhere. Given Lu Binbin's location in the mine district, Tang Yu reasoned it must harbor unique resources, just as forests yielded timber, grasslands provided mutton and beef, and coastlines supplied sea salt and fish. So too must the mines yield rare minerals. Lu Binbin seemed trustworthy, perhaps even worth cultivating as an ally. City, Tang Yu agreed. I'll take everything. 3 bowls of lamb soup, 3 anagen analgesic tablets, 3 amoxicillin antibiotics, and 3 canned meats. Is that acceptable? Lu Binbin was stunned. Expecting perhaps 1 or 2 bowls of soup, he hadn't anticipated such generous provisions. He replied at once, Mine district. Lu Binbin, yes, Master Yu. Thank you so much. The trade concluded swiftly. Lu Binbin gazed at the newly acquired supplies in his inventory, and at last the tension in his face eased. This should see me through. Damn it. If only I'd discovered the mine shaft earlier and built my shelter deep within its tunnels, I wouldn't be floundering so desperately in this freezing hellscape. A shame about that rare book. I'd meant to keep it for myself. Oh well. I'm still stuck at level 1 kitchen, and who knows when I'll meet the learning prerequisites. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had already mastered the art of explosives. Yet it differed from his expectations. He'd assumed it would function like his shelter facilities, requiring fabrication via a dedicated interface. Instead, upon mastering the book, he gained an entirely new skill. Explosives crafting type. Rare life skill description enables the synthesis of diverse explosives, including black powder emulsion explosives, detonators, nitroglycerin, timed bombs, remote-controlled bombs, and microbombs, and other explosive devices. Effects: increases stability of chemical reactions during explosive synthesis, boosts success rate of explosives crafting, improves success rate of bomb disposal, reduces risk of accidental detonation, grants a 10 chance of additional effects during crafting, at maximum level 30 chance of additional effects, halves crafting time, halves disposal time. Proficiency 0. How to increase proficiency crafting explosives, disposing of bombs, using explosives to eliminate enemies or demolish structures. Tang Yu stared incredulously at the skill description titled Explosives Crafting. Is this truly about manufacturing explosives, not bombs? He murmured to himself. As his focus sharpened, the explosives crafting skill interface unfolded before him, revealing a dense, meticulously organized list of explosive formulations. Its layout bore a striking resemblance to the medical station construction interface. The sole distinction lay in functionality. Facilities such as the medical station restroom and kitchen required only material preparation. Once assembled, they operated autonomously, yielding finished items upon completion of the designated time. This explosives crafting skill, however, functioned quite differently. Though it presented an extensive catalog of formulations, each entry detailed precise ingredient ratios, step-by-step procedures, and exhaustive safety precautions, meticulous down to the finest detail. It was in essence a complete procedural guide, or rather a foolproof instructional manual. To obtain any listed explosive, Tang Yu would have to execute every step himself. Hansen. The realization left him utterly dumbfounded. His gaze locked onto the topmost entries, 2 notoriously volatile compounds, nitroglycerin and mercury fulminate. What in the world? Is this some kind of joke? Asking me to synthesize these myself is tantamount to suicide. Only then did he grasp why the skill's effect emphasized heightened success rates and drastically reduced accident probabilities. Because failure truly could obliterate him in the process. A fleeting sense of having made a grievous bargain washed over Tang Yu. Yet he swiftly recalibrated his mindset. The skill had already been acquired. There was no turning back. And rare-tier skills were exceedingly scarce. To date, he possessed only 2. One was the rare passive skill Stealthy Movement. The other was precisely this explosives crafting. There was no alternative. he had to attempt it. He immediately contacted Wang Haoyu in the forest zone, commissioning a rectangular workbench measuring 0.8 by 1.2 meters and a wooden chair. He also ordered a 4-tier wooden shelving unit to house beakers, test tubes, and assorted chemical reagents. Wang Haoyu, upon receiving the request, began fabrication without delay and completed the transaction in just 10 minutes. Tang Yu reciprocated with a bowl of mutton soup. These furnishings consumed considerable timber, a resource now exorbitantly priced. Wang Haoyu would likely have declined the order for anyone else. Only Tang Yu's standing secured its acceptance. Upon delivery, Tang Yu reorganized the entire hideout's inventory layout. The corner previously reserved for fuel storage was cleared entirely to accommodate the new workbench and chair. The 4-tier shelf was positioned squarely opposite the workbench, nestled into the adjacent wall corner. All displaced fuel drums and timber were consolidated along the corridor stretching from the hideout's entrance to the living area. He had no intention of perishing in a catastrophic chain reaction. Igniting a fuel drum during explosive synthesis was not the death he envisioned. With preparations complete, Tang Yu opened the explosives crafting skill list to select his first practice compound. His eyes settled upon a single entry: nitrocellulose. Description: nitrocellulose finds broad application across numerous sectors, including military ordnance coatings and printing industries. Tang Yu recognized the compound well. In his previous life, he had briefly obsessed over firearms, and new nitrocellulose served as a critical propellant in bullet cartridges. Its low inherent hazard made it ideal for his inaugural attempt, and fortuitously, he possessed every required material. He approached the 4-tier shelf, retrieving beakers, graduated cylinders, glass, stirring rods, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and degreased cotton, then arranged them neatly on the workbench. He checked the ambient temperature. This corner, deliberately isolated from the living zone, remained significantly cooler, a condition he had intentionally engineered. 10°C, the perfect range. After several deep centering breaths, Tang Yu commenced his first nitrocellulose synthesis following the prescribed protocol precisely. First, he prepared a basin of ice water. Then, using a graduated cylinder, he measured and poured a precise volume of nitric acid into a beaker, followed immediately by an equal volume of sulfuric acid. Instantly, the beaker's temperature surged. His pulse spiked. Anyone versed in explosive synthesis knew thermal or luminous reactions demanded absolute vigilance. One misstep could prove fatal. He swiftly submerged the beaker into the ice bath and stirred vigorously with the glass rod until its temperature normalized, only then lifting it out. Next, he weighed out a precise quantity of degreased cotton, immersed it into the acid mixture, and stirred continuously with the glass rod. Heat regenerated rapidly within the beaker. Again, he plunged it into the ice bath, stirring steadily for half a minute before withdrawing it and pausing. Confirming the beaker's temperature remained stably between 10°C and 20°C, he finally exhaled in quiet relief. Now only patience remained. The degreased cotton soaked undisturbed in the acid mixture for 15 minutes, until nitration reached completion. Using the glass rod, Tang Yu lifted the nitrocellulose from the beaker and transferred it into a large graduated cylinder, carrying it to the restroom for thorough rinsing. He repeated the rinse 6 to 7 times, then drained residual moisture. Next, he filled another graduated cylinder with fresh water, added a small quantity of baking soda, and stirred until fully dissolved. He submerged the damp nitrocellulose into this alkaline solution and stirred gently twice, neutralizing trace acidic residues. After retrieval, he rinsed the nitrocellulose once more in clean water, then tested it with pH indicator paper, confirming complete neutrality before draining thoroughly. Using sterile tissue, he blotted away remaining moisture, then retrieved a wooden board and carefully teased apart the nitrocellulose sheets, laying them flat to air dry. Only now did Tang Yu truly relax. And yet, this was merely nitrocellulose, the safest compound on the list. Yet his nerves had been stretched taut. He understood his trepidation stemmed solely from inexperience. With repetition, such tension would inevitably fade, replaced by practiced composure. Perhaps a subtle effect of the apocalyptic game system. Scarcely 15 minutes elapsed before Tang Yu watched astonished as the drying nitrocellulose became completely desiccated. Though intrigued, his curiosity now fixated elsewhere. He gathered the dried nitrocellulose, pinched off a pellet no larger than his thumbnail, and placed it atop a floor tile. A lighter appeared in his palm. Click! In his rapt, breathless gaze, the flame crept forward, gently touching the waiting wisp of nitrocellulose. Huff! A wisp of nitrocellulose flared into an intense, brilliant flame the instant it touched the spark, yet the fire vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. No smoke nor residue remained. Had Tang Yu not conducted the experiment himself, he would have dismissed it as a mere illusion. It worked. Tang Yu burst into hearty laughter, though the combustion of this nitrocellulose produced no tangible effect on him. The sheer psychological euphoria flooded him with profound satisfaction. This explosives crafting skill was truly extraordinary. If nitrocellulose had succeeded, then surely other explosives would follow. At that thought, a scene from an old film suddenly surfaced in his mind. The protagonist imprisoned had slipped a gum-sized emulsion explosive into a tiny hole in the wall and detonated a cavity large enough for an adult to escape. Thus he escaped with his life. Tang Yu vaguely recalled the actor's name, Jason Statham. Tang Yu's mind ignited with possibility. He rapidly scrolled through the explosives crafting skill list until a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his lips. This is absolutely viable. Remote-controlled emulsion explosive requirements: ammonium nitrate 2, sodium nitrate 3, petroleum jelly 1, paraffin wax 1, urea 1, emulsifier 2, sensitizer 1, mercury 1, nitric acid 2, ethanol 3, smartphone 1, electronic components 4, a lithium battery 1, capacitor 1. Method: dissolve ammonium nitrate and other water-soluble ingredients in the aqueous phase dissolution tank, following precise proportions. Tang Yu stared at the dense, intricate requirements. His pulse quickened. Yet to secure the polar snow lotus tomorrow, he had no choice but to attempt it. He ascended to the fourth-tier shelf and inspected his raw materials, only to discover the critical shortage: ammonium nitrate. Without hesitation, he posted a request in the regional channel. A reply arrived almost instantly. "Njaha Divine Master, you need fertilizer." Tang Yu: "No, I don't. I need ammonium nitrate." Njaha ammonium nitrate is fertilizer, though commercial-grade variants are heavily processed. I, however, possess pure ammonium nitrate. Tang Yu had never heard of such a thing. After further inquiry, he learned Njaha's spawn point lay adjacent to a fertilizer workshop. Early on, he'd salvaged vast quantities of fertilizer, including raw ammonium nitrate, and stored them securely. Tang Yu marveled inwardly. He'd seen survivors begin with fuel, timber, or ore, but fertilizer. Unprecedented. Though astonished, Tang Yu moved swiftly to finalize the trade. For 1 bowl of mutton soup, he acquired 100 gene of pure ammonium nitrate. Just as he prepared to end the conversation, a sudden realization struck him. He hastily sent another message. "Tang Yu, brother, you said you thoroughly looted that fertilizer workshop. Did you happen upon any fertilizer or substance that accelerates the growth of rare plants?" His question clearly startled Njaha, or perhaps left him deep in contemplation. 3 minutes passed before the reply arrived. "Njaha, this. Divine Master, you already possess a rare plant." "Njaha, indeed, I do have an item that enhances rare plant growth. The Type I plant cultivation serum. Is that what you meant?" Type I plant cultivation serum description: rare item. Effect: exclusive serum for rare plants. Growth rate 100 and nutrient consumption 100. Duration 7 days. Background: an early mass-producible cultivation serum developed by Titan Labs. Remarkably cost-effective. Caution: immediately replenish essential nutrients post-application. This is critical. Huh. Tang Yu stared stunned at the item description on his interface. He'd asked on a whim, never expecting success. Yet here it was, a genuine treasure. And Titan Labs, another new research facility. Tang Yu mentally noted the name, then refocused intently on the serum. Growth rate 100, doubled velocity. If applied to his breathing pothos, its propagation cycle would shrink from 3 days to just 1.5. Over 7 days, he could yield no fewer than 4 offspring plants. Tang Yu paused, then shook his head. That calculation was flawed. He'd acquired the breathing pothos yesterday, so 1 day had already elapsed. In 2 more days, it would naturally propagate. Applying the serum now meant 7 days of accelerated growth, precisely enough for 5 offspring plants. 5, plus the parent plant, 6 total. 2 would be consumed to synthesize the ocean-born gene evolution elixir, leaving him 4. This. Tang Yu was overjoyed, yet he steadied his excitement, composed himself, and contacted Njaha again. "Tang Yu, I'll trade 3 bowls of mutton soup for it." But upon reading Njaha's reply, Tang Yu's brow furrowed. "Njaha, I'll gift you the serum outright. My sole condition: if your plant yields surplus fruit or offspring, share one with me." That demand caught Tang Yu entirely off guard. Under normal circumstances, gifting 1 offspring would pose no issue, but the next cataclysm was a great flood. His shelter would lie submerged. He desperately needed the breathing pothos to generate oxygen. After brief reflection, he replied, "Tang Yu, regarding the serum alone, I cannot accept your condition. Its efficacy is modest. I won't produce excess offspring." Tang Yu watched the chat interface, heart-pounding eyes flickering with quiet hope. He was gambling, betting Njaha possessed a superior variant. If Type I existed, then Type II, Type 3, and beyond must also exist. Silence fell between them. After waiting briefly with no response, Tang Yu turned to his workbench and began preparing materials for the emulsion explosive. Though eager for the serum, he knew precisely what this moment entailed: a silent, high-stakes, psychological duel. He could almost picture Njaha on the other side, gaze locked on the chat panel, face taut, awaiting Tang Yu's next move. Yet Tang Yu smiled faintly. Yes, he coveted that serum. But the rare plant resided in his hands. Rare plants grow without serums, albeit slower. Conversely, even oceans of serum are useless without a single rare plant. Would one drink it to quench thirst? Tang Yu couldn't confirm whether he was the only survivor possessing a rare plant, but its scarcity was undeniable. That was his unshakable leverage. Tang Yu methodically completed all preparatory steps for manufacturing explosives. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Just as he began to suspect his plan had faltered, his private message inbox suddenly jingled. He opened it and smiled. And Jiahe, what do you think of this? Would you exchange it for a rare plant? Type 2 plant cultivation solution, image. Type 2 plant cultivation solution, image. Type rare item. Effect exclusive cultivation solution for rare plants, accelerates growth rate by 200, increases resource consumption by 200, and carries a 5 chance to yield mutated specimens. Duration 7 days. Description: a pinnacle formulation developed in the early years of Titan Laboratory, long coveted by botanists across the wastelands. Note: cannot be stacked with other cultivation solutions. Wow. Tang Yu stared at the item description, astonished and elated. Indeed, this man truly possessed something extraordinary. Tang Yu's gaze sharpened with calculation. He was already weighing how best to acquire more vials of this rare cultivation solution. Whether the earlier variant or this enhanced version, the more he secured the better. For Tang Yu, abundance was never redundant. Yet now that Jiahe knew Tang Yu held rare plants, he would inevitably grasp the immense value of such cultivation solutions. This would not be easy. After brief reflection, Tang Yu decided to prioritize securing this single vial first. Only what lay within his possession could be truly controlled. No amount of speculation mattered otherwise. Tang Yu, if it's this cultivation solution, I accept. I'll deliver one rare plant in return. And Jiahe, Lord Yu, may I see the details of your rare plant? And Jiahe's true intent was verification, confirming whether Tang Yu genuinely possessed a rare plant given the extraordinary worth of the solution he offered. Tang Yu understood perfectly. He transmitted the information for breathing devil's ivy. Tang Yu breathing devil's ivy, image. As expected, once Jiahe confirmed Tang Yu's ownership, he immediately initiated the trade, so decisively that Tang Yu himself was taken aback. Upon completion, the Type 2 plant cultivation solution appeared in Tang Yu's inventory. He verified its attributes, identical to those listed, and only then did he exhale in quiet relief. Finally assured, he voiced his lingering question. Tang Yu, I'll deliver the plant 2 days from now. Tell me, how could you trust me so readily? Just like that, you finalized the trade. On the other end, Jiahe grinned broadly, revealing gleaming white teeth. Jiahe, Lord Yu, I've observed you closely for days. Among our survivor cohort, your reputation is remarkably solid. You uphold fair pricing in trades and abide by clear personal principles. So I reasoned even a rare item wouldn't tempt you to compromise those principles. Tang Yu hadn't anticipated such candor and chuckled softly, surprised. Perhaps this stemmed from how recently he'd arrived in this world. Though he grasped the grim severity of the apocalypse game, he still clung to certain convictions, and evidently they resonated. The ensuing conversation flowed effortlessly. Tang Yu traded 1 bowl of mutton soup per vial of Type 1 plant cultivation solution, securing 3 vials outright. He would have sought more, but Jiahe claimed he had none left. Tang Yu doubted it, yet respected the boundary implied, and said no more. Still, he requested 10 flower pots and a supply of humus soil, modest low-value items, ensuring he could transplant any newly split offspring without delay. Once the transaction concluded, Tang Yu poured the entire vial of Type 2 plant cultivation solution directly into the pot of breathing devil's ivy, then added 3 liters of purified water drawn from his filtration unit. Little one, hurry and propagate. In high spirits, Tang Yu strode toward his workbench, determined to synthesize emulsion explosives before day's end. Yet as he passed the intelligence hub, he paused mid-step. I believe I haven't checked today's intelligence briefing yet. He activated the intelligence hub interface and selected today's briefing. The laptop atop the hub's workbench flickered to life, flooding the screen with image-based data. A radar-like icon pulsed, rhythmically scanning unseen frequencies. After 5 seconds, the feed stabilized, and today's intelligence materialized on-screen. At 2300 tonight, Butcher will place Dr. Stephen Zhou, the director of the city hospital, in the vicinity of the Bida District 4S dealership, then orchestrate Meat Dog's discovery of the corpse framing cabin. Tang Yu recoiled inwardly, stunned by the sheer density of implication packed into that single line. Damn. Butcher was clearly instigating chaos. Tang Yu mentally mapped the implications. Butcher and Meat Dog were the 2 dominant warlords among the known refugee camps. Cabin referenced here was almost certainly the leader of a third. The city hospital's director was named Stephen Zhou. His elder brother, the enigmatic figure behind Meat Dog and Ghostface, was believed by Tang Yu to command all refugee factions across Baida District Kyeluo City. He might even hold sway over the entire city. Butcher, seizing the elder brother's absence from Kyeluo City, had abducted the hospital director to obtain the access card for the CBS laboratory. Presumably the director had previously been under Meat Dog's protection. Yet both teams Butcher dispatched to the hospital had been eliminated, coincidentally by Tang Yu, leaving Butcher increasingly uneasy. Thus he devised this scheme, to divert Meat Dog's suspicion onto Cabin, igniting conflict between them. Whether Meat Dog and Cabin clashed heat-in, or whether the elder brother later interrogated Butcher upon his return, Butcher would remain impeccably unblemished. Remarkable. This isn't just an apocalypse game. It's fast becoming a Three Kingdoms intrigue. Butcher's mind runs deep and dark. Tang Yu murmured inwardly. Initially he'd intended to disengage. He saw little relevance to his own survival. Then a possibility struck him. He retrieved the Kyeluo City Baida District urban map and scanned it intently, quickly locating the marked site of the 4S dealership. This location forms a perfect triangle with both the Trade Center and Butcher's Theater Tower, right beside the Red Romance Club. Instantly Tang Yu contacted Wang Bo-hu. He recalled Wang departing in that direction and suspected he might possess local knowledge. Tang Yu, is there a 4S dealership in your area? Are refugees occupying it? Within moments Wang Bo-hu replied. Wang Bo-hu, senior expert, where are you planning to go? Don't go there. It's a den of refugees teeming with people. Last time I nearly didn't make it out alive. Tang Yu, what? You've been there? Wang Bo-hu, yes, I went once. At first I thought it was just a small refugee outpost, and decided to sneak in for a quick raid. But the moment I slipped inside I realized there were at least 100 refugees within. If I hadn't fled fast enough, I'd have been torn apart on the spot. Reading Wang Bo-hu's message, Tang Yu confirmed that this auto dealership must be the major refugee stronghold referenced in his intelligence. Tang Yu, how far is your hideout from that dealership? At that moment Wang Bo-hu lay curled up in his shelter beside a warm hearth. Upon seeing Tang Yu's message, Wang Bo-hu furrowed his brow. No way, Lord Yu is actually eyeing that place. But there are so many people there. Based on his understanding of Tang Yu, Wang Bo-hu sensed the latter was surely plotting something decisive. He promptly relayed his current situation truthfully. My hideout isn't far. I can even see the dealership from here. Senior expert, what would you have me do? Tang Yu, perfect. A favor then. Tonight keep watch on the dealership. Focus especially on whether anyone sneaks in after dark. Notify me immediately if you spot anything unusual. Does Lord Yu have insider intelligence? Wang Bo-hu pondered, but drew no clear conclusion. He quickly agreed to the request. Wang Bo-hu, no problem, senior expert. I'll observe it directly from my hideout and alert you the instant something happens. Tang Yu, thanks. After ending the conversation, Tang Yu set Wang Bo-hu's messages to priority alerts, ensuring he'd wake instantly even from deep sleep upon any incoming notification. Having resolved the intelligence matter, Tang Yu found himself growing ever more enamored with his newly acquired intelligence hub. Truly a priceless treasure. He increasingly believed that seizing the moment to eliminate He Go had been the wisest decision he'd made since entering the apocalypse game. Calming his thoughts, Tang Yu ate and drank to replenish his depleted energy and fluids, then settled himself at the workbench tucked into the corner of the shelter. Having optimized his physical and mental state, he assumed a focused, resolute expression and began crafting remote-controlled emulsion explosives. Time slipped away unnoticed. Within the shelter, only the crackling of burning logs on the hearth and the low, steady hum of the generator broke the silence. Tang Yu had labored intently for over 4 hours, a feat demanding extraordinary concentration, draining both his stamina and mental reserves. At last, as he completed the final emulsion charge, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply, a long, slow breath of profound relief. That sigh acted like a release valve. Instantly exhaustion flooded his limbs. His eyelids grew leaden, barely able to stay open. He was utterly spent, not merely physically, but mentally. For 4 relentless hours his mind had remained taut as a drawn bowstring, permitting no lapse in vigilance. For one miscalculation, even the slightest deviation, could trigger catastrophe. Summoning his last reserves of will, Tang Yu rose and strode to the kitchen, where he devoured an entire steaming bowl of mutton soup, and finally felt his strength returning. This bowl was no ordinary meal. It was deliberately reserved for himself, infused with the vigorous vitality buff. Only this buff could restore him. Feeling his vitality and mental clarity fully renewed, Tang Yu returned to the workbench. His gaze fell upon the neat row of cylindrical objects laid across the table, and a quiet smile touched his lips. Those 4 hours had borne remarkable fruit. Under the mastery of his explosives crafting skill, he had produced 20 sausages-ized and 10 gums-ized emulsion charges. Though compact in size, their destructive power was formidable, comparable to industrial-grade emulsion explosives used in mining operations. I finished the main charges today. But while I already have a mobile phone for the remote trigger, I'm short on electronic components and capacitors. I'll need to acquire more. Tang Yu cleared the workbench, returning all chemical reagents to their designated shelves. The finished emulsion charges he placed separately, carefully isolated. Though these charges were inherently stable and safe post-fabrication, Tang Yu's innate caution compelled him to take every possible precaution. After a full day's labor, the clock struck 7 in the evening. Tang Yu finally allowed himself a brief respite. He poured a steaming cup of black tea and sank into his solitary armchair. He posted a request for electronic components and capacitors in the regional chat channel. These items were commonplace, yet few survivors knew how to repurpose them, so his acquisition proceeded swiftly. He paid for them with only a few of the cheapest available food rations. With all materials now assembled, he could fabricate the remote detonation units tomorrow, and the remote-controlled emulsion explosives would be operationally ready. Humph. Only within the Apocalypse game could such advanced explosives be crafted with such apparent ease. In the real world, such mastery would mark one as a prodigy in chemistry, or a living legend in demolition. Tang Yu remained acutely self-aware, never overestimating his capabilities. Thus, his guiding principle in the Apocalypse game remained unwavering: prepare for 10,000 contingencies, never settle for 9,999. He continued scanning his private message inbox for valuable trade offers. Today's explosive crafting had caused the inbox to overflow. He resorted to keyword searches, and with each message he read, his smile widened further. Indeed, only in absolute desperation will people part with their most treasured possessions to save their lives. Half an hour later, Tang Yu gazed contentedly at his inventory, so densely packed that not even a single bullet could fit inside. His grin refused to fade. Just moments earlier, he had secured all rare and precious materials required to upgrade his hideout security ventilation ducts and lighting systems to level 3, as well as those needed to construct the rare refugee treasure chest facility. And this was only day 1 of the Cataclysm. Materials for further upgrades, including level 2 intelligence hub, level 3 generator, and level 2 hideout walls, had also begun pouring in. Tang Yu estimated he'd gather everything needed within 3 days. My inventory is full. Time to upgrade what I can right now. His eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation as he opened the hideout interface. Illumination level 2. Type shelter facility. Effect provides basic lighting for the shelter using standard fixtures. Next tier, illumination level 3. Upgrade requirements: illumination level 2, generator set level 2, 15 light-emitting diodes LEDs, 10 capacitors, 6 electrical wires, and 5 light switches. Upgrade duration 90 minutes. All requirements are currently met. Proceed with upgrade. Effect improves ventilation efficiency by 40 and accelerates the removal of hazardous indoor gases by 30. Next tier, ventilation duct system level 3. Upgrade requirements: generator set level 2, ventilation duct system level 2, 4 fans, 4 motors, 14 electrical wires, 5 printed circuit board PCB chips, 5 assorted components, and 1 rechargeable battery. Upgrade duration 120 minutes. All requirements are currently met. Proceed with upgrade. Tang Yu immediately confirmed. Affirmative. Instantly, ethereal luminescent interfaces shimmered across both the illumination and ventilation systems. Upgrade sequences had commenced. 2 other facilities remain pending. The refugee chest requires intelligence center level 2, while upgrading shelter security to level 3 demands illumination level 3. Thus, Tang Yu must await the completion of the illumination upgrade before proceeding with shelter security. After a brief wash, he replenished the fireplace with firewood and restocked the kitchen with all raw ingredients required for mutton soup. Then he made his way to the heated brick bed in the resting area. Temperatures had plummeted drastically. Even with the fireplace burning continuously, the shelter's interior had dropped nearly to freezing point, 0°C. Wrapped in a thick cashmere sleepwear, Tang Yu fed ignited logs into the heated brick bed and waited quietly. 10 minutes later, he touched its surface. Warmth radiated unmistakably. He hastily pulled over a heavily quilted duvet and drifted into deep slumber. Late evening, around 1:00 p.m. in Luo City. Howling blizzards battered the windows relentlessly. Snowflakes the size of ping-pong balls sliced through the frigid wind like razor-sharp blades. Street-side trees groaned and cracked under the assault. Snapping branches echoed, sharply, unable to withstand such brutal elemental fury. The ambient temperature had plunged to 50°C. Snowdrifts towered over 1 meter high. Of the 400-odd survivors still clinging to life in the White Pagoda district, nearly all huddled within their shelters. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some had ignited every combustible item they possessed, desperate to endure this most harrowing phase. Wang Bohu, however, stood clad in a bear fur greatcoat, peering through a night vision scope toward a distant auto dealership. He took a firm bite of crispy noodles. The gnawing uncertainty in his mind deepened. Strange, Why is the Divine Master so fixated on this auto dealership? And why did he specifically instruct me to watch tonight? Ah, never mind. It's rare I get to serve the Divine Master meaningfully. His thoughts stilled. He cast aside the snack and gripped the scope with both hands, focus sharpening to a razor's edge. Through Wang Bo, whose lens the world glowed an eerie emerald green, night transformed into day. Suddenly, two figures emerged stealthily from the darkness, swathed in heavy cold weather gear. Behind them, a wooden sled bore a corpse, its surface dusted with snow. They scanned their surroundings with cautious precision. Buried deep in snow, their movements were stiff and clumsy as they dragged the sled bearing the body toward the dealership's entrance. The vagrants who normally patrolled the dealership's perimeter had retreated indoors, to the rear building, for warmth, driven inside by the polar blizzard. At this moment, not a single vagrant remained outside the dealership. None believed anyone would dare venture forth in such lethal cold. The two men quickly discerned this, and seizing the cover of wind-driven snow and deep shadow, slipped silently through the dealership's main gate. Wang Bo, who lost sight of them then, but estimated confidently they would re-emerge soon. He waited in stillness. Indeed, just 10 minutes later, his arms already aching from holding the scope, both figures reappeared at the dealership's front entrance. Yet something had changed. The corpse they'd carried earlier was gone. After exiting the gate, they methodically erased their tracks in the snow, then broke through the thick drifts and vanished into the storm. Staring at their retreating silhouettes, Wang Bo, who stood utterly dumbfounded. What in the hell? His mind reeled blank with confusion. What on earth was their intent? Why abandon a body and flee? Could this be precisely what the Divine Master sought to uncover? Realizing this, Wang Bo, who recalled Tang Yu's instructions and hurriedly opened his private messaging interface to contact him. Meanwhile, the butcher, observing through his own scope, had just caught the prearranged light signal from his subordinate. Mission accomplished. Everything executed per plan. The butcher burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Now let's see how Rogo and Gue Lien respond. He shot a subtle glance at one of his men. The subordinate nodded, faintly backed away, and vanished into the blizzard atop a pair of skis. Tang Yu stirred awake to Wang Bo, whose private message alert, having rested only 2 or 3 hours. Yet upon seeing the sender and noting the time, 11:05 p.m., nearly matching the intelligence report, he knew the main act was about to begin. Wang Bo, who Divine Master. Holy hell, guess what I just saw? As Tang Yu absorbed the full account, a chill ran down his spine. No, if ever possible, I must eliminate this butcher early. He's treacherous to the core, and above all, he must never learn of my existence. That was Tang Yu's first instinct. This butcher wasn't merely disloyal, constantly scheming against his own elder brother, but now revealed himself as morally corrupt beyond measure. By contrast, Tang Yu found Rogo far more trustworthy. Even if his subordinates had lain dead for days, he'd yet devised no solution. Tang Yu, excellent work. Hold on a little longer. Tonight there'll be a violent clash at the auto dealership. Report all developments to me once it's over. As he sent the message, Tang Yu transferred 3 bowls of nourishing mutton soup, each imbued with the vigorous vitality buff, to Wang Bo, who. One must feed the donkey before expecting it to pull the millstone. True enough, upon receiving the 3 bowls, Wang Bo, who beamed with delight. Though the 2 bowls Tang Yu had gifted earlier remained untouched, such premium provisions were never refused, and Wang Bo, who had begun to grasp Tang Yu's temperament. He accepted them without hesitation. Wang Bo, who got a Divine Master. Just watch closely. By the way, should I call you if fighting breaks out? Or do you have specific instructions? Tang Yu furrowed his brow, paused in thought, then replied. Tang Yu, no need to call me. Once combat concludes, simply report the casualty count among the attackers who stormed the auto dealership. Tang Yu ended the conversation, disabled Wang Bo, whose notification for Wang Bo, who, and lay back down to sleep. For him, knowing this outcome alone was sufficient. Given Butcher's current behavioral pattern, he would inevitably, just as intelligence reports predicted, engineer a misunderstanding between Rugu and Cabin, the leader of the 4S store refugee faction. This would ignite open conflict. Precisely the scenario enabling Butcher to reap the benefits as the unseen arbiter, or perhaps even fulfill his long-standing objective. For Tang Yu, however, this development was entirely advantageous. Regardless of which side prevailed in the clash between Rugu and Cabin, casualties were inevitable, especially under such extreme weather conditions. Outdoors, even a single critical wound meant certain death. Tang Yu secretly hoped Rugu's forces would suffer devastating losses. Only then could he seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Kaluo City Trade Center tower. The greater Rugu's losses, the higher Tang Yu's chances. Silently thanking Butcher, the master manipulator, he sank into deep slumber beneath his warm blankets. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he murmured, "Old schemer, I thank your 8 generations of ancestors." Meanwhile, Wang Bo, who stared at Tang Yu's final message, he pondered intently. What does the Divine Master mean by this? Does he wish me to focus specifically on the attacking faction? Does he bear a grudge against them? Or does he have a plan of his own? Or, a sudden possibility struck Wang Bo Hu. He inhaled sharply, a cold shiver running down his spine. Damn, it can't be. Is all of this orchestrated by the Divine Master himself? Is his true aim precisely to incite hostility and open warfare between these two factions? Wang Bo Hu recoiled inwardly at his own conjecture. No, that doesn't add up. The Divine Master clearly learned only this afternoon that refugees occupied the 4S store. His tone suggests he acquired advanced knowledge, likely from an undisclosed source, about tonight's events and asked me to verify their accuracy. Yet his phrasing undeniably signals intense interest in the approaching faction, indicating his next move hinges upon them. That's why he requested casualty confirmation to refine his operational planning accordingly. As a specially trained operative cultivated by the base city for survival within the apocalypse game, Wang Bo, who possessed exceptional analytical and deductive acumen. From Tang Yu's seemingly offhand remarks, he had already reconstructed the core truth. Had Tang Yu known of this inference, he would likely have muttered only one word: prodigy. Having unraveled the full chain of causality, Wang Bo, whose eyes lit up. A broad grin spread across his face, revealing gleaming white teeth as he chuckled softly. It appears, the heavier the approaching faction's losses, the smoother the Divine Master's operation will proceed. He raised his night vision binoculars once more toward the distant 4S store, and a bold idea crystallized in his mind. At the Kaluo City Trade Center on the 20th floor, Rugu stood facing Ghostface, who loomed silently within the shadows. Both wore grim, storm-darkened expressions. Still no trace of Steven. Ghostface's voice emerged low, hoarse-edged with barely concealed fury. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Rugu's eyes. His suspicion toward Rugu had now hardened into near certainty. Black Dog's sudden assassination had struck Ghostface as profoundly unnatural. Black Dog was notoriously cautious, never exposing himself to avoidable peril. For him and 20 others to be annihilated outright defied probability. Only meticulous, premeditated betrayal could explain it, and Rugu was the most plausible architect. Black Dog had long resented Rugu's authority, often ignoring his directives with impunity, operating beyond conventional hierarchy. Though deference to the Lord's authority forced Rugu to overlook such insubordination publicly, could he truly harbor no resentment? A man who'd betrayed his former overlord to seize leadership, Ghostface doubted Rugu possessed the temperament for silent endurance. Now Steven, the Lord's younger brother under Rugu's personal protection, had vanished abducted. Ghostface's suspicion had surged to its breaking point. Steven's hiding place was known exclusively to the Lord Black Dog and Rugu. Even the refugees assigned to guard him had been handpicked and dispatched directly by the Lord to Rugu. Ghostface himself knew only that Steven was concealed somewhere in the White Tower district. With the Lord absent, Black Dog dead, Steven abducted, and his guard slaughtered. Each thread pointed unmistakably toward Rugu. Ghostface's murderous intent now hung thick and palpable, barely contained. Rugu sensed it instantly. His right hand slid subtly behind his back, toward his favored weapon, a Colt Python revolver. A predatory ferocity flickered in his lowered gaze. The room's tension plummeted to suffocating depths, until the standoff teetered on the edge of eruption. Bang! The door burst open as a subordinate rushed in. Startled by the charged silence, he paused, then broke into eager delight as his eyes landed on Rugu. "Boss, we've located the man from Somu Hotel." At those words, both Rugu and Ghostface snapped their attention toward the subordinate in unison. "Where is he? Where?" Their simultaneous demands left the messenger momentarily speechless, his gaze darting wildly between their faces. Rugu and Ghostface exchanged a fleeting, wary glance, then refocused on the subordinate, their urgency sharpening into raw, desperate intensity. The messenger quickly grasped the gravity of the moment. He blurted out everything he knew. "So, Cabin took Steven from the hotel. Is that correct?" Rugu asked, voice low and heavy. "Yes, and he's here. I brought him up." At that, Rugu and Ghostface strode out together, only to find a man standing there, lips pale and blue body convulsing with violent shivers, his skin frozen solid. A refugee physician withdrew a thermometer from the man's chest, squinting at its reading. "Brother, he's running a high fever. Immediate treatment is essential." Hearing this, Ghostface bypassed Rugu entirely and stepped forward, wrenching open the man's shirt. A gunshot wound, crusted over, marred his right pectoral. This injury is at least 3 or 4 days old. Rugu, now recognizing the man's face, registered genuine shock. "You're one of Steven's guards." Only then did Ghostface realize this was the very man who disappeared alongside Steven from Somu Hotel. At the sound of Rugu's voice, the man's hazy consciousness sharpened. Gasping raggedly, he stammered, Quick, get to the 4S store. Cabin took Mr. Joe danger." Wang Bo, who wrapped in a bearskin coat, yawned wearily. He glanced at the time, 1:30 m. His gaze drifted instinctively toward the 4S dealership, then froze. Instantly, he snatched up his night vision binoculars and adjusted the focus. Yes, he hadn't imagined it. Amidst the pitch-black night, several dim flashlight beams crept cautiously toward the dealership's entrance. Farther away, nearly 400 to 500 meters distant, they had halted their snowmobiles, wary that engine noise might alert enemies inside the dealership. 2 or 3 dozen snowmobiles stood parked atop the snow, each manned by a vigilant rider prepared for immediate extraction. Through the night vision optics, Wang Bo, who clearly observed a serpentine column trudging slowly across the snow, 70 or 80 figures strong. Even behind the main column, he spotted several cloaked figures, black-robed, hooded, gliding silently in the rear, treading precisely along the footprints left by those ahead. Though they concealed themselves meticulously, the night vision optics revealed eerie glyphs and grotesque patterns etched onto their faces. What the hell? Cultists of an outer god. This is insane. Wang Bo, who counted carefully. Exactly 4 outer god cultists, each moving with unnatural, uncanny gait. One in particular sent a wave of bone-deep cold shivering through Wang Bo, who even from this distance. No way. A cultist priest. He was utterly stunned. Wang Bo, who possessed rare, deeply buried knowledge about the apocalyptic game, a privilege granted to him as a seed survivor of the base city. Each outer god cultist priest was a terror incarnate. Abilities varied, yet their mere presence on any battlefield heralded slaughter. His earlier resolve wavered, but then he re-examined the dealership and hesitation dissolved, replaced by ironclad determination. This opportunity is extraordinary. If executed flawlessly, I stand to gain unprecedented advantages, dramatically elevating my survival index and even aiding the great deity's operations. It's worth the risk, and so long as I avoid the cultist priest, the rest pose little threat. With that, Wang Bo, who swiftly donned his gear and retrieved a bowl of nourishing mutton soup, enhanced with the vigorous vitality buff gifted by Tang Yu. He devoured it in great gulps, feeling boundless strength surge through his limbs and radiant warmth bloom within his core. Smiling, he stepped out of his hiding place. A shimmer of light flickered, and he vanished into the darkness. Baita District, K. Luo City, the 4S auto dealership. Inside the car showroom, not a single vehicle remained, replaced instead by roaring campfires and ragged refugees drinking and boasting. Trapped indoors by the blizzard, they passed time with these meager diversions. They were unaware that just hours earlier a corpse had already appeared within their walls. Nor did they know that less than 100 meters beyond the outer wall, a heavily armed force now watched them with predatory intent. Dao, the trusted lieutenant of Rogo, had infiltrated the dealership and, as expected, found Stephen Zhou bound to a chair in one of the rooms. The moment he laid eyes on him, Dao sensed something profoundly wrong. He rushed forward and pressed 2 fingers to the man's carotid artery. Cold, icy, rigid, lifeless. Dead. The realization narrowed Dao's eyes and quickened his pulse. Catastrophe. Go was dead, and now this man too. Dao could already envision the fury that would erupt upon the master learning of this. As he stood stunned, a figure materialized silently within the room. Gue Lian approached the lifeless Stephen Zhou without a glance at Dao, who had instantly tensed in alarm. Ignoring Dao's defensive posture, Gue Lian lifted Stephen's chin with his right hand and studied the corpse intently. Then turning toward the door, he commanded, "Inform Rogo, erase this place tonight. Fail, and you die instead." The moment the words faded, only Dao remained. It was unmistakably directed at him. Dao heard the lethal frost in Gue Lian's voice. There would be no negotiation. If Rogo perished, so would he. Now only one path remained: annihilate Kaban. Yet Dao sensed something deeply amiss, and knew Gue Lian must have sensed it too. But the stakes were too high. A figure of sufficient weight had to fall. No hesitation, no compromise. Dao immediately activated his handheld radio, relaying both the discovery and Gue Lian's ultimatum to Rogo. Rogo fell silent. 5 seconds later, his exhausted voice crackled through Dao. "Attack. This is our only chance to survive. You command the assault. Cripple Kaban's forces immediately. This is a fight to the death. Reinforcements are en route. Remember, one objective only tonight: leave no living soul in this camp. Go." As Rogo's voice cut off, Dao's eyes hardened into glacial ice, while Dao led his men stealthily into the dealership across the street, in a nearby building. Wang Bo, who navigated the cluttered hallway, littered with scattered trash and abandoned suitcases, until he reached a 5th-floor room overlooking the dealership. He carefully assessed sightlines and angles of approach, then nodded. "This spot will do." Retrieving thin wire, small bells, and grenades, he returned to the corridor to lay tripwire, alarms, and booby-trapped grenades. 10 minutes later, he was back at the window, curtains drawn tightly shut. Dragging over a chair he sat, and drew a only and a half-meter-long case from his spatial pack. Inside lay a sniper rifle and its tactical accessories. With deliberate calm, he assembled the flash hider and high-magnification scope, cycled the bolt, and chambered around. Feet braced on the chair, rifle resting across its back, he adjusted his stance. Barrel, now perfectly aligned with the dealership. A candy slipped between his lips. His right eye pressed firmly against the scope, and there centered in the crosshairs floated Dao's head. A faint predatory smile curled his lips. Come on, baby, my long gun is starving for blood. Inside the showroom of a 4S automobile dealership in the Baida district of Kailuo City. Downstairs, his underlings devoured canned beef and sardines, sipped lemonade laced with whiskey, and huddled close to a crackling bonfire for warmth. They stood in stark contrast to the howling blizzard raging violently beyond the door. Yet in the darkness beyond the fire's reach, shadowy figures darted forward, swift, silent, and ravenous, eyeing the ragged refugees beside the flames with feverish, deranged anticipation. For days their comrades had been slaughtered one by one, stoking a smoldering fury within them, a rage with no outlet, until today when at last they learned who had been pulling the strings from the shadows. They would purge the entire 4S dealership. Following Dagger's orders, each man moved swiftly into position, determined to eliminate their targets the moment gunfire erupted, denying them any chance to retaliate. Across the street in a high-rise building, Wang Bo, who peered through a high-magnification scope, observing Dagger's deployment with chilling accuracy, and his brow furrowed deeply. This won't do at all. If they complete their setup, it'll become a one-sided slaughter. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Wang Bo, who he craved chaos. The greater the disorder, the greater his advantage. His thoughts shifted instantly. His eyes narrowed, his lips tightened into a thin line. Oomph, this is no fun at all. I refuse to allow it. In the next instant, his scope's crosshairs snapped to a new target. His rifle barrel adjusted with minute precision. A lone figure now centered perfectly in his sight. A faint, cruel smile curled his lips. Bang! A sharp, crystalline gunshot shattered the midnight silence, its echoes slicing through the shrieking blizzard, jolting every refugee near the 4S dealership. Inside the dealership, among a group of refugees raising their glasses in a toast, one man, his back turned to the entrance, collapsed lifelessly, his skull obliterated. Crimson and ivory splattered across the faces and bodies of those nearby. In the next breath, after that fleeting, stunned silence, roars of fury erupted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hostiles! Take cover now! That cry tore through the entire dealership. Instantly, every refugee dropped food and drink, seized weapons, and snapped into full combat readiness. And in that same heartbeat, they spotted the dogmeat gang, already stealthed within 30 meters. Rat-a-tat-tat, bayou-bia-boo-boo, bang-bang-bang, pop-up-pop-up. Boom. Gunfire and grenade blasts erupted chaotically inside the dealership. Upstairs, cabin, who had been occupied moments before, since the first shot, leapt from bed and rushed to the window. He looked down just in time to see his fallen underling head blown apart. Fuck. Shit. He snarled, slapping his gleaming bald pate in furious disbelief. He strode briskly to his gear rack and began suiting up, his compact, stocky frame moving with uncanny, almost dissonant agility. Below, the air already thrummed with the roar of battle. Bullets struck the second-floor glass in rapid succession, crack, 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 shattering panes into glittering shards. Damn it. I'll show whoever dared to mess with me. Have they forgotten my nickname? I'm the Bull. Cabin slapped his bulletproof vest, pulled a crimson sweater over it, then draped a luxurious mink coat across his broad shoulders. His gaze locked onto the PKM machine gun resting on the adjacent table, and beneath it its massive 100-round PK-7, 6254 box magazine. A savage grin twisted his mouth. He lit a cigar, clenched it between his teeth, kicked open the office door, and opened fire on the intruders outside the showroom. In stunned silence, all watched as the PKM roared forth, the devil's howl. Back with Dagger, the first gunshot sent his mind reeling into blank shock. His immediate thought, who the hell fired first? But in the next heartbeat, his combat instincts cut through the fog. He recognized that sound instantly. It could not be from a submachine gun or AK. No civilian weapon made that distinct, deep, resonant report. It was the unmistakable signature of a sniper rifle. Before he could even shout a warning, the refugees inside the dealership had spotted his men, and both sides opened fire without hesitation. Thus, Dagger's meticulously planned ambush collapsed instantly, replaced by brutal, heating carnage, all triggered by that single fateful shot. Someone's watching us from the shadows. As he dove for cover, his long-honed instinct for covert warfare flared, alerting him to unseen eyes. He reached for his radio to alert Dogmeat behind him, when suddenly an enormous explosion ripped from another direction of the dealership. A body was hurled skyward, only half remained intact. Watch out for landmines. More detonations followed, each deafening blast freezing Dogmeat's gang in momentary disoriented shock. Cabin's men burst into raucous laughter. Huh, fools, you really thought we'd leave those side paths undefended. I love watching fools fly through the air. What a rush. Dagger now understood the moment his squad engaged Dogmeat's reinforcements had arrived and launched their own assault from an alternate axis. Yet neither had anticipated Cabin's utter ruthlessness, planting mines everywhere encircling the entire dealership. Damn it. How could this happen? Dogmeat himself had just arrived at the dealership's main gate aboard a snowmobile, his face grim, drawn tight with fury. Just moments earlier, one of his men had stepped ahead, saving Dogmeat from certain death. Now fully armored Dogmeat moved with lethal, uncharacteristic precision. Dagger spotted him instantly and hurried over. Boss, it wasn't us who fired first. There's someone else, hidden. Dogmeat cut him off cold. Enough. Ghostface team is already hunting that rat. Our sole objective remains kill Cabin. With that, Dogmeat raised his Remington M870 shotgun aimed at the group of refugees inside the dealership and squeezed the trigger. Boom. The thunderous blast echoed. In the next instant, crimson blossoms erupted across the bodies of the attacking refugees. Shit, shotgun. Buckshot. Cabin's men scrambled desperately for cover. A cruel, predatory grin spread across Dogmeat's lips. Die, all of you. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied his tube, ducked behind cover, reloaded in one fluid motion, and surged back into action. Just as he prepared to advance again, bang. The second-floor door exploded inward. A short, thick silhouette filled the doorway. Fire erupted. The entire hall reverberated with infernal thunder. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained like monsoon hail, ripping into Dogmeat's men, blooming scarlet flowers across their chests and limbs. At the sound, so unmistakably familiar, Dogmeat gritted his teeth and bellowed, Cabin. Tang Yu woke up the next morning and instinctively glanced at his chat messages, then closed his eyes again and lay back down. 2 seconds later, however, he jolted upright, eyes snapping open as he reopened his private messaging inbox. His expression turned incredulous. He saw that Wang Bo, who had sent him over 100 messages overnight. Most were images with only a handful of captions offering brief explanations. What the hell, what did this guy do last night? Why on earth is he telling me the 4S store faction has been wiped out? Tang Yu quickly scrolled back through the chat log to his own last message from the previous evening. 2 hours after that, Wang Bo, who sent his first photograph, apparently capturing the moment when the Meat Dog gang approached Cabin's hideout. Yet why did they move so stealthily? Moreover, their numbers seemed wildly exaggerated. Gradually, through Wang Bo, whose photos and accompanying commentary, Tang Yu pieced together how Wang Bo, who had ignited the entire conflict with a single shot fired in the dead of night. That one shot shattered the Meat Dog gang's ambush plan against Cabin and deliberately provoked open warfare between the two rival refugee factions. The final outcome appeared to be this: Cabin escaped through the sewer system under the protection of his subordinates, while the Meat Dog gang suffered heavy casualties and retreated to their stronghold. Staring at Wang Bo, whose messages, Tang Yu felt as though he were dreaming. What the hell? This kid truly is a prodigy. Whose subordinate is this man? Tang Yu had long sensed Wang Bo, whose exceptional capability, a man worth cultivating as an ally, and recent interactions had only confirmed his intuition. Yet he had never imagined the young man would dare make such a bold, audacious decision, facing off against nearly 300 refugees, igniting a full-scale clash between two entrenched factions. And yet, he'd actually pulled it off. Tang Yu could only mutter, incredible, a wordless tribute to sheer awe-inspiring audacity. Without delay, he sent Wang Bo, who a message expressing stunned admiration. He assumed Wang Bo, who having pulled an all-nighter, would already be asleep, but a reply arrived almost instantly. Wang Bo, who haha, senior god, impressed. Tang Yu, impressive. Roughly how many attackers launched the assault, and how many returned alive? Do you have approximate figures? As soon as he hit send, Tang Yu shifted his attention to the virtual map of the K Luo City Trading Center. In the next instant, his face froze in disbelief. What the hell? Inside the vast trading center, where yesterday's map had swarmed with dense clusters of red dots, only 40-odd remained. All were now clustered in the central area of the 20th floor, presumably receiving medical treatment or resting. Upon reading Tang Yu's inquiry, Wang Bo, who realized his earlier hunch had been correct, the senior god's next move was indeed directly tied to that very faction. Fortunately, he'd anticipated this question and immediately forwarded his meticulously compiled data. Wang Bo, whose senior god, the attacking faction, numbered roughly 90 to 110, about 20 to 30 survived the retreat. My figures are unlikely to deviate significantly from reality. Wang Bo, who the 4S store faction, comprised approximately 130 to 150 individuals, yet only a dozen or so managed to escape. Wang Bo, who initially the 4S store group, held the upper hand. They even deployed landmines, a devastating weapon that stunned the attackers outright. They would not have fled had it not been for the intervention of an exceptionally powerful cultist priest devoted to the abyssal deity. Tang Yu's gaze sharpened upon reading those words. Tang Yu, a cultist priest of the abyssal deity. I'm familiar with abyssal cultists, but what exactly is a priest? Wang Bo, who it's perfectly normal you wouldn't know. It's classified intel reserved exclusively for seed members within the base cities. A cultist priest is an abyssal cultist, but they're power dwarfs that have ordinary adherents by orders of magnitude. They preside over sacrificial rites and are exceedingly rare, yet each commands terrifying strength. Tang Yu instantly recalled the dark pulsating speck he'd glimpsed weeks earlier inside the subway station. So advanced abyssal cultists do exist. He'd suspected as much the moment he'd seen that black dot, and thus Wang Bo, whose confirmation stirred little surprise. What truly piqued his interest, however, was something else entirely. Tang Yu, seed members of the base cities. What does that mean? Wang Bo, who haha. No need for secrecy anymore. As you know, 6 months after the cataclysm, national sovereignty dissolved entirely. 100 bronze-tier base cities now govern themselves autonomously, each striving in isolation and cooperation to survive the endgame. The Seed Initiative is a joint human survival strategy devised by all 100 base cities. I am one of the seed members cultivated by Base City No. 99, selected and rigorously trained to master esoteric knowledge unknown to ordinary survivors, effectively serving as elite combatants and survival specialists engineered specifically for the endgame. Wang Bo, who, because cultivating even a single seed member demands extraordinary resources, the program remains inaccessible to the general populace. Wang Bo, who, our sacred duty is this: once selected by the endgame, we must leverage our specialized knowledge and skills to rapidly augment our strength, to endure longer within the endgame itself, anchoring ourselves like resilient seeds deep into its unforgiving soil, thereby nurturing hope for Earth's survival. Frankly, Tang Yu was profoundly shaken by Wang Bo, whose revelation, and finally understood the origin of earlier intelligence regarding graphics cards and cataclysm coins. Most importantly, it answered a question that had long puzzled him: why did Wang Bo, who consistently acquire rare items, or even blueprints, trained specialists, it seemed, operated on an entirely different plane from ordinary survivors? Reflecting carefully, Tang Yu realized that every critical item helping him overcome pivotal challenges had in fact been sourced by Wang Bo, who. Paralytic toxin, yes. The recipe for nourishing lamb soup, also yes. As a seed member, Wang Bo, whose hidden reserves surely surpassed his own by a wide margin. Wang Bo, whose stature in Tang Yu's estimation rose considerably, though Tang Yu harbored no ulterior motives toward him. Each possessed unique strengths. Wang Bo, who is training, Tang Yu his cheat code, and facts bore this out. As an ordinary survivor, Tang Yu had clawed his way here, not through privilege, but through decisive action and his unparalleled advantage. He neither underestimated himself nor overestimated others. Regaining focus, Tang Yu redirected his thoughts to the Meat Dog Gang. According to Wang Bo, who last night's battle had inflicted catastrophic losses upon them, a new hypothesis crystallized: the Meat Dog Gang's relentless pursuit of Cabin likely stemmed from Stephen Zhou and his other identity as the younger brother of the mysterious figure who secretly governed Luo City. Stephen Zhou's nephew had been killed under the Meat Dog Gang's watch, and now his brother too was dead. If Tang Yu's deduction held true, Stephen Zhou's personal security had also fallen under the Meat Dog Gang's responsibility. With both relatives perishing under their protection, would the enigmatic patron truly overlook their failure upon returning? Only under such dire pressure could the Meat Dog Gang's seemingly reckless, irrational assault be rationally explained. In truth, they had no other choice. At this realization, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly. This victory owed much to Wang Bo, who, had the Meat Dog Gang executed their original plan, launching a surprise strike before Cabin's faction could react, they might well have eliminated 30 to 50% of Cabin's fighters outright. That would have guaranteed total dominance and far lighter casualties for the Meat Dog Gang. Instead, the outcome was mutual devastation. Wang Bo, whose single decisive shot had irrevocably altered the entire course of the battle. It was nothing short of a golden shot, and as a consequence, Tang Yu's risk tonight had plummeted to its lowest possible level. He promptly contacted Wang Bo, who again. He sent over 10 portions of nourishing lamb soup without hesitation. Tang Yu, brother, you've earned this. Eat your fill, and then tell me everything. Wang Bo, who stared blankly at the 10 bowls of mutton soup Tang Yu had just traded to him, then swiftly grasped Tang Yu's intent, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He glanced back toward his hideout where weapons, gear, and ammunition were piled high, spoils he had secretly retrieved the previous night. In times past, such abundance would have been unimaginable. Then, as if struck by sudden recollection, Wang Bo, who rummaged through his backpack space before reopening Tang Yu's private message. Wang Bo, who, haha, many thanks, mighty cultivator. Your intel truly paid off. I made a fortune last night, and even eliminated a devotee of an evil deity. This item should prove useful to you. Consider it a gift. A trade request followed instantly. Upon completing the exchange, Tang Yu studied the item's description in silence. Then his eyes lit up with sudden clarity. Tang Yu, excellent. Thank you. He ended the conversation gazing at the item in his hands with unmasked delight before stowing it securely into his backpack. He then turned his focus to today's tasks. Since he planned to infiltrate the trade tower tonight, he intended to finalize all preparations by noon, rest briefly in the afternoon, and conserve his strength for the evening operation. The temperature inside the hideout plummeted once more. Tang Yu watched his own breath crystallize into white mist and involuntarily shivered. After hastily consuming a small meal, he swiftly replenished the foundational resources consumed yesterday night in the kitchen and bathroom modules with their corresponding supplies. Over the past night, both the lighting and ventilation duct systems had advanced to level 3. Tang Yu immediately upgraded the hideout security system. He then filled the fireplace with firewood and proceeded to the medical station, where today's resource refresh yielded an exceptionally rare item, an adrenaline injection. This was an extraordinarily precious high-tier medical supply. He carefully secured the vial, then retrieved yesterday's completed medical kits and surgical packs, refilled them with foundational low-tier medical supplies, and reconfigured the production queue. Thanks to 2 days of non-stop fabrication at the medical station, Tang Yu now possessed a substantial stockpile of high-tier medical supplies. The primary reason lay in the medical station's third passive effect. Each medical item crafted carried a 20 chance to yield 1 additional unit. Though the probability seemed modest, sustained round-the-clock production, amplified by sheer volume, generated a remarkably significant surplus. He next visited the intelligence center to retrieve today's daily intelligence briefing. At precisely 2300, the polar blizzard will reach its peak intensity, as all extremes must reverse 15 minutes later. At 2315, a brief windless lull will occur lasting exactly 2 minutes. Thereafter, the blizzard will resume its maximum fury, but begin its gradual decline. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, this aligned precisely with last week's weekly forecast. The disaster artifact, the polar snow lotus, would manifest only at the blizzard's zenith. Yet today's intelligence revealed something far more consequential 15 minutes after the storm's apex. At 2315, a 2-minute windless interlude would emerge, after which the blizzard's intensity would steadily wane. In essence, surviving until tomorrow night would mean weathering roughly 70 of the disaster's full severity. Understanding dawned upon Tang Yu instantly, and with it urgent realization this intelligence was invaluable. No, he calculated swiftly. Today was in fact the final day to trade the nourishing mutton soup. Tomorrow, as the blizzard weakened, demand would plummet sharply. Unless afflicted with life-threatening hypothermia or wind chill sickness, most survivors would no longer seek the soup. Damn it! Tang Yu immediately compiled a list of critical upgrade materials urgently needed for the hideout. Today, while the polar blizzard raged at its fiercest, he must secure all remaining resources to upgrade the intelligence center to level 2, the power generator to level 3, the hideout walls to level 2, and construct the hideout holographic barrier. Fortunately, most required materials had already been acquired over the past 2 days. Only a few items remained outstanding. With focused effort, today's success seemed assured. Once the intelligence center reached level 2, the long-anticipated vagrant chest facility could finally be constructed. Its blueprint had been discovered alongside the intelligence center itself, and its material requisition had been fulfilled yesterday. Now all was ready, save for that single prerequisite. After witnessing the intelligence center's extraordinary capabilities, Tang Yu had coveted the vagrant chest with near-obsessive fervor. He stood now at the very threshold, requiring but one final decisive step forward. Tang Yu swiftly compiled his acquisition list and broadcast it across the global channel, simultaneously listing all his current stock of nourishing mutton soup for trade. Thanks to yesterday's intensive production, both afternoon and night, he now held approximately 120 servings. His hourly output remained steady at 8 bowls, sufficient to meet anticipated demand. He resolved firmly for any suitable item offered at a reasonable price, no matter how modest, he would accept without hesitation. His sole objective was clear: to seize today, the disaster's most severe day, and acquire every essential material through trade. City Tang Yu image nourishing mutton soup. Brothers, temperatures will drop further today. Secure your mutton soup now while stocks last. Today's acquisitions: low-tier medical supplies, low-tier food and beverages, industrial chemicals, and raw materials, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, etc. Classified intelligence graphics cards, disaster coins, and rare artifacts. If you possess any of these, message me directly. Many survivors had been eagerly awaiting Tang Yu's announcement. His prior acquisition of low-tier supplies had generated widespread anticipation for today's list. True to expectation, upon seeing Tang Yu's acquisition targets, numerous survivors broke into broad grins. knowing full well they possessed precisely what he sought. Especially those from mining districts, many had located explosives control rooms and amassed considerable quantities of chemical raw materials. Yet earlier attempts to trade such substances had failed utterly. No one had shown interest, leaving them buried deep in storage. Now learning they could exchange these long-ignored materials for the market's most coveted commodity, the nourishing mutton soup, they erupted in unrestrained excitement. Tang Yu glanced at the incoming private messages piling up on his screen. He chose not to read them immediately, deciding instead to handle them altogether later. Then he returned to the rest area. The breathing devil's ivy, after being watered with 300 ml of purified water and treated with type II plant cultivation solution the previous day, had grown overnight, and now a single aerial root had emerged from its long trailing vine. Another vine bore the faint promising bud of a second aerial root. So it is. Tang Yu's expression settled into quiet confirmation. As anticipated, this first offspring plant, having already endured one full day under the effect of the type II plant cultivation solution, had completed its division swiftly. He hurriedly checked the status panel for the breathing devil's ivy. The interface displayed that one offspring plant had fully matured. All that remained was to cut off the vine bearing the aerial root and either bury it directly in soil or submerge it in purified water. The offspring would take root and thrive instantly. The second aerial root bud, just beginning to emerge, would likewise mature by tonight. Excellent. This yields an additional offspring plant. Tang Yu retrieved a flower pot, filled it with the humus soil he'd purchased the day before, then carefully severed the vine bearing the aerial root and inserted it into the soil. After pouring 100 ml of purified water over the soil, he watched as the vine unfurled gently and swayed lightly, almost as if sighing with quiet contentment. Seeing the panel confirm everything was proceeding normally, Tang Yu exhaled in relief. This was his first attempt at cultivating such a rare plant, and he'd been genuinely anxious. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The count of rare plants increased by 1. After watering the parent breathing devil's ivy with its required 300 ml of purified water for the day, Tang Yu turned his gaze toward the nearby statue of Lord Guan, the martial deity. He went to the restroom to wash his face and hands, then applied scented oil, a ritual he performed without fail, before standing solemnly before the statue. Lord Guan, divine sovereign of war, I, your humble devotee, Tang Yu, offer my most sincere worship. Grant me extraordinary fortune and unimpeded prosperity. Having completed his prayer, he held 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, bowed deeply 3 times, and placed them reverently into the incense burner. Tang Yu felt unusually buoyant, intuitively certain today would be his lucky day. Without hesitation, he opened the Super Tycoon interface. He rolled the dice, then closed his eyes calmly, silently chanting inwardly, "Lucky streak. Lucky streak." At last the clattering of the dice ceased. Tang Yu opened his eyes, but before he could even register the number rolled, his miniature avatar on the Super Tycoon map began leaping across the board. It landed squarely on a single square. Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. There on the tile sat an icon of a box marked with a bold question mark. Unlike standard event tiles, this one evoked something far more tantalizing, namely a blind box. The Super Tycoon system instantly confirmed his intuition. Survivor granted a random enhancement, target backpack capacity. As the mechanical voice faded, every item stored within his backpack tumbled onto the floor. Before Tang Yu's very eyes, his backpack space underwent a dramatic transformation. First, its capacity expanded dramatically, from 5 inventory slots to 120-fold increase. The second change left him utterly astounded. He strode toward the generator unit and fixed his gaze upon the snow electric motorcycle he'd acquired in yesterday's trade. Placing his right hand upon the vehicle and focusing his will, he watched as it vanished from sight. Within his backpack space, where once there had been only empty slots, one now held the very same snow electric motorcycle, precisely as it had stood moments before. This is insane. His eyes flew wide open. After all, the machine weighed nearly 300 gene, yet now carrying it imposed absolutely no physical burden. That was the third revelation: total weightlessness. Seized by exhilaration, Tang Yu rushed about his shelter, conducting rapid-fire experiments, storing, retrieving, and restoring objects of every kind. Eventually, an irrepressible grin spread across his face. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. He now knew beyond doubt his enhanced backpack space operated entirely outside conventional physical laws. Size and mass no longer mattered. Each object occupied exactly 1 slot regardless of dimensions or weight and imposed 0 encumbrance. Moreover, identical items, matching in model specification, capacity, and all other attributes, could be stacked into a single slot. Yet used items could no longer be stacked with their pristine counterparts. 2 identical bottles of water could occupy 1 slot, but but if one had been partially consumed it would require its own separate slot. These transformations sent Tang Yu into rapturous delight. Still, the enhancement came with a trade-off. He could no longer equip any external backpack containers to expand his inventory capacity. Though tactical load-bearing gear remained functional, this limitation was nonetheless a minor drawback. Yet Tang Yu quickly devised a workaround. While backpack containers themselves could no longer be equipped, pouches nested inside those containers remained unaffected. Though such nested containers couldn't replicate his backpack's 1 temper slot efficiency, stuffing one fully with supplies and then storing that container within his backpack still consumed only a single slot. This opened vast logistical possibilities, especially with large capacity containers available in quantity. He gathered the items scattered across the floor: everyday essentials, keys, access cards, medical supplies, armor-piercing rounds, all neatly packed into his prior camel outdoor backpack. Finally, he stored the entire backpack into a single inventory slot. Surveying his clean, orderly backpack space, Tang Yu smiled. Having finished his examination, he also noted the wealth points earned that day. He now owned 5 properties: Garden Subway Station, Red Romance Club, City Hospital, White Pagoda Park, and K Luo City Trading Center. Today's combined revenue from these properties totaled 425 points. Adding the remaining 96 points from yesterday's purchase, his current balance stood at 521 wealth points. He nodded slightly, then closed the Super Tycoon interface. I wonder when I'll encounter that shop again. The goods inside were truly extraordinary. He wondered when he might encounter that shop again. The goods inside were truly extraordinary. Tang Yu's mind drifted back to the array of rare and formidable items, cards, and traits he had seen yesterday in that shop. His heart stirred with restless longing. He sighed softly, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Still not satisfied, greed lingers even now. He already possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary survivors. With steady, deliberate progress, he would undoubtedly endure this apocalyptic game for an exceedingly long time. Shaking off his reverie, he approached the explosives workbench. Before him lay neatly arranged electronic components, lithium batteries, and capacitors. He now intended to fabricate the remote detonator for his remote emulsion explosives, a task neither intricate nor perilous. The most hazardous phase, the preparation of the emulsion explosive itself, had already been completed the previous day. Thus, under the guidance and enhancement of his explosives crafting skill, Tang Yu placed the final lithium battery into position, completing the modification of the remote detonator in under an hour, and simultaneously upgraded the performance of the accompanying smartphone. Logically, Tang Yu had never handled such devices before, yet astonishingly the moment he resolved to assemble and modify these components into a functional remote detonator for emulsion explosives. It felt as though he had performed the procedure countless times, effortless, instinctive, and masterful. Once again, the apocalyptic game filled him with profound curiosity. He began to realize that the game's most precious treasures were not weapons or armor, but rather the skill manuals acquired through exploration and survival. A clear direction now emerged for his next objective. Rising, he retrieved the emulsion explosives he had fabricated the day before from the 4-tiered shelf behind him and began installing the remote detonation systems one by one. The entire process took less than half an hour. In the final step, he affixed adhesive backing to the rear surface of each charge. Thus, all 20 units of remote emulsion explosives were fully completed. Tang Yu's interface displayed their specifications. Remote emulsion explosives. Type: explosive device. Inventory space: 21. Remote radius: 100 meters. Detonation delay 0.5 seconds. Explosive yield 150. Blast radius 10-20 meters. Concussive radius 30 meters. Note 1. Maintain distance from the blast radius. Cherish life. Avoid explosives. Note 2. Do not attach steel balls, nails, or other foreign objects to the explosive surface. It is extremely hazardous. Tisk TSK. Tang Yu whistled, low eyes wide as he scanned the interface. This is nothing short of a battlefield annihilator. Anyone within 20 meters would almost certainly perish. And if surrounding debris were caught in the blast generating secondary fragmentation, even those 30 meters away would face grave peril. His gaze then fell upon the second warning. Whoa, wait, you can do that. He froze momentarily, then burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Huh, how utterly foolish I've been. Instantly, he hurried to the warehouse, where miscellaneous supplies were stored. Within moments, he retrieved over a dozen flat square packages. 5mm steel balls. Type: miscellaneous supply. Description: common steel spheres, often used in mechanical assemblies. Exactly what I need. He located a bottle of industrial-strength adhesive, then returned to the workbench, setting aside 15 of the remote emulsion explosives and leaving 5 on the surface. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he tore open the packaging. Hundreds of perfectly spherical steel balls cascaded into a waiting basin he had prepared earlier. Without delay, he seized the steel balls and adhesive, commencing the modification of the emulsion charges. Half an hour later, he gazed upon 5 units of remote emulsion explosives modified and 2 RGO grenades modified, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The charges before him bore no resemblance to their original forms. Both the emulsion explosives and the RGO grenades were now densely studded with steel balls. Even those unafflicted by trypophobia would recoil in visceral discomfort at the sight. One could only imagine the devastating effect of their detonation, particularly the RGO grenade, already engineered to disperse 85 F1 fragments upon explosion, now bristled with hundreds more steel projectiles. Should such a grenade strike its target, the victim's body would be reduced to a grotesque sieve. Tang Yu secured these ultimate lifeline weapons into his inventory pouch. By then it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Inside the shelter, the temperature had plummeted to -5°C, while the hearth burned steadily without pause. Only the Rabbit brand military overcoat he wore had enabled him to remain at the explosives bench for so long. Yet even so, his feet and lower legs had grown numb with cold. He hurried to the kitchen and devoured a steaming bowl of nourishing lamb soup, its yang energy surging through him, reviving his vitality. I should have just downed 2 bowls right away. I'd have spared myself this frostbite. By now the shelter's security gate had also finished its upgrade. Lacking specialized blueprints, the Level 3 shelter security system, like Level 3 lighting and Level 3 ventilation ducts, retained all prior functionalities while receiving incremental enhancements. Shelter security, noise suppression, and defensive resilience improved by approximately 10%. Lighting, conventional energy-saving bulbs replaced with LED fixtures, brighter, safer, heat-free, non-fusing, and significantly more power-efficient. Ventilation ducts, their practical relevance had sharply diminished due to the presence of the breathing devil's ivy. Even their formerly prized air circulation and toxic gas expulsion capabilities paled beside the plant's extraordinary purification power. Though functionally redundant, the ventilation ducts retained critical importance within the shelter's infrastructure hierarchy. For instance, upgrading the power generator to Level 3 required, among other prerequisites, a Level 3 ventilation duct. That was precisely why Tang Yu had invested such effort into their enhancement. Now, with all 3 systems fully upgraded and all shelter-related tasks for the day concluded, he could finally devote his full attention to private messages and select items for trade. Settling onto the single-person sofa, he basked in the warmth of the crackling hearth. Opening his private message inbox, the very first item listed made his eyes light up. Now this is intriguing. Sharkskin diving suit. Type: rare item. Effect 1. While submerged, reduces hydrodynamic drag by 30, a wave resistance by 30, a and form resistance by 30. Effect 2. Increases swimming speed by 40 and decreases stamina consumption by 30. Description: a diving suit engineered to mimic the microstructure of shark skin. Upon its release, it garnered fervent acclaim among competitive swimmers. This garment was nothing short of a treasure for surviving the imminent apocalyptic flood disaster. Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He already possessed the Son of the Ocean genetic enhancement serum. Once synthesized, this serum would grant him underwater respiration and hydrokinetic control. Coupled with the sharkskin diving suit, his mobility beneath the waves would be dramatically enhanced. Tang Yu immediately contacted the seller, only to learn the man was now gravely ill with a severe cold, teetering on the brink of death, and would never have offered the item otherwise. The seller had been born near the coastline and originally planned to use this suit to explore the ocean depths once he survived the extreme cold catastrophe. Now survival left him no choice but to trade it away. Ultimately, Tang Yu exchanged 3 bowls of nourishing mutton soup, 2 cans of meat, 2 antipyretic tablets, and 2 amoxicillin capsules for this rare item. These supplies were more than sufficient for the man to endure the catastrophe. After all, the blizzard's intensity would begin to subside by dawn. This auspicious first transaction lifted Tang Yu's spirits slightly. He then resumed reviewing his private messages. His trading objectives for the day were exceptionally demanding, acquiring materials to upgrade the Level 2 intelligence hub and Level 3 power generator, as well as the Level 2 shelter wall. Today represented the optimal window. Should he fail today, opportunities would dwindle sharply tomorrow as the blizzard's ferocity waned. And once these novices weathered the disaster and fully integrated into the true apocalypse game, the value of such height-year supplies would likely surge several-fold, perhaps 10-fold or even 20-fold. Tang Yu needed no deep contemplation to realize that those who survived this initial trial would inevitably become coveted targets in the eyes of veteran survivors. Every one of them would be scrutinized, not for camaraderie, but for their stockpiles of elite gear and rare artifacts. In that world of brutal attrition, only the most seasoned veterans endured. It was a realm where survival reigned supreme, and in its name no act was beyond justification. Even fellow survivors from Earth demanded vigilance and caution. And beyond humanity lay another cohort, the myriad alien races, survivors whose existence had been confined to training manuals until now. Compared to humans, they were the true adversaries, the genuine enemies. Where cooperation remained faintly possible among humans, confrontation with the myriad races permitted only life-or-death combat. This truth had been repeatedly impressed upon him before entering the Apocalypse game. Speaking of which, surely the myriad races also periodically integrate new recruits into the Apocalypse game. He reined in his wandering thoughts. Over an hour had passed. Under the crushing pressure of survival, Tang Yu had gathered most, but not all, of the required materials for upgrading those 3 facilities. Yet critically, each facility remained missing 1 or 2 essential components. The intelligence hub lacked 2 classified intelligence files. The power generator lacked 1 fuel injector and 1 thermostat. The shelter wall lacked 1 wall-breaking hammer. Tang Yu could wait no longer. He immediately contacted Wang Bohu, wondering whether the man had yet awakened. To his surprise, Wang Bohu's reply arrived almost instantly. Wang Bohu, what's up, Grandmaster? Tang Yu, whoa, you're still awake. Wang Bohu, asleep. Your message just jolted me awake. Tang Yu realized Wang Bohu had set his messages to trigger urgent notifications. A flicker of guilt stirred within him. Tang Yu, my apologies. But do you still have remaining World Channel posting privileges today? Wang Bohu, yes. Just tell me what you'd like me to announce. I'll post it for you. Tang Yu promptly relayed his request to Wang Bohu. Moments later, the World Channel lit up. City Wang Bohu, attention, all survivors. Grandmaster Yu has instructed me to announce before 7 p.m. Tonight, anyone possessing a classified document, fuel injector, thermostat, or wall-breaking hammer may sell them to him at a rate of 10 bowls of nourishing mutton soup per item, exclusively valid until 7 p.m. tonight. Do not miss this opportunity. City Wang Bohu, attention, all survivors. Grandmaster Yu has instructed me to announce before 7 p.m. Tonight, anyone possessing a classified document, fuel injector, thermostat, or wall-breaking hammer may sell them to him at a rate of 10 bowls of nourishing mutton soup per item, exclusively valid until 7 p.m. tonight. Do not miss this opportunity. This announcement drew immediate attention from numerous survivors. If any single item had dominated recent trade, it was unquestionably Tang Yu's nourishing mutton soup. Ordinarily, even rare items fetched only 3 or 4 bowls, yet now the price had soared to 10. That alone stirred genuine interest. Primarily, however, it was the unprecedented scale of Tang Yu's offer that created such resonance. Indeed, besides Tang Yu, a handful of other survivors were discreetly offering nourishing mutton soup in limited circles of the World Channel. These were individuals who had previously traded with Tang Yu, and thus held modest surplus stocks of the soup. Moreover, Tang Yu did not acquire just anything. His purchases focused exclusively on related equipment, or high-tier assets such as graphics cards and rare items. If the current survivor marketplace were stratified into high, mid, and low-tier tiers, the nourishing mutton soup circulated unmistakably within the high-tier market and marginally within the mid-tier. As for the low-tier market, unless Tang Yu specifically solicited certain categories, such as medical supplies, electronic components, or foodstuffs, trading unrelated goods for his nourishing mutton soup proved exceedingly difficult. Take firewood, essential for warmth, or cotton and wool for insulating garments. Under current conditions, these were arguably the most urgently sought-after commodities. Yet Tang Yu maintained ample reserves of such items and lacked both time and inclination for commodity arbitrage. His full focus remained on upgrading shelter infrastructure and securing the calamity-born artifact, the polar snow lotus. Thus, he refused to purchase them. Survivors, however, desperately needed his nourishing mutton soup. Under such extreme cold, no one could guarantee immunity from the common cold. This imbalance triggered a cascade of secondary trading. Across the mid and low-tier markets, a new class of intermediaries emerged. Those holding surplus, nourishing mutton soup traded it for vast quantities of firewood, cotton, and wool, commodities now exorbitantly priced for thermal survival. They then leveraged those thermal supplies to broker further exchanges, amassing substantial stocks of mid and low-tier essentials in preparation for the aftermath of the first cataclysm. For them, a single bowl of mutton soup represented immense wealth. Hence, when Tang Yu contacted Wang Haoyu yesterday, offering soup in exchange for the Guangong statue, the man's ecstatic reaction stemmed entirely from profit potential. Even if they chose not to consume it themselves, selling it promised extraordinary returns. Thus, upon seeing the announcement posted by Tang Yu's trusted emissary, Wang Bohu, survivors who possessed the requested items felt an immediate surge of intent. Still, some hesitated, though unaware of the precise worth of their holdings. They reasoned that any item commanding such a steep valuation from Tang Yu must hold exceptional intrinsic value. They found themselves torn between preserving the item and seizing the opportunity to trade. Tang Yu was unaware of how his actions had shaken the other survivors after seeing Wang Bohu help him send that message. He began to review his private messages again, but this time his focus was on the transactions of low-tier resources. The low-tier resources that the survivor trading with him today were mostly devoid of medical supplies and electronic components. The survivors who possessed these resources had already completed their trades yesterday. Thus today it was mainly survivors from the mining areas or cities who wished to trade their chemical raw materials for Tang Yu's nourishing lamb soup. Tang Yu quickly communicated with these individuals based on the quantities they offered, facilitating the transactions directly. If the quantities offered were too small and insufficient to exchange for a bowl of nourishing lamb soup, Tang Yu would directly mention it, gauging the other party's intentions. After half an hour, not only was the 4-tier shelf previously filled to the brim, but Tang Yu also contacted Wang Haoyu in the forest area to quickly help him create 2 more 4-tier shelves. This barely allowed him to store these chemical raw materials properly. Looking at the now somewhat cramped hiding place, Tang Yu frowned slightly. This hiding place is still too small. His current hiding place had already been upgraded once using an upgrade scroll, expanding from the initial 82 square meters to now over 200 square meters. It had been quite spacious initially, but after days of constant upgrades and increasing storage of materials, it was starting to feel cramped. Now it felt a bit stifling. Rubbing his swollen temples, he thought, this is quite a hassle. It's like I've just pressed down one gourd here and another ladle is floating up over there. Take it slow. Tang Yu yawned and brewed himself a cup of tea to refresh. He looked at the messages again. Clearly Wang Bohu's message had taken effect. Immediately 3 people contacted Tang Yu to see if he would truly exchange 10 bowls of nourishing lamb soup for those items. The 3 of them sent over the information of the items they possessed. 2 survivors had a wall-breaking hammer and a sprayer, which were necessary materials for upgrading the generator set and the hiding place walls. They quickly completed the transaction with Tang Yu. Thus, all the material conditions for upgrading the hiding place wall to an insulated wall from level 1 to level 2 were met. As for the items needed for the generator set, after acquiring the sprayer, only a thermostat remained. Coincidentally, this thermostat was in the hands of the 3rd survivor seeking a trade. Tang Yu had been quite happy initially, but upon seeing the other party's request for 15 bowls of nourishing lamb soup, his expression turned subtle. His greatest concern had indeed materialized. Thinking it over, Tang Yu replied, "City Tang Yu, brother, 10 bowls of lamb soup is already a high price. How about it?" This was a probing question. Supply station Duan Shui, come on. Isn't that what you've been looking for? I nearly died to get this item. 15 bowls of lamb soup is non-negotiable. Looking at the other party's reply, Tang Yu's gaze flickered as his eyes rapidly shifted between this person's avatar and message, analyzing the underlying implications. He desperately wanted this thermostat, but the other party's attitude clearly indicated they were trying to take advantage of him. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tang Yu pursed his lips. He could still manage 15 bowls, or as long as he could acquire this item, it would be worth it. City Tang Yu, alright, let's trade. However, to his surprise, the other party remained silent for a long time, and only after a minute did a new message arrive. Supply station Duan Shui, it seems I might be the only survivor with this item. Now I've changed my mind. Oh, I want 30 bowls of lamb soup. Tang Yu immediately closed the message box from this guy and blocked him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that such greedy individuals would never be satisfied. Tang Yu was certain that if he agreed to the 30 bowls, this guy would immediately raise it to 50. Supply station Duan Shui. Interesting, I'll remember you. This was the second name Tang Yu had noted down. The first name was Sandy. He had never been one to repay kindness with kindness. He believed in repaying grievances tenfold. Especially in this apocalyptic game, good people certainly wouldn't last long. Now, during the first round of disasters, as they were born in different regions, he would slowly take note. There would surely be opportunities in the future. He steadied his emotions. Perhaps as compensation for Tang Yu, someone immediately traded with him for confidential information. However, the other party wanted to trade not only for 10 bowls of lamb soup, but also requested a submachine gun. Tang Yu agreed without hesitation, as confidential information was exceedingly rare. He directly traded one of the 2 silenced submachine guns he had delivered at the hospital. This transaction went very smoothly. Now the only items he needed were a confidential document and a thermostat. After quickly skimming through the private messages without finding the resources he needed, Tang Yu emptied his private message box and continued to wait for new messages. He also took out the upgrade materials for the hiding place wall. Hiding place wall, insulated type, level 1. Type hiding place facility. Effect reduces temperature loss in the hiding place by 60, silent 40. Next phase, hiding place security level 2, ventilation duct level 2, generator set level 2, wall breaking hammer X1, a toolbox X1, metal parts X5, foam, ceiling glue X10, a duct tape X5, wires X15, and a pack of screws X3. Upgrade time 120 minutes. Current upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes, the wall immediately transformed into a light screen. It will be completed in 2 hours, not bad. Now only the intelligence center and generator set remain. With a slight sigh, Tang Yu was not discouraged. Checking the time after such a long period of transactions, it was already 3:30 p.m. After looking through the private message box again and still not finding the confidential information or thermostat, Tang Yu returned to the resting area and burrowed back into his bed. It was time to conserve energy. Tonight's operation was crucial and Tang Yu needed to ensure he was in good spirits and physical condition, setting an alarm for 7 p.m. Tang Yu closed his eyes, gradually stabilizing his breathing, while he rested for the night's operation in the supply station area. Duan Shuai, who had just been blocked by Tang Yu, waited for a while, and not seeing a reply from Tang Yu sent him a message. He was greeted with a prompt indicating he had been blocked. Immediately, he opened his private message box. Duan Shuai, big brother, that Tang Yu blocked me. Did we ask for too much? After a few seconds, the other party's message finally came through. Lu Qingming, damn, that Sandy person is so unreliable. Oh, she said this Tang guy would spare no expense for something he desperately needed. Lu Qingming, forget it. If I'm blocked, I'm blocked. I'll contact that Tang guy again tonight. Didn't you just agree to 15 bowls of lamb soup? Tonight I'll ask for 15 bowls. This fool doesn't even know how to profit. It's a waste of him having such good stuff. Inside the hideout, silence reigned absolute. Only the occasional crackle of burning logs in the hearth and the low hum of the generator broke the stillness. A faint rhythmic snore drifted softly from the heated brick bed. The alarm chimed, 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu stretched languidly, yawned wide, then sprang upright and hurried to the bathroom for a swift wash and rinse. He opened his private messaging inbox, still no offers for the 2 items. Suppressing a wave of disappointment and urgency, he noticed an intriguing message from Wang Haoyu. Hand discoloring mushroom. Category fungus. Effects within 30 minutes of ingestion. Dosage-dependent abnormal states may manifest: gastroenteritis, neuropsychiatric disturbance, hemolysis, renal necrosis, rhabdomyolysis. Description: a delicacy renowned for its exquisite flavor, so compelling that many repeatedly risk poisoning to savor it. Note: heating above 100 C for 30 minutes reduces toxicity by 95, rendering it safe for consumption. Administer the antidote serum immediately upon poisoning. Gastroenteritis. Type: abnormal state. Effect: I stamina 50, O vitality 40, health 30. Effect 2: after 20 minutes, a 30 chance of dehydration and hematemesis, causing life force to drain at 7 points per second. Neuropsychiatric disturbance. Type: abnormal state. Effect: hallucinations accompanied by acute cognitive impairment. Hemolysis. Type: abnormal state. Effect: I stamina 30, health 30, O vitality 40, wounds fail to clot. Effect 2: after 15 minutes, a 15 chance of fatal collapse and unconsciousness. Rhabdomyolysis. Type: abnormal state. Effect: I movement speed 30, A reaction speed 25, carrying capacity 80. Effect 2: when firing weapons, a 20 chance exists that recoil will inflict self-damage. Severity determined by the weapon's recoil magnitude. Tang Yu's face lit with delighted surprise. It was the hand discoloring mushroom, and those listed effects were astonishingly potent. Before his transmigration, he'd once tasted it, and spent an entire night conversing romantically with his family's dog. After that, he swore off it forever. But now, his eyes gleamed with quiet calculation. His fascination with such bizarre curiosities was deepening, rapidly. Used wisely, they could yield extraordinary results. City Tang Yu, how many do you have? All of them now? Forest Wang, how you ha? Knew you'd love this. A friend gathered these just days ago. He still has about 20 more. I'll get them for you right away. Tang Yu blinked. Another friend. Last time it was sandalwood, also from a friend. Did this man truly know that many people? Within 3 minutes it was done. Wang Haoyu sent a trade request. Tang Yu glanced. 27 hand discoloring mushrooms. Without hesitation, he transferred 2 bowls of mutton soup. City Tang Yu, save anything else this interesting for me. Forest Wang Haoyu, got it. Won't disturb you further. Closing the interface, Tang Yu stowed all 27 mushrooms into his backpack space. He entered the kitchen and ate a bowl of invigorating mutton soup, steeped with ginseng, angelica root, and goji berries, granting him the vigorous vitality buff and reducing stamina expenditure by 30 while boosting strength by 20 for 2 hours. He noted the hideout wall had successfully upgraded to level 2, thicker, denser, and markedly more formidable. Its defensive properties had likewise intensified. Then he began assembling his gear. It was now 7:15 p.m. 3 hours and 45 minutes remained until 11 p.m. The central trading tower lay roughly 3 kilometers from Garden Station Metro. Time was already tightening. Primary weapons. PP-90-101 Keter B, suppressed submachine gun. AK-101 assault rifle equipped with tactical flashlight laser combo 1, CQB-5. 56-45 muzzle brake, 1 monster. 232 Scope 1, RVG Vertical Foregrip 1. Mosin-Nagant Sniper Rifle. Plus full ammunition reserves and fully loaded magazines for all firearms. Secondary weapon Stechkin APB, Suppressed Automatic Pistol. Melee weapon 6 KH-5 Bayonet. For thrown ordnance, Tang Yu placed the entire grenade crate, packed with hand grenades, into his backpack, including 2 modified RGO grenades embedded with steel ball bearings and 2 flashbangs. The crate occupied only a single inventory slot. He also stored the 388 64-slip briefcases retrieved earlier from room 903 of Somu Hotel into his backpack space. Together with his original 35-slot container, the Camel Travel Backpack, his backpack now held 5 high-capacity storage units. Also stored were 15 standard remote-controlled emulsion explosives, 5 modified variants, 10 gum-shaped emulsion charges, and miniature detonators specifically designed for the gum charges. Stealth gear Cloak of Nightfall and Blackface Mask. Armor Protection Ballistic Vest, with Level 5 armor plates, Level 4 Ballistic Helmet, Level 2 Reinforced Combat Boots Type 07A Tactical Gloves. Auxiliary Gear Ballistic Goggles, Digital Headset. Combat Support Items Paralytic Toxin, 25 doses, 1 towel, and assorted utility supplies, each carefully selected for potential use. Medical Supplies Field Surgical Kit Trauma, First Aid Pack, Ibuprofen Analgesic Tablets. Rations Invigorating Mutton Soup, Purified Water, Can Meat Energy Drink. He packed every item into his backpack space, then donned his ultra-low temperature freezer suit engineered for extreme cold resistance. This suit would be his lifeline against the polar blizzard en route to the trading tower. Once fully sealed, including the air-breathing respirator, he strode down the corridor toward the hideout's main entrance. He paused, glancing back one last time at the interior of his sanctuary, then turned forward. In his eyes now burned only sharp resolve and unyielding fortitude. He reached the entrance door and pushed outward. That fierce clarity vanished, replaced by pure, dumbfounded confusion. Why wouldn't it budge? This time he drove his shoulder into the door with full force. Crack! And he tumbled headlong out of the hideout, carried along by the splintering door. Staggering to a halt, he whirled, and saw at the wall where the entrance had been was now encased in thick, unyielding frost. Not just that wall. The entire metro station resembled the interior of a deep freeze chamber, its surfaces uniformly glazed in heavy crystalline ice. Understanding dawned. Though shielded from direct burial by the blizzard, the station hadn't escaped the cold's dominion. The city itself had been locked in glacial stasis. Outside temperature had plummeted to 65 C. Without this suit, frostbite would already have claimed him. After a brief, sobering pause, he set off toward the metro entrance. Though barely past 7 o'clock, the sky over Luo City had already swallowed all light, pitch black and starless. Garden Station's entrance was buried beneath snow nearly 1.5 meters deep. Countless flakes swirled violently in the shrieking wind, lifting veils of white mist. Tang Yu dug through the drift, then retrieved his electric snowmobile from backpack space. Clambering onto its seat with effort, he oriented himself and twisted the throttle. Instantly, the snowmobile eased forward, pivoted smoothly, and vanished soundlessly into the howling blizzard. Above, snow fell relentlessly. Beneath, the gale erased every trace of its passage. Within moments, the metro entrance bore no sign of recent passage. Only endless pristine white. At the trading center of Luo City, the trading hall is shrouded in darkness as the entire city's power supply has been halted due to the extreme cold. A group of over 20 refugees is gathered around a large bonfire, warming themselves by the flames. Do you really think Cabin is that strong? He was ambushed by the boss and still managed to fight back, and over 80 of our brothers died, said a refugee wearing a clown mask, shoving the neck of a whiskey bottle into a hole in the mask and taking a swig. The companions around him laughed and cursed. Clown, can't you take off that broken mask? Hey, no way. I love clowns. Another person chuckled, glancing at the staircase, then whispered, You think Dogmeat usually sends us to occupy different territories, but today he called us back. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up and looked at each other. This person noticed everyone's attention was focused on him, smiled, and leisurely took a sip of his drink. Damn it, stop stalling. If you don't speak soon, we won't listen. Wait, I'll tell you right now, he chuckled. He then whispered, Listen up. No one is allowed to spread rumors. Yesterday, Dogmeat didn't actually kill Cabin, as he said today. What? Cabin is still alive? Someone exclaimed, showing a look of shock. This news was completely different from what Dogmeat had told them earlier in the afternoon. Others also displayed expressions of astonishment. Didn't expect that. We were all fooled by Dogmeat. Everything he said was nonsense. The person spoke with a smug look. Let me tell you, my cousin was also at that battle last night, and you wouldn't believe how brutal it was. Shut up. Stay on topic. What's the situation with Cabin? The others reminded him again. The person reluctantly continued. My cousin said Cabin escaped through the sewers. Not only did he escape, but over 10 of his men ran away with him. That's why Dogmeat called us back. As soon as this was said, the other refugees understood Dogmeat's plan. He was afraid Cabin would come after him and called them back for protection. Damn, I knew that fat pig was up to something. Alright, we're back now. Let's drink. We can discuss the rest later. The clown mask called out, handing a drink to others. Come on, let's drink. Half an hour later, under the influence of alcohol, this group was already swaying. In the warmth of the flames, they took sips of alcohol and bites of food from the pot intermittently. I can't hold it anymore, I need to take a leak. The clown mask struggled to get up and stumbled towards the restroom. In this damn weather, it doesn't matter where you go, just don't freeze yourself. Get lost. You think I'm like you? The clown laughed and cursed. However, when he reached the restroom, he suddenly was no longer in a drunken state. Instead, he pressed his body against the bathroom door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Confirming that no one was following him, he then approached a urinal and retrieved a piece of paper and a red cloth strip from the gap behind it. Just as he was about to open the paper to see its contents, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Even though he was wearing extreme cold combat gear, he couldn't help but shiver. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. There was someone in the restroom. But wait. He had confirmed that everyone downstairs was by the bonfire drinking. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Then a towel appeared over his mouth and nose, causing his whole body to go numb and unable to move. Tang Yu, dressed in a night cloak and a black mask, looked at the paralyzed refugee on the ground with a thoughtful expression. He had infiltrated here a long time ago and had been observing these refugees from outside, waiting for an opportunity. This clown was one of his primary targets due to his erratic behavior, which was hard not to notice. He confirmed through the virtual map that the other refugees were still by the bonfire. He then bent down and picked up the piece of paper and the red cloth strip from the clown-masked refugee, examining their contents. In the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on Tang Yu's face as he glanced at the clown mask on the ground, his eyes filled with shock. Damn, how come all the refugees are traitors and spies? The note read, if you want to ally with the butcher boss after getting the first floor drunk, find a way to deal with the guards on the second floor of the trading hall before 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the butcher boss will come through the front door to slaughter the dogs. Remember to wear the red armband on your left arm and go to assist. Tang Yu was deeply shocked by this revelation. The butcher was indeed ruthless, wanting to take the opportunity to eliminate the enemy, while Dogmeat was weak. This was clearly a cunning old fox, and he had even developed traitors within Dogmeat's ranks, and not just one. The person who wrote this note must have a high status. It's likely that they were the one who led Dogmeat to Cabin last night. A bold idea surged in Tang Yu's mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. This idea was simply too insane. He then looked at the clown mask lying on the ground, still paralyzed, and through the 3 holes in the mask, he could see the fear and despair in the other's eyes. Tang Yu compared their heights and body types, nodding slightly, as they were quite similar. He then began to search the clown-masked refugee for all his equipment and belongings, placing them into his backpack space, while keeping an eye on the positions of the other refugees on the virtual map. Glock 17 X1 6H5 bayonet X1, level 2 bulletproof, vest X1, F1 grenade X3, sterile gauze X2. This guy's main weapon should be in the trading hall, leaving only some personal items behind. Tang Yu then stripped the refugee of his coat, including the clown mask on his head. He dragged the refugee into a toilet stall, stabbing the bayonet into his heart for a quick kill. After pulling the bloodied bayonet from the refugee's chest, he wiped it clean on the other's clothing before putting it back in his backpack. The refugee lay face down, blood pooling from his chest into the already frozen toilet, quickly congealing in the extreme cold. Damn, this smells so bad. Tang Yu looked at the now slightly yellowed mask with a face of disgust and repulsion. He took a bowl of mutton soup from his backpack, finishing it in a few bites, refreshing the duration of the yang energy rising state. Only then did he remove the black mask and the night cloak. After doing some mental preparation, he put on the refugee's coat and mask. Looking in the restroom mirror, he found the difference was not significant and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced back at the lifeless body of the refugee. Tang Yu closed the stall door, opened the window he had previously shut, allowing the cold wind and falling snow to disperse the lingering scent of blood. He then mimicked the walking posture of the clown mask, swaying as he approached the group of refugees. As Tang Yu staggered into the trading hall, "Clown, I thought you fell in and was coming to fish you out," a refugee shouted at Tang Yu with a slight lisp. "Nonsense. I found something good. Look at this," Tang Yu said, deliberately unclear, while lifting up something he had in both hands. All the refugees were already in a drunken state, dazed and bleary-eyed. Under Tang Yu's intentional mimicry of the clown's speaking tone, they failed to notice anything amiss. All their gazes were fixed on the items in Tang Yu's hands, and they soon revealed expressions of surprise. At the sight of the items in Tang Yu's hands, all the refugees burst into delighted astonishment. Whoa, canned meat and mushrooms. Clown, where on earth did you dig these up? He dodged their outstretched hands with theatrical flair and chuckled. Ha ha ha, I found them behind a flower pot outside the restroom. Some sly fellow must have stashed them here secretly. Lucky us. Huh, brilliant clown. These bastards in the main camp sure live easy, fresh mushrooms no less. Meanwhile we'd kill for a single can. Enough talk, get it boiling in the pot quick. Time to feast. Exactly. Tang Yu stopped evading. In an instant the refugees snatched the canned beef and the Amanita Caesarea-like mushrooms from his hands, and immediately began slicing the fungi with combat knives. What kind of mushroom is this? Why is it turning blue? Could it be poisonous? Tang Yu scowled. Shut it. If you won't eat it, hand it over. I know what I'm doing. You lot. Have any of you even seen wild mushrooms before? Fair point. We still can't tell lettuce from leeks. Why overthink it? Dig in. Right? How long has it been since we laid eyes on fresh food? As the mushrooms and canned beef simmered in the pot, Tang Yu's masked eyes narrowed slightly, but his voice rang out loud and clear. Don't even think about grabbing first. I found this food. This dish mustn't boil too long, or it'll lose its flavor. Anyone who tries to snatch it, don't blame me if I snap. Hearing this, the other refugees scoffed outright. First grab, first serve. Tang Yu grinned nonchalantly, while simultaneously scanning the refugee distribution map in his augmented vision. On his snowmobile ride here, he'd already noticed Me-Dog had clearly learned from yesterday's ambush by cabin 3 sentry posts now occupied the second floor's most advantageous vantage points inside the trade hall, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Precisely because of this, and the 20-odd new refugees recently added to the trade building, Tang Yu deliberately took a wide detour, circling far around to approach the building's rear facade. After stowing away the snowmobile and cold-resistant suit, he braved the blizzard barehanded, relying on the Yangtze surging, buff the cloak of night, and his black face mask, to slip through a bathroom window. This stealthy entry succeeded only because the polar blizzard had plunged the entire city into total blackout, pitch darkness granting him perfect cover. Glancing at his chronometer, 9:20 p.m., less than 40 minutes remained before Butcher arrived. His gaze flickered toward a refugee who clearly led the group. Shall we send some up to the sentries? The man blinked, momentarily stunned. They're meat dogs, man. Let them freeze or starve. You want to deliver it? Go ahead. Tang Yu grinned, a low, quiet chuckle. Minutes later, the pot bubbled vigorously. A rich aroma, savory beef and earthy mushrooms, drifted through the air. All nearby refugees instinctively swallowed hard. Tang Yu grabbed a stainless steel basin, ladled half its volume full of steaming beef and mushroom broth, and strode toward the stairs. No sneaking bites while I'm gone. Wait till I return, especially for those mushrooms. Understood. The refugees laughed and nodded. Yet the moment Tang Yu vanished around the stairwell's corner, every single spoon shot into the pot, converging greedily on the tender beef chunks and fragrant mushrooms. Even as he ascended, Tang Yu's peripheral vision had already caught their movement. His eyes narrowed. Then he paused deliberately at the landing for 2 full minutes before continuing upward. Upon reaching the second floor, his gaze settled on the nearest sentry, huddled deep within thermal blankets and insulated sleeping bags, idly scanning the trade building's exterior. A cigarette dangled from his lips, its glowing ember pierced the night like a crimson star. Tang Yu shook his head faintly. Refugees were truly unreliable. The sentry spotted him instantly. What do you want? Huh, just boiled up some beef fan mushroom soup. Brought it up to warm you fellows up. Those upstairs don't care about us, so we must care for ourselves. No need to stand on ceremony. It's all yours. His words clearly startled the sentry. Beef and mushroom soup. As Tang Yu approached, the sentry stared at the steaming basin and inhaled deeply. The rich mouth-watering scent made his throat twitch involuntarily. Quick, call your brothers down for a hot sip. Guard duty won't suffer 5 minutes delay. You've got a whole night ahead. Honestly, if cabin does show tonight, just watch the main entrance. That's your best bet. We've got your back. The sentry glanced at Tang Yu, surprised, then gave a slight nod. He raised a hand to his mouth and let out a sharp, piercing whistle. Within minutes, 2 more men appeared, both visibly surprised to see Tang Yu. Lamezi, what's with the sentry duty? Why call us up? Duty can wait a moment. This brother brought us a whole basin of beef fan mushroom soup. Eat up before we freeze solid. The 2 men's eyes locked onto the basin, and their demeanor transformed instantly. They clapped Tang Yu on the shoulder, calling him brother, without hesitation. All right, dig in, you two. Without hesitation, the trio gathered round the basin and devoured the meal ravenously. Smells incredible. What kind of mushroom is this? Who cares? When was the last time we tasted anything fresh? Watching them eat, Tang Yu checked his chronometer again. It read precisely 9:35 p.m. He smiled, waved farewell, and descended. True to expectation, only 2 beef chunks remained in the pot upon his return. Huh, clown, you're late. Yu. At Tang Yu's feigned outrage, everyone roared with laughter. Drink up, drink up. Tomorrow I'll treat you to something even better. As 10 o'clock neared, every refugee was thoroughly intoxicated, not just by alcohol, but also by the neurotoxic effects of the Amanita caesarea-like mushrooms. Each staggered in mental fog gripped by vivid, shifting hallucinations. Holy hell, boss, when you grow horns. I want some too. Bullshit. There's a fairy whispering to me right now on boss's head. Haha. Drink, drink. This liquor's fantastic. It leaps right into my mouth on its own. Meanwhile, Tang Yu moved fluidly among them, joking, bantering, patting one on the back, rifling through another's pockets, all with practiced ease. The sentry upstairs, hearing the commotion below, leaned over the railing and called down, "Brother, what's going on down there?" "Nothing serious, just fooling around. I'm keeping them in line. Don't worry, I've got this under control." Perhaps swayed by the earlier gift of food, the sentry didn't question further. "Got it, brother, you handle it." And with that, he retreated back to his post. Tang Yu's expression, however, bloomed into a serene, knowing smile. F1 grenades 28. RGD-5 grenades 8. Stun grenades 5. AKM assault rifles 5. Vepr hunter carbines 2. Vepr KM carbines 2. MP9 submachine guns 5. AKS-74U short assault rifles 6. Various pistols 22. Travel pack 1 2-slot capacity 1. Assorted magazines 43. Melee weapons 22. Bank office key 1. Supermarket manager's office key 1. Corner clinic radiology room key 1. Rolex gold watch 1. Apocalypse credits 163000. By the time he completed his circuit, nearly every portable asset the refugees carried had vanished into his pack space. Ballistic vests and ammo pouches were abandoned, too time-consuming and too risky to remove. Tang Yu gazed regretfully at the delirious, incoherent refugees. Pity. If I eliminated them all, might my refugee's Bane title, currently commandeer, finally level up? No choice. The clock's ticking. He rose swiftly and headed toward the rear of the trade hall, the staircase leading upward to Meat Dog's stronghold in the trade building. Turning the corner, he pressed his back against the wall. His chronometer flashed 1000 p.m. Exactly. Glancing back at the refugees still laughing and toasting beside the fire, a subtle chilling smile curved his lips. Rest easy. Your legacy is now mine. Then he strode briskly into the stairwell and began his ascent. Outside the trade tower, inside a nearby building, the butcher checked the time. Time's up. Everyone moves out now. Storm the trading hall directly. Speed is critical. The sentries should already be neutralized. If you encounter anyone with a red armband on their left arm, do not kill them. They're allies. Understood, boss butcher. Tang Yu walked alone through the deserted stairwell of the trade tower. On his virtual map, aside from the vagrants clustered in the trading hall, all remaining hostiles were concentrated on the 20th floor. At its center stood a vast suite, most likely where Rugu was holed up. A massive central hall was ringed by 5 smaller rooms. Currently, only 2 red blips appeared in the hall, and just one other, the largest room, where Rugu must be. The remaining 40 to 50 vagrants were scattered across other rooms on that floor, though this number did not match Wang Bo, whose earlier estimate. Still, Tang Yu deduced these were likely the 20 or 30 survivors from last night, while the rest had probably remained at the main camp. Rugu truly fears death, he sneered inwardly, glancing again at the distribution of vagrants on his virtual map, and then at the time 1001 a.m. I must accelerate. The butcher's assault would begin any moment. Tang Yu sprinted upward 2 steps at a time. Just as he reached the 19th floor, bang, 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 gunfire erupted, shattering the stillness of the night and echoing through the trade tower. Thanks to Tang Yu's earlier warning, the second-floor sentries had indeed shifted their vigilance toward the front entrance of the trading hall. So when the butcher's squad emerged onto the street before the hall, they were instantly spotted. His men opened fire without hesitation. Gunshots exploded across the square. Meanwhile, the 24 vagrants on the first floor, already gripped by hallucinations, reacted instinctively to the gunfire, scrambling for cover. Yet under the dual afflictions of delusion and cognitive impairment, their movements devolved into pure chaos. 3 sentries fell swiftly. When the butcher's team stormed into the trading hall and beheld over 20 vagrants babbling incoherently to themselves, they froze, for a heartbeat only, before resuming their grim duty. Rat-a-tat. A hail of bullets swept across the floor. Every vagrant collapsed. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of vagrants poured in from the snow-draped streets outside, flooding the trading hall. By then, the 3 second-floor sentries had already been eliminated. Now the butcher's forces fully controlled both the first and second floors. Flanked by his lieutenants, he strode in, cigar clamped between his teeth, clad in heavy polar combat gear, a snow fox fur scarf wrapped around his neck. His gaze swept across the sprawl of corpses. A cold smirk curled his lips. As expected, Rugu commands nothing but trash. And at that moment, a subordinate approached. Boss, no red-armed informant was found and the sentries weren't cleared. What do we do? Irrelevant, the butcher waved dismissively. He must have his reasons. Didn't you notice? All their weapons are gone. The man blinked in surprise, then followed the butcher's gaze toward the fallen vagrants. Indeed, not a single weapon remained among them. He knelt and searched further. Not just weapons. Every piece of gear except body armor and ammo pouches has vanished. Recalling the vagrants' bizarre behavior moments earlier, his expression shifted to dawning realization. That explains why they acted so strangely when we entered. It must have been the informant's doing. Though puzzled by the phrase, strangely, the butcher asked no questions. Enough. Rugu will respond soon. He's outnumbered. Let's move. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, having ascended during the lower floor firefight, had already reached the 20th floor. Remarkably, power still flowed here. The floor glowed brightly beneath electric light, and the low hum of generators vibrated through the walls. The sounds of battle below jolted every vagrant on the 20th floor into alarm. Rugu's voice boomed down the corridor. Hurry, grab your weapons. It's cabin. If he seeks death, we'll gladly grant it. Dozens of vagrants surged through the hallway, buckling armor, checking magazines, loading rifles. Shouts, curses, and the clatter of gear filled the air. Wearing a jester's mask, Tang Yu slipped seamlessly into the throng, heading deeper inward. As he passed a doorway, a figure lunged, yanking him violently inside. The door slammed shut and locked behind them. Startled, Tang Yu drew his suppressed pistol muzzle leveled at the stranger. Only then did he register the man's pallid complexion and the unnerving depth in his eyes. Unfazed by the weapon, the man spoke icily. Why did you come up alone? Wasn't your task to bring others up and clear the sentries? Why is there fighting now? Tang Yu instantly understood this was the mole who delivered the note to the jester. Before Tang Yu could fabricate an excuse, the man's eyes narrowed, shifting, sharpening. Tang Yu knew instantly at this distance the deception had failed. His identity was exposed. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Tang Yu reacted without thought. 2 rounds to the chest, 1 to the head, cutting off the man's cry before it escaped his throat. You knew too much. A suppressed pistol isn't silent, but muffled by the door, its report dissolved effortlessly into the hallway's cacophony, leaving no ripple. He scanned his virtual map, confirming no one had noticed the incident. All vagrants had now fanned out along the east and west stairwells, erecting defensive positions. Desks, chairs, and debris were piled thickly across the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors, creating a deliberate buffer zone, while a second line of fortifications rose between the 19th and 20th. This revealed Rugu wasn't entirely incompetent. Armed vagrants crouched behind makeshift barricades on the 19th floor waiting for the invaders. Relieved, Tang Yu knelt and stripped the corpse of all usable supplies, stowing them into his backpack's spatial compartment, then began methodically looting the room. Clearly the man had suffered grievous wounds recently. Tang Yu recovered numerous trauma treatment items, but nothing rare or high tier, only common essentials. Yet what caught his eye was the backpack stored in the closet, a compact 5735 slot model. A rare find indeed. Until now, Tang Yu owned only one such 35-slot pack, the Camel Travel Pack. This brought his total to 2. Its contents thrilled him. Every item was valuable, even several he'd never possessed before. Wooden Clock 1. Golden Rooster 2. Golden Egg 6. Tattered Antique Book 1. Bronze Lion Statue 1. Beneath the man's pillow, Tang Yu discovered a device resembling an old pager. Information receiver. Type: rare item. Effect: receives encoded transmissions exclusively from an information transmitter. Transmission range: 2000 meters. Tang Yu's brow lifted slightly. His eyes gleamed. A fine acquisition. This must be how he received the butcher's orders. But a receiver alone is useless without its transmitter. Yet his gaze flickered. Then he slid the information receiver into his coat pocket. Tang Yu checked the historical information on the receiver and found that it had been entirely cleared. After all, with an insider like this, leaving evidence behind was a sure path to death. He looted all the supplies in the room, dragging a blanket from the bed to cover the corpse and blood on the floor. Tang Yu then left the room. At this moment, the corridor on the 20th floor was nearly deserted. The refugees were all hiding near the stairways on either side, preparing to ambush the intruders. The dog soldier was also fully armed, hiding behind cover on the 19th floor. He had heard the sounds of cabin and his group coming up the stairs somewhere not far below, either on the 17th or 16th floor. Damn it, if only the knife was here. The gaze of the dog soldier held a fierce intensity. Just yesterday, the knife had been shot to pieces by Kaban's machine gun while trying to save him, leaving him without anyone he could trust. His eyes subtly scanned his subordinates, narrowing slightly. With such a commotion, that guy Gue Lien should be arriving soon. If he stands by and does nothing, don't blame me for destroying everything. You I can die, but you won't live well either. By now it was around 10:15. On the virtual map, Tang Yu saw the butcher's team had stopped near the 17th floor. They had also discovered the dog soldier's intention to prepare for a positional battle. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Yu continuously moved through the various rooms on the 20th floor, casually grabbing a piece of chocolate from the table and popping it into his mouth. Wearing a clown mask with an exaggerated smile, he hummed softly, "The sun is shining brightly, flowers smile at me, little birds say good morning, why are you carrying explosives to blow me up?" Every time Tang Yu entered a room, he would clear out all the supplies while installing the remote-controlled emulsified explosives at the previously researched optimal explosion points. Activating the remote control mechanism for the explosives, he pulled various plants, chairs, tables, and other items around him for simple concealment before moving to the next room. The locations where these explosives were installed had been meticulously studied by Tang Yu. They were not easily detectable, but would surely cover most of the 20th floor when detonated. Originally, this was a gift he had prepared for the dog soldier. However, he hadn't expected the butcher would come looking for trouble with the dog soldier tonight. Well, then he could take this opportunity to deal with that old schemer. Otherwise, Tang Yu was genuinely worried that this guy, once aware of his existence, would take some crazed actions. He believed the remote-controlled emulsified explosives would provide them with an extraordinary experience. After finishing with the explosives, Tang Yu arrived at the central room on the 20th floor, a place he had always been curious about. The dog soldier, as the leader of the refugees, should have quite a stock of high-end supplies. However, as soon as he stepped into the hall of that room, Tang Yu's movements paused slightly. His face then became extremely serious, and his breathing became somewhat irregular. This was because on the virtual map, 3 new light points appeared in the trading hall on the first floor, which had initially been completely empty. 2 were red and black, and 1 was pure black. Cultists of the Evil God. This name he had just learned from Wang Bohu today. However, this wasn't the first time Tang Yu had seen them. I didn't expect it to be so lively tonight. This is really interesting. Regaining his composure, Tang Yu refocused his attention on the room in front of him. Even if the cultists of the Evil God were formidable, they had only just entered the trading hall, and it would take them some time to come up. Moreover, there was also a butcher in the mix. However, he also had to quickly gather the supplies here. This place would soon become a battlefield, and he had no interest in getting involved in a fight. This room was enormous. Aside from the central hall lit by the refugees' fire, there were 5 or 6 suites. Tang Yu went directly to the room closest to the passage, opened the door, and looked inside. Tang Yu was shocked. What the hell? This is a weapons depot. In the trading hall, Gue Lian, accompanied by 2 cultists of the Evil God, stared at the corpses of the refugees lying by the bonfire with no expression on his face. Even without a close examination, Gue Lian could tell that these people had shown no signs of resistance or counterattack when they died, and some even wore expressions of surprise and astonishment. However, his gaze quickly caught sight of a dark blue mushroom that had fallen to the ground and was stepped on. After carefully identifying it, he threw the mushroom back onto the ground. Mushroom. Without discussing where this cursed weather had brought a mushroom from, one could say there was no place in this Quello city that would have mushrooms. This is not the time before the apocalypse when fresh vegetables and fruits could be found everywhere. Something is off. A flash crossed Gue Lian's mind, recalling the scene in the subway tunnel where the black dog had died. This feeling seems a bit familiar. Could it be that the one who killed the black dog is among this group of invaders today? Then the ones showing up today must be those who have been causing trouble these past few days. Does the key on the black dog also belong to this person? A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and the coldness in his gaze intensified. Let's go. Tang Yu looked incredulously at the room full of weapon boxes before him, unable to suppress his excitement. Some of the weapon boxes had already been opened, revealing firearms inside that hadn't been taken. AKS-74 NAX, 74 AKMS. This box of weapons was evidently all AK series, not brand new, but about 80 to 90% new. Even so, it made Tang Yu extremely excited. His gaze shifted to other weapon boxes. This box was filled with various models of handguns. Take them all. This pair of boxes is for submachine guns. Take them, take them. 5 boxes of grenades. Take them. 18 boxes of ammunition. Take them all. Damn, there's even a shotgun. How could I let this slip by? Take everything. Thus, when Tang Yu stepped out of this room again, apart from the 4 walls, the room was completely empty, cleaner than a rat's nest. Plucking the feathers of a passing goose was nothing compared to this. This is so thrilling. With an excited heart, Tang Yu walked straight to the next room. This room was filled with food and drinking water as survival supplies, all stored in large plastic boxes. Tang Yu was too lazy to look again, directly taking everything. The next room was filled with medical supplies, but compared to the food supplies, there was significantly less. Nevertheless, it still filled 4 large boxes. Still, he took everything, planning to count it all later when he returned. At this point, only 2 rooms were left to search. One was the room where the dog soldier often stayed, and the other housed a massive generator currently operational. Tang Yu went directly to the dog soldier's room. It was evident that due to the butcher's attack, the dog soldier was in a very hurried state. The room was in disarray. However, when Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the wall opposite the entrance to the room, his mouth slowly widened and the smile on his face grew larger. "I can't believe it. I struck gold." As he looked around, directly opposite the door was a wall filled with various valuable items, at least 20 or 30 in total. There were 3 bronze lion sculptures found by Tang Yu from the trader. A glass cabinet was filled with more than a dozen Rolex gold watches. The remaining items included gold necklaces, antique vases, and cat god statues. Tang Yu was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated that the meat dog, as the leader of the refugees, would be quite wealthy, but he never expected to find so many precious items. Of course, it was also possible that the meat dog had a particular fondness for these valuable items, which is why he collected so many and displayed them in his own room. Otherwise, a normal person should understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. But Tang Yu didn't care about the meat dog's intentions. Now these items all belonged to the Tang family. Due to the large quantity, Tang Yu took out a 64-slot suitcase he had prepared in his backpack space. He then opened the glass cabinet and began his scavenging work. It took him 2 suitcases to gather all these valuable items. Tang Yu then turned his gaze to the other items in the room. There was actually a weapon rack originally meant to hold 3 weapons, but now only 2 remained. The other one must be with the meat dog. The brand new weapons caught Tang Yu's attention, and he hurriedly approached the weapon rack to inspect them. SV-98 Sniper Rifle Type Sniper Rifle, occupied slot 6 by 1 recoil, vertical 158, horizontal 498, effective range 1000 meters, firing mode single shot, rate of fire 30, accuracy 0. 55 caliber 7. 62 by 54 millimeters, are default magazine 7. 62x54 are 10-round SV-98 polymer magazine. Description: designed as a bolt-action rifle fed by a magazine, it is meant to eliminate important enemy targets within 1,000 meters. MP-133 Shotgun Type Shotgun, occupied slots 5 by 1 recoil, vertical 278, horizontal 410, effective range 70 meters, firing mode single shot, rate of fire 30, accuracy 21. 31 caliber 12 by 70 millimeters, default magazine. MP-133X6 12-gauge 6-round chamber. Description: the MP-133 pump-action shotgun is a reliable and practical weapon for hunting and self-defense, featuring a rare classic empty chamber lock function. Good weapons, good weapons. Tang Yu caressed the 2 firearms, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Especially that sniper rifle, the gleam of the carbon steel barrel made it seem like an unparalleled weapon. Since the last time he used a Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle to shoot a black gun, he had developed a fondness for the thrill of a headshot. The more he looked at this weapon, the happier he felt. The best part was that this gun came with a bipod, greatly reducing the difficulty of use for Tang Yu. With no time to marvel, he noticed 3 weapon boxes nearby, which should hold the 3 weapons that belonged on the rack. Tang Yu put these 2 guns into the weapon boxes and directly stored them in his backpack space. Next to these 3 large boxes was a slightly smaller weapon box. When Tang Yu opened it, he found it contained the scope for the sniper rifle. SIG Tango 6 T16 by 24 30 millimeters, scope type scope, occupied slots 2 by 1, zeroing distance 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, target range 1500, modes 2 types. Oh wow, it was actually a 6x magnification. He closed the box and stored it in his backpack. He also stored the weapon rack next to it, as his hideout was in need of a place to display weapons. It didn't matter that it couldn't fit now. When the hideout space expanded in the future, it would be fine. Just as he was about to leave, he instinctively glanced at the virtual map. His footsteps suddenly halted. He approached a 4-drawer cabinet and pushed it hard, revealing a small safe hidden in a wall cavity. Wow, I almost left without noticing. Thankfully, I had the experience from the hospital director's office that made me cautious. This safe was clearly on a completely different level from the one in the director's office. Aside from a keyhole, there were no other locks. However, looking at the thick steel plate of the safe, it wouldn't be easy to open without a key. And the key was undoubtedly with the meat dog, but Tang Yu didn't feel it was too much trouble. He pressed his right hand against the safe, and the next moment it disappeared, already appearing in his backpack space. Tang Yu then discovered that the 4-drawer cabinet was also an item container similar to a warehouse. Most surprisingly, he found inside confidential information. Tang Yu was overjoyed. He had actually found his last piece of confidential information under such circumstances. With this, all resources needed to upgrade the information center to level 2 had been gathered. How could this not excite and thrill him? He gathered everything. In the end, Tang Yu looked at the meat dog set of sofa, coffee table, and the boss chair and desk, which were quite nice, and he stored them in his backpack space. Thus the meat dog's room had been completely looted by Tang Yu, resembling a locust swarm or a feather plucked from a goose. The entire room was left empty save for the four walls. At that moment, the butcher, after a brief preparation, finally launched an attack on the meat dog. The two groups engaged in fierce gunfire in the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors. In an instant, the entire trading building was enveloped by the sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions. Tang Yu also saw through the virtual map that 3 cultists had reached the 16th floor, very close to the butcher's team. The time was already 10:35 with only 25 minutes left until 11. I need to hurry. He entered the last room, standing in front of the large generator. This thing looks quite advanced, but it should have the thermostat. He attempted to see if he could store it in his backpack space, but clearly he was overthinking. The generator did not budge. It could also be that the generator was connected to various wires by the refugees and secured, causing the failure to store it. Tang Yu was pondering how to obtain the thermostat. A refugee came running with a flatbed cart, dashing into the room where the ammunition boxes were previously stored. The gunfire was intense on both sides and ammunition was in high demand. But when this refugee rushed in and saw the room, cleaner than a rat's nest, he was instantly dumbfounded. He thought he had entered the wrong room and stepped back to check again. Dumbfounded again. What the hell? This is the place, no mistake. The problem is, where's the ammunition? Just as the refugees stood bewildered, stunned to find their ammunition and firearms vanished without a trace, Tang Yu's clown-like face peered out from the generator room. Hey brother, what are you looking for? Startled to discover someone else present, the refugee nevertheless seized upon Tang Yu as if he were a lifeline. Brother, we urgently need ammo, but the armory is completely empty. The moment the words left his mouth, the refugee's expression shifted to suspicion as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu. Wait, that's not right. Everyone's stationed in the east stairwell defending. What are you doing here? Tang Yu replied with palpable impatience. Don't even ask. Big brother Rugu personally sent me to locate the thermostat for this generator. Said he'd need it shortly. What? You don't believe me? Go ask him yourself. I certainly didn't volunteer. I'd rather not be here at all. If he hadn't ordered me to find it, why would I possibly be standing in this room? The refugee fell momentarily speechless, then muttered under his breath, damn it. Why assign this to me? Why send some outsider instead of someone who actually knows what he's doing? He then turned sharply toward Tang Yu. Step aside. The thermostat's behind you. See that component connected to the water line? That's it. Tang Yu followed the man's gaze, and there it was, the thermostat, identical in shape to the image Duan Shui had sent him earlier. Oh, thanks, brother. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a suppressed pistol materialized in Tang Yu's hand. 2 muffled thwips followed. 2 crimson holes bloomed on the refugee's forehead. As the man crumpled to the floor, eyes wide with disbelief, Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Thank you, my friend, for warming my heart. He hummed the lyric absently, his eyes already gleaming with focused intensity upon the generator's thermostat. Inside the eastern stairwell between floors 17 and 18, Butcher's expression darkened. This couldn't continue. His forces had already expended nearly 30% of their ammunition. Though his numbers outnumbered Rugu's by more than double, the narrow confines of the stairwell rendered numerical superiority all but meaningless. Compounding the problem, Rugu's men held the high ground and struck downward with lethal precision. Butcher keyed his radio, contacting the subordinate commanding the western assault. When he learned the western front had also stalled into deadlock, he knew decisive action was imperative. At this rate, even with superior numbers, his forces would bleed away slowly like oil poured drop by drop into fire. He withdrew his information transmitter, preparing to relay instructions to his inside contact, only to hear his western subordinate's voice crackle urgently over the radio. Boss, it's Gwillian. He's attacking us from behind. There's a sniper among them. And Rugu's intensified his assault. We can't hold much longer. What do we do? Damn it. How did Gwillian get here? He despises Rugu above all others. Yet Butcher knew reflection could wait. Survival demanded immediacy. Hold your ground. I'm sending reinforcements now. Watch for your moment. The instant Rugu's position falters, push upward with everything you've got. He ended the transmission and spared no further hesitation. Everything hinged on this turning point. Meanwhile, Tang Yu studied the humming generator, pondering how to extract the thermostat, while the machine remained fully operational. A faint vibration pulsed against his thigh. He retrieved his information receiver, and there it was, a single message displayed on its screen. Attack the enemies in the eastern stairwell to clear our path upward. 2 stark sentences. There was no doubt the message came from Butcher. So the old schemer's finally desperate. Glancing at his virtual map, Tang Yu confirmed the western stairwell battle was ferocious. Butcher's men reduced to barely 20 survivors within minutes. Originally, Butcher had deployed 40 to 50 fighters on each flank, while Rugu's defenders numbered only 20 per side, resulting in a tense, evenly matched stalemate. Now, however, Gwillian accompanied by two cultists of the abyssal deities, had flanked the western unit and launched a devastating rear assault, instantly shifting the tide of combat. Each strike from the trio felled one refugee. At this pace, the western engagement would collapse within minutes. So, he plans to eliminate the eastern defenders first, then pivot to crush the western force in a pincer movement. Classic. Indeed, a master of shadows. Yet Tang Yu's gaze drifted back to the whirring generator, and an idea crystallized. He checked the time, 10:45 p.m. There was still time. He wrapped the thermostat tightly in a towel. Then a grenade appeared in his palm. After pulling the pin, he wedged it deep into a crevice of the generator, far from the thermostat's housing. In 3 swift strides, he bolted from the room and took cover. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion shattered the generator into jagged shrapnel and ignited spilled fuel into roaring inferno. The entire 20th floor power grid collapsed, plunging the building into absolute darkness. Only the faint flickering glow of emergency flares below illuminated the western stairwell. Rugu heard the blast and saw the lights die in the stairwell. Instantly, he grasped the truth: the generator was destroyed. Damn it. Everyone, press the attack. Eliminate those bastards below now. 2 people, go check what happened up there. Hearing Rugu's command, the refugees redoubled their assault, crushing Butcher's men beneath relentless pressure. Even the eastern defenders faltered, leaderless and disorganized. Chaos erupted. Though puzzled that no assault came from the east, Butcher clearly heard the mounting clamor and shouts echoing down from above. He recognized the opening and seized it. All units, fall back to floor 17. Breaching team, deploy flashbangs now. At Butcher's order, every fighter except the frontline tactical operators retreated to the 17th floor, huddling behind walls, hands clamped tight over ears. Seconds later, under covering fire from the breaching team, 4 or 5 flashbangs arced upward. Crack, 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 crack. Their detonation unleashed shrieks of agony from over 20 refugees overhead, raw, guttural, unbearable. Go now, Butcher roared, surging forward. From his vantage behind a corner, Tang Yu surveyed the smoldering wreckage of the generator and sighed almost wistfully. Time had been too short. Given more leeway, he wouldn't have resorted to such brute force improvisation. But there was no time for regret. His virtual map revealed both factions now reeling, reshaped entirely by that single grenade. He rushed back into the generator room, stepping over pools of burning fuel, then spotted it immediately: the towel-wrapped component still attached to severed water piping. Unfurling the towel, he verified the thermostat was intact, the exact item he needed, and swiftly secured it inside his backpack's spatial compartment. A relieved smile spread across his face. It wasn't easy, but at last, it's mine. Tang Yu had just secured the thermostat when, via his virtual map, he noticed the Butcher's subordinates rapidly falling dead near the western stairwell, while 2 of Rugu's hounds were sprinting toward his position. He knew this location was no longer tenable. Meanwhile, the eastern stairwell presented the opposite scenario. Rugu's men were being swiftly eliminated by the Butcher, who had already seized the defensive emplacement between the 19th and 20th floors. The time now read 10:50 p.m. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yu retrieved the crimson armband he'd acquired earlier from a restroom in the first-floor trading hall and fastened it firmly around his left arm. He then dashed toward the eastern stairwell, his movement instantly detected by the 2 vagrants who had just entered the 20th floor, their flashlight beams snapping toward him. Who's there? Seeing him still running, they opened fire immediately. Yet Tang Yu had already vanished around the corridor's corner, slipping sideways. Just in time, bullets slammed into the wall. Go tell the boss, someone's breached the eastern stairwell, came a vagrant's shout. Tang Yu pivoted around the corner and arrived at the fire door entrance to the eastern stairwell, pressing his back against the wall. He did not step out immediately. The Butcher and his crew, having clearly heard the gunshots and frantic footsteps moments earlier, now knew an intruder stood precisely at the 20th floor stairwell entrance. They all remained concealed behind their defensive emplacements on high alert. Studying their positions on the virtual map, Tang Yu raised his voice and shouted inward, "Is Boss Butcher present? Don't shoot, it's friendly. I'm here to assist you. The forces stationed at the western stairwell are about to be wiped out by Rugu's men. I sabotaged the generator earlier, and they've discovered it. We must move now, or it'll be too late." At the sound of Tang Yu's voice, the Butcher's eyes narrowed. "Enough shouting, step out now." Tang Yu replied without hesitation, "Understood, Boss Butcher. Please hold your fire." As he emerged from the fire door, hands raised high, he subtly tilted his body, ensuring the crimson armband on his left arm would catch the Butcher's gaze at once. The instant Tang Yu stepped through 7 or 8 tactical flashlights pinned him, forcing his eyes instinctively shut. The Butcher spotted the crimson armband immediately and gave a slight nod. With a curt forward sweep of his right hand, 30 to 40 subordinates streamed past him into the 20th floor, swiftly establishing firing positions. If Tang Yu's account held true, Rugu's forces would soon appear on this floor as well. The butcher approached Tang Yu with a faint smile. How exactly did you incapacitate those men on the first floor so utterly? Still testing me. The old fox, Tang Yu thought, though his expression shifted into an awkward self-deprecating grin. Boss Butcher, I kept them drinking heavily, then laced their food with a potent toxin that induced vivid hallucinations. Once disoriented, I relieved them of their weapons. As for the upper floor sentries, I truly bear no blame. They refused all sustenance, thereby undermining your own plan. Hearing Tang Yu's account match precisely what had unfolded downstairs, the butcher was now convinced this young man was indeed the mole. It followed that Xiezi, currently embedded beside Rugu, must have dispatched him to sabotage the generator and rendezvous with the butcher's advance. Even the jester mask atop Tang Yu's head now struck the butcher as oddly fitting. This lad handles matters competently, perhaps worth cultivating in time. Mentally noting this, he declared aloud, very well, you'll stay at my side. He strode forward. Tang Yu watched the butcher's retreating back, suppressing an intense urge to put a bullet in that treacherous old skull, though the moment was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, Rugu had just riddled his final opponent with bullets, when one of his lieutenants rushed over with urgent news. Boss, the generator was deliberately destroyed. After we discovered it, the saboteur fled straight to the eastern stairwell. Goalian, shouldering an elaborately customized precision rifle, advanced across the carnage, with the sole remaining cultist of the abyss arriving at Rugu's side. After hearing the report, Goalian turned to Rugu and remarked dryly, look at your men. All turncoats. Those on the first floor were poisoned into submission, surrendering without resistance. Rugu showed no reaction. Indeed, Goalian's intervention had been decisive. Without him, their forces would still be locked in stalemate. The eastern stairwell is almost certainly lost. Our ammunition is critically low. Our immediate priority is seizing the armory. At Rugu's command, the entire unit surged into the 20th floor, advancing stealthily toward the central armory. The floor lay shrouded in near total darkness. Only the generator room and its adjacent furnace cast faint flickering light from burning fuel. Yet no one dared activate tactical flashlights. They crept forward inch by inch, blind in the gloom. Goalian gestured silently to the cultist behind him. They both fanned out, seeking optimal vantage points and waiting for the perfect moment. Goalian lowered his helmet-mounted night vision goggles. Suddenly, the impenetrable blackness resolved into crystalline clarity. Gripping his precision rifle, he moved swiftly to an elevated firing position with unobstructed sightlines. Through his scope, a laser designator, visible only to those wearing night vision, appeared in his field of view. He was fully prepared to engage. Rugu joined him, voice grave. I suspect this isn't cabin. After last night's battle, he couldn't possibly muster such numbers. You mean? Goalian's expression betrayed no surprise. Such overwhelming force could never belong to cabin alone. If not cabin, then only one man remains. Rugu ground out the name Butcher, then turning sharply, boy, do you know why they call me Butcher? Watching Rugu's men maneuver on his night vision display, the butcher turned to Tang Yu and asked, why do they call you Butcher, boss? Tang Yu responded promptly, playing his part flawlessly. The butcher gently tapped the shoulder of the subordinate ahead of him, his voice low and deliberate. Because anyone who becomes my enemy dies without exception. Not one survives. In the next instant, 7 or 8 grenades arced through the air from the frontline vagrants, landing directly at the enemy's feet. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire erupted in concert with the detonations. Vagrants on both sides opened fire, taking cover behind opposing corners of the corridor. Tang Yu, anticipating the blast, had already retreated to the fire door of the stairwell. Seizing the chaos of the exchange, he produced 2 modified remote-controlled emulsion explosives, peeled off their adhesive backing, and slammed them hard onto the wall, activating the remote detonators. He then closed the stairwell's fire door, pulled out 2 grenades, removed their safety pins, and carefully rigged them to the door handle with thin cord. This crude yet effective booby trap was a technique he'd learned earlier that day from Wang Bo-hu, how to neutralize cultists of the abyss. With preparations complete, Tang Yu glanced once more at the virtual map, assessing troop positions on both sides. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he bolted up the stairs toward the rooftop terrace. Old fox, I hope you enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. He reached the roof quickly. The iron gate was fortunately unlocked. Scattered cigarette butts littered the ground, suggesting this had long served as a favored smoking spot for vagrant lieutenants. Tang Yu checked the time, 10:58 p.m. In one fluid motion, he ripped off the jester mask and shed his vagrant coat. From his backpack's spatial compartment, he swiftly donned his full gear, layering the Rabbit brand military greatcoat over everything. Then he consumed a bowl of invigorating mutton soup, resetting the yang qi surging buff. The clock struck precisely 11:00 p.m. A gleam of fierce anticipation and exhilaration flared in Tang Yu's eyes. Then, with steady resolve, his right hand pressed forward against the metal door barring his path. the heavy sealed gate leading to the rooftop. The iron door unexpectedly did not budge when pushed by Tang Yu. He took 2 steps back and then kicked forward with force. His heavy military boots struck the iron door, causing it to momentarily hesitate before being kicked open by the already frozen metal. At the very moment the door swung open, an endless torrent of wind and snow rushed toward Tang Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce blizzard lashed against Tang Yu's face through the crack of the door. The snowflakes, which usually felt harmless, struck his face like countless slaps under the force of the storm. Under the influence of the extreme cold air, Tang Yu began to have difficulty breathing. Ice crystals rapidly formed on his eyebrows and hair. At this moment Tang Yu had no other thoughts. He braved the overwhelming blizzard, pushing his body out of the door frame. With one hand gripping the metal doorknob swaying in the wind and snow, he used the other to hold onto the door frame, exerting all his strength to pull himself back. Bang! When the metal door finally shut, the blizzard he had just experienced felt like a nightmare. Tang Yu gasped for breath. His body instinctively shivered. It was not just the cold, it was fear. He had truly been terrified by the overwhelming storm that had surged toward him. This was also his first encounter with the true nature of a natural disaster. Humanity seemed utterly insignificant. On his way to the trading building, Tang Yu had been secretly pleased, thinking that this extreme cold disaster was nothing extraordinary. But now, witnessing the true horror of the polar blizzard disaster, he realized how foolish he had been. Tang Yu even doubted that during the entire 3 days of the polar blizzard disaster, this moment of calamity was the actual intensity of the storm. The extreme cold disaster at other times was merely a simplified version designed to allow the new survivors to cope. It was fundamentally 2 levels of disaster difficulty. Recognizing this, Tang Yu quickly shed his gear and put on the deep freeze extreme low temperature suit. Just now, due to the effect of the Yangqi rising buff, the extreme cold temperature had not affected Tang Yu much, but the impact of the wind and snow and the difficulty of breathing had a significant effect on him. Now only this suit could withstand such intensity of the polar blizzard. His time was running out. The maximum difficulty polar blizzard would only last for 15 minutes. After that it would enter a calm intermission. Tang Yu had already wasted 3 minutes. He dared not delay any further. Disaster artifacts only existed during the peak of the disaster, so Tang Yu could not gamble on whether the artifact would still exist after 15 minutes. He could not afford to take that risk. Donning his air-breathing mask and taking a deep breath, Tang Yu's gaze became incredibly sharp. He was determined to obtain this disaster artifact. With all his strength, he forcefully pushed open the metal door. The blizzard immediately pushed him back a step, but he was prepared. Gripping the door frame with both hands to stabilize himself, he braced against the blizzard and stepped out of the stairway, finally standing on the rooftop of the trading building. Feeling the pitter-patter sounds of the wind and snow hitting his breathing mask, Tang Yu scanned the rooftop for signs of the disaster artifact. Suddenly his gaze froze. Beneath the breathing mask, Tang Yu's mouth slightly parted, his eyes revealing shock, awed disbelief, and endless joy. At this moment, what blizzard? What doomsday game? What meat dogs, butchers, grim faces, and mysterious people? None of it mattered anymore. His eyes were filled only with the polar snow lotus blooming beautifully amidst the endless blizzard right in the center of the rooftop. A pure white snow lotus bud emitted a faint glow in the raging blizzard, illuminating a clear 2-meter radius around it. The once roaring blizzard became exceptionally mild and calm as it approached within 2 meters of the polar snow lotus bud. From Tang Yu's perspective, it seemed as though an invisible barrier enveloped the polar snow lotus bud, protecting it from the ravages of the wind and snow. However, Tang Yu knew the truth. It was merely that the blizzard did not wish to harm it. He quickly approached the polar snow lotus bud, stepping into the 2-meter radius. As soon as he stepped in, he no longer felt the impact of the blizzard. Even his previously tense and excited emotions calmed down in an instant. Tang Yu noticed that a Calm Mind buff had appeared on his status panel. Calm Mind type buff status. Effect 1. Calms emotions and relieves mental pressure. Effect 2. Focus 20, intelligence 5, health 15. What the heck? Tang Yu's previously calmed mind surged once again. Am I going crazy? I haven't even done anything yet. Just standing here grants me a buff. And the effect of this buff immediately reminded Tang Yu of a very suitable use. The explosive making skill effect is very powerful, but every time Tang Yu creates explosives, he is filled with anxiety. If from now on, every time he makes explosives, he has this calm mind buff, the chances of accidents would surely decrease significantly. What a good thing. When Tang Yu stood before the polar snow lotus, its information also appeared on his panel. Polar snow lotus type, disaster artifact. Appearance conditions, extreme cold disaster world apex. Effect 1. Consuming it grants permanent cold resistance 60, a permanent frostbite resistance 60, and permanent health limit 50. Effect 2. Drinking after soaking grants permanent dizziness resistance 60, permanent blindness resistance 60, and permanent intelligence 20. Description: this is a legendary plant that only appears under extreme weather conditions. It is a must-have for every plant enthusiast life list. Growth maturity countdown 3 minutes, 47 seconds. Note: must be harvested successfully within 1 minute of maturity and cannot touch any non-natural items or it will wither immediately. Tang Yu's eyes widened at the various permanent attribute enhancements listed on the panel. My goodness, is this really a disaster artifact? However, when he saw the last note, he immediately realized, this is not the time for me to contemplate these things. Cannot touch any non-natural items. Then I will just use natural items. Looking at the countdown, which still had 3 minutes and 35 seconds left, Tang Yu quickly opened his private message and searched for a person's avatar. He clicked in. Tang Yu sent a message: brother, are you online? Urgent help needed. His heart tightened with anxiety. It was already late, and under the blizzard most survivors retired early. Resting served two purposes: conserving time and minimizing bodily heat loss to preserve scarce resources. As he monitored the countdown to the polar snow lotus's bloom, Tang Yu kept his eyes fixed on the chat window. His mounting anxiety nearly overrode even the calming effect of the mind-clearing focus technique. Fortunately, within seconds a reply arrived. Wang Haoyu from the forest god of the universe. What's wrong? Speak. Tang Yu exhaled in relief and hastily conveyed his request. Tang Yu from the city, brother, I urgently need a wooden box roughly 30 by 30 centimeters. Pure wood only, no synthetic or non-natural materials whatsoever. Can you make it? And ideally a matching wooden spatula and wooden tweezers as well. Wang Haoyu from the forest wood only. Easy. Just a moment, I'll have it ready right away. Relieved by Wang Haoyu's prompt response, Tang Yu finally relaxed, though the countdown now stood at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. He withdrew his focus and glanced at the virtual map of the 20th floor. He discovered that combat still raged fiercely on both sides, yet the butcher's original force of over 40 had dwindled to barely 20. Meanwhile, the meat dog faction retained some 15 combat-ready members. Tang Yu was stunned. This made no sense. The butcher held clear numerical superiority and had even eliminated several vagrants with grenades at the outset. Why then did his side now appear disadvantaged? Tang Yu quickly identified the source each time the black dot, the heretic priest of the evil god, known as Guilian, emerged to strike. One of the butcher's fighters fell. The man was a flawless marksman. Every shot found its mark. Tang Yu felt a chill creep up his spine. He suspected the butcher must feel even more helpless than he did. And indeed, as Tang Yu surmised, the butcher stared at yet another fallen comrade beside him, fury and despair warring in his chest. Damn, Guilian, must you oppose me at every turn? He could scarcely believe that one man alone had reduced his force from nearly 100 to fewer than 20. The butcher knew he could not endure this any longer. He pulled out his information transmitter once more and sent a message to his mole still embedded with the meat dog faction. Eliminate Guilian immediately. Desperation overrode all caution. If the mole perished, so be it. So long as Guilian and the meat dog were taken down, the losses would still be bearable. Alas, he remained unaware that his so-called mole had already been neutralized by Tang Yu, and thus his message would never receive a reply. Tang Yu, for his part, had no energy left to spare for the butcher. Wang Haoyu from the forest god of the universe. I've delivered. Please inspect it. Wang Haoyu sent the items directly via private trade, asking for nothing in return. Tang Yu, however, paid no mind to such trivialities. He retrieved the wooden box from his private mailbox and confirmed it matched his exact specifications. Only then did he breathe easy. The countdown now showed 30 seconds remaining. Crouching low, Tang Yu placed the box beside the polar snow lotus. In one hand, he held the wooden spatula, in the other the wooden tweezers. His gaze locked unblinkingly onto the countdown panel. 25, 24, 23, 3, 2, 1. At last the countdown reached 0. Under Tang Yu's rapt gaze, the snow lotus, until now tightly furled, began unfolding its petals one by one like a shy 16-year-old maiden lifting her face for the first time. Its delicate purity shimmered with quiet sanctity. The faint luminescence that had previously emanated from the bud now flared into a gentle, radiant white light spreading outward in soft waves. Tang Yu was instantly enveloped in that luminous glow, and 3 crisp mechanical chimes rang out. Survivor Tang Yu has borne witness to the birth of a cataclysmic marvel, awarded the common title, Darling of the Cataclysm. Survivor Tang Yu, having endured countless trials, has at last discovered the legendary treasure of the Cataclysm, the world's rarest marvel, earning the achievement Cataclysmic Wayfarer, increasing regional legend status by 1 point. Survivor Tang Yu, bathed in the natal radiance of the cataclysmic marvel, the polar snow lotus, receives permanent enhancements: max HP 50, stamina cap 20, health 20, vitality 20, frost resistance 50. Simultaneously, a new buff appeared in Tang Yu's status panel. Blessing of the Snow Lotus, type beneficial status effect immunity to blizzards and extreme cold movement speed on snow 20 duration 2 hours. Holy! Tang Yu's mind went utterly blank, overwhelmed by the sheer volume and magnitude of the rewards. This is what they call a cataclysmic marvel. Yet he retained enough presence of mind to recall his most urgent task and immediately checked the polar snow lotus's harvest countdown. Only 48 seconds remained. Good, still on time. Without hesitation, Tang Yu used the wooden tweezers in his right hand to gently grasp the stem of the polar snow lotus, while the wooden spatula in his left dug briskly around its roots. The excavation proceeded flawlessly. The stem snapped cleanly under the spatula's pressure. Strangely fresh soil, unaccountably present, covered the 2-meter radius surrounding the polar snow lotus atop the trade tower. Absurd, but Tang Yu had long since grown accustomed to the apocalyptic game's surreal mechanics. Even if a second polar snow lotus sprouted before his eyes, he wouldn't blink. Holy! Tang Yu froze utterly dumbstruck. There, precisely where the first snow lotus's stem had been severed, a new flower was already emerging, growing at an unprecedented pace. Within 5 seconds, it completed its entire life cycle, sprouting, growing, blooming, and withering, each stage unfolding in roughly 1 second. As the second snow lotus wilted, a black seed, peanut-sized, dropped from its withered calyx, rolled twice across the snow, and came to rest at Tang Yu's feet. Tang Yu felt a strange itch behind his temples. What in the world was happening? Was this some kind of buy one get one free? But now was no time for bewilderment. He carefully placed the freshly harvested polar snow lotus into the wooden box, then used the tweezers to retrieve the black seed and place it inside as well. Only after sealing the box and stowing it safely in his inventory did Tang Yu exhale fully, relief washing over him, even as dopamine surged through his brain, filling him with euphoric clarity. A deep weariness settled in. These past 2 days had demanded relentless calculation, patience, and opportunistic precision. Now at last he had secured this extraordinarily rare cataclysmic marvel. Yet every ounce of effort had been worth it, not merely for the polar snow lotus itself, but even for the permanent stat boosts granted by its natal light. Still, rest would have to wait. Tang Yu strode swiftly to the trade tower's edge. Tonight's objective had only been half fulfilled. His attention returned to the virtual map of the 20th floor, where battle still raged in brutal stalemate. A subtle smile curved his lips. The second objective was now his to claim. Tang Yu currently bears the buff's blessing of the snow lotus and ascending yang vitality, and he also has a permanent enhanced cold resistance of 50. The polar blizzard no longer affects him. Snowflakes sweeping across the sky become docile within a 1-meter radius of Tang Yu. Fierce cold winds turn into a gentle breeze within a meter of Tang Yu, barely brushing past him. Therefore, he did not return to the rooftop stairwell. Instead, he remained on the trading building's rooftop terrace and began changing gear. He stowed the cold-proof suit in his backpack space. That suit had served him well today. He donned his level 5 ballistic harness, over which he wore the night cloak. He fitted the black mask and digital headset onto his head. He was ready. The time read 1114. He could feel the storm's fury rapidly waning. Without hesitation, he withdrew a large item from his backpack space, unfolded it, and assembled it quickly. As soon as he finished, the blizzard overhead abruptly ceased. Even the snowflakes vanished. A lull with no wind had arrived. Tang Yu connected the hook on the apparatus to the belt fastened at his waist. Everything was in place. He raised his hands, drew 2 deep breaths, then dashed toward the rooftop edge. 1 step, 2, 3, 10. Tang Yu reached the edge, pushed off with both feet, and leapt forward. In the next moment, he glided into the sky like a nocturnal owl, silent and swift. Tang Yu was flying. He cried out in exhilaration, drinking in the streets and the silhouettes of tall buildings below, then glanced back at the enormous triangular wing behind him. Unpowered triangular hang glider. Rarity rare special item. Effect 1, it automatically grants proficiency in flying the unpowered triangular glider. Effect 2, improves midair stability, enhances directional control, and reduces the impact of air currents on the glider. Description: a toy for the brave, an abyss for the timid. Warning: please launch from altitudes above 50 meters. This was the very item Wang Bohu had given him this morning. When Tang Yu first saw the item, he had imagined this very scene, though back then he had only thought to use it to escape. Now other ideas filled his mind. Tang Yu gripped the glider's frame, steered an arc through the air, and headed for the street in front of the trading building. Fortunately, the trading building was the tallest in the area. Other buildings topped out at about 10 stories. Riding the final seconds of the windlass window, the glider descended to roughly 3 meters above ground. Tang Yu plunged headfirst into the deep snow, quickly folded the glider, and stowed it in his backpack space. The trading building's entrance lay 50 meters away. With the help of a snowmobile, he soon reached it. He entered the building's west stairwell and climbed swiftly. The west stairwell was controlled by Ro Go and Guilin. From his virtual map, Tang Yu saw that all the marauders were concentrated on the 20th floor, so he did not restrain his pace, but hurried to the 15th floor as fast as possible. From there he could clearly hear gunfire and even the murmurs of the marauders. Tang Yu halted, moving stealthily with his body pressed to the wall as he climbed. His virtual minimap scanned at full power. The passive skill stealth operation took effect. At the same time, the night cloak and black mask conferred their effects upon him. He melted into the darkness. On the 20th floor, both sides exchanged fire cautiously. Only sporadic shots rang out. One reason was that both sides were short on ammunition. Another was Gillian's menace, which had put the marauders on Tufu's side on edge. More than 20 minutes after Tang Yu had left, Tufu noticed that Rogo's inside man had been silent for too long and finally sensed something amiss. "Where's that kid?" Tufu asked the underling seated on an ammo crate. "Boss who?" "The one who brought us in." Tufu had a bad feeling. After searching, someone reported, "Boss, that guy's gone." "Did he run?" "Damn it, send someone to check it out." Upon Tufu's order, a marauder nearest the stairwell's fire door ran to it and tried to push it open, but it would not budge. He took a rune up and kicked it hard. The fire door flew open and the force sent 2 grenades skittering, ricocheting off the opposite stairwell wall. They bounced back and landed at the marauder's feet. A tactical flashlight swept downward. Their faces went pale. The next second, an explosion. Boom. Tang Yu, who had reached the 19th floor, heard the explosions and realized grenades had detonated in the east stairwell. Time to speed up. He used the chaos caused by the blasts among Rogo's group to quicken his ascent. But most of his attention was fixed on the cultist priest of the Dark God. Fortunately, the priest was positioned deeper inside, so when Tang Yu reached the 20th floor's stairwell fire door wall, he still drew no notice. The fire door stood wide open. Inside, Rogo's voice could be heard, issuing low commands. Tang Yu's virtual map showed that Tufu's men had suffered heavy losses in the earlier blasts. They were already pulling back and concentrating toward the stairwell. The explosions had shattered Tufu's morale. They were preparing to withdraw, but Tang Yu would not allow that outcome. With a flick of his palm, the phone that detonates remote emulsified explosive charges appeared in his hand. The phone displayed the number 20, corresponding to 20 remote emulsified charges. On the virtual map, Tufu, flanked by his men, had just come near the stairwell fire door. Tang Yu quickly tapped 2 digits. The next moment, the 20th floor shuddered violently. 2 powerful detonations left Rogo and Gillian stunned. They could not fathom what Tufu was doing. What was happening on the east side? Why were explosions occurring in succession? Especially the 2 recent blasts. Their intensity was clearly beyond what grenades could produce. For a moment, they stared at one another. Rogo reacted quickly, immediately organizing men to make a push and end the fight. But Tang Yu already knew the outcome as the explosions occurred. He stowed the remote phone in his backpack space. 2 remote emulsified charges reappeared in his hand. Modified, he attached them directly to the walls on either side of the 20th floor's west stairwell fire door as a contingency. He had not engaged the cultist priest directly and was wary of him. Then the final modified remote emulsified charge appeared in his hand. With the other hand, he again took out the remote phone and shifted his position to the optimal throwing angle. Tang Yu hurled the charge hard into the corridor beyond the fire door, where personnel were most densely packed. He then rolled and scrambled, racing down the stairs. As he rounded the stairwell corner, Tang Yu slammed the phone's detonation button. Boom. With the detonation of the remote emulsion explosive modified, a colossal shockwave erupted, propelling dozens, even hundreds, of steel pellets in all directions. 5 full seconds elapsed before Tang Yu staggered to his feet. His attention snapped instantly to the virtual map. A faint smile curled at his lips. The blast yield of the remote emulsion explosive modified had far exceeded his expectations of the nearly 20 vagrants who had once crowded the 20th floor corridor. Most now lay lifeless. Only 3 or 4 dim red blips remained flickering on the map, thanks ironically to Rogo's tactical misstep. Having gathered his subordinates together for a desperate charge against the butcher, he had unwittingly delivered them straight into Tang Yu's kill zone. Rubbing his tender elbow joint, Tang Yu wore a wry, pained smile. The explosion had been so violent it hurled him headlong down the stairwell, sending him tumbling all the way to the 19th floor before he came to rest. As a result, he sustained his most severe external injury of the day, an elbow contusion. Yet the thought of the vast spoils awaiting him instantly transformed his gaze into gleaming dollar signs. He had schemed for hours, maneuvered meticulously, and now at last harvest time had arrived. Tang Yu sprinted upward without hesitation. But just as he ascended 5 steps, his expression hardened. His body flattened against the wall, and an AK-101 assault rifle materialized in his hands, leveled squarely at the 20th floor stairwell entrance. For on the virtual map, 1 dim red blip concealed beneath it a deeper, more profound darkness, a shadow that defied ordinary detection. It was a cultist priest of the abyssal deity, Guilin. Damn it! You actually survived that. Are you trying to defy heaven itself? Tang Yu inwardly cursed. He feared this cultist priest more than any other foe. Whether from Wang Bo, whose intelligence, or his own visceral instincts, each appearance of the man radiated crushing, suffocating pressure. Now motionless, Tang Yu fixed his stare on the black blip, analyzing its position and behavior with razor focus. Clearly Gui Lian had detected Tang Yu's ascent. The noise had betrayed him. The black blip remained utterly still, overlaid by the same faint red one. Tang Yu instantly grasped how Gui Lian had evaded annihilation. Gui Lian had taken cover precisely at a corridor corner. The moment Tang Yu hurled the remote emulsion explosive modified, he must have spotted it. In desperation, he'd pivoted behind the corner and dragged a vagrant in front of him, using the man's body as a living shield against blast force and shrapnel. Thus arose the current standoff. The vagrant shielding him likely survived only because the corner absorbed most of the steel pellets and concussive force, and because Gui Lian wore a bulletproof vest. Even so, the man was barely clinging to life. Gui Lian's intent was unmistakable: to lurk behind the dying vagrant, waiting for Tang Yu's arrival, and deliver a lethal ambush. A master of the Lao Lu art, stealth, deception, and ruthless opportunism. Unpredictable, unavoidable. Yet, his every move was already laid bare on Tang Yu's virtual map, exposed without mercy. Tang Yu was a man who played with cheat codes. Once he understood Gui Lian's stratagem, a cold, calculating idea flashed through his mind, and his lips twisted into a chilling smirk. Without further concealment, he resumed climbing the stairs toward the 20th floor, footsteps deliberate, unhurried, perfectly natural. And just as Tang Yu had predicted, Gui Lian crouched low beneath Rogo's massive inert frame, his precision marksman rifle already braced, its muzzle locked onto the corner's edge. The mask that once covered Gui Lian's face had shattered in the blast. A deep gash split his forehead, blood tracing a crimson path down his temple. His left leg, too, bore grievous trauma from the explosion, now numb, devoid of sensation. Yet he registered none of it. Had his physical constitution not far surpassed human limits, the blast wave alone would have pulverized his internal organs, just as it had Rogo's. He slowed his breathing to near silence, ears straining, listening intently for footsteps echoing up the stairwell, gauging distance with predatory precision. Rogo's fading breath, shallow and imperceptible, brushed across Gui Lian's sweat-dampened skin. Closer, closer still. The intruder seemed oblivious, already moving through the floor, rifling through corpses. Probably looting, Gui Lian surmised, since intermittent exclamations reached him. Damn, this AK is insane. This one's good, take it, take it. The sharp, searing pain of returning sensation flared in his left leg. A welcome sign. Come on, hurry up. More loot awaits over here, he silently urged, poised like a hunter awaiting the final fatal step into his trap. He heard it. The intruder approaching the corner, footsteps steady, unhurried. 3 steps, 2, 1. Now. A hooded head emerged from behind the corner. Bang! No, it's not him. Even as Gui Lian realized his fatal miscalculation, a black object hurtled from the corner, hurled with brutal force directly toward him. Before he could react, it struck the ground beside him. No. Boom. Crackly. From behind the corner, Tang Yu crouched, listening to the low-frequency rumble pulsing through his digital earpiece, his narrowed eyes glinting with cold, unrelenting ferocity. At last, when the virtual map showed both the black and red blips extinguished, a thin, merciless smile traced his lips. So, you finally understand who the true Lao Lu really is. At that very moment, a familiar mechanical chime resonated, its tone impossible to ignore. Survivor Tang Yu has slain the regional boss cultist priest of the abyssal deity during the first cataclysm, earning the rare title Nightwalker and 1 regional legend rank. Survivor Tang Yu has accumulated 3 points of regional legend rank during the first cataclysm, unlocking the achievement Rising Legend, granting 1 world legend rank. Whoa. Tang Yu's face flushed with stunned disbelief and ecstatic triumph. A triple reward, achievement title, and regional legend rank, all in one strike. And this time he'd even gained 1 world legend rank. He hadn't imagined the cultist priest of the abyssal deity held such weight, that eliminating him alone would bestow a rare tier title and a full point of regional legend rank. A rare tier title. His previous titles, Vagrant's Bane and Cataclysm's Darling, were merely common grade. This strongly suggested titles followed the same tiered hierarchy as equipment, common, rare, epic. Beyond that he had no knowledge, yet the sheer difficulty of acquiring even a single title was staggering. Take Vagrant's Bane, awarded exclusively to the first survivor to earn the achievement Vagrant Slayer in the game's Novice Edition. Out of the 1,000 players from Blue Planet entering the in-game survival challenge, each month only one would claim it, a 1 in 1,000 chance. An almost unimaginable threshold. As for Cataclysm's Darling, its difficulty was legendary. Tang Yu had spent weeks preparing specifically for it. Only sheer improbable luck had allowed him to seize it. Consider merely entering this vagrant-infested trade tower, enough to deter 99 of all survivors. Turning back to the rare-tier title Nightwalker Tang, Yu murmured Guilian. You were likely the true apex boss of the first cataclysm. The ultimate boss. Tang Yu knew this was no time to examine titles or achievements. He stepped directly over the corpses and approached the location of the ghost face. 2 bodies shredded by grenade fragments lay before Tang Yu. He glanced at the obese bald man, his face marked by a prominent scar. From the man's gear and the thick gold chain around his neck, now embedded in a torso ravaged by steel pellets and shrapnel, it was clear his body had been utterly torn apart. Tang Yu had little trouble deducing that this man was almost certainly Ro-Go, the leader of the refugee camp. Yet the ghost face had acted with chilling ruthlessness, using Ro-Go as a human shield. Indeed, only the ruthless could survive in this apocalyptic world. Never let anyone stand behind me again, Tang Yu silently warned himself. He kicked Ro-Go's corpse aside, revealing the ghost face crouched beneath. Because Ro-Go's body had blocked the blast, Tang Yu's modified RGO grenade struck the ghost face squarely across the upper chest and torso. The ghost face's tactical vest designed to stop bullets was now riddled with holes and craters, pulverized by the storm of shrapnel and steel pellets. His head, struck heated by the grenade, had been reduced to ruin. Yet when Tang Yu swept his flashlight beam across the remains, his gaze snapped rigid, astonishment flashing across his face. Shock and dread mingled with sharp, probing curiosity. Nestled within the shattered skull and mangled brain tissue, a crystalline speck glinted under the light, radiating prismatic hues. Tang Yu hesitated briefly, then clenched the flashlight between his teeth. With practiced ease, he produced a glass vial and a pair of tweezers. Under the steady beam of light, he used the tweezers with meticulous precision, peeling away the milky brain tissue and severed vessels encasing the luminous fragment. Only when the object lay fully exposed did Tang Yu recognize it, a jelly-like substance roughly the size of a cataclysm coin. It resembled bone marrow from ox femurs in his past life, yet infinitely more translucent and radiant, shimmering with iridescent light wherever touched by illumination. Holding the tweezers in his right hand and the vial in his left, he carefully placed the gelatinous specimen inside, sealed the cap tightly, and immediately its data appeared before him. Incomplete neural bridge. Type rare item. Effect direct consumption yields a 70 fatality rate, 20 chance of cerebral pathology, 7 chance of 3 neural development 2. 5 chance of somatic augmentation plus 3 neural development 0. 5 chance of unknown outcome. Description: a spontaneously generated substance found in test subjects who underwent incomplete genetic evolution therapy. Highly sought after, rumored to conceal divine secrets. Inquiries may be directed to XXX. Tang Yu frowned as he read the item's description. Though startled at first, he had already formed a quiet hypothesis about this substance, so its nature held no real surprise. What truly piqued his interest was the redacted location, or perhaps name, mentioned in the text. This was the first time he'd encountered a censored identifier in the apocalyptic game, suggesting the place or person involved was extraordinary. After brief reflection, Tang Yu stowed the vial back into his backpack space. His curiosity about the apocalyptic game deepened daily, and one item, however rare, was hardly decisive. He surveyed the 20th floor, then broke into a broad, unrestrained grin, his lips refusing to settle into anything less than triumph. An entire night. He hadn't imagined succeeding so completely, not even needing the remote-controlled emulsion explosives he'd planted earlier. Such smooth progress owed much to Butcher's sudden assault tonight, not only diverting Ro-Go's attention, but also drawing the ghost face straight into the trap. Thinking of Butcher, Tang Yu hurried eastward to the fire exit, where 2 jagged breaches now gaped in the concrete doorframe, debris and dismembered bodies scattered across the floor. Among the carnage, Tang Yu quickly located Butcher, barely clinging to life. Indeed, Butcher still breathed. His subordinates had absorbed most of the blast, and his distance from the fire exit, combined with sheer luck, had spared him death. Yet survival was near meaningless, though his men shielded him from steel pellets. The concussive force of 2 modified remote-controlled emulsion explosives had ruptured his internal organs. Blood gushed from his mouth in thick, rhythmic surges. A pair of combat boots entered his blurred vision. He strained his eyes upward. All he saw was the blinding glare of the flashlight, forcing his eyelids shut. Old schemer, didn't expect you'd wait just to escort me off. Then, a suppressed pistol materialized in Tang Yu's hand, leveled at Butcher's temple, his lips parting slightly. Rest well, no farewell required. A soft, hollow thud echoed through the silence. Watching Butcher die evoked no particular emotion in Tang Yu. Before the act, countless thoughts had churned, but now, having delivered finality with his own hands, he felt only serene certainty, as if fate itself had ordained it. He began systematically stripping weapons gear and supplies from every corpse, stowing them into his backpack space. When he found collapsible containers, he filled those first, then stored the containers themselves. This unconventional looting method, nested packing, was one he discovered on his first day in the apocalyptic game after killing 2 refugees in a subway station. Perhaps because the initial disaster wave was tailored for newcomers, all acquired gear, even damaged in battle, automatically restored to pristine condition upon being picked up by survivors. That rule still held true. Armor and weapons ruined in the explosion instantly regenerated to full integrity the moment Tang Yu collected them. After enduring the true cataclysmic fury of the polar blizzard atop the rooftop, Tang Yu understood they were only experiencing a heavily diluted version of the game's inaugural disaster wave. Its purpose seemed clear: a transitional phase gently preparing survivors for the unvarnished horror of the true apocalyptic world. Yet a glance at the current survivor count, 398, told a grim tale. Even this beginner wave had claimed nearly 60% of lives. What awaited them in the genuine apocalyptic game? Tang Yu felt no confidence, only sober uncertainty. Over half an hour later, he had scavenged every usable item, from corpses sprawled across the 20th floor down to those littering the stairwells. Finally returning to the ruined generator, he sighed with regret. If only I'd known I wouldn't need to demolish the whole floor, I'd have preserved this unit. What a treasure it would have been. Still from the wreckage, he salvaged numerous high-grade mechanical components. Judging by their technical specifications alone, he knew the parts needed to upgrade his next-generation generator were already secured. Tang Yu combed the entire 20th floor 3 times, retrieving every pre-placed modified remote-controlled emulsion explosive, deactivating their triggers, and returning them to his backpack space. He felt no remorse for having planted them unnecessarily. Even if given the chance to redo it, he would do so again. Having a contingency is fundamentally different from having none at all. In matters of life and death, no preparation is ever superfluous. And now, even his backpack space, augmented by the Mega Tycoon enhancement, was packed to absolute capacity, the sum total of his night's labor. He moved to the western stairwell, cast one last glance at the pitch-black floor and the sea of corpses, and smiled faintly before turning forward. His flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. He stepped out and ran swift and resolute downward. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Tang Yu finally returned to his hiding place with heavy footsteps. It was tough. This was the hardest he had worked since entering the apocalypse game, tirelessly toiling from 7 p.m. last night until now. Tang Yu had collected all the supplies from the 20th floor. With all the refugees having been wiped out, he rode back to the Garden subway station on his electric snowmobile, undeterred by the wind and snow. When he first returned to his hiding place with a full backpack of loot, it was already midnight. Originally, Tang Yu planned to stop here for the day. However, thoughts kept surfacing in his mind about the situations this group of survivors might encounter after the first disaster ended, and they merged into the real apocalypse world, and he could not calm himself. Determined, he unloaded all the supplies from his backpack and set off again. He returned to the trading building and started a thorough carpet-style search for supplies from the 23rd floor. This time, Tang Yu was determined not to let a single pin escape his grasp. From biscuits and bread to electric motors, tea tables, and sofas, he intended to take everything he deemed useful. Every machine case did not escape Tang Yu's clutches. He thoroughly searched each one. He wasn't sure if it was because they were in the midst of a disaster, but after scavenging the entire trading building's machine cases, he surprisingly found 2 graphics cards. This brought the total number of graphics cards in Tang Yu's possession to 7. This quantity was simply absurd. The harvest did not stop there. During the time the trading building was occupied by refugees, many valuable items had been secretly hidden. Among them were valuable items, weapons, ammunition, food, and liquor, with many supplies hidden in the most bizarre locations. The bathroom and the ceiling were the most frequently used hiding places. If it weren't for Tang Yu's ability to lock onto all supply locations within the trading center, he would never have found these. Thus, Tang Yu's harvest this time was simply invincible. His backpack's large capacity was stretched to its limits twice. It took 2 trips to bring these supplies back to his hiding place. The process was arduous and winding, but the harvest was equally helpless, because there was no longer an inch of extra space in Tang Yu's hiding place. Heaven have mercy. His hiding place was a full 200 square meters. In his past life, this was the area many workers longed for. At this moment, Tang Yu could only squeeze sideways to find a winding path leading to other facilities. The originally intended resting area was already submerged by various furniture and appliances, with supplies piled high even on the heated Kong. In the corner where the explosives workstation was located, Tang Yu had piled ammunition boxes to the ceiling, and the ground was covered with hundreds of various weapons, ammunition, and armor. There was simply no time to organize and categorize them, so he could only toss them aside for now. The kitchen was also filled to the brim with various food and drinks, many of which were frozen in the extreme cold, but that did not affect their actual usability. This did not even count the high-level or rare items still stored in Tang Yu's backpack. For instance, the items collected from the Meat Dog Butcher and Ghost Face, as well as the safe that Tang Yu directly packed up from Meat Dog's room along with the equipment from the two evil god cultists. Currently, there were only 3 facilities in the hiding place that did not have supplies stored by Tang Yu Generator Set Intelligence Center Medical Station. Tang Yu took a can of energy drink to slightly refresh himself. He stood in front of the generator set. When he first returned to his hiding place, he had casually started upgrading the generator set. After more than 3 hours, the level 3 generator set had completed its upgrade. The most obvious improvement from before was the increase in fuel capacity, which had gone from 2 barrels to 4 barrels, while the battery's capacity had also been significantly expanded. It could now generate electricity for 5 minutes and stand by for 3 hours. Though it was a joke, it proved the power of the level 3 generator set. At this moment, Tang Yu arrived in front of the intelligence center. Since the level 3 generator set was already in place, it was time to upgrade the intelligence center. However, before that, today's daily intelligence should have refreshed by now. Tang Yu approached the laptop at the intelligence center to extract today's daily intelligence. As the light flickered, a line of text appeared on the laptop. Tang Yu's originally indifferent expression suddenly froze, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Cabin learned that the butcher had gone to attack the meat dog and lost contact, so at 3 a.m., he attacked the butcher's base, the Opera House building in Luo City. Looks like I really won't be sleeping tonight. Tang Yu silently sighed. He decisively upgraded the intelligence center, but this time. Survivors possess rare items, information transmitter and information receiver, which meet the upgrade requirements for the intelligence center. Would you like to use them as upgrade materials? Tang Yu was taken aback. He immediately took out the information receiver from his backpack space, and then pulled out a machine resembling an old Nokia phone from the butcher's belongings. This was what was known as the information transmitter. Tang Yu's eyes shifted, and he no longer hesitated. Yes. Thus, the 2 rare items in his hands along with other upgrade materials were infused into the light curtain of the intelligence center. I hope it brings me a surprise. This upgrade would take a full 48 hours, but it was a necessary process. Tang Yu had already organized his equipment and was preparing to set off again. If he didn't know Kaban's whereabouts, that would be one thing, but now that he did, Tang Yu had a guess in mind that needed to be verified. He took out a bowl of nourishing lamb soup again. Today, just smelling it made Tang Yu want to vomit, but he gritted his teeth and ate it, refreshing the yang energy rising buff. The weapons and equipment were still the same as before. During his time at the trading building, Tang Yu had only consumed 2 grenades, 1 RGO grenade modified, 3 remote emulsified explosives modified, and a few pistol bullets. Therefore, Tang Yu only replenished a few bowls of freshly made nourishing lamb soup before leaving the hiding place again. Upon exiting the Garden subway station, he heard gunfire and explosions coming from the north, indicating a fierce battle was underway. That was precisely where the Luo City Opera House was located, situated between the trading building of the Meat Dog and Kaban's former 4S store. Since the effect of the blessing of the Snow Lotus buff on him had already worn off, even though the intensity of the polar blizzard had begun to wane, Tang Yu still wore that set of cold-resistant clothing, speeding through the snow on his snowmobile heading north. It took less than 20 minutes for the snowmobile to come to a halt. This location was just a street corner away from the theater building. The gunfire had become sporadic, indicating that the battle was nearing its end. Retrieving the snowmobile, Tang Yu quickly packed away his cold-resistant clothing and changed into level 5 bulletproof armor, a cloak of darkness, and a black face mask. At the same time, he chose to equip the rare level title Night Walker obtained after killing Ghost Face. The effects of the title immediately began to take effect, and Tang Yu transformed into darkness itself as he stealthily approached the Opera House. Night Walker. Type title. Level rare. Acquisition requirement: kill the evil god cultist priest alone during the first round of the Apocalypse game. Wearing requirement: must perform a sacrifice ceremony every 7 days to please the night or face self-sacrifice. Effect 1. Acquire the qualification to host the sacrifice ceremony and use the evil god cultist priest's blade. Effect 2. During nighttime: stamina consumption 70, movement speed 30, perception 50, dexterity 50. Effect 3. While walking in darkness or shadows: concealment effect 50, ignored effect 50. Effect 4. While walking in darkness or shadows, automatically gain the silent effect. Effect 5. Evil god cultist reputation reverence. Description: since you have successfully killed an evil god cultist priest, your strength has gained the recognition of all evil god cultists. The old king is dead, and the new king ascends. Note: title effects are only valid when equipped, and at the same time only one title can be equipped, and they cannot stack. Silent. Type rare equipment skill. Effect eliminates all sounds within a 1-meter radius of the wearer, including but not limited to footfalls, friction sounds, collision sounds. Tang Yu walked through the darkness, observing the situation inside the opera house of Keilu City. The gunfire from the ongoing battle had grown sparse. Before the butcher could launch an assault on the meat dogs at the trading building, he must have considered the defense of his stronghold. Inside the theater building, makeshift defensive structures and explosive traps were scattered everywhere. It seemed that Cabin had the upper hand as the battle had extended from the opera hall all the way to the 10-story building at the back. From afar through the windows, the flickering lights caused by explosions could still be seen within the building. Tang Yu followed the trail of corpses, making his way to the vicinity of the entrance of the 10-story building, hiding in the shadows. 2 armed vagrants were hiding behind the defensive sandbags at the entrance, vigilantly observing their surroundings. On the other side, several vagrants were clearing the battlefield, continuously turning over the corpses on the ground to recover all equipment. If they encountered an enemy corpse, regardless of whether it was alive or dead, they would shoot it in the head first. Tang Yu frowned slightly. It seemed that after the events of the previous night, Cabin had become much smarter and more cautious. His gaze turned towards the 10-story building. He had to find a way inside. However, with the enemy's tight defenses, even though Tang Yu had completely blended into the darkness, it was impossible for him to pass right under their noses. Not to mention, behind the vagrants was a large bonfire, and inside the building other vagrants were patrolling for possible hidden enemies. Eventually, after circling the small building, a thought crossed Tang Yu's mind. 10 minutes later, a violent explosion occurred at the entrance of the 10-story building, the powerful shockwave directly throwing the vigilant vagrants off their feet, leaving the entrance in disarray. The surrounding doors, windows, and walls were shattered, creating a large breach in the outer wall. Hearing the explosion, all the vagrants patrolling inside rushed over to check for injuries and to prepare for the imminent attack. In their eyes, this was the last counterattack from the butcher's remnants. They did not notice that at the moment the explosion occurred, the shockwave had shattered all the glass and windows near the entrance. In a room farthest from the entrance of the small building, a window shattered in response to the explosion, blending in with the sounds of the explosion and the breaking glass, failing to draw anyone's attention. As all the vagrants on the first floor rushed towards the entrance of the small building, Tang Yu had already climbed up to the windowsill ready to jump down, but suddenly froze, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Nightwalker ability granted him 50 to perception, thus even in complete darkness. Tang Yu, utilizing the faint light from the environment, still spotted the floor beneath the windowsill covered densely with triangle nails. If Tang Yu hadn't noticed and jumped down, even though his military boots had a level 2 puncture resistance, a moment of carelessness could lead to a tumble. The outcome could only be described as 1,000 holes. But that was not all. The triangle nails were merely the first trap in this room. Behind them, Tang Yu noticed 3 strands of thread, each extending towards the back of the furniture 2 meters away. Good heavens, who set this up? It's so insidious. Cabin or the butcher, neither of these two are good people. Originally, Tang Yu thought this group was so easy to deceive that they would all just run over. It turned out they were well prepared, just waiting for people to walk into the trap. Carefully, Tang Yu used his military boots to kick away the triangle nails, finally finding a foothold. Not daring to delay, the vagrants in the 10-story building gave Tang Yu an immense sense of pressure. They were not on the same level as all the vagrants he had encountered before. The difficulty had suddenly increased significantly. Their tactical awareness and combat skills were on a completely different level. As for whether it was because they were Kaban's subordinates or for some other reason, Tang Yu did not know. He only knew that if he wasn't extremely careful at this moment, there was a high chance he would die here today. As he stepped over the tripwires set by the strange thunder traps, he saw that the vagrants at the entrance had already retreated. Tang Yu immediately blended into the darkness, making his way upstairs. However, this time he observed his surroundings closely. With every step he took, afraid of falling into another strange thunder trap. This time went very smoothly. Evidently, Cabin and his men had just won the battle with considerable losses, so they had only set up a perimeter at the entrance of the first floor. Everyone else was searching within the small building for any potential hidden enemies. By the time Tang Yu reached the 8th floor, he also had a rough idea of Kaban's personnel count. Excluding the vagrants at the entrance and those patrolling the first floor, there were roughly 20 vagrants on the 2nd floor and above. Tang Yu even spotted Cabin on the 8th floor. There was no way to forget the unique image of the bald head, mink coat, and pecan machine gun. It was truly unforgettable. In the photos sent to him by Wang Bohu, Kaban's ferocity had been emphasized. At this moment, it was evident that someone had already discovered the signs of Tang Yu's entry on the 1st floor, as it was too obvious. The shattered window and the disturbed triangle nails were strong evidence. Boss, we found traces of someone lurking on the 1st floor. They probably came in while we were distracted by the explosion. Hearing the words from his subordinate over the intercom, Cabin smiled coldly. Brothers, a rat has infiltrated the building. Everyone team up in groups of 3 and search every corner one by one. As Kaban's voice fell, over 20 vagrants in the small building immediately formed teams, beginning a systematic search. Kaban took up position on the 8th floor. On the first floor, 3 vagrants guarded a staircase leading from the second floor to the first, with a total of 2 staircases being closely monitored by 6 people. One person kept watch on the left side of the staircase, another on the right, while the third leaned against the wall, crouched with a gun guarding the staircase direction. They were conducting tactical surveillance. Meanwhile, when Tang Yu heard someone reporting to Kaban, he had already quietly slipped away. On the 6th floor, a trio of vagrants was systematically checking each room, each member clear on their roles. One opened the door, while 2 entered with their guns drawn. One stood guard to the left, another to the right, while the person opening the door kept watch over their shoulders, the 3 alternating in providing cover. As they quickly swept the room with their flashlights, the large double-bed 4-door wardrobe, dressing table, and sofa were all in view, but their gaze ultimately settled discreetly on the window. The 3 exchanged glances. The curtains had been drawn, but at that moment they appeared slightly bulging. A casual glance might miss it. However, upon closer inspection, it was obviously the shape of a person. One of the vagrants quietly pointed at the 4-door wardrobe, and the curtains then pointed at himself. The other 2 vagrants nodded slightly. Thus the formation shifted. One stood in the middle with a gun ready, while the left and right front positions were the curtains and the 4-door wardrobe. The other 2 then moved towards the curtains and the 4-door wardrobe. With everything prepared, the 2 vagrants yanked the curtains and the wardrobe open. In the next moment, however, the expressions of the 3 instantly relaxed. There was no enemy. But just as they exhaled in relief, clang! A spherical object rolled out from the wardrobe, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The 3 looked on, their eyes widening in horror. The violent explosion startled all the refugees in the building. They had not anticipated that the mouse would have such audacity to launch an attack on them. The refugees on the 5th and 7th floors quickly identified that the explosion occurred on the 6th floor and quickly reported the situation to Kaban. Over the intercom, Kaban swiftly issued commands. The 7th floor team proceed to the 6th floor. The other floors maintain vigilance. After searching your own floors, swap positions with the adjacent floors and conduct a secondary search. The team from the 7th floor, named in Kaban's orders, quickly ran towards the 6th floor. At the end of the 4th floor corridor, a trio of refugees who had just exited the last room naturally heard Kaban's command. Everyone be cautious. That mouse is likely on the 6th floor, but it could also be here, so do not let your guard down. Though he said this, it was clear to everyone that there was a hint of ease in his words. At that moment, however, his gaze suddenly froze upon the other 2. In the corner of the corridor, behind the shadow of a large potted plant that had been frozen stiff in the extreme cold, something moved. A dark gun barrel emerged. Uff it. 3 refugee bodies fell to the ground, and only then did Tang Yu jump down from behind the potted plant. He moved his neck and shoulders a bit. He had squatted for too long, and his body almost stiffened. Fortunately, the outcome was still satisfactory. He quickly stashed all the supplies from the 3 bodies into his backpack, then carefully pulled the pins from 2 grenades and placed them on top of the face-down corpse's chest. After confirming that everything was in order, he once again blended into the darkness. This time, Tang Yu had no intention of mingling among the refugees. The situation was completely different from before. Kaban's current arrangement of having them group in 3s clearly considered the possibility that an intruder might blend in among them. If Tang Yu was not mistaken, as long as someone appeared alone in front of these refugees, they likely would not even give you a chance to speak and would shoot you directly. Time passed quickly, and the refugee team, searching the 6th floor, naturally could not find anything, so their attention was fully diverted to the other floors. The trio on the 5th floor quickly finished searching their level and were about to swap with the 4th floor for a secondary search, only to find that no matter how they tried, they could not contact the 4th floor team, which immediately felt ominous. They immediately notified Kaban of the situation via the intercom and then ran towards the 4th floor. However, when the 3 arrived at the 4th floor and shined their tactical flashlight down the corridor, they were stunned. They gasped in shock. In their line of sight, they could see 3 bodies collapsed on the ground, piled up together. One of them quickly grabbed the intercom to inform Kaban of their discovery. Then the 3 approached the corpses with their guns drawn, their focus sharpening with every room they passed. However, even when they reached the bodies, they did not face the anticipated attack. Immediately, 2 took up guard while the leader crouched down to inspect the corpses. From a distance, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. Seeing that help was on the way, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the intruder had already left. But when did he kill this small group? Why hadn't there been a sound at all? What happened? How were they killed? The reinforcements were refugees responsible for clearing the bodies on the 1st floor, and he asked directly. Unclear, let's take a look. The leader said as he flipped over the top corpse to see the face. It's Kloof. He died instantly from a headshot. As he analyzed the cause of death, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of 2 grenade safety pins flying off. They saw 2 spherical objects the size of lemons rolling off the corpse. Their eyes widened in shock. Grenades. Run. The 6 immediately ran backward, scrambling to dive onto the floor of the nearest room, covering their heads and ears. The entire action was seamless. Boom. Boom. The force of the explosion shook the entire room, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Just when they thought it was over, as they lifted their heads to get up, they suddenly saw a dark gun muzzle aimed at them from under the double bed in front. Bayubi. A torrent of bullets erupted from the silenced PP-9101 Ketterby submachine gun. Even though the 6 wore bulletproof vests and helmets at this distance of less than 10 meters under Tang Yu's barrage, all 6 perished. 2 violent explosions rang out once again, capturing the attention of all the refugees in the 10-story building. At this moment, Cabin issued a furious roar reminiscent of an enraged bull. "Damn it, everyone follow me. I want to see who dares to oppose me." Cabin immediately grabbed his PKM machine gun and charged towards the 4th floor with his subordinates following closely behind. Tang Yu quickly crawled out from under the bed, first opening the window of the room, then heading to the door. In the most concealed spot above the door, he quickly installed a remote emulsifying explosive, then opened the door and ran towards the staircase. However, just as Tang Yu reached the staircase, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps coming from both upstairs and downstairs. Damn. So quick to react. He cursed under his breath, having no time to think further. With a swift movement, he dove into the nearest room. However, once he entered, he found that this room was incredibly cramped, almost like a storage area for tools, with barely 3 square meters of space. Let alone entering, even standing at the door provided a clear view of the situation inside. Damn. At this moment, Tang Yu truly appreciated the benefits of having a virtual map. When had he ever been so helpless? In the past, it was always him playing his enemies around like a fool. Now he truly felt a sense of exhaustion, deeply missing his virtual map. But at this moment, the enemy's footsteps were already very clear and would arrive soon. It was too late to think about switching rooms. If he didn't come up with a plan, he might never have the chance to think of one again. Tang Yu scanned the entire room once more, and an idea began to form in his mind. After a series of explosive attacks, Cabin finally lost his temper. He summoned all personnel to the 4th floor except for 4 refugees guarding the entrance. The sound of countless footsteps echoed from the stairwell, sending a jolt of fear through Tang Yu. Yet his expression remained remarkably calm. Having experienced numerous life-and-death situations, he had learned to control his emotions well. Cabin was furious, but did not lose his rationality. He did not rashly enter the 4th floor, but instead sent his subordinates to investigate the end of the corridor where the grenade explosions had occurred. The 3 bodies under the impact of the 2 grenades were already mangled. Meanwhile, several others quickly discovered 6 more bodies in the adjacent room. Looking at their comrades who had just fought now lying on the ground covered in bullet holes, disbelief filled their faces. Even though they had just endured a brutal battle, their faces were now filled with incredulity. P.S. Well, I kept my word. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Thank you. Cabin stood at the stairwell entrance watching his men investigate the corridor. First, last night he had been ambushed without warning by Rugu and Guillian, 2 figures whose motives remained utterly inexplicable, forcing him to flee like a drowned rat diving headlong into the sewer. Such humiliation was unbearable for a man as fiercely proud as Cabin. Thus, upon hearing tonight that Butcher had launched an assault on Rugu's trading tower, his resolve hardened. Driven by fury, he seized the opportunity, usurping the theater building outright. His instinct proved sound. Butcher, that wily old wolf, never stirred unless he intended total annihilation. Indeed, the old man's lair had been left guarded by barely a dozen men. Though the cost was steep, Cabin had claimed the theater at last. It housed all of Butcher's possessions. Yet now, in just half an hour, a single accursed rat had cost him 12 men, having his entire force. How could he possibly swallow such disgrace? Yet only Cabin knew the terror coiling cold in his gut, the dread that haunted him with visions of a figure moving unseen, always lurking within the deepest shadows. No, it's impossible. If Guillian were truly here, he'd never resort to such underhanded cunning. He'd crush his enemies heathen with brutal, unrelenting force. It cannot be him. Just then his investigating men delivered their findings. Boss, we've confirmed it. After killing Cruff, the intruder planted 2 grenades beneath his corpse. When Boehner's team examined the body, they triggered the explosives. Fortunately, Boehner's team reacted swiftly, ducking into the adjacent room before the blast struck, escaping unharmed. Cabin's eyes narrowed sharply. Then how did they die? How did they die? They. Overwhelmed by Cabin's ferocious presence, the subordinate stammered helplessly. Speak, now? The intruder must have hidden beneath the bed and struck while Boehner's team was down, taking cover from the grenades. With a thunderous crash, Cabin kicked the fire door at the stairwell aside, grinding his teeth. Damn it. What else? The window was opened, staged as an escape route. But the intruder overlooked one critical detail: fresh snow blankets the ground outside, and not a single footprint mars its surface. The subordinate continued his analysis. Therefore, the intruder must still be concealed somewhere on this floor. Cabin threw back his head and laughed, a hollow, jagged laugh, as a cruel smile twisted his lips. Huh. So you truly think I'm a fool? Twice, no thrice, you dare play this game of hiding in plain sight. Then slowly, deliberately, he growled, damn it. If he loves hiding so much, then hide well. Every man, sweep this entire floor clean. Without pause, Cabin led the charge, hoisting his PKM machine gun, a monstrous weapon weighing 20 to 30 pounds, and kicked open the nearest door, unleashing a torrent of fire. 7.62 mmR rounds ripped through the room like a hurricane, reducing everything in their path to splinters. His men surged behind him, battering down doors and flooding each chamber with 5 or 6 grenades. The relentless bombardment filled the 4th floor with thick, acrid smoke. The PKM fell silent. Wisps of blue-gray smoke curled from its faintly glowing barrel as Cabin surveyed the tool room, now a ruin of shattered debris, every object obliterated by his overwhelming firepower. Even the opposite wall lay in tatters. At last a grim smile surfaced on his lips. I'll make you hide. I'll make you hide, while you damned rat. He tossed the heavy machine gun aside. One of his men caught it midair and followed closely behind as Cabin strode down the corridor toward its far end. Each room he passed revealed furniture and ornaments shredded by grenade fragments, his pent-up fury simmering for 2 days, finally finding full savage release. When he reached the room where 6 men lay dead, his subordinates stood silently in the hallway awaiting orders. Brothers, rest in peace. Cabin spoke with studied solemnity, then turned to leave. But just as he stepped across the threshold, the man assigned to search for the intruder's corpse rushed forward, breathless. Boss, bad news. We found no body. What? For an instant, Cabin thought he heard a sharp, clear beep. Half a second later, boom. A detonation erupted before him, dwarfing any grenade in scale and fury. Fire engulfed the entire group of refugees. Not a single scream escaped before they perished. When the shockwave subsided, a heavy thud echoed from the tool storage room near the 4th floor stairwell. Shit, my leg's gone numb. Tang Yu staggered upright, pounding his right thigh. Moments earlier, he'd acted on pure instinct, bracing his legs against both walls to scale upward into the ceiling space. Cabin's gleaming bald head had hovered barely a meter beneath his rear. Had that machine gun tilted upward just slightly, the ejected casings would have seared his skin. What a rush. And thank heaven for his title, Nightwalker. Its silence effect had masked even his breathing. Had it failed, he'd have been spotted instantly and torn apart in seconds. At that very moment, a crisp mechanical chime sounded in his ear. Survivor Tang Yu has successfully eliminated Cabin, Butcher, and Rugu, the 3 paramount leaders of the refugee factions, earning the achievement plague of the refugees too. At the chime, Tang Yu's pupils dilated, his expression one of quiet vindication. Inside, euphoria surged. How could he not rejoice? His hypothesis had been confirmed with Cabin slain, and Rugu and Butcher already dead. He had now eradicated all 3 major refugee faction leaders. A new achievement had manifested, proof enough to ignite fierce excitement. Yet now was no time for celebration. He rose swiftly and sprinted up the stairwell, utterly silent thanks to the silence effect. Finally, he crouched in darkness at the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, motionless and waiting. Sure enough, within seconds, 4 refugees, previously posted as sentries at the building's entrance, rushed up the stairs. As they reached the junction of the stairwell and the 4th floor corridor, from the upper landing, Tang Yu hurled his modified RGO grenade straight at their feet, then dropped flat behind the stairwell wall. Boom. Survivor Tang Yu has, during the first cataclysm, personally dismantled all refugee factions within this zone and slain every faction leader. Special title conditions fulfilled. Standard title: Refugees Bane has ascended to Rare Tier Refugee Conqueror. Regional Legend rank increased by 1. Cough. Cough. Tang Yu shook off steel beads and shrapnel clinging to his body. That had been perilously close. Had he not dropped flat in time, the steel beads and fragments hurled by the modified RGO grenade would have torn straight through him. He sprang upright in an instant. His AK-101 assault rifle materialized in his grip, and the black face mask atop his head was replaced with a level 4 ballistic helmet. His entire ensemble instantly shifted from nocturnal stealth gear to close quarters battle CQB configuration. The moment he heard the mechanical chime, Tang Yu knew victory was assured. Yet he remained uncertain what precise criteria defined eliminating the vagrant faction. If even 1 or 2 vagrants had somehow survived and suddenly unleashed a burst of fire upon him, the consequences were unthinkable. So instinctively Tang Yu chose caution, playing it safe. Having swapped equipment, he activated the tactical flashlight laser assembly mounted on his AK-101 and descended in swift strides to the stairwell, landing on the 4th floor. For grotesque corpses lay before him, so mangled that one man's legs had been cleanly severed in half by grenade shrapnel. Tang Yu had long grown inured to such carnage. With icy composure, he leveled his rifle barrel at each head and began methodically executing point-blank shots, regardless of whether they still drew breath. The same ruthless efficiency extended to the vagrants slain by the remotely detonated emulsion explosives at the far end of the 4th floor corridor, including cabin. Events proved his judgment sound. 2 vagrants had indeed survived the blast, both grievously wounded, one already drawing a pistol from his holster. Had Tang Yu not spotted the movement the instant it began, he might well have fallen victim to that very shot. Only after every target had been silenced did he pause. Yet he did not lower his guard. Instead, he swept through every room on the ground floor, swift, thorough, meticulous, paying special attention to flower pots, cramped corners, doorframes, and beneath beds. These were all priority zones. Only when he confirmed the entire building held no living soul did he finally exhale in quiet relief. He turned back toward the staircase to ascend to the 2nd floor, but after just 2 steps he halted again. Returning to the ground floor stairwell, he produced several grenades and thin wires. Following Wang Bohu's instructions, he rigged multiple booby trap devices, until both staircases leading from the 1st to the 2nd floor were fully secured. Only then did he return to the 4th floor, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he prepared to gather his spoils of war. Just as he reached out, memory of the earlier chime made him pause. He immediately opened his interface to review the newly acquired achievements and titles. If his recollection served him right, one of them granted enhanced quality for vagrant loot. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Vagrant Slayer 2. Type achievement. Requirement: successfully eliminate 3 vagrant leaders. Effect: 10 loot quantity, 30 loot quality, and 5 chance of rare item acquisition upon killing vagrants. Vagrant Conqueror. Type title. Rarity rare. Requirement in the novice version: personally annihilate all vagrant factions and their leaders within the designated region, and possess the title Vagrant's Bane. Wearing requirement: execute at least 1 vagrant chieftain commanding 20 or more weekly, and publicly suspend the corpse at height to proclaim the conqueror's dominion over all vagrants. Failure results in title suspension. Effect: 30 damage taken from vagrants, 30 efficacy for all actions directed at vagrants, including but not limited to inflicting harm, administering healing, instilling terror, or offering pacification. Effect: 2 reputation with hostile vagrant factions rises to respected, while reputation with vagrant factions themselves ascends to awestruck. Effect: 3 5 chance to subjugate a vagrant and convert them into a loyal subordinate, unlocking the recruitment interface. Effect: 4 grants the intimidation skill, usable exclusively against vagrants once per day. Effect: V, when disguised as a vagrant, detection probability decreases by 40, subjugation success rate increases by 15. Description: at this moment the legend of the conqueror spreads like wildfire among the vagrants. Some curse his name, some regard him with hatred, and others revere him as a divine figure. Note: title effects apply only while actively worn, and only 1 title may be equipped at any given time. Effects do not stack. Intimidation. Type rare equipment skill. Effect: overwhelms the target's mind, compelling absolute obedience to the user. Duration: 300 seconds. Note: targets equipped with mental shielding artifacts, or those possessing extraordinary willpower, may resist or dispel the intimidation effect. Oh ho! Incredible! This effect is more than triple that of the prior Vagrant Slayer achievement. And the rare title, Vagrant Conqueror, left Tang Yu utterly astounded. After comparing its attributes side by side with Night Walker, another rare tier title, he grasped the fundamental distinction between rare and common titles. Their sheer potency was self-evident, no need for elaboration. What truly captivated Tang Yu, however, was the stringent conditionality required to wear a rare title. For Night Walker, the prerequisite was performing a ritual sacrifice once weekly. Vagrant Conqueror, by contrast, imposed a far more direct demand: slay at least 1 vagrant chieftain leading 20 or more weekly, and publicly hang the corpse high, declaring the conqueror's sovereign authority to all vagrants. To Tang Yu, this felt less like a mere title and more like a covenant. Or rather, perhaps the so-called wearing requirements were themselves ritual sacrifices. By fulfilling each rare title's prescribed rite, the bearer gained access to its embedded powers, or rather its conferred authority. And the names of rare titles in Tang Yu's view served as concise distillations of closely aligned abilities. Broadly speaking, each rare title comprised 2 essential components. The first was the designated subject, or domain, upon which the title operated. Night Walker centered on the environment or temporal phase of night, whereas Vagrant Conqueror explicitly targeted the collective entity known as vagrants. The second component denoted the defining action enacted upon that subject, as in Walker, the verb embedded in Night Walker, or Conqueror, the operative verb in Vagrant Conqueror. Every associated ability revolved precisely around these dual axes. With this insight crystallizing, Tang Yu suddenly attained a deeper understanding of the apocalyptic game itself. Rare titles appeared to brush against the very essence underlying its mechanics. Previously, he had assumed the deities invoked in cultist sacrificial rites, the grinning visage and its enigmatic patron, were merely tools of psychological manipulation engineered to control vagrants and cultists alike. But now, having discerned the foundational nature of rare title-wearing conditions, a new suspicion arose: could these so-called deities actually exist? The first wave of calamity ends tonight. Perhaps it's time to speak with Wang Bo Hu in earnest. I sincerely thank all readers for your generous support, especially those whose donations surpassed 1,000. I've now enabled automated author gratitude posts. All donations received before midnight will be acknowledged collectively in the chapter comments. Tang Yu re-centered his scattered focus, removed the title Night Walker, and equipped the title Migrant Conqueror. He looted every single item from the fourth-floor migrants, armor, weapons, trinkets, leaving nothing behind. Indeed, equipping the Migrant Conqueror title, combined with the effect of the achievement Migrant Slayer 2, produced a marked enhancement. The quantity and quality of Tang Yu's spoils far surpassed those he had seized in the trade tower by over 50%. So the first effect of this title also amplifies loot yield from migrants. Tang Yu stared dumbfounded at the items dropped by Cabin. Did this fellow flee last night, with his entire fortune strapped to his person? Within minutes, he gathered all the loot. Then he ascended to the 10th floor and began a meticulous room-by-room sweep, from top to bottom. Cabin's group had yet to conduct their own scavenging, so Tang Yu found valuable items in nearly every chamber, until he reached the 8th floor. It was the very room Cabin had occupied, the butcher's residence. Every piece of furniture, every ornament exuded refined opulence. Perhaps all migrant chieftains shared a penchant for display. The butcher, too, had reserved an entire wall solely for exhibiting his collection. Yet, unlike Meat Dog, who prized luxury goods, the butcher appeared obsessed with ammunition. Before him stood row upon row of glass display cases, each holding meticulously arranged cartridges of varying calibers and types. Each bullet rested beside a small card detailing its caliber, classification, ballistic properties, and intended effect. And on every card the name inscribed as the bullet's maker was identical: Colin Tai, the butcher. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow in quiet surprise. Never imagined that grizzled, hulking old schemer, the butcher, was also a master cartridge artisan. Tang Yu wasted no courtesy. After packing away the entire room's contents, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he began methodically probing the furniture. At last, his fingers brushed a nearly invisible button tucked into the corner of the writing desk. He pressed hard, and the wall behind the desk silently rotated, revealing a hidden chamber. A faint, knowing smile flickered across Tang Yu's face. Inside the concealed space, spanned roughly 60 square meters, iron-barred cages lined one side, while a compact workshop had been partitioned off separately. In one corner stood a massive safe, over 2 meters tall, secured by both combination lock and physical key. Tang Yu attempted to seize it directly. Nothing happened. Only then did he notice the safe had been welded seamlessly into the surrounding masonry. He recalled retrieving a key from the butcher's possessions earlier. Hastily, he withdrew the tactical rig containing all the butcher's loot and began sifting through it. There it was, a long, heavy brass key gleaming in his palm, alongside a palm-sized notebook. Tang Yu flipped through the notebook briefly and located the safe's access code. Yet deeper within, other entries caught his attention. Hannibal is blind. He actually promoted Meat Dog, that imbecile. Where exactly is the CBS laboratory? What does Solon truly intend? 5 million Doom coins. Lately, there's been a disturbing surge in cultists of the fallen god. Nonsense deities. If Solon hadn't told me, I'd never have known. The so-called divine affliction is merely the failed serum from CBS lab. This is Hannibal Zhou's conspiracy. Something is off. Solon is deliberately sowing discord between Hannibal Zhou and me. What end does he serve? My instincts scream this ties back to that lab. But how much does Solon truly know? Caution is paramount. Hannibal appears deeply entwined with the rebel leadership. What did I just see? That laboratory lies buried beneath this very city. Good heavens, why did it explode? What transpired there? Damn it, where has Hannibal vanished? This is my opening. Solon claims Hannibal's foolhardy younger brother possesses the access card to the lab. Unbelievable. Oh ho, what did I hear? Black Dog is dead. I'm dying laughing. Solon's mercenary organization even employs wanderers. His identity grows ever more suspect. Idiot. Why did Dagger go retrieve that key for me? Now he's vanished without a trace. Well then, It's a rare opportunity indeed. Who would have thought framing Cabin would spark a brawl between him and Meat Dog? Brilliant. Tonight, since Cabin remains missing, Meat Dog will fall first. After tonight, Whitespire District answers only to me, the Butcher. Today, Tang Yu finally learned the name behind the masked figure, the man known as Hannibal Zhou. Hannibal, he murmured, a low, thoughtful hum escaping his lips. As he input the code and inserted the key into the safe, Tang Yu's mind replayed the cryptic revelations from the Butcher's journal, each line resonating like a struck gong. Now he knew the name of another faction operating within the Doom Game. Mercenary organization. Migrants, rebels, mercenaries, wanderers, cultists of the fallen god, and survivors. Already 6 distinct factions had emerged. No, more than 6. Tang Yu recalled trading for a blood-stained letter whose opening salutation, Colonel, suggested a covert operative embedded among the cultists. Was it the rebels? No, that didn't fit. If rebels existed, then another military or armed force must exist in opposition to them. That made 7. A subtle unease settled over Tang Yu. Not panic, but the quiet, coiling tension of a hunter sensing unseen predators. Yet clarity sharpened his purpose. The Butcher's notes were unequivocal. Hannibal Zhou maintained high-level ties with the rebel command, controlled both migrant bands and cultist cells, and held deep, intimate links to the enigmatic CBS laboratory. In Tang Yu's mind, Hannibal Zhou was circled, boldly, indelibly, marked as a critical node. He was the focal point. Dig deeper here, and Tang Yu felt certain he would unearth further truths about this city and the apocalyptic world that cradled it. At that moment, the safe clicked open, but what lay inside left Tang Yu momentarily breathless. By my ancestors. Inside, neatly stacked to the brim, lay countless Doom coins, easily numbering in the tens of millions. And before them rested an exquisite rosewood casket. When opened, it revealed 5 disaster coins, black, radiant, pulsing with ominous allure. Beside them lay 3 blueprints and a single book. Tang Yu glimpsed its title, and his heart hammered fiercely against his ribs. Ballistics Theory and Practical Application. When Tang Yu returned to his hiding place, it was already 5 a.m. This time, he didn't even bother to wash up. He simply collapsed onto the heated bed piled high, with supplies squeezing into a corner, and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that he was not the only one who hadn't slept that night. Many others in the area channel had also stayed awake. In the area channel, there were still people discussing the battle that erupted at the trading building and the theater building, along with various speculations. There were even survivors near the trading building who sent photos they had taken from a distance last night into the area chat. All the survivors who saw these photos fell silent. Among them was Wang Bohu. However, as he looked at several messages he had sent that received no replies, he began to form a guess in his mind. When Tang Yu finally woke up, it was already 3 p.m. Although he was awake, he felt as if his body was completely limp and weak. Only then did he realize that after returning yesterday, he hadn't even had the chance to take off his armor and had collapsed into sleep. He took off all his equipment and went to the bathroom to wash up, after eating a little to replenish his hunger and hydration. He then noticed that Wang Bohu had sent him several messages last night, but at that time all his energy had been focused on scavenging supplies and fighting, which was why he only saw these messages now. Wang Bohu, great god, was that person who appeared above the trading building. Image of gliding wings. Wang Bohu, what happened last night? Why did both the trading building and the theater building experience such fierce battles? Wang Bohu, great god. Tang Yu looked at the questions sent by Wang Bohu and thought for a moment before replying. Tang Yu, yes, that person was me. Can't you recognize the items you sent? Just so happens I have something I need to ask you as well. Today is the last day of the disaster, and we need to exchange information to better cope with the situations ahead. As soon as Tang Yu sent this, Wang Bohu's reply came back quickly, indicating that he had likely been waiting for Tang Yu's message. Wang Bohu, great god, have you just woken up? That made sense yesterday. Thus Tang Yu answered some of Wang Bohu's questions and curiosities about last night. When Tang Yu explained that the battle at the trading building broke out because the refugees from the theater building attacked the meat dogs, Wang Bohu was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew who the meat dogs were. He had learned of them when reporting the battle situation at the 4S shop to Tang Yu. So upon hearing the news that the Butcher attacked the meat dogs, Wang Bohu's first thought was that this was a scheme orchestrated by Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu directly denied Wang Bohu's inquiry and instead explained how the Butcher framed Cabin, leading to the meat dogs clashing with Cabin. He stated that the Butcher's attack on the meat dogs was an unexpected situation and had nothing to do with him. The reason Tang Yu appeared at the trading building was also to retrieve an item, which is why he had been paying attention to the meat dogs. However, when Wang Bohu asked about the final outcome of the battle at the trading building and the situation at the theater building, Tang Yu could only say he didn't know. In any case, the survivors captured him flying with the gliding wings while the trading building was indeed still engaged in battle. Although Tang Yu still trusted Wang Bohu to some extent, this involved 2 rare level titles, and he instinctively did not want anyone to know about it. Perhaps it was his inherent recognition of the evil nature of humanity that made him always adopt a guarded attitude towards anyone he could not control or fully trust. After Wang Bohu learned all the things he wanted to know, Tang Yu also asked Wang Bohu his own question. Tang Yu, what do you know about the background and forces of the true apocalyptic world after surviving the first wave of disasters, and what should we pay attention to? Seeing Tang Yu's question, Wang Bohu showed no surprise. However, he did not reply immediately, instead silently pondering for a moment, as if making some decision. Tang Yu did not urge him, but waited quietly. 2 minutes later. Wang Bohu, great God, let me give you a piece of advice. Although I really don't want to admit this news, it is true, and it is also something that the higher-ups of Blue Star have been afraid to let the ordinary public know. Wang Bohu, after entering the true apocalyptic game, remember, never ever trust anyone, including your fellow citizens of Blue Star, who entered the apocalyptic game previously. Absolutely, do not expose the location of your hiding place to others. Wang Bohu, because there are traitors among humans who have sided with various factions, and there are quite a few. Wang Bohu, as for the forces and background of the apocalyptic game you mentioned, Wang Bohu, actually the high-level officials of the base city know very little. They only know that the main forces include rebels, revolutionary armies, refugees, and cultists of evil gods. Even the previous hidden messages were obtained by a seed senior unexpectedly through an epic-level item, allowing them to send a 30-character message to their world each time they survive a disaster. Wang Bohu, that's all I know. Seeing Wang Bohu's message, it would be fake to say he was not disappointed. However, Tang Yu was not surprised at all about the existence of traitors among the human survivors. Humans, or rather no matter what race it is, as long as there is desire and fear in their hearts, the existence of traitors is inevitable. Tang Yu had long anticipated this. However, from this point, it could also be seen that in the apocalyptic game, humans should be at a disadvantage against the survivors of various factions. As for this newly emerged revolutionary army, it also confirmed Tang Yu's previous speculation that there indeed was a force in opposition to the rebels. In the end, Tang Yu thought for a moment and said to Wang Bohu, Tang Yu, quickly gather some supplies to deal with the flood today. This should help you. After saying this, Tang Yu closed the private chat message. Wang Bohu, upon seeing the message from Tang Yu, was left wide-eyed. An incredible guess appeared in Wang Bohu's mind. In the next moment, he suppressed his impulse to inquire further. After carefully analyzing the message sent by Tang Yu for a long time, excitement, exhilaration, and joy appeared in his eyes. Wang Bohu, thank you, great God. Immediately, Wang Bohu began his preparation plan. On Tang Yu's side, after glancing at Wang Bohu's message, he smiled slightly. How much you can get depends on your skills. At that moment, he noticed a private message from someone named Lu Qingming, who said he had a temperature regulator and could trade it for 15 bowls of nourishing lamb soup. The sending time was just after 9 p.m. last night. Unfortunately, Tang Yu was busy with official matters at that time, so he didn't see it. Tang Yu indeed saw that the other party was located at the supply station and immediately understood what was going on. He smirked coldly. Originally, he didn't plan to respond, but just as he was about to close the private chat interface, he suddenly changed his mind. City Tang Yu, yes. Are you referring to this thing? Sorry, I already have one. Image of temperature regulator. He casually blocked this person. This temperature regulator was a part Tang Yu found after dismantling the generator from the butcher's place, but unfortunately this generator had been destroyed by either the butcher's men or Kabans. Only a few parts were left usable. Tang Yu recalled that last night he seemed to have asked Wang Haoyu to urgently make a wooden box for him. Wang Haoyu also seemed to understand the urgency of Tang Yu's situation, as he immediately delivered the wooden box without asking for any supplies, and even today, he had not sent any messages to Tang Yu. Although this wooden box was not worth much, it had indeed helped Tang Yu a lot at that time. Wang Haoyu was also a straightforward person worth befriending, and relationships needed to be maintained. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu directly selected a full set of equipment from the weapons and gear he had confiscated yesterday, including the main weapon side weapon, melee weapon, 5 grenades, a level 4 bulletproof vest, a level 3 bulletproof helmet, and 300 rounds of ammunition, and traded it to Wang Haoyu. Thus, when Wang Haoyu, who was helping others craft items and exchange supplies, suddenly saw the entire set of weapons and equipment sent by Tang Yu, he was completely stunned. The whole person was astonished. In the forest, Wang Haoyu asked, "You sure? What are you doing? Is this a mistake?" Wang Haoyu did not immediately accept the trade, but instead inquired with Tang Yu. Tang Yu truly surprised him. With this set of equipment, how many survivors still active in the World Channel could even gather such a collection? Wang Haoyu clearly saw that what Tang Yu was offering was not junk, but rather high-quality weaponry. AKM 7.62x39 assault rifle, HK, USP pistol, tactical axe. Just these 3 weapons indicated that Tang Yu had carefully curated this, all suitable for a survivor like him accustomed to the outdoors. Not to mention that the AKMN came equipped with an XPS-30 holographic sight. Wang Haoyu could confidently say that there were definitely no more than 5 in the entire novice world who could produce such a set of equipment. Although he was very tempted, he still did not click to confirm the trade. He felt a bit anxious. What was going on with Yushir? Fortunately, Tang Yu sent another message. Yes, it's a gift for you. Use it with peace of mind, and let me know if you run out of bullets. He had helped me a lot last night. At this point, Wang Haoyu understood the reason behind Tang Yu gifting him this set of equipment. He initially wanted to refuse, thinking it was just a wooden box and required no effort. However, the words of refusal just wouldn't come out, and his eyes hadn't left that set of equipment. Oh, I really want it. Tang Yu seemed to notice Wang Haoyu's thoughts and secretly chuckled. This guy, even in the apocalyptic world, still clung to the moral standards of the real world. It's a miracle he has survived this long. Keep living well, our real apocalyptic game has just begun. Don't die, and if you find anything good, remember me. Seeing Tang Yu's words, Wang Haoyu instantly came to his senses. He slapped himself in the face. At this point, why be coy? Survive first. He quickly confirmed the trade, and seeing the complete set of equipment appear in his hands, he smiled broadly. A thought flashed through his mind. The Qing that Xiao Jiu sent yesterday seemed to please Yushir. I should have Xiao Jiu find some more. How can we stay inside during a little snowstorm? Young people need to endure some trials. Tang Yu chuckled softly upon seeing Wang Haoyu accept the equipment. Suddenly, he remembered he had forgotten to inform the other party about the flood. He then sent Wang Haoyu the same prompt message as Wang Bohu, and how much they understood depended on them. Seeing the thanks from Wang Haoyu made him a bit amused. One Wang Bohu, one Wang Haoyu. These two brothers from the Wang family were quite interesting. After handling social matters, Tang Yu's expression completely fell. He looked at the supplies filling his hideout and the items in his backpack, feeling overwhelmed. Originally, the equipment from the 20 or so refugees shouldn't have filled Tang Yu's backpack. But who could have known that the 10-story small building in the Opera House actually had a basement? Inside were stored arms and supplies from several rooms. The quantity was more than 3 times that of the meat dog's arsenal. Because of this, Tang Yu's backpack space was completely filled, and he had to give up some low-tier supplies found in the room before finally returning fully loaded. But now the problem arose. How should he organize these supplies? It seemed that the only survivor who could worry about having too many supplies was Tang Yu alone. Tang Yu's attention was focused on the loot from those refugee leaders and the grim face. I hope there are blueprints that can increase the area of the hideout. Tang Yu first looked at the 3 blueprints he found from the butcher's huge safe. Blueprint for bullet processing room, rare blueprint. Effect allows the construction of a special facility bullet processing room in the hideout. Construction requirements: hideout security level 2, generator level 2, ventilation ducts level 2, lighting level 2, lathe X1, lead blocks X3, copper blocks X5, steel blocks X3, cutter X1, grinder X1, 150 Doomsday coins. Construction time 2 hours. Blueprint for shooting range, rare blueprint. Effect allows the construction of a special building shooting range in the hideout, which is an additional space and does not occupy the area of the hideout. Construction requirements: lighting level 2, bullet processing room or weapon modification room level 1, a bunch of metal parts X5, a nuts X5, a bolts X5, a measuring tapes X3, wires X1, motors X1, a set of tools X1, energy-saving bulbs X5, 0 Doomsday coins. Construction time 3 hours. Blueprint for disaster coin mine, rare blueprint. Effect allows the construction of a special building disaster coin mine in the hideout. Construction requirements: generator level 3, ventilation ducts level 3, intelligence center or information network station level 1, CPU fans X15, power cables X10, power units X10, circuit boards X5, sockets X5, 0 Doomsday coins. Construction time 36 hours. Note: after constructing the disaster coin mine, the facility needs to be activated with a graphics card to be used with a maximum of 10 cards. This was also Tang Yu's first time viewing these blueprints, and he was directly stunned by the descriptions of these 3 blueprints. Each one was astonishing. Furthermore, the facility disaster coin mine also corroborated Tang Yu's previous speculation regarding the secrets of the graphics cards and disaster coins that Wang Bohu had told him. Indeed, the disaster coin was similar to Bitcoin in his past life, obtained through a mining method for virtual currency. However, a new question arose for Tang Yu. Since it was confirmed that disaster coins were obtained through mining, how did the physical disaster coins he had before come into existence? This question would likely have to wait for future answers. Clearly, the butcher's 3 blueprints could not solve the problems of the hideout. Although the shooting range could alleviate some issues, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Tang Yu directly took out all the loot from Gue Lian, Rogo Ka Ban, and the 2 evil god followers, including the little safe belonging to Rogo. The key to the safe was with Rogo, so Tang Yu easily retrieved the items stored inside. He just didn't expect that although Rogo's safe was small, the quality of the items inside was not to be underestimated. First were 3 disaster coins. Additionally, there was a map and 2 rare blueprints, one of which was exactly as Tang Yu had hoped, a blueprint for upgrading the hideout. Or rather, it shouldn't be called that, as this blueprint was actually meant to be an advanced version. Hideout Upgrade Blueprint. Expand Escape Tunnel. PS. Clearly, I opened a thank you post. Why is there still none? I will thank everyone for their rewards in the chapter review later. Thank you. Blueprint Hideout Expansion. Escape Tunnel Construction. Type Rare Blueprint. Effect 1. Upon use, the hideout expands according to its current type, tripling its total area. The survivor may choose either a single level or duplex layout. Upon completion, the survivor gains 1 opportunity to reposition existing hideout facilities. Effect 2. An additional escape tunnel is constructed leading directly to the outside world. Survivors may freely select its exit point. Upgrade requirements: existing hideout 500 stones, 200 wood, 100 sand, 300 steel, 20 latex paint, 20 energy-saving bulbs, 30 electrical wires, 40 foam sealant, 15 sockets, 6 0 Doomsday coins. Upgrade duration 10 seconds. Tang Yu examined the blueprint's effects and was thoroughly satisfied. Rogo, one of the 3 major vagrant leaders in the newbie zone, indeed possessed valuable assets, though functionally this blueprint might fall short of the butcher's 3 blueprints. Yet this blueprint was precisely what Tang Yu needed. He reviewed the required materials: stones, wood, sand, and steel, all obtainable only through trade, while the rest he already possessed. Some had been acquired earlier through barter, others collected the previous night. Soon Tang Yu's purchase request appeared in the world channel. City. Tang Yu seeking 500 stones, 200 wood, 100 sand, 300 steel. Willing to trade nourishing lamb soup, assorted weapons, armor, medical supplies, food, beverages. Interested parties, please quote your price via private message. Serious inquiries only, no time wasters. Tang Yu's message struck like thunder across a calm plain. First, the requested resources were all abundant in other zones, prompting many survivors to deduce that Tang Yu was constructing a large-scale hideout facility. More significantly, his offer to trade all types of weapons, armor, medical supplies, and food beverages stunned everyone. Who among today's survivors, collectively, would dare utter such a claim? Speculation about Tang Yu surged anew among survivors. At that very moment, Tang Yu noticed the survivor count in the zone channel had changed to 298. Tang Yu fell momentarily silent. Just after 11 p.m. the previous night, nearly 400 survivors remained. Yet the most severe blizzard of the night claimed nearly 100 more. This was still the beginner difficulty, and mortality had already reached 70%. No, I'm still not secure enough. These spoils must be integrated immediately. The hideout must be upgraded without delay, and my hidden advantages must be reconfigured. Urgency surged within him once more. Just then Wang Haoyu's trade notification arrived, alongside a private message. Forrest, Wang Haoyu brother, you why so formal? Just ask me for wood. You didn't need to post in the world channel. Trade completed. Please confirm receipt. Tang Yu suddenly recalled. He'd truly forgotten about Wang Haoyu in his haste. City. Tang Yu, thanks brother, my mind was elsewhere. City. Tang Yu, let me know if you need anything. Forrest, Wang Haoyu, need what? A few axe swings, that's all. Brother, you use it freely. If you run short, just say the word. Tang Yu accepted without hesitation. For the next half hour, he engaged in continuous trades. Notably, no survivor today attempted to trade for nourishing lamb soup. As Tang Yu had anticipated, no survivor was foolish. He felt no concern. The critical materials had already been secured the day before. Thus, this round of trades focused primarily on weapons and medical supplies. Survivors now understood, having survived the first catastrophe, they had officially entered the true Doomsday Game. The real trial had only just begun, and every survivor strove relentlessly to strengthen their self-defense capabilities. Once all upgrade materials were assembled, Tang Yu returned to the hideout exterior to initiate the expansion. Hideout type: underground air raid shelter. Survivor, please select an expansion layout. A mechanical voice intoned. A holographic interface materialized before Tang Yu, displaying multiple expansion templates tailored for underground shelters. Options included expansive single-level layouts, narrow tunnel-like configurations, as well as U-shaped and zaped variants. After reviewing them all, Tang Yu favored the duplex template, a 3-tiered vertical structure, each floor spanning 200 square meters. The entire shelter remained subterranean. Its reinforced security door retained its original dimensions, but a spiral staircase now ascended from the upper left corner of the first floor to the second and third levels. This unified all 3 levels into a cohesive whole. Next came the escape tunnel selection. Tang Yu doubted he would ever need it, but prudence dictated preparation. He ultimately placed the tunnel at the lowest level, connecting directly to a manhole cover on the surface. Upon confirming the template, the upgrade commenced instantly. 10 seconds passed in a breath. Tang Yu stood before the hideout's security door, unchanged in appearance, seamlessly camouflaged against surrounding walls by the disguise coating film. Even frost formed by extreme cold automatically regenerated its deceptive surface. Inside, he opened the hideout interface, and there, rendered in crisp 3D, floated the newly expanded three-tiered structure. Facilities previously fixed in position now bore draggable indicators. Tang Yu studied the duplex layout and made his decision. He relocated the rest area and water collector to the lowest tier, designating it the living quarter. The power generator intelligence hub, medical station, restrooms, kitchen, storage vault, and the Suntobe-constructed Doomsday coin mine were all moved to the middle tier, the functional quarter. The top tier, he decided, would house the upcoming bullet workshop, shooting range, and explosives fabrication bench. All future weapon-related facilities would likewise be centralized here, forming a dedicated weapons laboratory. Tang Yu swiftly reorganized all facilities. The hideout now felt markedly more spacious. Even pre-existing systems, the lighting, grid, ventilation ducts, and structural walls, had been optimized and extended to fully integrate all three levels. He walked through the hideout, surveying its luminous, airy expanse, and the oppressive weight of accumulated supplies dissolved into pure relief. No wonder the wealthy favor vast residences. It truly makes sense. With the upgrade complete, Tang Yu began methodically cataloging his spoils. Everything had to be sorted by day's end. He first ascended to the top tier, the weapons laboratory, and activated the bullet workshop construction blueprint retrieved from the butcher. All prerequisite hideout facilities were already in place. The required construction materials had been fully retrieved from the bullet workshop inside the butcher's secret chamber. As construction of the bullet workshop commenced, he descended to the middle tier and built the Doomsday coin mine adjacent to the intelligence hub. Fortunately, the enormous quantity of Doomsday coins recovered from the butcher meant Tang Yu faced no immediate shortage. He had also realized the rarer the hideout facility, the greater the Doomsday coin investment required. He then turned to inventorying his haul. First, Doomsday coins with the 3 newly acquired from Rogo. Tang Yu now held 9 in total. 1 from Heigo, 5 from the butcher, 3 from Rogo, a number bordering on miraculous for a beginner-tier survivor. Next came the centerpiece of his acquisition, several rare books. Yes, several. The Art of Simulation. Type rare book. Effect: upon use, the reader acquires mastery over crafting hyper-realistic counterfeit objects, so convincing they deceive even seasoned experts. Prerequisites: generator unit level 2, 1 professional knowledge skill, 15 simulated items, and 1 0 Doomsday coins. On valuable artworks and historical legacies. Type rare book. Effect: upon use, the reader gains refined connoisseurship of precious artifacts and uncovers their concealed histories. Prerequisites: 5 valuable items, regional legend rating 1, 3 historically significant artifacts, and 2 0 Doomsday coins. This is a renowned masterpiece long revered across the art world. Bullet theory and practice. Type rare book. Effect: upon use, the reader masters the design, composition, and fabrication of diverse ammunition, spanning calibers, functions, and classifications. Prerequisites: generator unit level 2, bullet workshop, level 1, 1 explosives-related skill. The birth of a gunsmith. Type rare book. Effect: upon use, the reader acquires comprehensive expertise in firearm modification, customization, and construction. Prerequisites: generator unit level 2, lighting system level 3, gunsmithing workshop level 1. These 4 rare books were looted respectively from Rugu Butcher and Cabin. The other 2 posed no surprise, but the 2 retrieved from Rugu's safe, The Art of Simulation, and on valuable artworks and historical legacies, left Tang Yu utterly astounded. He had never imagined such specialized knowledge could exist in this world. Moreover, their prerequisites proved eerily uniform. All demanded exorbitant sums of Doomsday coins. So it seems, whether genuine or forged, whether in this world or another, fine art remains forever beyond the reach of the poor. Tang Yu reviewed the prerequisites and realized he was currently qualified to study only one on valuable artworks and historical legacies. Bullet theory and practice would remain inaccessible until the bullet workshop was fully constructed. The birth of a gunsmith imposed identical constraints, requiring a dedicated facility, the gunsmithing workshop. This time, however, Tang Yu had grown wiser. Cabin must have carried his most treasured possessions with him when fleeing Rugu's pursuit. Among his loot were 2 blueprints, one matching the birth of a gunsmith, the gunsmithing workshop construction blueprint. Gunsmithing workshop construction blueprint. Type rare blueprint. Effect: enables construction of a specialized facility, the gunsmithing workshop, within the player's hideout. Construction requirements: generator unit level 3, lighting system level 3, hideout security level 3, 30 units of timber, 15 bolts, 15 nuts, 1 file, 1 tape measure, and 1 full toolkit. Construction time 2 hours. Confirming all materials were on hand, Tang Yu immediately began constructing the gunsmithing workshop adjacent to the bullet workshop. Perfect. In 2 hours, once both facilities are complete, I can begin skill acquisition without delay. Tang Yu felt deeply satisfied. It appeared the loot dropped by these three vagabond faction leaders formed cohesive interlocking sets, designed for synergistic learning. Perhaps this was an intended beginner's boon, albeit one demanding near impossible odds to obtain. Butcher mastered bullet fabrication, Cabin specialized in firearm modification, Yu and Rugu. Counterfeiting. Though Tang Yu found the term simulation needlessly euphemistic, he preferred the blunt, unvarnished word forgery. Tang Yu's gaze settled on valuable artworks and historical legacies. The moment had arrived to master its knowledge. Yet he hadn't anticipated that studying this book required not only 200 Doomsday coins, but also a regional legend rating of at least 1 point. Utterly absurd. From his inventory, he withdrew 5 valuable items. For the 3 historically significant artifacts, he selected 3 commemorative gold coins, exactly fulfilling the requirement. Commemorative gold coin. Type valuable item. Description issued by Kuailuo City to mark the 80th anniversary of its victory in the urban war. Rumor has it collectors are actively seeking these coins. Yet the instant Tang Yu clicked to study the book, a sharp warning flashed across the interface. Prerequisites not met. He scanned the checklist. Every condition glowed green, except the 5 valuable items which remained stubbornly grayed out. Tang Yu froze stunned. Impossible. Weren't these precisely the valuable items he'd taken from Rugu's chamber? Why were they invalid? They clearly were. Oh shit. A chilling realization struck him like lightning. His expression twisted in disbelief. I'll be damned. Rugu, that dog of a man, didn't just fill that entire wall with fakes. They're all counterfeit. His composure shattered. Frantically, he emptied every so-called valuable item looted from Rugu's room and compared them one by one. The result. Rugu, I curse your ancestors to the 9th generation. I curse your grandfather 10 times over. You truly have no shred of decency left. Tang Yu had never imagined it what he'd thought a windfall, a whole room brimming with treasures, was nothing but illusion. Except for those 3 disaster coins secured inside the safe, not a single so-called valuable item was authentic. Indeed, he was a prodigy of deception, a vagabond chieftain who cultivated forgery as a fine art. Now Tang Yu understood why Rugu possessed valuable artworks and historical legacies. He needed it, not to appreciate history, but to perfect his deceptions. Tang Yu picked up a counterfeit bronze lion sculpture and opened its interface. Bronze lion sculpture. Type valuable item. Weight 7. 2 kilograms. Inventory space 32. Description: an exquisitely crafted copper lion. Impressively heavy. Intended for display or sale. As expected, his eyes narrowed, yet deep within their depths flickered awe and exhilaration. Counterfeits were indistinguishable in the game's interface. Only rare-tier items triggered authentication, which meant these fakes could be sold as genuine articles without detection. Fake. Nonsense. This is a legitimate valuable item, endorsed by the Doomsday Game interface itself. Who holds proof to the contrary? Who? A faint sly smile curled Tang Yu's lips. A daring, audacious idea ignited in his mind. The art of simulation wasn't merely a skill, it was a divine gift. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yu subjected the 40 to 50 valuable items he had looted from the trade tower the previous night to a meticulous authenticity assessment, using the rare book on valuable artworks and historical antiquities. As Tang Yu had anticipated, none of the artifacts retrieved from the trade tower were genuine. All 43 pieces proved to be flawless forgeries. Damn it. That meat dog truly has no regard for human decency. No wonder the trade tower was brimming with so many valuable items. Turns out this fellow has long been deceiving his subordinates with perfect replicas, each painstakingly modeled after illustrations in valuable artworks and historical antiquities. Talent hardly suffices to describe him. Only genius does justice. To confine such brilliance to leading mere vagrants is an outright waste. Tang Yu could only shake his head in wry disbelief. He gazed at the bronze lion sculpture depicted on the cover of valuable artworks and historical antiquities, noticing a tiny, nearly imperceptible indentation on its foreleg. Yet before him stood 5 identical bronze lion sculptures, and every single one bore that exact same subtle indentation on its foreleg. Tang Yu was utterly exasperated. He set aside all the counterfeits and withdrew the 9 valuable items he had collected from the theater tower, only to discover that 2 among them were also fakes. Tang Yu nearly choked on his own breath. What sin did I commit in a past life? Fortunately, 7 of the 9 items remained authentic. From these, he selected the 5 smallest by volume. This time, he successfully mastered the rare book on valuable artworks and historical antiquities. As the tome vanished, a 3rd skill appeared upon his skill panel. Appraisal of valuable artifacts. N-type rare knowledge-based skill description, a profoundly demanding discipline reserved for those endowed with exceptional innate talent and access to extraordinary resources. It enables comprehensive analysis of a valuable artifact's authenticity, material composition, historical provenance, and even the events it has witnessed, a field both arduous to master and infinitely nuanced. Effects N increases success rate in determining authenticity of valuable artifacts. N enhances accuracy in identifying material composition and craftsmanship, and improves likelihood and duration of historical event reconstruction tied to the artifact. N reduces chance of detection when producing counterfeit artifacts. N grants a chance for counterfeits to spontaneously manifest as genuine artifacts. 10 for common artifacts, 1 for rare artifacts, and 0.0001 for epic artifacts. At maximum proficiency in authenticity identification reaches 100 for common, 80 for rare, and 5 for epic artifacts. In counterfeit artifacts of epic rank or below become undetectable. In probability of spontaneous transmutation into genuine artifacts rises dramatically. In enables faithful replication of rare tier artifacts. Proficiency 0.1000 in methods of advancement in acquiring valuable artifacts, in correctly identifying counterfeits, in successfully appraising rare or epic artifacts, in uncovering historically significant events associated with an artifact, in crafting convincing counterfeits that are accepted and traded as genuine. Oh, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the skill panel with genuine astonishment. The sheer density of information embedded in the skill's description was staggering. Rare tier artifacts, epic tier artifacts. Tang Yu was no longer a novice. He had already acquired a rare tier title, and the recent counterfeit incident had sharpened his awareness. He now keenly perceived an unbridgeable chasm separating rare-tier artifacts from ordinary ones within this apocalyptic world. It was an immutable hierarchy, one that could never be transcended. Any item ascending to rare-tier or beyond invariably possessed extraordinary properties. Whether books, blueprints, formulas, or flora, the very notion of rare-tier valuable artifacts was unprecedented for Tang Yu. He had never encountered a single one during the first cataclysm. That absence could not possibly stem from his own oversight, or from underestimating fellow survivors. If he had never seen such artifacts, then neither had anyone else. So rare-tier valuable artifacts simply do not appear during the first cataclysm. With this realization, Tang Yu ceased fretting. They would surface in due course. There was no need to dwell. Now that prerequisites for mastering the rare book, The Art of Simulation, were fulfilled, Tang Yu immediately commenced study. The 15 required counterfeits vanished instantly, fulfilling their purpose perfectly. Instantly, a fourth skill manifested on his skill panel. Simulation artifact crafting, N-type rare life skill description, a nearly lost craft. Deceptively simple to begin, yet fiendishly difficult to master. Demanding both exceptional talent and abundant resources, mastery renders one perilously vulnerable, a profession where hands may well be broken. Proceed with extreme caution. Effects N enables replication of an artifact from either physical reference or detailed descriptive data. N enhances verisimilitude of the simulated artifact. N increases success rate during crafting. En reduces likelihood of detection. En placing the original artifact beside the work in progress amplifies realism, further lowers detection risk, and shortens production time. Grants a chance for simulated artifacts to spontaneously become genuine. 10 for common, 1 for rare, and 0.0001 for epic artifacts. At maximum proficiency, N dramatically enhances realism of crafted simulations. En drastically reduces detection probability. N greatly increases spontaneous transmutation into genuine artifacts. En enables faithful replication of rare-tier artifacts. Proficiency 0.10 in methods of advancement in crafting simulation artifacts, in mastering knowledge-based skills, in appraising other simulations, in studying authentic artifacts, in successfully trading simulations as genuine articles. This skill was undeniably formidable, especially when synergized with appraisal of valuable artifacts, the rare knowledge-based skill. Their combined effect was nothing short of explosive. The probability of transforming a simulated valuable artifact into a genuine 1 soared to 20, a full 1 in 5. Could one even conceive of such a thing? Yet Tang Yu had never imagined that in this apocalyptic age advancing one's skills would still demand rigorous scholarly study. He sighed and shook his head. Checking the time, he noted that the bullet processing workshop and firearm modification workshop would require another hour before completion, rendering the 2 remaining rare books temporarily unusable. Tang Yu then retrieved the remaining blueprints from his haul, 5 blueprints and 1 map. Tang Yu stared at the 5 rare blueprints before him. One was the remaining blueprint from the Meat Dog Vault, the Hideout Glory Showcase Construction Blueprint. Another was the blueprint dropped by the Ghostface Death, Hideout Workbench Construction Blueprint. The third was the one left by Cabin, Hideout Gym Construction Blueprint. The last 2 blueprints were from the 2 evil deity believers who died in the trading building, Hideout Facility Merging Construction Blueprint, and hideout indoor planting greenhouse construction blueprint. Tang Yu met all the facility requirements for these 5 rare blueprints. He was only short of a few simple materials. Thus, he simply inquired on the World Channel and quickly gathered what he needed. He decisively chose to construct. The workbench and gym were built in the weapon laboratory area on the 1st floor. The glory showcase was constructed on the 3rd floor in the living area right across from the fireplace. Construction of the 3 facilities commenced. Tang Yu's gaze turned to the remaining 2 blueprints, hideout facility merging blueprint and hideout indoor planting greenhouse blueprint. With a flip of his hand, a new blueprint appeared before him, hideout underground well construction blueprint. Tang Yu had possessed this blueprint for a long time. He had obtained it along with the hideout island frequency air conditioner construction blueprint, the gas mass production blueprint, and a bloodstained letter during a previous trade. Tang Yu had already added the gas mass production blueprint to the production list for the bathroom. The other 2 blueprints were left over since they were optional. But now Tang Yu had an interesting idea. He immediately took the hideout facility merging blueprint and the hideout underground well construction blueprint to the water collector in the underground living area. The water collector was now level 2, equipped with a purification function, but its water source had always been drawn from the city's water supply. Previously, it hadn't seemed significant, but now looking at the 2 blueprints in his hand, Tang Yu felt a hint of worry. Not to mention the distant future, the impending disaster, the apocalyptic flood. At that time, 98% of the land would be submerged and the city's water supply would inevitably be contaminated. Although the water collector had a purification function, purification required the consumption of filter cartridges. If the water quality was severely polluted, it was uncertain if it could be purified at all, and the replacement of filter cartridges would surely become a significant hassle. With the land submerged, it was uncertain how many supplies could be left, not to mention the filter cartridges. Even if there were some, their trading price would likely be astronomical. This was not just about one type of supply, but the price of all supplies. He had already made a decision in his heart. Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. Self-sufficiency is the way to go. The instructor had long made the truths about battling against heaven, earth, and people crystal clear. Without hesitation, he took out the construction materials for the underground well and then selected the hideout facility merging blueprint. Selecting the level 2 water collector and the hideout underground well construction blueprint, he chose a corner location in the living area and directly began merging and constructing the new facility. The water collector was enveloped in a white light. The construction time was 2 hours. Looking at the glowing construction area, a smile appeared on Tang Yu's face. He didn't know what kind of facility would be completed afterward. However, with 2 hideout facilities and the purifier blueprint used during the previous upgrade of the water collector to level 2, he had a total of 3 rare blueprints. There was no way the merged facility would turn out to be junk. Overthinking was futile. The die was cast. He would just wait for the result 2 hours later. Now Tang Yu was left with only the hideout indoor planting greenhouse construction blueprint. After some thought, he decided to wait for the water source to be completed before considering the construction, as the key issue in planting was the water source. Tang Yu didn't dare to build recklessly. However, some preparatory work could be done in advance. He opened the private chat list, searched diligently, and finally found his target. Tang Yu, brother, are you still alive? After half a minute without a reply, he thought the other party might have unfortunately perished last night. And Jiaha Yushun, has that rare plant split yet? The other party's message suddenly came through. Tang Yu was slightly taken aback, then slapped his forehead with his right hand. Damn, I completely forgot about the promise to give him the rare plant. It wasn't that Tang Yu intentionally forgot. His mind had been racing at high speed these past few days. But it wasn't too late now. Tang Yu, hey. Right? That's why I'm contacting you, brother. I can give it to you now. After hastily sending this message, Tang Yu rushed to the resting area, looking at the breathable green lily. Sure enough, the air roots that had emerged yesterday had completed their splitting, and another new air root had grown about 2/3 of the way. In 4 to 5 hours it would mature and split. Tang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Njiahe's message also arrived. Njiahe, that's great. Yushin can give it to me now. Oh, thank you so much. Seeing this, Tang Yu wasted no time. He directly snapped off the mature offspring and traded it to the other party. On Njiahe's side, looking at the offspring of the breathable green lily, just retrieved from the private chat mailbox, his excitement was beyond words. After confirming the plant's panel information, it was exactly the same as what he had seen 2 days ago. He finally let out a long breath. Originally, the trade with Tang Yu was a gamble, betting on Tang Yu's integrity. He had been waiting for Tang Yu's message since morning, but there had been no action at all. He was already starting to accept reality. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on him. Surprise. Joy. Not only was he thrilled to obtain this rare plant, but he was also amazed that Tang Yu actually fulfilled his promise so easily. And Njiahe's goodwill towards Tang Yu suddenly soared. Just then, Tang Yu's message came again. Tang Yu, by the way, Brother, do you have vegetable seeds, humus, and golden fertilizer? Do you still have those rare plant nurturing liquids from last time? Seeing Tang Yu suddenly needing so many items, and Jiahe's curiosity was piqued. And Jia, I still have all of those except there are only 2 bottles of rare plant nurturing liquid left. I have plenty of the other supplies. Yushin, you aren't planning to farm, are you? Tang Yu, brother, just give me those 2 bottles of rare plant nurturing liquid. As for farming, it's just a little experimentation. Hearing Tang Yu's words, and Jiahe's eyes lit up. He was joking, who didn't know how wealthy Tang Yu was. Moreover, he was very clever. Would he really just try a little? As for planting food, and Jiahe had tried more than once in this world, he couldn't grow vegetables and plant seeds using ordinary methods at all. Perhaps only in rare facilities related to planting would these seeds grow successfully. His eyes turned, he bit his lip and swallowed hard. He had already made up his mind. And Jiahe, Yushin, what do you think? The rare plant cultivation liquid is too precious. How should we settle this? As for the other seeds, humus, soil, and fertilizers, no one wants them. I can just give you as many as you want. What do you say? And Jiahe, it's just that. Yushin, if you really grow some food or vegetables, could you share a bit with me? I haven't eaten fresh vegetables in 3 years since the apocalypse began. Looking at the message sent by Jiahe, Tang Yu did not reply immediately, but carefully reread it several times, including their previous chat records. It seemed that Jiahe was particularly concerned whenever it came to plants. Tang Yu quickly recalled that a couple of days ago he had contacted him to purchase the rare plant cultivation liquid, and back then he had already said it was out of stock. Yet now there were 2 bottles available. Either he wasn't truthful last time, or and Jiahe can actually produce this rare plant cultivation liquid. Tang Yu's eyes instantly sparkled. Putting the former aside, if what he suspected was true and Jiahe could make the rare plant cultivation liquid, the output of the Type 1 plant cultivation liquid could produce at least 1 unit per day. This is a rare talent. Tang Yu had an idea. Tang Yu, sure brother. If I really manage to create something, I'll contact you. What do you think? Tang Yu, but remember to save me a share of any items related to rare plants. And Jiahe, haha, okay Yushin, I will keep an eye out for you. The two quickly discussed the items exchanged for those 2 Type 1 plant cultivation liquids. After consuming an MP5 submachine gun, 120 bullets, and a level 3 bulletproof vest, the transaction was successfully completed. At this point, no one cared about Tang Yu's nourishing lamb soup anymore, and he didn't mind while the kitchen continued to work hard. At worst, he could sell it to survivors in the extreme cold regions, or save it for when the extreme weather arrives and sell it to others. The supplies needed for the indoor planting greenhouse were already in place. Tang Yu continued to sort through the spoils. His gaze fell on an item resembling a map in the meat dog safe. An item that can be placed alongside 2 rare blueprints cannot be ordinary. Tang Yu opened the map and clearly saw the text on it. His mind immediately went blank, dumbfounded. He then carefully confirmed that the location written on the map was indeed the place he had in mind. What the hell? It actually is. CBS Laboratory Functional Area Distribution Structure Map. Type rare item description. This is a blueprint documenting the functional area distribution within an underground laboratory called CBS, enabling you to quickly locate your desired position. Effect 1. When within the laboratory's range, you can see your current position on the map as well as the location of the escape routes. Effect 2. Can be used as a rare special facility item to expand the intelligence center, adding CBS laboratory modules. On this CBS laboratory map, it is clear that the entire laboratory is divided into 3 levels: underground level 1, underground level 2, and underground level 3. At the same time, the laboratory is categorized into 5 functional areas using 5 different colors: logistics, warehouse and supply area, parking lot, laboratory and office area, sterile laboratory, medical support, and quarantine area, administration and recreation area. Each functional area is further divided into smaller sections. For example, the simplest parking lot area is divided into 1. Security room, parking lot gate, control room 2, parking lot 3, forecourt 4, parking lot gate. In total, the laboratory has approximately 40 functional areas distributed across 3 levels. The largest area is occupied by the laboratory and sterile laboratory sections. Tang Yu reaffirmed his previous suspicion that this CBS laboratory was definitely conducting human experiments to research gene evolution agents. That's why they developed the Ocean's Sun gene evolution agent. However, Tang Yu looked at a black area on the map with a puzzled expression, because on the map this black area was marked as the containment isolation zone. Seeing such wording, Tang Yu instinctively felt uncomfortable. What is being contained? What is being isolated? Could it be those experimental subjects that went out of control during gene-human experiments? Or something else? What Tang Yu thought of was that jelly-like substance he discovered in the ghoul's brain last night. Incomplete brain neural bridge. What does the escape route mentioned on this map mean? Why would there be a need for an escape route? Does it mean that after entering this laboratory one can only leave by finding this escape route? and that there are likely multiple escape routes that may change at any time. Or are there specific conditions that must be met to leave? Only in this way can the value of this map be demonstrated, justifying its classification as a rare item. Tang Yu rubbed his temples again, not daring to think further. His mind felt a bit itchy. However, looking at the information panel of this map, he suddenly understood. Effect 1 essentially weakens the virtual map after numerous versions. As for Effect 2, to be honest, Tang Yu was indeed a bit tempted. However, currently the Intelligence Center is still upgrading, and on the other hand, the first round of disasters hasn't passed, yet Tang Yu is completely unaware of the true situation in the apocalyptic world. So he temporarily dismissed the thought of using this map. Let's keep it for now. After all, the item is in hand, and whenever he decides to use it is entirely up to Tang Yu. Thus, the most precious blueprints and books among this batch of spoils have been organized. Tang Yu then took out all the rare items collected last night from his backpack. Sitting down happily on the ground, he began the most enjoyable identification process. This batch of rare items could be said to be the most shocking since Tang Yu entered the apocalyptic game. There were scattered weapons, armor, and functional equipment. However, what intrigued Tang Yu the most was an item resembling a head-mounted monocular telescope, which he immediately recognized as a night vision device. AMPVS-14 Monocular Night Vision Device Type Rare Item Occupied Space 1 by 1 Description AMPVS-14 Monocular Night Vision Device. A portable visual search device used by the Army-Navy capable of visible night vision up to 350 meters with a 40 field of view and brightness adjustment feature. Suitable environment low light usage method handheld mounted on weapons or cameras field of view 40 magnification 13x resolution 64 brightness gain 253000 adjustable diopter adjustment 26 focus range 25 cm 350 m operating temperature range 51 C to 49 C storage temperature range 51 C to 85 C. The night vision device was used in conjunction with the AMPEC-15 aiming module mounted on Gue Lien's precision rifle. AMPEC-15 aiming module. Type integrated tactical device. Grid space 11. Description: a multifunctional tactical system combining visible light laser designation, infrared IR laser designation, and an IR illuminator. Mode selection: visible laser infrared illuminator. When activated at night, the AMPEC-15 emits an invisible infrared laser, undetectable to the naked eye, that projects a small IR dot precisely at the point of impact on the target. Wearing night vision equipment allows the user to acquire and engage targets directly via this infrared laser even under near total darkness. The acquisition of these two items dramatically enhanced Tang Yu's nocturnal combat capability, extending his effective engagement range from close quarters to mid to short range, thereby vastly increasing tactical flexibility and operational safety. 417 Hong Kong dollars precision rifle. Type designated marksman rifle. Grid space 52. Recoil vertical 93. Horizontal 258. Effective range 700 meters. Firing modes: semi-automatic, fully automatic. Rate of fire 850 rounds per minute. Accuracy 1. 53 MOA. Caliber 7. 6,251 millimeters NATO. Muzzle velocity 789 milliseconds. Magazine 7 Hong Kong dollars. 62 51 20 round semi-transparent polymer magazine. The handguard features an exceptionally clean minimalist design. Its top rail seamlessly integrates with the receiver's Picatinny rail, and the full quad rail configuration enables mounting of diverse tactical accessories. Equipped with UTG reflex sight. Cultist Priest's Blade. Type rare, melee weapon. Grid space 21. Description: a strangely shaped blade inscribed with arcane symbols, evidently forged for ritual use, yet possessing far more than ceremonial function. Modified for toxin delivery, its edge carries a hazardous contamination. Contact is strongly discouraged. Effect: upon being struck by the cultist priest's blade, the target becomes infected with an unknown toxin that ignites their blood from within, a condition impervious to standard antidote injections. Effect: 2 victims struck by the blade gradually succumb to progressive paralysis, the severity intensifying over time, again unaffected by antidote injections. Effect 3 enables the user to conduct sacrificial rituals. Note: effects 1 and 2 may each be triggered twice per day. Only CBS Laboratories antidote serum can neutralize this toxin. HRT Combat Boots Black. Type rare footwear. Material: Neoprotex, membrane abrasion-resistant ballistic nylon. Puncture resistance level 2. Waterproofing excellent. Breathability excellent. Stability rating high. Oil and slip resistant. Impact absorption elevation 25. Stealth tread dampening 30. Description: a high-performance combat boot engineered for exceptional adaptability across diverse environments. Mechanics: wear gloves. Type rare handwear. Material: fur-lined specialty nylon. Waterproofing excellent. Abrasion resistance excellent. Thermal retention good. Grip enhancement 25. Hand stability 20. XCD 500 BT digital headset. Type headset. Grid space 22. Performance metrics distortion 0. 2. Footstep detection 40. Equipment noise sensitivity 30. Audio pickup range 20. Environmental noise suppression 25. Nearly half of Tang Yu's previous gear had been replaced by spoils taken from Gue Lien. His boots, gloves, headset, and melee weapon were all newly upgraded. Especially the cultist priest's blade. Its capabilities surpassed Tang Yu's expectations entirely upon reviewing its data. With such effects, a single slash would seal an enemy's fate. Unless they possessed the specialized antidote, serum survival was virtually impossible. The paralytic effect closely mirrored Tang Yu's earlier paralytic toxin, offering versatile situational application. As for the ritual conducting ability, Tang Yu paid particular attention. Having acquired the Nightwalker title, he was obligated to complete a sacrificial ritual within 7 days, or face self-sacrifice. Though the precise mechanism of self-sacrifice remained unclear, Tang Yu had no intention of testing it. Regarding sacrificial rites, Tang Yu retrieved from Gue Lien spoils an object resembling the previously acquired encrypted USB drive. Only upon viewing its item panel did he recognize it. Encrypted USB drive. Type rare digital text. Effect contents may be accessed and studied using electronic devices. Prerequisites: cultist priest or cultist affiliation, 1 electronic device, 1 morphine injection. Description: a mysterious drive leaked from CBS laboratory containing esoteric knowledge unknown to the wider world. So this is the encrypted USB drive. Tang Yu gazed at the interface description, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, a notebook bearing a colossal enigmatic I symbol materialized in his palm. Its pages teemed with dense arcane glyphs. Merely glancing at them induced dizziness and fractured concentration. Cultist priest's notebook. Description: a journal used by cultists to record vital information. Yet its contents remain indecipherable without corresponding knowledge or the encrypted USB drive. He had obtained this notebook on the 2nd day of the Apocalypse game after eliminating a cultist who attempted to ambush him at the Red Romance Club. He had nearly forgotten about it, until discovering unexpectedly that the long-sought encrypted USB drive had been in Gue Lien's possession all along. Upon reflection, however, this made perfect sense. Yet the intelligence hub remained under upgrade, rendering the encrypted USB drive unusable for now. He would have to wait. As for the affiliation prerequisite, Tang Yu surmised that wearing the Nightwalker title would fulfill it completely. After all, the title's inscription was unequivocal: the old king is dead. The new king ascends. Like the previous cultists of the evil god, the ghost-faced man also carried a notebook filled with cryptic symbols. The mystery would have to wait to be unraveled together. The final 2 items found on the ghost-faced man were ones Tang Yu could never have anticipated: a CBS laboratory keycard. Type laboratory keycard. Grid occupancy 11. Function: unlocks the door to the G12 experimental zone on basement level 2. Compatible containers. Simple wallet, yes. Key organizer, no. Document pouch, yes. Small SICC bag, yes. Altar Museum warehouse key. Type physical key. Grid occupancy 11. Function: opens the main gate to the warehouse located behind the Altar Museum. It's a laboratory key card. So far, he now possessed 2 such cards granting access to the facility. One was the laboratory access key card, valid for a single entry into the lab. The other was this black key card. Tang Yu immediately retrieved the internal laboratory map and located the G12 experimental zone in the bottom left corner of basement level 2. Behind G12 lay a staff work area. Adjacent to it were G11, a fellow experimental zone, and B12, housing the server room. A staircase connected G12 and B12 vertically. The G12 zone is surprisingly spacious. Its contents remain unknown, though they are almost certainly high-tier equipment. And the Altar Museum warehouse may well be the ghost-faced man's lair. Tang Yu recalled how Black Dog had dropped a key upon death, an acquisition still vivid in his memory. Having secured both keys, Tang Yu completed the inventory of the ghost-faced man's spoils. Next came the loot from Meat Dog Cabin and the Butcher. All blueprints and books had already been extracted earlier. Now only weapons, gear, and miscellaneous items remained from the 3 leaders. Meat Dog's weapon was a Remington M870 shotgun, superior in performance to the earlier MP133, yet Tang Yu currently had no need for such firearms and set it aside. Next came the Butcher's spoils. Frankly, upon seeing his weapon, Tang Yu struggled to find words adequate to describe it. Piardron Baton. Type rare item, melee weapon. Grid occupancy 12. Attack range 0. 6 meters. Description: a Piardron baton equipped with a side handle, originally deployed by law enforcement for self-defense and crowd control. Effect: when striking an armed opponent, their firearm suffers immediate jamming. Effect 2 on impact, the target's mobility, turning speed and attack speed each drop by 90. To Tang Yu, this weapon was nothing short of monstrous, barbaric beyond measure. Were someone struck unexpectedly by this device, their weapon would instantly seize, while movement would slow to a crawl. Tang Yu could conceive of no outcome besides being bludgeoned to death. He felt profound relief that he'd eliminated the old schemer outright with a remote detonated emulsion explosive. Had the butcher landed even one blow with this thing, the consequences. Tisk tisk. No other items on the butcher proved particularly novel. Most were standard issue from the looted armory, and his prized ammunition had long since been transferred into Tang Yu's inventory space. Finally came cabin spoils. Though abundant, only 2 items truly caught Tang Yu's attention: XOGB cigar. Type: rare item. Grid occupancy 11. Description: a premium cigar brand favored by tycoons and elites, renowned for its invigorating properties. Effect: I grants the euphoria, status lasting 180 seconds. Effect 2, focus 10. PKM light machine gun. Type: machine gun. Grid occupancy 63. Description: a robust, battle-proven weapon famed for simplicity, reliability, and devastating firepower. Recoil vertical 132, horizontal 819. Effective range 750 meters. Firing mode fully automatic. Rate of fire 650 revolutions per minute. Caliber 7. 6254R. Default magazine PK 100 round box magazine 7. 6254R. Tang Yu had witnessed the PKM's destructive power firsthand. 7. 62mm rounds tearing through targets left no doubt about its lethality. As for the cigars, the euphoria effect conferred pain suppression, a utility Tang Yu already possessed in abundance. What intrigued him more was the 10 focus bonus. With the bullet workshop and firearms modification bay under construction, and the explosives crafting station already operational. Explosives can wait for now. His growing list of handcrafted items placed increasing demands on concentration, a challenge he now consciously sought to overcome. Accordingly, he had begun deliberately collecting items that enhanced focus. The remaining items were mere trinkets. Among cabin's leftovers, however, Tang Yu discovered a letter, signed simply the technician. He opened it without hesitation. Cabin, when will you finally collect your PKP machine gun? If you delay further, I'll start charging storage fees. Also, news has arrived regarding the underwater assault rifle blueprint you requested. Come see me soon. Don't forget your disaster coins. As for underwater assault rifle ammunition, I suggest speaking directly with the butcher. He reportedly possesses deep knowledge of specialized cartridges. Perhaps he holds precisely what you seek. Beneath these lines sprawled a hasty signature: Sergei Asinai. An underwater assault rifle. Tang Yu's pulse quickened. Such a weapon existed in this world. He knew well how severely water-degraded ballistic performance bullets typically lost all forward momentum within 2 meters due to hydrodynamic resistance and cavitation. Yet here stood proof of an engineered solution, and according to the technician, the butcher held vital intelligence regarding its specialized ammunition. That mention of ammunition ignited a spark in Tang Yu's mind. Beyond the skillbook ballistics theory and practice, what else could possibly relate so intimately to ammunition? He thought instantly of the impending deluge catastrophe and his long-sought underwater combat capability. Then finding this technician is non-negotiable. But what was his full name again? Sergei Asinai. After organizing these rare items according to his own habits, what remained were the vast quantities of military equipment and the ordinary supplies collected from the trading building and the theater building. These supplies were mainly categorized into several major types by Tang Yu. First was the military category, which was also the type of supplies Tang Yu currently had the most of. The operation of completely emptying 2 refugee camp armories was more than enough for Tang Yu to assemble a team of hundreds. Another part consisted of various supplies collected from the trading building and the theater building, which were numerous and diverse. Electronic products, medical supplies, household items, various tools, flammable materials, energy items, and so on, almost covering all aspects. This was also the type of supplies that gave Tang Yu the most headaches, making him roll his eyes. The last category of supplies was the indoor furniture and appliances that Tang Yu had collected last night, which were in good condition or had little damage. Aside from the military supplies, these items currently took up the most space in the hideout. The furniture and appliances collected by Tang Yu were quite different from the rare items and crafted goods. These supplies were not recognized by the Doomsday Game and didn't even have the simplest item panel. Naturally, they wouldn't have any special effects or functions to aid the survivors. Yet Tang Yu still collected quite a bit. His purpose was simple: to enjoy and to be comfortable. In his past life, Tang Yu might have worked hard for a month without being able to afford a solid wood leather chair in front of him. Now that he had the means, why not enjoy it? He certainly had the conditions. What was the purpose of all the meticulous planning and scheming he had done in the past few days? Wasn't it to ensure that he could live longer, more comfortably, and more enjoyably in the apocalypse? If he couldn't enjoy the fruits of his labor beforehand, how could he afterward? Then wouldn't that mean all his efforts were in vain? So rather than sorting through the numerous military supplies and the chaotic items, Tang Yu decided to arrange his living area first. The resting area was completely transformed, occupying an entire floor of underground space. The previous single sofa and small tea table clearly no longer matched Tang Yu's current mansion. Thus, on the empty space in front of the fireplace, a precious cashmere rug was laid down. Facing the fireplace, 3 meters in front of the glory display cabinet, a 3-seater fabric sofa was placed on the rug with a complete set of single and double sofas on each side of the fireplace. Between the 3-seater sofa and the fireplace was a wooden-framed coffee table with a marble top. A small round table was placed between the single sofa and the fireplace. A small coffee table was also placed between the double sofa and the 3-seater sofa. A rare plant, the breathing green lily, was placed on the small coffee table. The slight smoky aroma from the burning fireplace was instantly purified. Looking at the warmly arranged living area he had set up himself. If only there were a fruit plate with some fruits, Tang Yu thought to himself. He then noticed the statue of Guan Yu not far from the fireplace and froze for a moment before smacking his forehead. When upgrading the hideout, he had forgotten that the statue was right next to the resting area's fireplace, resulting in it being brought to the lowest level when adjusting positions. "My lord, please forgive me, I will help you move." After saying this, Tang Yu didn't use his backpack space. He manually moved the statue along with its pedestal to the top level. He chose a spot against the wall directly facing the security door of the hideout to rearrange the statue of Guan Yu. Just as he was about to light incense, Tang Yu suddenly remembered that today's Super Monopoly hadn't rolled the dice yet. He quickly confessed to Guan Yu, hurried to the bathroom, washed his hands and face, and applied some fragrance. Only then did he stand solemnly in front of the statue of Guan Yu, his expression serious. "O Lord Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you. Bless me with great luck and prosperity." He bowed 3 times respectfully and then placed the sandalwood incense into the incense burner. Opening the Super Monopoly panel today, all real estate investment wealth points had once again credited 425 points. Adding yesterday's remaining 521 points, his wealth points reached a total of 946. He rolled the dice, and as the dice spun rapidly, Tang Yu's gaze followed. Finally, the dice came to a stop. It was 6 o'clock. As the miniature Tang Yu bounced on the Super Monopoly map, he had already caught sight of the impending stopping position, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "That is, would you like to spend 300 points to purchase the Ganyang metro station?" Yes, with Tang Yu's confirmation. Wealth points were deducted and 946 points were reduced to 646 points. A new virtual map also appeared in Tang Yu's mind. At the very moment the virtual map appeared, Tang Yu immediately noticed the illuminated points within the metro station, one yellow and the other red. This discovery drew Tang Yu's attention to these 2 light points. The red represented hostility towards Tang Yu or indiscriminate enmity. The yellow, on the other hand, indicated neutrality. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 colors at one metro station was indeed intriguing. Tang Yu observed closely and found that these 2 light points were almost at the east and west ends of the GOAT metro station tunnel. They should be from the same group of survivors. They likely do not realize they have neighbors. Tang Yu made his own judgment. As for why among the survivors one person held hostility towards him, Tang Yu was not particularly concerned. There were simply too many people who harbored enmity towards him. It was nothing unusual. Jealousy, hostility, psychological imbalance, and not being able to stand his good fortune. There were many reasons. Anyway, as long as it didn't hinder him, he couldn't be bothered. But if someone dared to jump in front of him and make a fuss, he would deal with them. Not bad, another station in hand. By the way, the Super Monopoly only unlocks its full features after surviving the first round of disasters. Are those the ones I'm familiar with? A bit of anticipation. Returning to the living area, Tang Yu brewed himself a cup of black tea and checked the time. There was half an hour left until the bullet processing room would be completed, so he opened the panel. He reviewed the achievements and titles obtained last night. A total of 3 achievements and 3 titles were acquired last night. Tang Yu had already checked the achievement Plague's Bane 2 and the 2 rare-level titles Night Walker and Plague Conqueror. Now only 2 achievements remained, Disaster Traveler and Rising Legend, along with the common title Beloved in Disaster. Disaster Traveler type achievement requirement: find a disaster relic during a disaster and witness its birth. Effect 1. When in a disaster impact, 10 chance of finding a disaster relic. 10. Effect after using a disaster relic. 5. Effect 2. Each time you successfully find and witness the birth of a disaster relic during a disaster, the effect of Effect 1 stacks once. Rising Legend. Type achievement. Requirement: accumulate 3 points of District Legend reputation before surviving the first cataclysm. Effect 1. Once every 3 days, summon and command an enemy previously slain by you to fight on your behalf for 1 hour. Current usable charges 1. Effect 2, Luck 5. Cataclysm's favorite. Type common title. Requirement witness the birth of a cataclysmic artifact. Effect while within a cataclysm, all creature disposition shifts to neutral. Cataclysmic effects are reduced by 5, Luck 5. Though subtly distinct, both Cataclysm Traveler and Cataclysm's favorite serve as foundational safeguards for Tang Yu's future confrontations with cataclysms. The information panel for Rising Legend, however, proved especially intriguing. If I were to summon Ghostface now, that would be rather fascinating. He recalled Ghostface, uncanny stealth, and overwhelming battlefield dominance during the Trade Tower incident. Tang Yu felt a stirring of anticipation. If wielded skillfully, this ability would vastly expand his tactical options in combat. As for the final Luck 5 effect, its precise implications remained unclear to him. Yet its placement as a standalone effect strongly suggested profound significance. Closing the panel, Tang Yu found 3 keys reappearing in his hands. Bank Office Key 1. Supermarket Manager's Office Key 1. Corner Clinic Radiology Room Key 1. These 3 keys had been looted from displaced civilians poisoned by Amanita muscaria at the ground floor exchange center. Beyond these, he held numerous other and used keys from Apartment 15. Main Entrance Key Room, 704 Key Room, 715 Key, and Room, 807 Key. From CBS Laboratory, Laboratory Access Card 1, Laboratory Key Card Black 1. From Ultrat Museum Warehouse, Warehouse Key 1, dropped by Ghostface, a prize Tang Yu eagerly anticipated. Tang Yu's gaze lingered upon the keys for Rooms 704 and 807 in Apartment 15. The Room 704 key was obtained from that bloodstained letter. The occupant of Room 807 served as the letter writer's contact, an undercover operative stationed at the subway station dedicated to exposing the cultists of the abyssal deity. Their affiliation appeared military. Apartment 15 must be thoroughly investigated at the earliest opportunity. It may yet yield deeper secrets. Moreover, the bank lies directly adjacent to it. The large supermarket also stood near Apartment 15, as did the 4S dealership where Cabin had been stationed. Its key, acquired only yesterday, likely remained unclaimed by anyone else. As for the corner clinic, Tang Yu retrieved the map of the Baida district in Luo City and began searching, soon locating his target. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The clinic lay just 1 street away from the Ultrat Museum, and the distance was considerable. It sat nearly at the boundary between Baida district and neighboring urban zones. Yet a nearby subway station, clearly visible on the map, was unmistakably familiar. Yangon Subway Station. What the hell? Isn't that the very subway station I just purchased? How did it end up over there? Tang Yu temporarily filed away the newly gathered intelligence, resolving to determine his next course of action after enduring the first cataclysm. At that moment, the bullet workshop finally completed construction. Tang Yu ascended to the topmost level, the weapons laboratory, where a 20 square meter room had been partitioned off. Inside stood a fully equipped workbench, manual bullet press, digital scale, funnel tool wall, and storage racks. Every essential apparatus present. Bullet workshop. Type shelter facility. Effect 1 increases bullet crafting speed by 20, reduces material consumption by 10, and grants a 5 chance to produce rare tier bullets. Effect 2 accelerates skill proficiency gain for bullet-related abilities by 10. Effect 3 focus 20. Rare tier bullets. Tang Yu had never imagined such a tier even existed. And Effect 2, boosting proficiency acquisition by 10, proved equally formidable. Without hesitation, he activated the skill book titled Ballistics Theory and Practice. Instantly, a 5th skill appeared on his skill panel. Ammunition Expert. Type Rare Life Skill. Description: a mastery refined to its zenith, where bullets transcend mere instruments of death and become lethal artistry. Effects: reduces bullet crafting time and material consumption. Decreases the probability of misfeeds during chambering. Decreases the probability of misfires upon discharge. Enhances bullet property effects by 15, reduces recoil by 20, improves shooting accuracy by 5. Grants a slight chance to produce rare tier bullets during crafting. At max level, enhances bullet property effects by 35, grants a modest chance to produce rare tier bullets. Proficiency 010000. How to increase proficiency. Successfully craft bullets, hit enemies with crafted ammunition, refine bullet designs. Incredible. Tang Yu's face lit up with exhilaration as he read through the ammunition expert skill description. What is the greatest fear when firing? Jamming and duds. Yet this skill directly mitigates both risks, potentially saving his life on the battlefield. Moreover, the recoil reduction and accuracy enhancement were critical combat advantages. Consider propellant charge, unchanged muzzle velocity, unchanged terminal ballistics, unchanged. Yet shots land with unwavering stability and seamless fluidity. That is battlefield divinity incarnate. Pairing this skill with the PCAM machine gun and its 100-round magazine. Beneath the ammunition expert skill panel lay a comprehensive list of bullet calibers and types, each accompanied by precise material requirements, procedural steps, and critical notes. Tang Yu stared at the densely packed array of bullet models and functional variants. Rifle rounds, pistol cartridges, submachine gun ammo, shotgun shells, signal flares. His head throbbed. Even grenade fabrication methods were included. Each firearm category branched into countless subtypes. For instance, the 7.62mm caliber alone offered 3 lengths: 39mm, 51mm, and 54mm. And each length featured specialized variants: full metal jacket armor piercing, enhanced armor piercing, tracer, incendiary armor piercing, explosive. Pistol rounds offered even greater diversity: full metal jacket, soft point, flat nose, hollow point, expanding rounds. They were further categorized by velocity, supersonic or subsonic, and differentiated by jacket composition, casing presence, and exotic projectile materials. The sheer volume overwhelmed him. Even the underwater ammunition referenced in Cabin's letter appeared in the list, multiple variants, each featuring exceptionally elongated projectiles. Their listed lengths range from 120mm to 150mm, 12 to 15 centimeters. How large is the magazine for such a weapon? Tang Yu frowned slightly. Yet due to their unique hydrodynamic profile, these rounds could travel an astonishing 60 meters underwater. By comparison, standard bullets veered off course and lost all kinetic energy within 2 meters of submersion. Just as Tang Yu finished reviewing the bullet catalog, the gun modification workshop, previously under construction, also completed. Tang Yu watched as the firearms modification workshop was completed. Firearms modification workshop. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. Randomly generates firearm tactical accessories daily. Common items 80, rare items 19, epic items 1. Generates 1 firearms modification blueprint every 3 days. Common blueprints 90, rare blueprints 9. 5 epic blueprints 0. 5. Effect 2. Enhances all firearms modification skill effects by 10, increases proficiency gain rate for firearms modification skills by 10. Effect 3. Focus 20. Firearms engineer. Type: rare life skill. Description: a wise person never wields a weapon he does not understand. Only the exceptionally brilliant conceive of modifying firearms themselves, and only the supreme firearms engineer earns the title of gunsmith. Effects: restores firearm durability during maintenance and repair. Significantly reduces firearm malfunction rate after maintenance. Reduces firearm modification time by 20. After modification, firearms have a chance to gain 1 or more performance enhancements: full performance 5, vertical recoil 50, horizontal recoil 50, effective range 100, ergonomics 15, shooting precision, MOA 0. 50 rate of fire, RPM 100, jamming probability during sustained fire 15. At maximum level during firearm modification, there is a chance to experience a flash of insight, granting mastery of a firearms modification blueprint: 60 common, 30 rare, 10 epic. Enables free enhancement of firearm performance. Proficiency 010000. How to increase proficiency: modify, repair, or maintain firearms. Craft firearms modification blueprints. Eliminate enemies using modified firearms. Tang Yu studied the panel's description with deep satisfaction. A firearms modification blueprint already lay upon the workshop table, unfortunately only a Commandeer one, which he promptly stowed into his inventory. Likewise, beneath the firearms engineer skill panel, an extensive list of crafting options had appeared. It ranged from fundamental components, grips, handguards, barrels, to advanced attachments, rail mounts, magazine stocks, and even included detailed instructions and tutorials for functional tactical accessories. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of distinct parts in varying specifications left Tang Yu utterly stunned. He had anticipated difficulty, but this list overwhelmed him far more than the earlier ammunition crafting roster. This is good. Yes, truly good. He repeated the affirmation, inwardly steadying himself. Already Tang Yu envisioned the extraordinary potential of both ballistics expert and firearms engineer. Though daunting at first glance, mastering these two skills would yield benefits far exceeding their listed descriptions. From now on, he would achieve complete self-sufficiency in firearms and ammunition, custom crafting specialized rounds and weapons tailored precisely to his operational needs. His economic prospects would likewise undergo a profound transformation. True mastery of these disciplines would elevate his understanding of ballistics and armaments far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. He would transcend the primitive transactional model of scavenging and bartering resources, replacing it with something far more potent. By leveraging exclusive ammunition and bespoke firearm modifications, he would re-establish monopolistic trade, just as he had with the nourishing lamb soup, dominating the market and commanding pricing authority, the ultimate strategic advantage. Arms dealing remains among the most lucrative trades, especially in a perilous world where death lurks at every turn. A reliable, well-suited weapon and armor-piercing rounds are worth any fortune to those desperate to survive. Supplies may be replenished, but life is irreplaceable. Even the explosives crafting skill could follow the same path. Unlike nourishing lamb soup, whose market is constrained to extreme cold weather, firearms and ammunition demand is perpetual. So long as Blue Planet endures, and 10,000 new players enter the Apocalypse game each month, Tang Yu will never lack customers. Indeed, a true craftsman always thrives wherever he goes. With quiet reflection, he closed the interface and departed the firearms modification workshop. Today held no time for skill study. He now stood before the innermost wall of the basement, unrolling the hideout shooting range construction blueprint. With the ammunition processing workshop and firearms modification workshop complete, it's time to build this. He selected the blueprint. Instantly, a softly glowing holographic screen shimmered into existence before him. Shooting range construction countdown 3 hours. Excellent, though I do hope the range proves spacious. Soon after, the workbench, gym, and Hall of Glory display cabinet were all completed. Hideout workbench. Type hideout facility. Effect 1. Increases item crafting success rate by 20, reduces accident probability by 25, shortens crafting time by 20, and enhances final item efficacy by 5. Effect 2. Boosts proficiency gain for related skills by 10 during crafting. Effect 3. Focus 20. Hideout gym. Type hideout facility. Effect 1. 30 minutes of training grants permanent increases to strength, metabolism, and stress resistance proficiency. Effect 2. 1 hour of training grants permanent increases to endurance, vitality, health, and immunity proficiency. Note, each effect activates only once per day. Hall of Glory. Type hideout facility. Effect 1. Displaying enemy dog tags grants bonuses to combat skill proficiency. The magnitude of this bonus scales with the number of disasters the slain foe has survived. The greater the count, the stronger the benefit. Effect 2. Displaying self-crafted items grants bonuses to life skill proficiency. The strength of this bonus depends on the displayed item's tier, category, complexity, and value. The higher the tier, the broader the variety, the greater the difficulty, and the higher the value, the more pronounced the benefit. Note, the Hall of Glory supports display of 1 to 5 item categories. Uniformity across displayed types amplifies the bonus, but exceeding 5 categories nullifies all benefits. Tang Yu widened his mouth in disbelief as he stared at the information introduction of the 3 facilities before him. What the hell? What the hell? Tang Yu never expected that the effects of these 3 facilities would be so powerful, especially the gym and the Glory Showcase. He had already guessed some of the effects of the workbench, so he was not surprised. However, these 2 facilities truly gave Tang Yu a pleasant surprise. The information revealed to him also made his eyes light up. Combat skills, dog tags, disaster counts. It made Tang Yu instantly realize that these 2 facilities were not aimed at rookie survivors of the first round of disasters. Rather, they were meant for those old-timers who had been struggling in the apocalyptic games for who knows how long. So it turns out, metabolism, immunity. These are skills too. Tang Yu is not unfamiliar with these terms, having seen them multiple times in medical supplies, adrenaline, syringes, equipment, and titles. He had once speculated that these might be elements that would only appear after surviving the first round of disasters, but at that time Tang Yu had never thought of them in terms of skills. Tang Yu glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. At midnight, the first round of disasters would officially be over. Tang Yu felt a little anxious. Half an hour later, the facility that combined the underground water well and the level 2 water collector was finally completed. When the light curtain disappeared, a room resembling a water chamber appeared before Tang Yu. It was not large, only about 7 or 8 square meters, and this facility was located in the far corner of the entire underground 3rd floor. It wouldn't affect anything. Water collector, underground purification room, level 3 type hideout facility. Effect 1. Unlimited water supply for the hideout and open for connecting pipelines. Other facilities only need to consume PVC pipes, duct tape, metal parts, and faucets to connect with each other. Effect 2. Daily drinking water capacity 500 L of filter replacement required every week. Effect 3. The water source here is from deep underground and will not be affected by any disasters except earthquakes. The water quality is stable and can replace various water sources. Effect 4. Long-term consumption can slowly enhance health proficiency. It has been proven that Tang Yu's decision this time was incredibly correct. This combined facility not only upgraded the water collector from level 2 to level 3. The water source would no longer be greatly affected except for earthquakes. However, in the event of such a disaster, regardless of what water source Tang Yu had, it would likely yield the same result. The daily purified water capacity had also increased from the initial 5L to 500L, while the filter replacement frequency had changed from 2 every 3 days to 1 every 7 days. This also sufficiently demonstrated the purity effects of the underground water source. Tang Yu had anticipated this. What surprised him the most was the effect that could slowly enhance health proficiency. It seems this underground water is quite extraordinary. Overthinking was of no use. Since the water source issue was now resolved, it was time to proceed to the next upgrade. Tang Yu arrived at the second underground level. Standing in front of a wall directly above him was the shooting range. Next to it was the staircase leading to the third underground level. He had already taken out the blueprint for the indoor planting greenhouse construction, which had effects similar to the shooting range. The facility building belonged to additional space and did not occupy the hideout area. Various construction materials appeared before Tang Yu. As the blueprint transformed into a light curtain covering the wall in front of him, a mechanical prompt sound echoed in Tang Yu's ear. Detecting that the hideout has an external water collector facility, do you wish to consume PVC pipes X28, a metal parts X15, a duct tape X8, a shower heads X10, connect to the water source? Would you like to connect? Tang Yu was well prepared for this. He had plenty of these materials. Yes, as Tang Yu confirmed the required construction materials, and the hideout disappeared accordingly. Construction countdown 3 hours. Watching as this facility officially began construction, the entire important upgrade and construction work of the hideout was completed. Currently, only the facility's intelligence center, disaster coin mine, shooting range, and indoor planting greenhouse were under construction and upgrade. The construction time for the first two facilities was still quite long. Both the intelligence center and disaster coin mine had roughly 31 hours left. The latter two facilities would be completed in 3 hours, at which point it would be around 11 o'clock, just in time before the first round of disasters passed. Tang Yu most hoped that the intelligence center would upgrade quickly so that he could build the refugee treasure box hollow shield for hideout and the Sun of the Ocean genetic evolution potion. Currently, all three were stuck on the upgrade of the intelligence center. Additionally, the decryption USB and the laboratory functional area distribution map from the ghost face also needed the intelligence center to decrypt. As the time approached midnight, Tang Yu felt increasingly restless. He simply began organizing his equipment to prepare for any unexpected situations. When the time reached 11 o'clock, the shooting range and indoor planting greenhouse were officially completed. Their information panels also appeared before Tang Yu. Shooting range type hideout facility depth 50 meters. Effect 1. When testing weapon performance in the shooting range, issues with the weapon can be quickly identified. Effect 2. Engaging in weapon shooting at the shooting range can slowly enhance proficiency with related weapons. Effect 3. The shooting range is a closed facility. When shooting in the shooting range, sound diffusion is reduced by 95. Indoor planting greenhouse type hideout facility depth 15 meters. Effect 1. When planting ordinary plants, they grow and mature in 3 days with a 5 chance of cultivating rare plants. With plant cultivation liquid, the chance increases to 10. Effect 2. When planting rare plants, the growth cycle is reduced by 1/3. Effect 3. The indoor planting greenhouse maintains constant temperature and humidity unaffected by external environmental factors, requiring 200 L of water daily for irrigation and 50 pounds of fertilizer every 3 days. If using plant cultivation liquid, additional effects will be applied based on the effectiveness of the cultivation liquid. The last two facilities were completed. As time passed second by second, it finally approached midnight. Entering the apocalyptic game had been a full 10 days, 7 days of development, and 3 days of disaster. Originally, there were 1,000 people in the area, but now only 297 remained. Finally, the first round of disasters was about to be over. Come on, let me see what the real apocalyptic game world is like. As all the numbers on the clock returned to zero, the hideout experienced a slight tremor, and a mechanical prompt sound instantly rang in Tang Yu's ear. Congratulations. Congratulations, survivor, you have successfully endured the first catastrophe, the polar blizzard. The current world is about to merge with the main world. Estimated merge time 8 hours. Survivor Tang Yu, you have been granted one opportunity to relocate your shelter. Please complete the selection of a new shelter location within 8 hours. Please note, once this shelter relocation is made, it will be permanent and cannot be changed. Choose carefully. As 2 mechanical chimes sounded, the shelter tremors grew increasingly frequent. Only after 5 minutes did the shaking finally subside. During that time, Tang Yu remained motionless, standing there in absolute stillness. It was not until the shelter ceased trembling that the tautness in Tang Yu's nerves relaxed ever so slightly. At that moment, he noticed an oval metal tag hanging from a stainless chain around his neck. He had no recollection of when it had appeared. The tag read: Dog Tag. Name: Tang Yu. Race: Launching, Human. Number of catastrophes experienced: 1. Faction: Survivor. So this was a dog tag, he realized. After a brief glance, he remembered the earlier prompt. He stowed his weapons back into his backpack and opened the Doomsday Game interface. As expected, the shelter panel displayed a wrench-shaped icon that pulsed faintly, a button to change shelter location exactly as the mechanical voice had announced. Tang Yu was momentarily surprised. When he first entered the game, he had been told explicitly that a placed shelter could not be altered. He quickly found the key to the contradiction. The first catastrophe had been a novice trial designed for newcomers to the Doomsday Game. On the one hand, it culled the utterly weak, leaving only those survivors capable of rapidly adapting to the game's rhythm. On the other, it allowed those survivors a taste of the true atmosphere of the Doomsday Game. Thus, with the intention of approximating the authentic game world while lowering the difficulty for newcomers, offering a one-time chance to change shelter after the trial was both unexpected and entirely logical. Tang Yu frowned. Did his shelter need to be changed? The answer was yes. During Haiga's large-scale sweep of the subway and Gillian's nocturnal exploration, Tang Yu had already discovered a vulnerability in his shelter. When he had chosen the shelter, the subway monitoring room happened to be part of a protruding structure rather than a flat wall. Although Tang Yu could disguise the shelter door with a camouflage coating sticker, the overall architecture remained unchanged and exposed. This was something the novice version vagrants had failed to notice. Had they been sharper, they would have seen it for what it was. After all, a conspicuously protruding structure with no room doors and only a few bare walls was in itself extraordinarily suspicious. Tang Yu had been pondering how to solve the problem when this opportunity arrived sooner than he expected. The question was, where should the shelter be moved? Having confirmed there was no immediate danger, Tang Yu returned to the living quarters, sank into the soft, generous sofa by the hearth, and fell into quiet thought. In the end, after careful consideration, he concluded that keeping the shelter in this subway station was still the most prudent and secure choice for now. There were many reasons for that decision. First, he could not disregard the advantage of the virtual map, his most fundamental safeguard for survival. Previously, whether it was the vagrants or Haiga, Tang Yu had relied entirely on the guidance provided by the virtual map to complete each of his kills. Those successes gave him his first pot of gold and allowed him to rapidly expand his strength, something Tang Yu would never overlook. Second, the subway station offered unparalleled covert transportation convenience. Tunnels to the east and west led discreetly in both directions, and using the subway routes recorded on the Baida district map in his hand, Tang Yu could traverse the underground passages to nearly any destination he desired. Like threads of a spiderweb, with Huayuan subway station as a node, the east-west tunnels could be extended into lines, and by linking other stations' routes, those lines could spread into a network. There was, however, a downside. Once the world merged into the true Doomsday Game, these tunnels would inevitably harbor survivors, perhaps even vagrants, as at Gongyang subway station, an area that would demand Tang Yu's vigilance. Yet in the blackness of the tunnels, Tang Yu's high Xingzhe title, together with his high doping and Aaron Mianzhao, reduced that threat considerably. He made a note to find a better solution for that when he had the chance. Third, this is the key reason Tang Yu eliminated other shelters that depended on virtual map properties. The subway itself lay deep underground, and Tang Yu's shelter type was an underground air raid shelter. Combined, they would largely insulate him from the environmental and climatic effects of most apocalyptic disasters. For a later deluge disaster, once the Qingbao Center had been upgraded, Tang Yu could immediately construct a shelter holographic barrier. The entire shelter would be enveloped in a holographic shield, providing comprehensive protection against water and offering full-spectrum camouflage. In the deepest reaches of a flooded subway, the shelter's safety rating would skyrocket to unprecedented levels. As for mobility, that issue had been solved by the augmentation of the Haiyang GZ gene evolution serum. In short, the next catastrophe, the Great Doomsday Flood, was no longer a threat so much as his arena. What worried Tang Yu more than the flood itself was the human-made calamity that might precede it. Staring at the gilded patterned teacup in his hand, his mind drifted back to last night in the theater building, to Cabin and his subordinates. The sudden tactical savvy and intelligence they had displayed had placed unparalleled pressure on Tang Yu. He had not had the time to think then, but now in retrospect, there was a grave problem. It must be that with Rugu and Tufu both dead, Cabin, now the last vagrant leader in the novice zone, had been strengthened by the Doomsday Game, or perhaps that level of combat acumen and awareness had always been theirs to begin with. One must never equate the vagrants of the true Doomsday Game with those from before. Doing so would be extremely dangerous. With that recognition, Tang Yu formed a swift judgment and immediately gained a clear direction for his shelter selection. His priority was to fully prepare for the discovery and searches that might be conducted by combatants such as vagrants, rebels, and cultists of the false god. This became the most important factor in choosing his shelter. He turned his attention to the Huayuan subway station virtual map and began searching comprehensively for shelter locations that would counter personnel searches. He skipped all obvious rooms and conspicuous structures. What difference would choosing those make compared to his current location? Corners and dead-end niches were also rejected. Then a single place appeared in Tang Yu's view. Survivor Tang Yu, are you sure you want to set this location as your hideout? Yes, as Tang Yu confirmed his choice. The hideout began to shake violently, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, as if it were being dragged underground. Before long, in less than a minute, the hideout location has been successfully relocated. As the mechanical prompt finished, Tang Yu arrived at the security door of the hideout on the underground first floor. The subway station in the virtual map was still empty. Attempting to open the door, he found that it was not as he imagined, unable to be opened due to the merging of worlds. Looking at the deserted subway station, Tang Yu stepped out of the hideout door, treading on the tracks that connected the east and west stations. I can really move to this place. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. He originally thought it was just a whimsical idea, but now it had succeeded. Directly opposite the hideout was the subway station passenger platform with the tunnel entrance on the right. He had relocated the hideout to the underground location behind the wall opposite the subway passenger platform just before entering the tunnel. The hideout door was installed on that wall leading to the tunnel entrance. The door closed. Tang Yu jumped onto the tracks and looked toward the wall. At the moment the hideout door closed, an inconspicuous ripple flashed by, and Tang Yu could see no door in his field of vision. Wasn't this just a wall that had experienced countless years witnessing the operation of the subway? This wall stretched over 100 meters along the east and west sides of the tunnel. No one would expect that beneath this unremarkable wall there existed a hideout. Returning to the hideout, Tang Yu discovered that both the regional and world channels were filled with discussions. Some were discussing the new hideout location, while others were worried about what situations they would face after integrating into the true apocalypse game world. Wang Bohu also sent a message to Tang Yu talking about matters after the world merger. Wang Bohu, Master, after the world merges, I will report to our base city's core member organization. Do you want to join? Tang Yu, I'm not part of your organization. Can I join? Wang Bohu, it should be fine as long as I vouch for you. Actually, we were informed before entering the apocalypse game that if we encounter capable survivors, we can absorb them into our ranks. Tang Yu remained non-committal to Wang Bohu's words, but he had no particular thoughts about that organization. In his view, in the apocalypse world, no matter what organization or force, they were all false. Only one's own strength was truly one's own. He preferred to observe the overall situation of the apocalypse world before making further plans. Moreover, Tang Yu possessed the Super Monopoly plugin. Thus, he decisively declined Wang Bohu's invitation, chatted for a bit, and ended the conversation. Tang Yu's attention turned to the Super Monopoly panel. At midnight, the moment the world merger began, the Super Monopoly panel fell into darkness, with only a progress bar slowly rising on the entire panel. Clearly, as the first round of disasters passed, the beta version of Super Monopoly finally started its upgrade. Looking at the progress bar, it should be completed by 8 a.m. tomorrow, coinciding with the end of the world merger. Finally, Tang Yu collected the items made from the facilities in the hideout, replenishing the low-tier synthesis materials. He broke off a newly split and matured breathing green radish, planted it in a flower pot, and adjusted the positions of the 3 pots of green radishes. With all preparations completed, Tang Yu returned to the underground third-floor living area and lay down on the heated bed. When he woke up again, it was already 7:50 a.m. After checking the time, Tang Yu hurriedly washed up, ate something casually, and put on his gear. As soon as he was ready, he came to the underground first floor. It was exactly 8 a.m. Welcome, Survivor Tang Yu, to the apocalypse game world. Please explore on your own. Detected that Survivor Tang Yu has 1 point of World Legend status, Luck 1. After these 2 simple prompts, the entire hideout fell into silence. After waiting a few seconds, still hearing no prompts, Tang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Is that it? In other words, aside from the prompt about World Legend status, there was only 1 prompt for entering the apocalypse game. Tang Yu immediately focused his attention on the virtual map in his mind to check the current situation. In the next second, he stood there dumbfounded. Holy crap! In the virtual map, the originally simple and crude line map had transformed into a true all-encompassing 3D simulation map. Every item in the subway station was clearly displayed, just like real-time surveillance. Even the various resources appearing in the subway station were shown in different colors. Low-tier resources appeared in gray, ordinary resources in white, and the blue ones should represent rare items. Not only had the overall quality of the map improved from prehistoric civilization to electronic civilization, but the light spots that previously represented character units had now become virtual dynamic figures. Not only were their movements, expressions, and postures clear, but even the equipment, weapon outlines, and wrinkles on their faces could be seen distinctly. At this moment in the virtual map of the Garden subway station, Tang Yu saw 2 teams of 10 armed personnel patrolling the entire subway station. These 2 teams of armed personnel were not only equipped with a full set of tactical gear like pickup earphones and goggles, but their weapon configurations were also outrageously excessive. Basically, each armed personnel had 1 or 2 tactical accessories on their weapons, while the 2 team leaders were equipped with laser pointers, optical sights, and 4 or 5 tactical accessories. Their weapons were precision marksman rifles, indicating they should be designated as squad marksmen. In this way, each squad was equipped with one squad marksman team leader, 2 assault troops, 1 communication soldier, and 1 machine gunner. Tang Yu looked at the equipment of these armed personnel on the virtual map, and their coordination with each other completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! How is this even possible? He had thought that the difficulty of the real apocalypse game would be very high, but wasn't this a bit too much? These people shouldn't be refugees, right? Tang Yu couldn't be sure. And there were more lives in the subway station beyond these 2 teams of armed personnel. His attention shifted from the 2 teams of armed personnel to the other creatures in the subway station. Indeed, they were creatures. Just beneath the feet of the 2 teams of armed personnel underground on the subway platform, there was a humanoid creature resembling a pangolin hiding within, likely also a new survivor who had just survived the first round of disasters. It was looking up at the ceiling of the hideout. It must have felt the vibrations caused by someone walking above, quietly waiting. From its actions and expressions, it was easy to see it was very nervous. In the west tunnel of the subway, which led to the Honglinmen Club, there was a hideout space of approximately 40 square meters located between the tunnel's ceiling and the ground. A strange creature that resembled a 6-clawed octopus was also in its hideout. 2 tentacles supported its body, while the other 4 tentacles were continuously poking at the empty space in front of it. A real tentacle monster. The creature was likely checking panel information or chatting with someone. Tang Yu quickly scanned the situation of the subway station to confirm that for now there were no threats to him. He retracted his focus and opened the panel. Since the virtual map had upgraded to this level, Tang Yu was curious about what the official version of Super Monopoly would look like. Sure enough, as the Super Monopoly panel opened, several pieces of information appeared before Tang Yu. The survivors have passed the first round of disaster, and the official version of the Super Tycoon plugin has successfully upgraded with all functions now unlocked. Survivors have their permissions enhanced, unlocking the survivor feature, Toll Collection I. Survivors performed excellently in the first round of disaster, and as a reward for their remarkable achievements, they are granted an exclusive feature, Forced Collection I. Survivors unlock the functional feature, Hire Employees. The levels of all purchased properties have been upgraded by 1, and the exclusive features of the buildings have been unlocked. Please check the specific functions yourself. The survivors have successfully passed a round of disaster, receiving reward cards: Flight Card X1, Remote Control Card X1, a Direction Card X1, Stay Card X1. The survivors have successfully passed a round of disaster, and the Super Tycoon map has been upgraded, granting a chance to randomly draw a feature. Would you like to draw now? Yes. The survivors have drawn the feature, Strong Buy and Sell I. As all prompts from Super Tycoon came to a halt, Tang Yu began to survey the newly upgraded Super Tycoon panel before him, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. Wow, this is too powerful. Toll Collection I. Type Survivor Feature Description: you want to pass through here. Come. Please pay the toll. Effect 1. Any unrecorded life unit entering a purchased property will randomly collect 1 item, weapon, equipment, or an item from their backpack from them. Effect 2. Any unrecorded life unit entering a purchased property will have their backpack resources collected upon leaving, with the collection ratio related to the duration of their stay. Stay within 5 minutes 0 collection, within 10 minutes 5 collection, within 15 minutes 10 collection, within 20 minutes 20 collection, 30 minutes or more 30 collection. Note 1. The priority order for collecting resources under Effect 2 is based on the value of the resources collected from high to low. The collection under Effect 1 and Effect 2 does not require the other party's consent or awareness, and this authority takes precedence. Additionally, each time the level of a purchased property increases, the collection ratio increases by 5. Forced Collection I. Type Exclusive Survivor Feature Description: brother dying on my turf is a problem. Forget it. They'll take everything on you as a cleanup fee. Effect: any life unit that dies within a purchased property will have all their resources forcibly collected and cannot be picked up by other life units. Strong Buy and Sell I. Type Survivor Feature Description: kid, this place has caught my eye. Be smart and bring money. Get lost. Effect: when a survivor first enters an unpurchased building, there is a 10 chance to trigger the Strong Buy and Sell I effect, allowing the use of wealth points to purchase the current property. Note, this effect does not affect the results of the dice on that day and only occurs as an unexpected event. Hire Employees. Type Survivor Functional Feature Description: hiring excellent employees is a process that every tycoon must experience. Effect 1. For each disaster experience, 2 employee hiring slots will be obtained. Current slots available: 22. Effect 2. Survivors can conduct employee review on life units within purchased properties to check their talents, personalities, races, trust levels, and other related information, helping survivors make better decisions. Effect 3. Hiring employees requires mutual consent and cannot be forced. Once hired successfully, employees will automatically leave their original faction and join the survivor faction, and survivors can check employee information at any time. Effect 4. The currency for employee wages is Doomsday coins, which will be automatically deducted according to the employee's value after each round of disaster and distributed to the employees. Tang Yu stared at the 4 feature information lines on the panel dumbfounded. Wow, they are really pushing me down an unhuman path. This is just too wicked. But I really like it. The most surprising feature for Tang Yu was that functional feature, hiring employees. I didn't feel it before, but after organizing the spoils yesterday, Tang Yu clearly felt a bit overwhelmed. There were simply too many resources, and he had no idea when he would finish organizing them. The 2 batches of military supplies were still piled up in the weapon laboratory and shooting range, occupying almost a third of the total area of the underground first floor in addition to 2/3 of the shooting range. As for the other resources found, some were stored in the underground third floor living area, while others remained in Tang Yu's backpack space. There was no way, as many resources were too bulky. If they were placed in the now spacious hideout, it would become overcrowded. Currently, Tang Yu had not organized these resources at all, mainly due to lack of time. He indeed needed a reliable and trustworthy assistant. Now this hire employees feature is quite a good choice. But who to hire will be up to Tang Yu to decide. Tang Yu focused on the page of purchased properties in the Super Tycoon panel. This was a newly appeared function, and upon entering, Tang Yu saw all the properties he had purchased. Garden Subway Station, Public Sheep Subway Station, Red Romance Club, White Tower Park, Urban Hospital Trading Center. Each property had already been upgraded to level 2, and each contained a building feature. It seems that each purchased property can upgrade once after passing through a disaster. Teleportation type subway station building feature effect 1. When survivors purchase 2 or more subway stations, they can freely teleport within the purchased subway stations, choosing their teleportation location with a teleportation time of 5 seconds. Effect 2. Each day they can teleport to any safe location within the Super Tycoon map's subway stations, and the location of the evacuation teleport point will be sent to the survivors. Survivors need to reach the target evacuation teleport point before they can teleport back to their hideout with a teleportation time of 5 seconds. Entertainment first type Red Romance Club building feature effect 1. In this property, there is a daily chance of appearing common items, valuable items, and rare recipes. There is a 50 chance for common items, a 45 chance for valuable items, and a 5 chance for rare recipes. Effect 2. In this property, there is a daily chance of appearing rare currency, disaster coins. There is a 92 chance for Doomsday coins and an 8 chance for rare currency, disaster coins. Type Urban Hospital building characteristic. Effect 1. Survivor medical skills or medical facilities for hiding places with healing effects or quality of medical supplies increased by 20. Building level 1 characteristic. Effect 2. There is a probability of high-level medical supply recipes appearing in the emergency department daily. Probability of high-level medical items 50, injection items 30, high-level medical item, crafting recipes 10, injection item, crafting recipes 7, special medical items 3. Building level 2 characteristic. Type White Tower Park building characteristic. Effect 1. There is a 25 probability of triggering unexpected events in White Tower Park daily. Building level 1 characteristic. Effect 2. White Tower Park has a chance to attract Doomsday merchants. Building level 2 characteristic. Type K Luo City Trading Center building characteristic. Effect 1. Establishing a flea market. All Doomsday Game life units can trade in the flea market with buyers and sellers free to set prices either in real names or anonymously in transactions settled in Doomsday coins and disaster coins. Survivors can set user permissions for the flea market. Building level 1 characteristic requires survivor confirmation to activate. Effect 2. For all transactions in the flea market, both buyers and sellers are required to pay a 5 market fee upon completing the transaction, and survivors can adjust the transaction fee ratio and set an additional rule. Fee adjustment range 0-10, with this fee converted from Doomsday coins to wealth points at a ratio of 1:0.0001. Building level 2 characteristic note: establishing a flea market requires 5 million Doomsday coins and 1 disaster coin as startup capital. Type Monopoly item card. Effect: this item card can be used during the dice rolling phase to move characters to the target square. Usage: each item card can only be used once. Type Monopoly item card. Effect: can change the character's direction during the dice rolling phase. Usage: each item card can only be used once. Type Monopoly item card. Effect: can control the dice to show any number from 1 to 6 during the dice rolling phase. Usage: each item card can only be used once. Type Monopoly item card. Effect: can control the character to stay in place for 1 turn during the dice rolling phase, triggering an effect of the square. Usage: each item card can only be used once. Tang Yu was left speechless after seeing all the content from the upgraded version of Super Monopoly. His mouth opened wide and remained agape for a long time. What the hell? This is just too amazing. I dare to ask, how could I lose? Tang Yu was truly overwhelmed by the explosive power of the Super Monopoly effects, with adrenaline and dopamine surging together. However, what intrigued Tang Yu the most was the flea market feature of the trading center. He directly opened his personal panel as prompted. Sure enough, next to the original world channel and regional channel, there really was a flea market page. Since Tang Yu had not activated this function, yet he was the only one who could see it. Oh my! This building feature is so powerful. It directly adds a new function to the Doomsday Game panel. Tang Yu opened the flea market panel. The interface was very simple and easy to understand, with clear options for search, buy, and sell. When there was no fixed search target and he was just browsing, the flea market also had an item directory index. All items were categorized into major categories such as weapons, armor, food, drinks, building materials, electronic components, and dozens of other categories which were quite abundant. After studying it, Tang Yu discovered that as long as he opened the flea market to trade, he could place items he wished to trade in the flea market and set a price, then wait for others to purchase. This price could be a fixed price, or he could choose free bidding. Once others paid, the transaction would automatically complete without requiring the trader to stay at the flea market, which was extremely convenient. Of course, the market fee would be automatically deducted from both the buyer and seller. Tang Yu saw a management page on the flea market panel. Upon clicking in, he noticed the options he could control, one of which was to add an additional rule to the flea market. On the other hand, Tang Yu could freely adjust the fee ratio for certain groups of people up to a maximum of 10. Wow. Could this be considered economic sanctions and increased tariff? Tang Yu's eyes lit up as if he had found another method to target his enemies. Immediately, he searched for Chao Yuan, Sandy Duan Shui, and Lu Qingming in the records. As expected, all three of them were still alive. He then grinned and raised their transaction fees to the maximum ratio, 10. Tang Yu wouldn't forget these three guys. As for Lu Qingming, did he really think he couldn't tell that he and Duan Shui were in cahoots? Since he couldn't find these three guys now, he would first collect some interest to annoy them. All other transactions would follow the normal 5 fee. As for the additional flea market rule that could be added, after thinking for a while, Tang Yu had an idea. After all traders confirm their items for sale in the flea market, they cannot withdraw them within 24 hours. If they withdraw within 24 hours, they will pay 10 of the item's market average value as a platform compensation. This rule was aimed at preventing some people from using the flea market as a temporary storage station for supplies. Of course, even if Tang Yu added this rule, it wouldn't completely eliminate such occurrences, but if others were willing to pay the cost to store items, Tang Yu wouldn't mind, as it could also be a source of profit. After thinking about it, Tang Yu didn't directly activate this building feature, yet he wasn't ready. Good meals don't fear being late. He could activate it later when he was prepared. The moment Tang Yu activated the survivor trait, his backpack space instantly filled with nearly 200 items, weapons, armor, and apocalypse coins. Their variety was staggering. In the end, Tang Yu's backpack reached maximum capacity, and the surplus items spilled onto the ground. What the hell? Is this even real? Tang Yu had no time to inspect the loot. Instead, he immediately refocused on the Super Monopoly interface to re-examine the effects of the survivor trait. A look of sudden clarity crossed his face. This was the first effect of the trait toll collection. Any living unit entering a purchased building would randomly forfeit one item, be it weapon, armor, or even contents from their inventory. Now the origin of this horde was perfectly clear. Tang Yu immediately turned his attention to the virtual map of Garden Metro Station. On the hyper-realistic animation-grade virtual map, he clearly observed visible chaos erupting among the two tactical squads. Every soldier snapped into defensive postures. Yet 3 of them now held only pistols, their primary weapons having vanished without a trace. Tang Yu glanced downward, and there, nestled among the scattered pile at his feet, lay a precision rifle he recognized instantly. It was the very same designated marksman rifle wielded by the squad leader who had earlier served as the fireteam spotter. At that moment, Tang Yu could no longer remain composed. His lips moved involuntarily, repeating fragmented exclamations. What the hell? Incredible. No way. Betraying his utter shock and disbelief. He quickly noticed the numbers didn't add up. Over 70 distinct firearms already littered the floor, not to mention the countless items still crammed inside his backpack. An unsettling possibility flashed through his mind. He instantly redirected his focus to other properties he had already purchased. The next instant, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief, as if he'd just seen a ghost. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? Other acquired buildings appeared relatively in normal metro station city hospitals. All housed small armed patrols ranging from a few to a dozen personnel. Their gear, though high-grade, remained within Tang Yu's expectations. But the moment his gaze fell upon the Luo City Trade Center tower, Tang Yu was left utterly stunned. He knew that building intimately. He had spent an entire night there just 2 days prior engaging in intricate strategic maneuvering. He understood its occupants thoroughly, their capabilities, armaments, combat discipline. Even the ragged bandits led by Rogo were etched vividly in his memory. Yet what he now witnessed defied all logic. On the trade center's virtual map, 4 snipers occupied the rooftop terrace, intently scanning the surrounding perimeter through high-precision optical sights. At the main entrance of the trading hall, a heavy fixed machine gun had been mounted behind blast-resistant sandbags and camouflage netting. Its massive barrel, mounted on a robust tripod, swept vigilantly across the street under the control of armed civilians. Tang Yu didn't bother inspecting further. The sight of the 12.7mm ammunition belt alone sent shivers down his spine. What the hell? That thing could double as an anti-aircraft cannon. A single hit would obliterate even the most advanced body armor. His gaze swept across other areas of the trade center, and then abruptly he froze. These weren't mere scavengers. Every armed figure displayed the disciplined posture, coordinated movement, and tactical awareness of seasoned soldiers. They bore no resemblance to ordinary survivors. Inside the trade center, confusion had briefly flared, triggered by the sudden disappearance of personal gear, but order was swiftly restored by commanding figures. When Tang Yu saw the man who stepped forward, his entire body tensed once more. What the hell is going on here? Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, centermost room, Rogo stared in bewilderment at his hands where a newly forged golden rooster figurine had just vanished. From outside came the clamor of his subordinates. A flash of cold ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he seized a shotgun from the nearby weapons rack and strode out. 2 sharp reports, bang, bang, instantly silenced the commotion. Seeing this, Dao Ci, who had been speaking into his radio, quickly issued a calming remark before rushing to Rogo's side. Boss, this is critical. Just now, every single one of our brothers lost exactly 1 item. Some lost armor, others gear. Worst of all, the heavy fixed machine gun stationed at the main entrance has disappeared entirely. Only the sandbags and camouflage net remain. Rogo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dao Ci. You said everyone lost something, including a 50-kilogram fixed machine gun. Though the claim seemed impossible, Dao Ci met his gaze steadily, then gave a slow, solemn nod. Rogo instantly recalled the vanished golden rooster in his own hands. Verification was unnecessary. A chill ran down his spine. His breath quickened, his pulse hammering with dread at the sheer impossibility of such power. Tang Yu, unaware of Rogo's inner turmoil, finished scanning the virtual maps of all owned properties, assessing the full scope of the situation, before exiting the interface entirely. His eyes narrowed slightly, his outward calm belying an inner tempest, waves of astonishment crashing violently within him. How is this possible? It's Rogo. So who did I kill back then? If he survived, what about the others? Is Gue Lien still alive? Tu Fu. Kaban. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He reached to contact Wang Bo Hu for confirmation. When his peripheral vision caught something behind him, he froze. Slowly he turned, staring in disbelief at the massive, incongruous weapon now standing directly behind him. Browning M2 heavy machine gun. Type heavy fixed mount machine gun, weight 58 kilograms, with tripod, rate of fire 450,580 revolutions per minute, effective range 1830 meters, firing mode fully automatic, caliber 12. 799 millimeters. Ammo feed 200 round M9, disintegrating link belt. Tang Yu instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Was this even plausible? Had the scavengers been actively operating the weapon during patrol, thus rendering it their property for toll collection? He shook his head in incredulous wonder, yet despite himself a faint triumphant smile tugged at his lips. Yes, toll collection is exceptional, unbelievably powerful. I truly love it. The author thanks readers for their generous support. After quickly familiarizing himself with the effects of the temporary collection, Tang Yu set aside the collected items, as it was not the time to organize these resources. It is foreseeable that the resources collected earlier were merely an appetizer. The true strength of temporary collection lies in the capabilities of Effect 2. Tang Yu immediately opened the Super Tycoon panel and found the panel for temporary collection which indeed had adjustment options. After some contemplation, he decided to temporarily set the storage location for the collected items at the shooting range. Let's put it here for now. Then he prepared for today's dice rolling session. Upon reopening the map of Super Tycoon, Tang Yu noticed that with the upgrade to the official version, even the simulated map had become immensely vast, at least 5 or 6 times larger than before, complete with coastlines, forests, and factories. When he saw that all the properties he had purchased appeared in the lower left corner, he suddenly understood. The map of Super Tycoon must now encompass the entirety of Luo City. This change made Tang Yu's eyes brighten. It was evident that his area of influence had now expanded to the scale of the entire city. With this expansion, wouldn't it be possible to purchase properties across the whole city? His gaze naturally drifted toward the center of the city. There lay the central district of Luo City, where a massive square resembling a laboratory appeared right in the center. Information about the square also appeared on Tang Yu's panel. CBS Laboratory. Just as Tang Yu had imagined, it was the very laboratory that had sparked countless conflicts during the first round of disasters. So it's this one. He forcibly suppressed his impulse to purchase this building with a flight card. Having just survived the first day of a new round of disasters, he had no idea what would happen next. The item cards were extremely precious and could only be used at critical moments. Perhaps due to all buildings being upgraded to level 2, he amassed a staggering 553 investment points today, combined with the 646 wealth points left over from yesterday, totaling exactly 1199 wealth points. Tang Yu did not immediately start rolling the dice. Instead, he first checked the upgraded Super Tycoon map and the information of the squares within the 6-square range around Mini Tang Yu to see if there were any squares worth using item cards on. 2 unexpected events, 8 property squares, 1 bank, and 1 lottery station. Nothing particularly appealing, so he continued to roll the dice. However, he still followed his usual routine and went to the bathroom to wash his hands and freshen up, completing a familiar set of processes. Standing before the statue of Guan Yu Tang, Yu lit 3 sticks of incense, his expression solemn. "O Emperor Guan I the Junior Tang, you earnestly worship you. Bless me with great fortune and prosperity." As the 3 sticks of incense were respectfully inserted into the incense burner, Tang Yu rubbed his palms together and began to shake the dice. The dice spun rapidly before gradually coming to a stop. Another 6, it seems. 2 consecutive days of 6 o'clock. If another 6 comes tomorrow, what does that mean? Meanwhile, on the Super Monopoly map, Mini Tang Yu has started to move. Does the survivor want to spend 580 points to purchase the Quello City Library? Yes, wealth points have turned into 619. A virtual map of the Quello City Library has appeared in Tang Yu's mind. He glanced at it casually and was instantly stunned. Goodness! Within this library, there are actually 5 survivors hidden. Apart from one being human, the other 4 are all from various races. As soon as the library was purchased by Tang Yu, 5 items directly appeared in the shooting range. The collection effect has activated. Tang Yu then looked at the building characteristics of the library. Rich collection type. Quello City Library building characteristic effect provides a rare level blueprint or formula to survivors every 3 days. Building level 1 characteristic. I can't believe this. Upon seeing this building characteristic information, Tang Yu was utterly astonished. This ability is incredibly powerful. 1 every 3 days means 2 in a week. These 2 blueprints or formulas are definitely a lucrative trade, even if he can't use them himself. Moreover, Tang Yu noticed that a previously unseen drink formula, the Night Color Lake Light drink formula, had appeared in his backpack, evidently provided by the library as a rare formula. Night Color Lake Light drink formula type, rare formula effect, can be used to concoct a cocktail called Night Color Lake Light from drinks. Production requirements: beverage facility, X1, water collector level 2. Not needed for now. Closing the panel. Because of this blueprint, Tang Yu suddenly recalled that the Hong Romance Club and the City Hospital might have rare level items appearing every day. He quickly entered the virtual map to check the supplies in the 2 buildings, confirming there were no rare items before closing the virtual map. He began planning his next actions. Undoubtedly, the most important thing right now is to quickly hire a reliable employee. Opening the virtual map, he looked at other life units in the current subway station. After 1 item was collected, the 2 tactical teams quickly left the subway station, which is why Tang Yu did not receive a second round of supplies. Currently, only 2 survivors from various races remain in the Garden subway station. Unfortunately, their luck is not very good. Due to their hiding place, they have been stationary for over 10 minutes after the first collection and should not be leaving for a while. The best outcome for these 2 survivors is to leave behind 50 of their supplies. However, seeing the red aura emanating from them, Tang Yu decided he should help them escape if the chance arises. It's not good for them to be hoarding their supplies. He shifted his focus to the virtual map of other buildings, attempting to find someone to hire. Although the chances are slim, if he doesn't find a reliable candidate after screening them, he would have to give up and approach it from another angle. In the Hong Romance Club, a mouse-type survivor is hiding while a tactical team is conducting a search inside the club. All radiating red light passing. City Hospital passing. White Tower Park passing. Trading Center passing. Wait. Originally logged out of the Trading Center's virtual map, Tang Yu instantly switched back to the Trading Center, looking at a white fox-like humanoid creature on the 9th floor of the trading building. The other party seems to be a medical personnel currently dressing the wounds of a creature with 4 arms and standing 2 meters tall. It was at this moment that Tang Yu truly noticed. Inside the trading building, while humans are the majority, there are also many vagrants who are not human. They each have unique appearances numbering around 30. The white fox-like humanoid creature that caught Tang Yu's attention is one of them, and only she does not emanate the red aura that signifies hostility. Surrounded by a light yellow aura, Tang Yu squinted his eyes, focusing his attention, and used the employee review ability on the white fox. In just 2 seconds, the relevant information of the white fox appeared before Tang Yu.